Chapter 310, The Demise of the Black Skull Titan Legion. One down, now it's your turn. After casually pushing the fallen wreckage aside with her massive scythe-like mechanical arms, Katyusha looked at the other Titan with a slightly ferocious gaze. At this moment, she felt an unusual exhilaration, an eagerness to rush forward and cleave the opposing Titan to death. At the same time, she felt her mind was highly focused, her reaction speed far exceeding normal, even feeling as if everything around her was in slow motion. This highly active mental state seemed to affect the Titan to some extent, causing Katyusha's Warlord Titan, which was originally slow, to speed up considerably. Watching his teammate's other Titan being brutally torn apart by the enemy, cold sweat ran down the forehead of the pilot of the nearby Caesar Titan. Damn it! Where did this monster come from? He felt that the Cambrian Empire's Titan pilots were simply insane, charging directly into such close proximity, going straight for melee combat. Especially when he saw the opponent practically pressing against the Titan, exchanging cannon fire, he was even more terrified, sweating profusely. This maneuver must be relying on the Titan's thick armor. With one slight mistake, the Cambrian Titan could be penetrated by the enemy. Wouldn't it be better to simply wait for teammates to gather, then rely on overwhelming firepower to gradually wear down the Void Shield, and finally destroy this Titan? Unfortunately, this was the Black Eagle Empire's strategy for countering shielded Titans. They had once envisioned how they would deal with enemy Titans if other nations also developed similar shield systems. Their conclusion was to rely on dense formations and numerical superiority, concentrating firepower to first break the enemy's Void Shield, and then quickly destroy the opposing Titan with continuous fire. As long as they could quickly establish a local numerical advantage this way, they could further expand this advantage and achieve victory in a shootout. But unfortunately, Andrei's side didn't play by the Black Eagle's envisioned rules, they immediately engaged in the most brutal Titan melee combat. Watching Katyusha's Titan charge fiercely towards him, this Caesar Titan, unable to retreat quickly due to a severed leg, could only remain in place and fire continuously. A cannonball blasted out, hitting the Winter Empress's Void Shield, having no effect. At the same time, the Caesar Titan's series of secondary cannons also unleashed a fierce barrage forward, but they were still blocked by the opponent's Void Shield, making nothing but noise. In his despairing gaze, before he could reload the second 380 shell, the towering Warlord Titan once again arrived before him. He tried to resist by rotating the turret and the mech, but the two massive scythe-like mechanical arms paid no heed to these small tricks. Accompanied by a grating cutting sound, his Titan also suffered the fate of being torn limb from limb, becoming a pile of massive steel wreckage, burning fiercely as it fell to the ground. Perhaps it was due to fuel residue from cutting the opposing Titan earlier, but Katyusha's Warlord Titan's two scythe-like mechanical arms were both engulfed in flames, looking as if they had a flame enchantment. The raging flames, the shell craters, and the scorched areas on the mech's chest made this Warlord Titan appear even more ferocious. Glancing at her teammates behind her, Katyusha had no intention of waiting for them. She merely signaled the Skull Lord, who was the fastest and had just rushed to her side, and then they both pursued the enemy. Are you kidding me? It only held them off for this long. General Baker looked back and was instantly terrified. He had thought that the two Titans he left behind would hold off the enemy for some time, at least giving the troops a dozen minutes of retreat buffer. He never expected that the enemy Titan would charge straight in and dismantle his Titan. This bloody and brutal scene sent shivers down his spine. Damn it, the Empire must completely refit its Titans. Otherwise, this won't do. The Empire's Titans must have melee capabilities. Thinking this, for some reason, he suddenly thought of the batch of dreadnought mechs the Empire had produced earlier. From the perspective of an armored soldier commander, he believed that the dreadnought mech produced by the Empire was not a good mech. Its structure was relatively simple, and it was easy to produce. Although its protection was relatively low, its mobility could, to some extent, compensate for the lack of protection. However, in his opinion, the mech's long-barreled cannon was truly a pitfall. The Empire spent a lot of money to produce this long-barreled 75mm cannon, which also severely slowed down the mech's production efficiency. He had once calculated. If this long-barreled cannon were replaced with a short-barreled one, without changing the caliber, the Empire's efficiency in producing this mech could at least double. And before this, because the Cambrian Empire had not produced any heavy mechs, he felt that the greatest use of such a long-barreled cannon was to engage in bayonet charges with the enemy. This was once ridiculed by him and many armored soldier commanders. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that the correct path for future armored warfare is close-quarters combat with the enemy? If their Caesar Titans could be made in the style of the dreadnought mech, perhaps they wouldn't be torn to pieces when facing Cambrian Titans, would they? Although he was filled with emotion, there was no time to think more, as the enemy was rapidly closing in. If it were a normal chase, the Cambrian Empire's Warlord Titan would not be able to catch their Caesar. They had once studied that the mobility of the Cambrian Empire's heavily armored iron lumps was simply not good enough. But for some reason, the leading Warlord Titan behind him had much stronger mobility than he had anticipated, almost like a modified version with a plus-sized engine. In addition, that massive Skull Lord was also rushing towards him. Who knew why the Cambrian Empire's chariots looked like that? Fire, intercept them, don't let them get close to us. And where is our Titan guard? General Baker ordered anxiously. At the same time, the driver in front of him quickly turned the mech's main gun, rotating the turret to the rear, and fired heavy shells fiercely at the two pursuing Titan units. General, our Titan guard is still retreating, but their retreat speed doesn't seem to keep up with ours. Hearing this, General Baker was a little confused. How could the Titan guard's mobility be inferior to the Titan itself? There was no way around it. Under normal circumstances, his Titan Guard would definitely catch up during a retreat. But the problem was, his Titan Guard was currently busy in a chaotic battle with the enemy. These mechs had already engaged in a meat grinder battle with player tanks. Especially the Dreadnought mech, with its bayonet charge skill, was very suitable for close-range hunting of player tanks. This led to the previous situation where, when the two Titan Guards fought, they quickly devolved into a chaotic, intertwined mess. They had already reached the melee stage, and then suddenly received a retreat order. Wasn't this a joke? At such a time, if their mechs turned around, they would immediately be ambushed by the enemy from behind. At that point, they would only be hunted down by enemy chariots during their escape. Having no choice, they could only point their mech cannons forward, slowly retreating while trying to disengage from the current battle. However, the surging chariots and large numbers of fanatical infantry players made them extremely difficult to deal with. Many Black Hawk soldiers were currently clustered around their mechs. Their mission was to act as armored grenadiers, covering these mech units. However, facing the heavy artillery fire that occasionally slammed into them from the enemy, their cover seemed quite inadequate. Initially, they did not leave the Void Shield's protective range, but as the war became more chaotic, they had no choice but to move out of the Void Shield's protection. Otherwise, when enemy chariots charged fiercely into their Void Shield, their tightly formed mech formations would only become sitting ducks, completely unable to retaliate. After leaving the Void Shield's range, they immediately felt the terror of the opposing Titan's massive cannons. Other Cambrian Titans were one thing, but the arrogant Fortress Behemoth tank, which had previously remained in the rear, converting itself into a firing platform, now fully demonstrated what ultimate firepower meant. The 380 giant cannon, which could be reloaded in half a minute, practically transformed this tank into a land battleship. Every 30 seconds, these Black Hawk soldiers would hear 2 continuous cannon shots, followed by 2 380 caliber giant shells slamming into their ranks, instantly destroying a cluster of mechs in a doomsday-like explosion. Facing such massive cannons, Black Hawk soldiers simply couldn't gather. Once they formed an armored formation, they would immediately be easily taken out by 2 consecutive shells from the opponent. And if they didn't form an armored formation, they would find it very difficult to resist player tanks. Even without considering the players' heavily armored heavy tanks, simply confronting tanks like the T-34, they were at a great disadvantage without forming formations. Under such a slaughter, the Black Skull's Titan Guard was already in dire straits. They were struggling just to protect themselves. How could they have time to support the retreating Titans in the rear? The order issued by Major General Baker seemed to temporarily curb the enemy's pursuit from the rear. At the very least, the number of players catching up had significantly decreased. The 4 retreating Titans could still muster 3 intact 380 cannons. As these 3 cannons continuously bombarded the pursuing player forces, the losses suffered by the players were also astonishing. This battleship-level giant cannon should not appear in land warfare. Once it appeared, it would immediately create a living hell. On the players' side, because their previous charge had already incurred significant losses, and their teammates in the rear were somewhat disconnected from this position, the number of players catching up was actually decreasing. There was no way around it. Even if players could revive nearby Cadia or directly near the standard bearer, they could not revive their lost armored vehicles. These things had to be recruited from the heavy factories they occupied. By the time they re-recruited and drove these tanks to the battlefield, this wretched place would probably have already been fought over. When they saw many Red Letter Warrior quickly catching up from the rear, many players decided to let these Red Letter Warrior act as cannon fodder and charge fiercely. First, let their teammates die in a wave, and then they would rush up to collect kills. But just then, a Psyker player suddenly received an exclusive mission. Ha, no way, you want me to go up and self-destruct? As soon as he opened the mission, the expression on his face couldn't hold up. Because this mission directly asked them to rush forward and die. Right from the start, the first sentence was, "The Empire needs your sacrifice." Even though they were players, they weren't willing to just throw their lives away. However, when they saw the reward merits listed below the mission, the Psyker players all declared, "There's nothing more to say, we are loyal subjects of the Empire. It's time to die for the Empire." Good heavens, with such a generous sum for their lives, what else was there to say? Just for a self-detonation, the Psykers who participated would receive 1,000 merits. If this were on the battlefield, how many enemy soldiers would they have to kill to get so many merits? So, to the utter astonishment of the Black Hawk Titan Legion, even though they had fired several rounds of 380 heavy cannons, the Cambrian army pursuing them not only didn't retreat but seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, becoming even more frenzied. Especially some Cambrian soldiers, seemingly in order to catch up faster, even rode motorcycles and charged forward. "Brother, can you drive more steadily? Don't move around, sit tight. Watch this veteran driver." 4 players, when they got on a motorcycle, it wasn't a matter of it going too fast, but rather flying too low. The motorcycle in Battlefield 1 was already extremely maneuverable, and when players started driving recklessly, its maneuverability became even more insane. "Take out those approaching chariots for me, don't let these motorcycles get through." A Black Hawk officer in the Titan responsible for commanding the secondary turrets shouted at the artillery. Although they didn't know why these motorcycles were charging, they worried there might be melta weapons on them. The Black Hawk Empire itself hadn't expected that melta weapons, when used to penetrate to the feet of a Titan for anti-Titan purposes, would be so effective. With just a slight mistake, this thing could burn off a Titan's leg. Although the beam fired by this thing wasn't that thick, making it slow to burn, at least it could truly penetrate Titan armor. So, among these retreating Caesar Titans, several small autocannon turrets and secondary cannons immediately turned and began to strafe the approaching motorcycles. The Black Hawk Titan naturally couldn't rely solely on its main cannon. In addition to its own 75, 88, and 100 mm caliber cannons, it also had autocannons and machine gun points. Overall, the Titan's role was that of a siege breaker in a mobile fortress. Even if it fell into a one-on-one situation, it wouldn't be completely helpless against enemy soldiers. Under continuous firing, charging players would occasionally be killed. Even though they had driven at maximum speed, they still couldn't escape the concentrated crossfire from the enemy's numerous turrets. Damn it, this thing is too fierce, I can't hold on. At this moment, veteran 10,086, who was desperately charging forward on a motorcycle, looked at the continuous crossfire ahead and couldn't help but curse. He had been quite cunning earlier, trying to make a big detour from the outside, so he didn't encounter the initial wave of overwhelming firepower. The players who charged directly to the front, relying on speed, were already dead. Although he wasn't dead, he was blocked by enemy fire, making it difficult to get close. If it's really not possible, just drop me off somewhere. I'll charge the rest of the way on my own. In the sidecar, another player, who had already switched to the psyker profession, said. Of course, he was very different from ordinary psychers, because the race he had chosen at this moment was the abhuman Ogryn. As an Ogryn, he himself possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities, not to mention the huge steel shield he was carrying. Although the Ogryn and psyker professions didn't seem to match well, considering that this group of psychers was meant to charge up and self-detonate, having a heavily armored psyker didn't seem like such a big deal. Alright, I'll try to push forward as much as possible. The rest is up to you. The veteran gritted his teeth, twisted the throttle to the maximum, and made a wide circle to get closer. But just then, a turret suddenly turned its barrel towards them, and immediately after, the 20 mm autocannon above began to strafe them fiercely. Amidst the hail of bullets, the motorcycle was quickly scrapped, but before the motorcycle was scrapped, the Ogryn player successfully dismounted. Ah! Yura! Enduring the continuous incoming fire, this Ogryn player also desperately charged forward. Although Ogryns were somewhat clumsy, this only referred to their lack of agility, not their speed. It made sense, Ogryns were so large and had a pair of legs that were not short at all. If they had such conditions and were still slow, it would be unscientific. Thus, to the shocked gaze of the Black Hawk soldiers, this terrifying behemoth steadfastly endured the intense fire from his side with a heavy steel shield, then sprinted all the way forward. Number. What the hell is this? Is this what Cambrian calls the Imperial Eagle? Just as the autocannon operator was still continuously firing the autocannon and feeling a myriad of emotions, he suddenly felt the blood in his body boiling. With a short scream, the autocannon operator fell to the ground, and the autocannon that had been continuously firing also stopped. What's going on? What are you doing? The loader next to him ran over with a new large magazine, but then he saw that the gunner had fallen silent in his position. After confirming the gunner's death, he quickly struggled to drag the gunner's body away, inserted the magazine, and then continued to operate the autocannon himself. But in the time he was delayed, the Ogryn player had already quickly caught up, and then a strange smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. You curs, you're finished. Praise the blue bird. Amidst a burst of mad laughter, the Ogryn player continuously used boiling blood, and after eliminating the enemies in the turret, his own psychic power quickly overloaded. Immediately after, his head exploded with a bang. Jean, who was with Katiusha in the Winter Empress Titan, suddenly had her eyes light up. Here it comes, the time is now. Big cow, what time are you talking about? Hearing the commotion behind her, Katiusha asked without turning her head. The time to annihilate this Titan Legion in one fell swoop has arrived. Jean said, slamming the war banner in her hand to the ground, then pointing forward. Immediately after, at the site of the Ogryn's self-detonation, a brilliant warp vortex suddenly appeared out of thin air, and a huge warp portal emerged. Two demon engines, transformed from Big Bertha cannons and now in Titan form, stepped out of the portal with heavy strides. Their massive cannon barrels and immense bodies made these two demon engines appear even larger than the Caesar Titans. The sudden appearance of the warp portal naturally couldn't go unnoticed by the other Black Eagle soldiers. After all, such a large vortex, filled with dazzling light and shadow effects, could be seen clearly from several kilometers away. When General Baker saw two towering Titan units emerge from that great vortex, he stood rooted to the spot in astonishment, then couldn't help but curse. What the F at number %, and when did the Cambrian Empire get such heaven-defying technology? F-ing Titans can even use spatial teleportation. He felt completely shocked. What did it mean for a Titan to be able to use spatial teleportation? It meant that the enemy had a Titan Legion that could appear anywhere, capable of instantly destroying any fortress or defense zone. However, at this moment, he no longer had time to ponder such complex questions, because those two terrifying behemoths had already aimed their giant cannons at them. Because these two demon engines almost jumped out next to the Black Hawk Titans, when these two massive steel beasts appeared, they were almost naturally within the enemy's void shield defense range. At such close range, with enemies suddenly emerging from the warp, the Black Hawk Titans didn't even have time to turn their turrets. They could only watch as these two genuinely evil-looking steel giants raised the arm composed of a giant cannon. Immediately after, with two thunderous roars, two Big Bertha shells, infused with psychic flames, violently struck the side of a Titan. A gigantic shell, 420 mm in diameter and weighing nearly a ton, slammed into the side of that Caesar Titan. Accompanied by a grating tearing sound, the giant cannon shell fired at close range violently ripped through the Titan's armor, and the high-explosive armor-piercing shell that poured inside instantly detonated. This type of shell was originally designed for enemy fortress targets. Its effect was to first use an armor-piercing warhead to tear through enemy defenses, and once the shell penetrated the enemy's fortress, a delayed fuse would ignite the explosives, successfully completing an internal demolition. The massive explosion immediately ignited the Titan's internal ammunition depot. The stacked 380mm caliber shells detonated together, practically blowing the Titan to pieces, and its massive turret spun and flew away. After dealing with the enemy, the two demon engines did not stop immediately but strode forward at an astonishing speed to pursue. This is impossible. What kind of monster is this? What kind of outrageous evil sorcery is this? General Baker had successfully recognized and confirmed that these two behemoths were indeed the Big Bertha heavy cannons equipped by their Black Hawk army. He also recalled previous intelligence stating that during the last war to encircle Andrei, 2 of their cannons were stolen by the enemy using demonic tricks, and those 2 cannons seemed to have undergone some terrifying modification. Good heavens, he finally understood now what this terrifying modification truly meant. It was indeed terrifying. He never expected that these 2 cannons had transformed into humanoid Titan mechs, nor did he expect that these 2 originally slow-moving artillery pieces could now achieve such speed. This was simply unscientific. What kind of powerful propulsion system was installed in this thing to allow it to run in this form? The 2 demon engines successfully bypassed the retreating Titan Legion, blocking the retreating Black Hawk Titans in place. At the same time, Katyusha and the Skull Lord from the rear also successfully caught up. The battle situation had now successfully reversed to a 4-on-3 scenario. Oh, right, the Black Hawk army still had one Titan in a semi-crippled state, even without its main cannon. So, in reality, it should be considered 4-on-2. Everyone, it seems we won't be able to break through. General Baker sighed heavily as he saw this scene. He had never expected that the Black Skull Titan Legion would meet such a fate. Our mission has changed. Before you are destroyed by the enemy, use all your strength to eliminate as many enemy Titans as possible. I have no other demands, just take as many enemy Titans with you as you can. Damn Cambrian bumpkins, even if they want to devour my legion, I'll make sure they break all their teeth. As General Baker spoke, a strong hatred flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the 2 giant cannons controlled by the demons, and if they hadn't lost the shield technology before, how could he have been beaten to this state by these Cambrian soldiers? If it were a normal Titan battle, he was fully confident he could annihilate the already tattered Winter's Fury Titan Legion. But clearly, this war was not a normal Titan battle. The enemy had used too many incredible methods. Since he couldn't escape, he seemed to have no other choice but to perish with the enemy. Fortunately, before he launched this attack, he hadn't brought the Legion banner with him. Their Titan Legion's banner was still in the rear, along with the 2 Black Widow battle platforms. This was good news, meaning the Black Skull Titan Legion might still be rebuilt in the future. Otherwise, if they lost even their banner, such a grave humiliation would surely lead the Empire to completely erase their designation. Ha ha ha, run, why aren't you running anymore? When Katyusha saw the enemy's Titan turn around again, seemingly no longer preparing to flee, she couldn't help but laugh contemptuously. Why didn't you do this earlier? After all this fuss, you still can't escape, can you? Jean remained silent regarding Katyusha's excitement at this moment, but she pondered in her heart. For some reason, Jean felt that Katyusha's current state seemed overly agitated, which was not a good sign. In her impression, some Titan pilots had too close a connection with their Titans and were very likely to suffer from mental problems like mechanical phantasm, eventually leading to complete mental derangement. Could it be that Katyusha's current state was a precursor to mechanical phantasm? Unfortunately, Jean didn't notice that a blood-red glow was gradually appearing around the Titan she was in, and at the same time, the snowflake emblem on the Titan's chest became increasingly bright. If she had noticed this, she would have realized that some special blessing power was being bestowed. The 2 demon engines didn't even need Jean to control them. The demons parasitic within them, controlled by the Lord of Change, spontaneously moved these 2 behemoths. At this very moment, the 2 steel giants were pouncing towards the Caesar Titan on the other side, seemingly preparing to take out the Titan whose main gun had been disabled. However, these 2 demon engines also seemed to have underestimated the Black Eagle Titan, which they thought was completely ruined, as it now erupted with new power. Although the Titan's main gun was destroyed, its mechanical legs were not. With a tremor, the Titan directly charged towards the 2 steel giants, like a dying beast launching a desperate assault. Boom! 2 more high-explosive armor-piercing rounds were mercilessly fired into it. In the violent explosion, this Black Eagle Titan was almost completely scrapped, not only riddled with holes but also engulfed in raging flames. Yet, even so, the Black Eagle Titan pilot, consumed by fire, still gritted his teeth and persisted, slamming the crippled Titan into one of the steel giants. Rumble! The 2 steel beasts collided, creating an astonishing roar. The heavy Caesar Titan used its own wreckage as a projectile, knocking one demon engine hard onto the ground. Ha ha ha, if I'm going to die, we'll die together. As the Titan pilot laughed maniacally, his burning Titan also succumbed to the strain, and its internal ammunition depot detonated. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, that demon engine was also torn to shreds in the fire, both turning into a pile of mechanical wreckage. The other demon engine nearby seemed startled by its companion's sacrifice and instinctively retreated. Perhaps even this demon engine hadn't expected that the enemy before it could unleash such terrifying destructive power in desperation. No way, that actually worked. Katyusha was also startled by the sight before her. She never expected that the Black Eagle Titan, which she considered the least threatening, would eliminate one of their Titan units in such a manner. Although the thing that was destroyed was a strange modified machine under Jean, strictly speaking, it wasn't a Titan but some kind of peculiar magical product she couldn't quite explain. But no matter what, this thing was considered a Titan unit. Being taken out by the enemy in this way made both Jean and Katiusha feel immense heartache. Kill them. Avenge our comrades with their lives. Blood sacrifice to the goddess. Katiusha's angry voice spread through the Titan Legion via radio, and even the player pilot inside the Skull Lord on the other side heard her words. Good, good, good. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Grant me strength. Accompanied by a collective roar, the Skull Lord and the Winter Empress both closed in, each selecting a Black Eagle Titan. Almost simultaneously, both sides chose to engage in a close-range cannon duel. With a loud boom, Katiusha's Titan was hit again, but before firing, she had positioned the two massive scythe-like mechanical arms in front of her. So, even though hit by enemy shells, the shells only exploded on the thick scythes, causing one of them to break, but not damaging the Titan's overall structure. Meanwhile, the heavy cannon shot fired by Katiusha this time struck one of the opponent's mechanical legs, severely damaging its internal hydraulic structure and causing the leg to freeze in place, unable to move. After the previous battle, Katiusha had naturally learned her lesson and knew not to leave the enemy Titans any room to charge. When fighting Titans, hit the legs first, to prevent them from launching a desperate charge. At the same time, although the scythe on one side of the Winter Empress broke, the scythe on the other side swung out fiercely. With a crisp sound, this heavy giant scythe struck from the side of the Caesar Titan, mercilessly severing two of its side mechanical legs. Having lost two mechanical legs, the Titan completely lost its balance and slowly toppled to one side. However, even as it fell, the Titan's turret continued to rotate, keeping its cannon aimed squarely at the Cambrian Titan before it, seemingly wanting to fire one last shot before dying. Crack. Unfortunately, the Titan ultimately failed to fire its last shot. Katiusha's scythe fell again, brutally smashing the Titan's cockpit. On the other side, the Skull Lord's duel with the Caesar Titan also reached a conclusion. Although the Skull Lord's cannon-wielding arm was severed by an enemy shell during the cannon exchange, at the same time, this massive steel war machine slammed hard into the enemy. The player didn't care about the Skull Lord's damage, after all, it was a war machine and not easily toppled, and there were plenty of teammates behind to repair his war machine. With a thunderous crash, the opposing Black Eagle Titan almost lost its balance, and just then, the Skull Lord's other side-like mechanical arm also slashed fiercely at the Titan. It's unclear whether the player learned the tactics from Katiusha's side, or if the player was experienced from fighting various bosses, but he also chose to sever the legs first at this moment. After cutting down the Titan, the Skull Lord, under the player's control, continued to drive, crushing its massive body onto the Titan, pressing down hard on the Titan's cockpit. No way, it's not completely crushed yet. Seeing the Titan pressed under the vehicle and still struggling, the player was astonished. But then, as the giant scythe slashed down again, the Titan was completely scrapped. Until his dying breath, General Baker, inside the Titan, stared fixedly at the war machine. Unfortunately, no matter how he stared, he could not destroy this giant war machine of the Vorontsov Legion with his sheer will. Once all Titan units were annihilated, the remaining Black Eagle army naturally entered a doomsday countdown. Not long after, the remaining Black Eagle armored forces in the vicinity were almost completely annihilated by the players and other Cambrian soldiers, with only a very few managing to escape. Soon, the Black Eagle Empire's Northern Army General Command suddenly received news of the annihilation of the Black Skull Titan Legion. When Marshal Schwegen learned this news, his face was filled with shock. He never expected this military operation to turn out like this. He had originally thought he could use this Titan Legion's ambush to completely annihilate Andrei's forces in one fell swoop. How did the situation end up being completely opposite? Thinking that one of the Empire's major Titan Legions had been completely wiped out, or almost completely wiped out, under his command, Marshal Schwegen's hands trembled slightly. Undoubtedly, his military operation had been a complete and utter failure. Even if his frontline forces could immediately capture Schlüsselburg, it would be meaningless. Because before long, Andrei's army would arrive at Schlüsselburg again, and then sweep through their forces with the Winter's Fury Titan Legion. Damn it, order our men to retreat. After saying this, Marshal Schwegen slumped weakly into his chair. He didn't know how many times he had already given the order to retreat. Given the current situation, he felt that his assault on Petrograd was more difficult than ever before. As the war deepened, he found it increasingly difficult to achieve victory. The Cambrian army's growth rate was astonishing. Their performance recently was completely different from their initial rout at the start of the war. Although the Marshal knew that sending back the news of the complete annihilation of the Black Skull Titan Legion would inevitably lead to strong condemnation from the High Command. If things went badly, this old Marshal of his might even be removed from his position as Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Army. But there was no other way, he had to report this news, because it was impossible to conceal. As expected, the Black Eagle Empire's General Staff received the news of the Titan Legion's annihilation, immediately causing a huge uproar. However, to their surprise, when His Majesty the Emperor learned of this news, he seemed to show little anger. I know our Titan Legions have been annihilated in this war, and this also indicates that the Black Eagle Empire's Titan Legions are becoming obsolete in the war. So the time has come. We should activate the new plan that has long been designed. The Empire needs a stronger Titan force. It is time for the Empire's Titans to reform. This was the Emperor's command. Accompanied by this order, several supergiant factories of the Black Eagle Empire, which had fully completed their necroconversion, began operating at an astonishing speed. Chapter 311, Players handcraft a giant pile of junk. Within the Black Eagle Empire, inside a massive mine, several necromancers watched the mine with boredom, feeling that the changes in their industry these days were truly unpredictable. Oh, Hoffman, I really didn't expect it. I thought that mages like us who chose the necromancy profession would be assigned to the battlefield, to the army, after graduation. But I never imagined we'd be assigned to mining. Don't complain, York. I also think this assignment mechanism is absurd. But who made us fully implement necromancer production now? Hoffman grumbled to York. I really never thought that the Empire would one day truly reach this point. I can only say that the times are developing too fast. At this point, the two mages suddenly fell silent, as they also didn't know if what they were doing was the right thing. Looking out, in the distant, huge, dim mine tunnels, at least tens of thousands of skeletons were digging non-stop day and night. The entire mine had more than 10 necromancers, who took turns working shifts, specifically controlling these skeletons to mine. Although these skeletons weren't very maneuverable, or in modern terms, had very low intelligence, they were perfectly capable of doing pure physical labor like mining. On the contrary, the Black Eagle Empire found that, compared to sending this group of necromancers to the front battlefield, keeping them in the rear for mining seemed to be a more cost-effective choice. A skeleton soldier on the battlefield could not even achieve 1/10 of the effect of a well-trained soldier, but if they stayed in the rear, one skeleton soldier could be worth 10 miners. It might be unfortunate to say, but the Black Eagle Empire's miners are currently facing a terrifying wave of unemployment, because a group of unimaginable involution kings are fiercely competing with them. With these skeletons, they can work 24 hours a day without interruption. If their bodies have problems, either a new skeleton is replaced, or a necromancer uses magic to mend it. And these skeletons will not slack off, nor do they need to be paid any wages, and they will not consume any food. The entire mine's expenditure is merely the salaries and subsidies for the necromancers. Besides these areas, a large number of assembly line workers are also unemployed, because many of the repetitive operations on those assembly lines can also be completed by skeletons. Relying on this method, the Black Eagle Empire is developing industry at an astonishing speed, with one factory after another rising from the ground. In almost just 1 month, over 300 factories across the Black Eagle Empire entered a construction phase. It wouldn't be long before these factories would be fully operational, creating more value for the Empire. But in this case, what about those unemployed workers? His Majesty the Emperor is currently vigorously encouraging these workers to join the army and is preparing to further improve the treatment of soldiers. It is not acceptable not to pay workers, otherwise, without wages, these workers will not consume, and enterprises will eventually go out of business. And in the current positions, the army seems to be the most understaffed, and their salary is relatively high, so the entire Black Eagle Empire has seen another wave of conscription. A large number of workers were incorporated into the army for unified training, and even some female soldiers were also incorporated into the army. However, under the common will of most military officers and the Emperor, these female soldiers are not intended to be assigned to frontline combat positions, but rather to logistics and medical roles. Because according to the tradition of the Black Eagle Empire, they do not believe that women can fight. They think that sending women to the front lines will only lead to a lack of combat effectiveness and cohesion in the army. As the Black Eagle Empire began to fully utilize necromancy for production, many countries in the International Alliance jointly protested against the Black Eagle Empire, strongly condemning them for violating the past Necromancer Restriction Convention. However, the Black Eagle Empire simply didn't care about these protests. In fact, they hardly even cared about the International Alliance anymore. The entire world is entering a phase of total war at an alarming rate, and this has led to the International Alliance, which used to maintain international order, seemingly becoming increasingly irrelevant. In the past, they were willing to talk about rules and reason, but in the war stage, everyone spoke with their fists. Without a strong enough fist, even if they shouted loudly in the International Alliance, what would it amount to in the end? Just as everyone is now condemning the Black Eagle Empire for using necromancy, the Black Eagle Empire simply ignores these condemnations. The Emperor is now a bit arrogant, believing that no one in this world can defeat the Black Eagle Empire. Since they will ultimately achieve victory, why should he care about the rules set by these weaklings? Meanwhile, in the border region between the Black Eagle Empire and Polania, located in a colossal, fortress-like factory, a monstrous war beast was being constructed at an astonishing speed. Large, bulky mechanical parts were constantly being transported there, then assembled and adjusted. Although this war beast has not yet been officially completed, a part of its prototype can already be vaguely seen. Without considering the turrets and cockpit configurations above, simply looking at the walking mechanism structure of this Titan unit reveals that the lower half of this Titan has already exceeded 30 meters in height. If fully built, this Titan would be at least 40 to 50 meters tall, or even taller. Is this the Empire's newly built Titan? What a magnificent war machine! At this moment, a group of officers was visiting this factory that produced Titans. An officer holding a scepter and wearing the rank of Marshal on his shoulders was enthusiastically observing this war machine. Reporting to Marshal Krieg, yes, this is the brand new war machine being built by the Empire, a sovereign-class Titan produced in the name of the Emperor. It is unknown whether it was a coincidence, but this Marshal of the Black Eagle Empire shared the same name as the Krieg Death Corps. In front of him, an engineer enthusiastically pointed at the Titan and introduced it, saying, "Marshal, please believe us, as long as we can build this Titan, from now on, the Empire will have no rivals on land." This Titan is enough to sweep any land army we have faced in the past into the dustbin of history. With this weapon, the Empire's army will be completely invincible. Marshal Krieg nodded, but he didn't take the engineer's praise seriously. He has always believed that war is fought with a system, not just a single weapon. In Marshal Krieg's view, no matter how powerful a single weapon is, it cannot help the Empire win an overall war. At most, it can achieve some advantageous situations in local areas. Only by forming the Empire's war machine into a sufficiently reasonable and complete system, capable of large-scale production, is what truly matters. For example, he is very satisfied with the Necromancer factory system currently being implemented by the Empire. In his opinion, this system will liberate a large amount of the Empire's productivity, causing the Empire's current production capacity to skyrocket at an astonishing rate. The liberated workers can also be incorporated into the army, giving the Empire a more formidable army. He even believes that if these necromancers could be utilized in all aspects of production, such as in various industrial and agricultural fields, they might even be able to significantly improve citizen welfare, truly making the Black Eagle Empire a shining pearl. Of course, as for whether using necromancy would violate public morality. Excuse me, Marshal Krieg never cared about such issues. In his opinion, once people experience the benefits of widespread use of necromancy, they will no longer consider it immoral. Moreover, it is wartime now, what use is morality? By the way, if I remember correctly, the Empire seemed to have already researched this type of super-heavy walking machine, but there were many problems with the hydraulic system and bearings. So I must confirm one thing, can this walking machine truly walk without needing repairs every 2 steps? At this point, Marshal Krieg's eagle-like gaze stared intently at the engineer, his tall figure exuding immense pressure. He hadn't forgotten that just 2 years ago, the Empire had produced a giant walking machine over 20 meters tall, which was even presented as a birthday gift to the Emperor and made a public appearance. Although that incident was heavily publicized in the newspapers, in reality, only the Empire's high-ranking officials knew how much of a scam that thing truly was. From the factory where it was produced to the exhibition site, the entire journey was only about 1.5 kilometers. Yet, for such a short distance, that walking machine took 2 days and 2 nights to complete, with various part failures occurring almost every few steps, requiring major repairs. So much so that after taking photos of the thing and publishing them in the newspaper, the Emperor simply cancelled the research project at the time and threw the produced sample into the trash. If the Sovereign-class Titan they were currently producing was also such a piece of junk, then Marshal Krieg would certainly not be pleased with the technical personnel before him. Your Excellency, Marshal, please rest assured, we will never make that mistake again. We have made breakthroughs in these technical areas. At this point, the engineer looked at the officers present, hesitated for a moment, and then said. To be frank, Marshal, the reason we were able to achieve a technological breakthrough is because the Empire's ancient god system mages produced a brand new material. That peculiar biological tissue not only possesses incredibly astonishing strength and toughness, but also has very superior plasticity. After some simple processing, we can make this material incredibly tough, with performance even far exceeding any material the Empire has produced before. It is precisely with this tissue that we replaced the original hydraulic system and bearings in the walking machine, thereby achieving the normal operation of this walking machine. Good heavens, it was a material researched by those ancient god system madmen? Marshal Krieg frowned slightly, unable to help but start to worry. Then does this material have some undesirable characteristics? The engineer nodded, saying with a wry smile. Indeed, we tried to connect the machine's body to the pilot's nerves using a traditional mechanical throne device, but none of our Titan pilots could withstand such high-intensity neural pressure. They were on the verge of mental collapse after only a few seconds of contact. All test pilots had to undergo recuperation and are unlikely to recover in the short term. Hearing this, Marshal Krieg couldn't help but cover his forehead. Sure enough, he knew it. The things those ancient god system mages researched always came with all sorts of messy mental pollution, it had almost become their hallmark. Since that's the case, how should we use the chassis we've produced? Hearing this, the engineer shook his head and said truthfully, I'm sorry, Marshal, I don't know. The neural connection aspects are not our responsibility. As far as I know, the Empire seems to have a laboratory currently researching a new type of neural connection technology, and they seem to have achieved other breakthroughs. Well, why does it feel like the Empire's technology has been experiencing a massive surge lately? Marshal Krieg nodded. If that was the case, then there seemed to be no problem. However, he couldn't help but feel that most of the technologies that had recently emerged from the Empire seemed a bit sinister. Andrei didn't know that the Black Eagle Empire was currently undertaking a crazy Titan project, while he was pondering how to utilize the numerous Hawk Titan wrecks before him. By taking out 6 Titan mechs from the opposing Black Eagle Empire in one go, Andrei had achieved an unprecedented victory. Undoubtedly, the Tsar's commendation order and various newspaper propaganda were once again pouring in. However, he didn't care about these superficial things. Compared to them, he was currently more focused on the utilization of the Titan wrecks before him. Sigh, the industrial foundation I have is still too poor. Besides units from the game, it feels so difficult to produce anything of my own. Andrei couldn't help but frown. He had just specifically consulted some technical personnel, discussing whether it was possible to restart the factories and smelt these Titan wrecks to use them for building their own Titans. After some discussion, the conclusion he reached was that it was completely impossible. There was no way, they lacked too many conditions. Even if they went to Petrograd, to the heavy walking machine manufacturing factory there, they had never manufactured Titan walking machine chassis before. It was estimated that even with large-scale improvements to the production line, they would not be able to manufacture Titan chassis for at least a year. Since the most crucial chassis could not be manufactured, even if Andre had Titan Rex and obtained materials that could be used to build Titans, he could at most melt these materials down and build other mech units. Since other industrial sectors were unreliable and he couldn't count on the factories in Petrograd, he could only rely on the players. He didn't know what functions his system had, but he chose to upgrade the engineers for the players, seemingly adding some other engineer skills. And as of now, these engineer players seem to be dismantling the Titan Rex and then trying to perform additional operations with their I think it works like skills. So what exactly is this thing? A week passed, and when Andre arrived at the temporary manufacturing workshop set up by the players, he was stunned by the behemoth before him after just one look. At some point, these players had actually built their first Titan unit, and judging by its height and tonnage, this thing was no smaller than the Black Eagle Empire's Caesar-class Titan. The problem was, the more Andre looked at this thing, the more familiar it seemed to him. If he wasn't mistaken, wasn't this thing the Warmer World Orc Stompa? Alright, my general, please allow us to introduce you to the latest product of our engineer brothers' tireless hard work, the Stompa. Are you still troubled by unassailable enemy fortresses, or worried about intense enemy bombardments? From this moment on, you no longer need to worry about these problems. With this war machine, we will tear apart all enemy defenses. A player ran up to Andre, excitedly introducing him to the war machine before them. It had to be said, this replica of the Stompa looked quite perfect. Its massive size, crude appearance, and the orc's signature large iron jaw. Andre couldn't figure out how these players had managed to replicate it. If it weren't for the fact that he immediately noticed many places on this war machine still bearing the Black Eagle Empire's insignia, he probably wouldn't have realized that this thing was cobbled together from the wrecks of Black Eagle's Titans. Alright, this thing truly gives me some surprises. Andre looked at the massive war machine before him with interest, and asked curiously. By the way, how many Titan wrecks do we have left? How many of these war machines can be assembled in total? Hearing Andre's question, the player paused, seemingly busy asking his other teammates. It seemed he also didn't know how many more of these things could be produced from the remaining wrecks, as they had all been busy working with great enthusiasm to build this behemoth, and hadn't had the time to count the remaining wrecks. General, if nothing unexpected happens, after we finish producing this one, we can probably produce 3 more similar war machines. Seeing the confused expression on Andre's face, the player continued to explain. No choice, after all, materials will be consumed, especially since the Stompa we built is much larger than the Black Eagle Caesar Titan. Its heavier tonnage naturally means it consumes more materials. However, overall, the firepower of this war machine is still very powerful. We successfully assembled 2 heavy cannons from the Black Hawk army into a twin-barreled 380 turret. On the other side, we used the Rex to piece together a huge circular saw blade. These are the main weapons. There are also some miscellaneous secondary weapons that we didn't count carefully. Basically, wherever there's a gap, we'll stuff some weapons in. Finally, we cobbled together this peculiar war machine. Andre ultimately awarded 300 influence points to each player who participated in the assembly. The few players who provided design ideas and directed the operations each received 1000 influence points. Because Andre felt that these influence points were well spent. This was not only because the players had given him a considerable surprise, successfully assembling a war machine he had never imagined, but also because these players had demonstrated sufficient creativity. Creativity was the most important thing. When this creativity clashed with the players' abilities, who knew what miraculous things they could create? If one day they built a space battleship for Andre, he probably wouldn't be too surprised. After receiving the influence points, the players' work enthusiasm became even higher. As for the Stompa they had just finished building, the players dragged it to the distant Titan Legion outpost, preparing to use the training ground there to test this war machine. What the heck is that thing? Katiusha was busy with a group of Titan engineers, testing the performance of several Titans and assessing their damage from the previous battlefield. Just then, she suddenly heard a huge roar from behind. Turning around, she saw the grotesque Stompa. At first, Katiusha was startled by the thing, especially when she saw a huge Black Eagle Empire iron cross on its chest. She almost had an immediate stress reaction. However, when she saw that the soldiers surrounding this giant war machine all seemed to be Andre's soldiers, she breathed a sigh of relief. Because she knew how warlike Andre's soldiers were. If this thing was truly some special unit of the Black Eagle Empire, these soldiers would have probably dismantled this war machine already. Of course, another reason Katiusha didn't think this thing was an enemy unit was also because it was really ugly and completely mismatched with the industrial aesthetic pursued by the Black Eagle Empire. When Katiusha rushed into Andre's office, asking what this thing was, Andre shrugged and said, "Don't ask me. I'm still a bit bewildered by its appearance. Who knows what my soldiers have built? Currently, they should be testing this Titan unit. If this thing is reliable, I think we might be able to expand your Titan Legion next." Upon hearing about expansion, Katiusha's eyes immediately lit up. In her prime, her Winter's Fury Titan Legion had a full 8 Titans, but as the war progressed, her Titan Legion was left with only 3 Titans. Of course, in most cases, Andre's 2 super tanks would also be incorporated into her Titan Legion to fight together. However, in Katiusha's view, those 2 strange super tanks were not Titan mechs after all. At most, they could only be considered another type of war machine on par with Titans. This is truly great, but how will the pilots be selected? I remember that Titan pilot selection is quite strict, requiring a series of very complex tests. Regarding this question, Andrei pointed to the Stampa, which was currently frolicking on the training ground, and said, I think you might not need to worry about this question anymore. Look, my soldiers seem to be operating this war machine quite well. Katyusha looked back and was also startled by the commotion there. Ah, have your troops already found the fitter for the machine thrown so quickly? She scratched her head, wondering why the current situation seemed different from her imagined Titan pilot selection. Machine thrown? What was that? If any players heard this question, they would surely be puzzled, because the Stampa they built was not operated by a machine thrown at all. Overall, this thing was actually a fortress with various independent operating zones. Some players were responsible for operating the mechanical legs in the Stampa's leg section, some players were responsible for operating the large mechanical arms in the elbow section, and other players were in the center responsible for commanding, as well as players for each turret. All in all, the entire mech required more than 20 players to operate collaboratively, and it also heavily tested the players' coordination, which was quite troublesome. There was no other way. In previous battles, such precise things as machine thrones had already been destroyed. Even if these players' engineer skills seemed to have improved, they hadn't gained the ability to repair damaged items perfectly. Therefore, after much effort, they truly had to rely on the coordinated operation of various drivers, just like the orcs. Of course, their coordination was definitely better than the orcs. Players could communicate through internal communication, while orcs could only shout to each other through pipes connecting various parts of the Stampa, which already created a difference. During these days, in addition to the players building the Stampa, Andrei also researched and unlocked additional weapons for the players to use. Before this, he had discovered a rather troublesome problem. The Black Eagle Empire, at some unknown point, seemed to have made significant innovations in anti-air defense, making their large airships exceptionally difficult to take down. This was not a good sign for him. Previously, his air force had enjoyed a huge advantage over the enemy, but after the enemy made a breakthrough improvement, his original advantages seemed to have vanished. Summing it up, his current aircraft had two main weaknesses against enemy airships. One was that the aircraft he currently possessed flew too fast, triggering the void shields on the airships, which meant he couldn't use collisions to end the battle. The other weakness was that his current aircraft were all relatively fragile and could easily be shot down by the enemy's laser weapons. So, after some research, he chose to unlock the HS-129 attack aircraft, produced by the Messerschmitt Company, for the players. This attack aircraft, which the Germans only developed in 1942 during World War II, possessed incredibly powerful firepower and heavy armor protection, even earning the nickname Flying Tank. Its armor protection made it almost immune to all light weapon attacks from the ground, and its firepower included 30mm autocannons, and even a 75mm cannon. With such firepower, this attack aircraft was practically a tank killer. When it descended from the sky, any type of tank would find it difficult to withstand its airstrike. Of course, correspondingly, this attack aircraft, when fully loaded, could only reach a maximum speed of 320 km per hour, which was quite slow for a World War II aircraft. But it didn't matter, Andrei wasn't pursuing speed right now anyway. Aircraft with superior armor and slower speeds, which seemed capable of penetrating void shields, were precisely what he needed most at the moment. Especially when choosing the model, he also had additional rocket pods installed on this aircraft, relying on the old-fashioned rockets previously equipped on fighter planes to attack the enemy. Because these rockets were slow enough, they could also break through the void shield's blockade. In the current situation, this weapon could already be considered an airship killer. Besides this attack aircraft, after some research, Andrei unlocked all of Battlefield V's individual anti-tank weapons, and then also unlocked a Soviet-made 120mm mortar for the players. During World War II, the Soviet Union's 120mm mortar was also very famous. Although its range was relatively short, the shells it fired had real power, making it very suitable for battlefield support. The 60mm mortar in the players' hands was already quite good in performance, but considering these guys' carrying capacity, Andrei felt that unlocking a 120mm mortar for them should also be usable. Undoubtedly, with this mortar equipped, the players' fire support capability would rise another level. After unlocking these pieces of equipment, Andrei once again carefully researched and unlocked some new things for the players. The content he unlocked for players this time mainly came from units that could be unlocked in his two Chosen One modules. To be honest, after some research, Andrei found that some units in his Chosen One module were actually very strong. The problem was that they were too expensive, making it impossible for him to unlock them right now. For example, in the Hellstorm series, the units he could unlock even included the Venerable Lord of Change, and in the Erosion and Destruction series, the units he could unlock included the Emperor's Custodes and Living Saints. But unlocking these things not only required astronomical amounts of influence points, but also some complex prerequisite conditions. Therefore, after some research, Andrei only unlocked some early-stage small items. From the Hellstorm faction, he unlocked the Tsianch Blue Horror unit, but what surprised Andrei somewhat was that the Tsianch Blue Horror did not seem to be included in the professions players could choose. He had originally thought that once he unlocked this demon, players would be able to transform into demons. But in reality, after he unlocked this demon unit, players could choose to spend a certain amount of merit to summon a demon companion for themselves. I don't know why, but I always feel like I'm heading down the old path of the Thousand Suns Legion, never to return. Will the Tsar really have to convene another Council of Nicaea? When Andrei saw the option for players to have an additional demon companion, he couldn't help but complain. If he remembered correctly, When Xianch was trying to deceive the Thousand Suns Legion back then, he provided them with many small sprites to summon. Of course, at first, the things the Thousand Suns Legion summoned were genuinely small sprites, which Xianch had painstakingly collected from the warp. But by the later stages, those benevolent sprites they summoned had long since been unknowingly replaced by the Lord of Change. Besides these demons, Andre also additionally unlocked an option for Xianch Chaos Soldiers. To be honest, this thing didn't provide a very significant boost to current players, it was more of a cool skin. Compared to the player's current state, these Xianch Chaos Soldiers would typically exhibit flesh mutations due to blessings, appearing more grotesque and evil. But at the same time, they would also become stronger due to these blessings, meaning their health and movement speed would increase, and they would also gain an additional magical barrier, roughly equivalent to 50% of a player's health, but which would refresh and recover after a certain period of time. And the weapons they used, besides a laser gun that could fire psychic beams, were essentially burning hand flamers that could release psychic flames. Because these attacks were all psychic attacks, unless the enemy's equipment had magic defense capabilities, this weapon possessed strong penetration. Andre didn't know if this thing could penetrate the Black Hawk power armor in its normal state, but certainly, chest armor like that of engineers had no resistance whatsoever against this weapon. The reason he wanted to unlock this unit was partly as a prerequisite for unlocking other Xianch units later on, and partly because he didn't have many other good units he could unlock right now. Besides this unit, he could also unlock Xianch horrors in the Hellstorm faction, but this thing was purely a melee soldier that was more agile and had stronger physique. If he was going to fight in close combat with this, he might as well have players choose trench raiders to charge in. Trench raiders were absolutely superior to Xianch horrors in all aspects. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Erosion and Destruction faction, Andre unlocked a servo skull for the players. This thing was also a summoned unit, similar to the demons, but the servo skull could help players perform repairs, and it also carried a small laser cannon that could fire lasers for attacks. Andre didn't know if it was because this thing had more diverse functions, or because the Emperor's side demanded a higher price, but unlocking the servo skull cost him almost 3 times as much as the blue horror. Of course, considering the various uses of servo skulls in the cult Mechanikus, he felt that this unlock price was very worthwhile. After unlocking this unit, Andre originally wanted to see if he could unlock some Astra Militarum units, but he pulled up the list only to find that the Emperor's side didn't seem to have any ordinary Astra Militarum units that could be unlocked at all. Unlike the Xianch faction, where Chaos Soldiers could be unlocked, and at a very low price, the mortal units that could be unlocked in the Emperor's faction included Commissars, Battle Sisters, Tempestus Scions, Solar Auxilia, Lucifer Blaggards, and so on. There were indeed a whole bunch of awesome units, but none of these were something Andre could afford to unlock right now. Even if he unlocked the cheapest Commissar and Tempestus Scions right now, his remaining influence points wouldn't be enough to keep the game running normally. Therefore, Andre could only drool over these units, but had no choice but to close the system interface. After unlocking this series of units, Andre announced another game update and issued a brand new announcement to the players. Although players were somewhat puzzled by the short interval between the 2 game updates, they didn't care about such issues. They only cared whether the game update provided them with more gameplay and whether they were further strengthened. Especially in the new version, the various armaments of the Black Eagle Empire had become increasingly powerful, which led many players to strongly urge the game developers to give them a wave of buffs. After finishing these matters, Andre didn't concern himself with the players, but instead prepared to go out for a walk. He wanted to inspect his army, to see the current state of his troops, and how the ordinary local soldiers were doing, besides the players. However, before he could even set off, he suddenly received a phone call. "Hello, this is Vorontsov." "What?" "The Tsar has sent experimental troops to our side again." Upon hearing the content of the call, Andrei's expression instantly became a bit speechless. God knows what was going on with the Tsar, it seemed like he was treating this place as a testing ground, repeatedly sending new weapons over. He didn't know what happened to the Imperial Eagle from last time after they went back, at least, according to the feedback from the players, the Imperial Eagle developed by the Cambrian Empire seemed to have major flaws. With curiosity, Andre once again went to the train station to welcome the arrival of a new special military train. Only after arriving at the train station did he learn that the experimental army sent to reinforce him this time was actually a newly formed armored unit. What surprised him even more was that the weapons equipped in this newly formed armored unit were not the new mechs he had imagined, but rather tanks with a slightly strange aesthetic. Good heavens, I knew there couldn't have been no progress in research from the Cambrian Empire. Tanks are actually very simple to manufacture, as long as the engines are in place, tanks can be quickly modified, and technologies like tracks can be learned just by looking. But when Andre saw the tanks sent by the Cambrian Empire, he really couldn't hold back. What the hell is this again? Are you sure this thing is a tank? Looking at a Cambrian officer in front of him, Andre couldn't help but point at the nearby war vehicle and ask. Chapter 312, Mendeleev Land Cruiser. Tank? General, what are you talking about? This thing is a new tracked vehicle we developed based on the weapons in your army. Hearing Andrei's words, the Hanmu military officer asked, somewhat puzzled, as he picked his ear. I meant tracked vehicle. I'm used to calling this thing a tank. Andre suddenly realized that the word tank itself only came into existence after the birth of this vehicle. Before that, the word in English meant water container. But that's not the point. The point is, why is the vehicle you've created so massive? Looking at the steel behemoth in front of him, Andre felt a wave of dizziness. He didn't know how this thing could possibly cross bridges. But by comparison, he felt that this tank's size was probably even larger than a mouse tank. Just then, a player drove a Sturm Tiger over and parked it right next to this tank. Comparing the Sturm Tiger with the Cambrian tank in front of him, Andrei found that the Sturm Tiger seemed to have suddenly shrunk into a Jagdpanzer 38T, Hetzer, giving him a strange feeling of it having been downsized. Well, General, I also think the vehicle we've created is a bit large, but there's no way around it. The Empire can't produce very small engines right now. The officer shrugged, then patted the giant beside him and said. When the Empire first started designing, it tried to use armored car engines to build tracked vehicles, but we found that tracked vehicles made with such engines were completely meaningless, and their combat effectiveness was even worse than a reindeer mech. Immediately after, the Empire began to dismantle and modify the engines from walking machines. To get it right in one go, we directly took out the previously discarded chassis, removed its engine, and used it in this type of vehicle. The discarded chassis? Which chassis was that? Andrei asked and only then learned that it was the chassis his players had used to modify the Andrei's hammer cannon, the kind of six-legged, long-legged chassis that could drag a 203mm heavy cannon around. Damn it! Such a useful chassis. If the Cambrian Empire didn't want it, they could give it to him. He was still worrying about wanting to modify more self-propelled artillery but lacking enough chassis. How could something with such strong mobility be discarded? When Andrei asked this question, the officer shrugged and said. General, the main reason is that this chassis is simply too tall, and its leg protection is insufficient. If we were to use this thing to build a mech, it would not only make the mech extremely exposed but also cause it to be easily crippled by enemies. That indeed seemed to be a problem. Recalling the height of that chassis, Andrei suddenly understood. But honestly, perhaps it wasn't suitable for building heavy mechs, but using it to modify self-propelled artillery was truly excellent. General, because the engines we temporarily dismantled from these walking machines are too large, small vehicles simply cannot accommodate them. So we simply went all in and designed such a heavy vehicle. The officer said, pointing at the vehicle in front of him with a fervent expression. This vehicle in front of you has been named the Mendeleev tracked vehicle by the Empire, or it can also be named the Mendeleev land cruiser. The total weight of the entire vehicle is 250 tons. The Empire has equipped this vehicle with a 180mm naval gun as its main gun. In addition, there is a 76mm coaxial secondary gun on the front, 4 76mm secondary guns on the sides, and 12 machine guns. And the turret located at the top of this vehicle, we have also equipped it with an 85mm cannon, and there is also a set of anti-aircraft guns at the rear, ensuring this vehicle has ample firepower. Good heavens, so many cannons. Was this thing really built according to the model of a cruiser? Andrei couldn't help but cover his head. Looking at the tower-like structure on top of this vehicle, which resembled a command tower, he really couldn't see it as a turret. Alright, I don't know how to describe it. What about this vehicle's armor protection? Is the armor protection reliable? When it came to armor, the officer's face also showed a hint of pride. It seemed he was very satisfied with the vehicle's protection. General, please rest assured, this vehicle's armor protection is absolutely top tier. Most enemy mechs will not be able to penetrate this vehicle from the front. The front armor of this vehicle reaches a thickness of 200mm, adopted at a 45-degree angle, while the side vertical armor has a thickness of 100mm, and the top armor thickness is 40mm. According to our estimates, unless the Black Eagle Empire deploys Titan units, they do not have any mech that can penetrate the front of this thing, and even the sides are very difficult to penetrate. Andrei nodded. Indeed, the armor of this thing sounded very impressive. Let's not even talk about the front armor, because apart from the mouse, he had no impression of any tank having such exaggerated front armor, and the side armor seemed to have already reached the standard of a Tiger. But here came the problem, with heavy cannons and various armor, what about this thing's mobility? Tell me honestly, how fast is this thing's mobility? How stable is it? How many times did you have to repair this tank during its transportation here? Facing Andrei's questions, the officer's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Sorry, General, regarding the issue of mobility, we are somewhat powerless. After all, this vehicle is equipped with too many cannons and armor, so after testing by the Empire, this vehicle can reach a speed of about 25 km per hour on roads, and 13 km per hour in off-road conditions. As for fuel consumption, this vehicle needs to be refueled approximately every 100 km, and its fuel consumption is also very severe. At this point, he saw Andrei's face becoming increasingly grim, and then quickly added. But General, please rest assured, the mechanical failure rate of this thing is not as high as imagined. Compared to more delicate armored cars, because this thing's power system is dismantled from a walking machine, it is actually more stable. Well, even if this thing's mechanical failure rate wasn't high, just its mobility alone was enough to make Andrei's vision go dark. He really couldn't imagine how such poor mobility and such abnormal fuel consumption could possibly allow this vehicle to advance with the army. Clearly, this thing's mobility might be slightly better than a moose mech, but only marginally so. If he were to use this tank, he felt that it would probably be more suitable for defensive battles, but obviously not very suitable for accompanying troops in an offensive. Especially the 180mm main gun at the very front of this tank, which didn't even have a turret but directly adopted a tank destroyer-like model, further made him not hold any hope for this tank in assault operations. Alright, to be honest, if I were the Black Hawk Army, I would most likely choose to circle around this armored unit. Andrei said casually as he stroked the tank's thick gun barrel. Obviously, no regular mech of the Black Eagle Empire can confront this vehicle head-on, but this thing's poor mobility will cause it to easily become disconnected from the attacking forces. At the same time, even if this thing is designed like a land cruiser, it is still very easy for enemies to ambush it from the rear. They only need to wait for this vehicle's accompanying forces to disappear, and they will have various ways to easily deal with this vehicle. Being told this by Andre, the officer was clearly a bit unconvinced. General, please trust the Cambrian Empire's army. We will assign enough accompanying forces around these vehicles, and they will not leave the vehicles. The Empire has already learned that only when infantry and armored units fight together can armored units unleash their full combat power. We are currently learning this lesson. Sigh, hopefully, Andre didn't want to say anything more. I'll give you a suggestion, if you want to test this vehicle, I think you'd best not do any long-distance raids, but rather choose a suitable location and use it for an assault battle. After completing the assault, you can try using this vehicle for defense. I believe this vehicle's performance in defense should be better than imagined, but absolutely do not think about using this thing for long-distance raids. At this point, Andre looked at a pipe on top of the tank and asked curiously. Is this pipe a snorkel? It looks like you are planning to drive this vehicle directly across the riverbed when crossing a river. The officer seemed surprised that Andre had recognized the purpose of this pipe at a glance. He nodded somewhat astonished and said. Yes, General, we did think of crossing rivers this way, and we also equipped this vehicle with an additional bilge pump. Before he could finish speaking, Andre continued. In that case, I suggest you find some softer riverbeds to test it out, to see if this thing might accidentally get stuck and be unable to get out. In my impression, armored vehicles that cross rivers this way all have similar risks. It's best if we test it out first. Indeed. After hearing Andre's words, he also felt that this vehicle should probably be tested. He remembered that the Empire had previously tested its river crossing capabilities on the training ground, but the conditions of the training ground and actual combat would certainly be different. Not to mention, the Cambrian Empire faking various tests and exercises had already become commonplace. Recalling past military exercises, he remembered witnessing it when he served in the armored brigade. To avoid inaccurate artillery fire from mechs during exercises, which would lead to unfavorable results, the shells they fired were all blanks. At the same time, there were bombs pre-installed on the targets on the opposite side, which would explode as soon as a soldier pressed the detonator. Therefore, he really wasn't too confident in the test results of those in the military department. Ultimately, this thing still needed to be tested by himself. Immediately, this vehicle was driven to the training ground. The production of this Mendeleev tracked vehicle seemed to be not very high, there were only 6 vehicles brought over in total. Of course, considering this thing's massive size, comparable to a mouse tank, Andre felt that the Cambrian Empire being able to produce 6 of these in one go was already quite astonishing. Honestly, he felt like he had underestimated the Cambrian Empire's industrial strength. The Cambrian Empire's industrial strength seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined, and not as fragile as he had thought. When these 6 vehicles were driven to the Titan Legion's garrison, to their testing ground for testing, many players came to watch. A group of players excitedly commented repeatedly. Although they weren't very optimistic about this vehicle, this didn't prevent them from thinking that its design was very cool. Good heavens, what in the world is this thing? Why does its design philosophy seem to be from World War I tanks? Brother Hunan looked at the tank from afar, feeling a strange itch in his hands. He really wanted to know what it was like to drive such a tank. Are you kidding? Could this thing be built in World War I? I don't think even Third Reich in World War II could build it, right? Another player next to him subconsciously retorted. If this thing could be thrown onto the battlefield of World War I, it would have been invincible long ago. You don't understand, I'm talking about the design philosophy of this thing. After all, only tanks from World War I and early World War II were designed in this land cruiser mode, with a whole bunch of turrets. Brother Hunan said, pointing to a pile of secondary cannons on the side of the tank. In his opinion, making this thing look like a long armored train was already strange enough, not to mention so many cannons. Such multi-turret designs had already been proven unreliable in later wars. Compared to a large number of turrets, it was more reliable to comprehensively enhance the tank's protection and firepower, and only one main cannon was enough. A tank essentially had 3 elements: armor, firepower, and mobility. In Brother Hunan's view, the tank's firepower was the primary element. Only if it could guarantee the ability to penetrate enemy tanks could it pose a sufficient threat on the battlefield. The firepower of this war vehicle was indeed sufficient, but he felt that its firepower was somewhat redundant, not to mention the chaotic armor configuration, which made its mobility seem very poor. Not long after, these tanks found a suitable small river and began river crossing tests. 5 war vehicles successfully completed the river crossing, and the effect seemed quite good, but one war vehicle accidentally got stuck in the mud and couldn't get out. Oh no, what should we do? Several Hanwoo military officers who had gathered around saw this scene, and their expressions immediately turned ugly. If this thing was destroyed on the battlefield, they wouldn't feel anything, but if one unit was accidentally lost during testing, and for such a ridiculous reason as being stuck in a river, they would probably be in trouble when they returned. If they weren't careful, the crime of wantonly wasting the Cambrian Empire's precious assets would be pinned on them, which was simply too bad. Come on, brothers, make way. The salvage team is here. Just then, a player suddenly shouted loudly at the Hanwoo military officer in front of him. At the same time, a rumbling sound came from behind, as some terrifying steel behemoth was slowly moving on the ground. Hearing the movement behind them, these Hanwoo military officers all moved aside, and then they saw a Gargant driving towards them from behind. Good heavens, what in the world is this thing? When they saw this gargant, which had been officially painted red, all these Hanwoo military officers were stunned. Oh my, winter goddess above! Where did the Folkhoff front army get a brand new Titan unit? Looking at this massive war behemoth, they were full of shock, and many Hanwoo military officers couldn't help but feel surprised in their hearts. Before this, Andre had quietly taken out 2 massive steel war vehicles weighing over 1,000 tons from the team. Those 2 war behemoths, comparable to Titan units, had indeed brought great shock to the Tsar. But they never expected that Andre had not only built super war vehicles but even new Titan units. However, for some reason, when they looked at this gargant, they always felt that it looked like it had been dug out of a junkyard. This thing was messy all over, looked tattered, and various armors seemed to be pieced together from a pile of fragments, with no good spot anywhere. Although this thing had an exaggerated appearance, they were truly suspicious. Would it just fall apart after moving a bit? The players didn't care what these Hanwoo military officers were thinking. This was the second gargant that the players had just built. Compared to the first one, this one's right hand had been replaced with a huge mechanical claw. Therefore, this thing had extremely powerful gripping capabilities, just like now. Amidst the exclamations of a group of Hanwoo military officers, this massive mechanical claw firmly grabbed the rear of the high Mendeleev tracked war vehicle in the river, and then it lifted the part of the war vehicle that was stuck in the mud. All right, now quickly start it. Hearing the voice from the loudspeaker, the drivers, still in shock, quickly started the war vehicle, and this war vehicle climbed out of the mud pit today, finally driving onto the bank somewhat awkwardly. Indeed, the risk of crossing the river with this thing is quite high. I think the Cambrian Empire's bridges need an overhaul, otherwise, the movement of this thing will be severely restricted. After saying this, Andre left the training ground in front of him. He was going to lead these Hanwoo military officers to look at the operational map and then choose a suitable area to launch an attack. Before commanding battles, Andre was also very obsessed with various heavy units, even thinking that tanks like the King Tiger and Mouse were quite good. However, after the war, Andre truly realized that tanks were not necessarily better the heavier they were. On the one hand, there was the production issue. Many heavy tanks were difficult to produce and could not be scaled up. On the battlefield, the enemy could simply overwhelm you with twice as many tanks. On the other hand, there was the transportation issue. War required considering river crossings and road transport. Tanks that were too heavy would not only damage roads but also be very difficult to cross rivers. Not all bridges were massive steel bridges. Many local bridges might be able to support tanks of 30 or 50 tons, but definitely not tanks of 100 or 200 tons. The Mendeleev tank in front of him weighed an astonishing 250 tons, and Andre couldn't help but sigh, this thing was really 250. Okay, from the current situation, I feel that this location is relatively suitable for an attack. After comparing it on the map, Andre pointed to a spot and said, attack along the railway line. You don't need to consider river crossings on this road. As long as you reach the railway hub and quickly turn around, after a roughly 50-kilometer raid in field conditions, you will be able to reach a Black Hawk Empire transportation hub there. Before this, I had already wanted to launch an attack here, but I never found a suitable time, and I lacked troops for garrisoning, until the Cambrian Empire sent me an infantry division. It's perfect for you to take this area, and then I will send this infantry division to defend it. As long as we can cut off the Black Hawk Army's transportation here, and I launch a counterattack from another direction, we will be able to completely push back the Black Hawk Army's front line. As long as this area was occupied, and at the same time, Andre launched an attack from another axis, the Black Hawk Army would have no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, as long as Andre and the other side's troops arrived at the predetermined positions simultaneously, they could completely encircle this force, forming a huge pocket. Excellent, General, it seems this position is indeed very suitable for us to launch an attack today. The commander of the Cambrian armored force that had rushed over nodded, saying thoughtfully. In the first half of the attack, we can basically rely on the railway to advance, without needing to use tracked war vehicles on the road. Then we only need to raid a certain distance to reach the position. But the question is, General, can you successfully complete the encirclement? He said, looking at Andre and pointing out on the map. Your operational distance here is almost twice ours, and you cannot rely on the railway. If you cannot complete the encirclement, our troops will be encircled by the enemy first. Begging your pardon, this operation seems very risky. Before he could finish speaking, Andre sneered. Heh, Colonel Byakov, if you had truly studied my past combat records, you would find that all the wars I fought seemed very perilous. But unfortunately, although I seemed to be taking risks every time, the ultimate victor was always me. I believe my past victories and the strength of the army under my command should prove my capability. This opportunity is rare because, due to previous wars, the Black Hawk Army is currently in a state of weak defense and disorganization. If we can retake this front line, we can not only reclaim most of the Folkhoff district but also pose a threat to the enemy's central army, which will help us defend the capital. Hearing Andre say this, Colonel Byakov hesitated for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. Based on the current situation, the enemies he would face should not be many. There might be a Black Hawk Empire armored regiment stationed at that transportation hub, and besides that, there seemed to be some Black Hawk Empire auxiliary troops there as well. The auxiliary troops that would appear here were most likely Warsanians, or perhaps volunteers from Obalania. Whether Warsanians or Obalanian volunteers, they could not have too many armored forces, and their equipment and combat effectiveness were clearly inferior to the Black Hawk Army by a notch. If that's the case, what's there not to fight? That's it. Andre was dispatching player armored forces, preparing to launch a long-range armored raid, and the Cambrian Empire's troops were also preparing to act. Major General Spadovish, who had previously led troops here and also gathered intelligence, suddenly received an order from Andrei. When he saw that his infantry division needed to accompany the newly arrived Special Armored Brigade in an attack, he frowned slightly. Is Vorontsov trying to transfer me out of the Fokhov district? Could it be that he has discovered my actions recently? Under normal circumstances, Major General Spadovish would never think too much, but who made him secretly investigate the location of the Vorontsov family's research institute before, to the point of feeling guilty now? He even had a dark suspicion, wondering if Andrei was trying to use the Black Hawk army to eliminate the Tsar's informant he had sent. Thinking of this, he felt even more worried. But in fact, Andrei truly didn't know what this guy was doing behind his back. He knew that this newly arrived major general on his territory seemed to be busy researching something, always liking to send people to wander around, but he didn't pay too much attention. He originally thought that this major general was busy researching the defense of the Fokhov district and how to defend it. The reason for dispatching this infantry division was that Andrei really didn't have many troops to spare. After the previous great battle, his other troops needed a temporary rest and also had to be used to protect the Fokhov district and the railway, lest he accidentally lose his home base. Other than that, only this infantry division had been relatively idle, having not fought any major battles since being transferred. Since that was the case, Andrei naturally couldn't let this infantry division sit idle. They didn't come to his territory for a vacation. The large army responsible for attacking the transportation hub departed first because they needed to attract the enemy's attention, while Andrei's side was not in a hurry. The player's marching speed was very fast. Since he specifically launched a long-range raid this time and didn't plan to bring many ordinary soldiers, he didn't need to act in advance. He planned to wait until he received news that the transportation hub had been captured, and then have the players launch their attack. Of course, at this stage, it was impossible for the players to be idle. A portion of the players were temporarily organized by Andrei into an independent regiment, accompanying the Special Armored Brigade and Spurdovish's infantry division as infantry and light armored units. During these days, many players became familiar with the ordinary soldiers in this infantry division. Perhaps because most of the soldiers in this infantry division were new recruits, they were eager to know what the battlefield was like, so they would always come over and interact with Andrei's veteran players. Over time, Andrei's players would brag to them all day, and they became increasingly convinced by the players' tall tales, while their admiration for Andrei also climbed steadily. Of course, Andrei suspected that this might be because some players had chosen the zealot profession, and thus their words had a brainwashing effect. Otherwise, he really didn't think ordinary soldiers would take such bragging seriously. I wonder if these zealots can act as a simplified commissar. If they really can, then we've hit the jackpot. Thinking of the zealots' aura skills, Andrei suddenly had some expectations for these players. Although the aura skills sounded good in the description, they hadn't actually been used yet, so who knew if they were reliable. Taking this opportunity, he planned to study the players' performance, and also use it as a reference for whether he needed to unlock the Imperial Commissar profession in the future. Andrei's players had chosen their professions and generally performed well, but looking at the group of strangely shaped guys mixed in with his troops, who looked like religious fanatics no matter how he saw them, Major General Spurdovish was somewhat displeased. Damn it, what's with these guys? Where did they come from? Are they members of the Winter Church? The Major General stopped a staff officer and asked him in a low voice, but the staff officer shook his head. I'm sorry, General, I don't know. They don't seem to be the armed forces of any church. They have always been part of Vorontsov's legion. However, according to my research, they do have very obvious religious traces. They not only hang scriptures and prayers on their bodies, but also have scripture tattoos on their faces and bodies. Major General Spurdovish nodded and said with a serious expression. That's right, that's enough to prove their religious nature. I strongly suspect that Vorontsov is spreading a new sect in the army, either he has received some divine revelation, or he is trying to play God in this way. This guy is indeed ill-intentioned. Andrei, what are they mumbling about? Andrei didn't know that at this moment, a group of people with guilty consciences, who felt he was impure, were secretly speculating behind his back. He was currently busy assigning combat missions to the player Air Force, sending these Air Force units to destroy part of the enemy's defensive line before friendly forces arrived. Blitzkrieg is like this: first use the Air Force to bomb the enemy's strong defenses, disrupt the enemy's army, and then use armored units to quickly divide the enemy's forces. Then, the rapidly advancing mechanized infantry would smoothly complete the harvest, occupying the captured areas and eliminating the remaining enemy forces. Although those 6 Mendeleev tanks didn't look like they were suitable for Blitzkrieg, this didn't prevent him from providing air support to friendly forces according to the Blitzkrieg configuration. The sudden appearance of the Air Force dealt a considerable blow to the Black Eagle Empire's ground forces. During the continuous bombing, the Black Hawk Army's anti-aircraft cannons also suffered heavy losses, causing their anti-aircraft firepower to gradually weaken. At the same time, Andrei's newly recruited HS-129 attack aircraft also performed quite well in combat. Several Spitfire fighter jets first dived towards the ground, and 2 cannons and several machine guns quickly swept the ground. Several anti-aircraft positions set up in this area were prioritized by player fighter jets. 288 flak guns were instantly destroyed, and the remaining 40mm anti-aircraft cannons were also scattered. After clearing the anti-aircraft firepower, these fighter jets reascended and began searching for enemy air units in the sky, while also providing cover for other aircraft. At the same time, several HS-129 attack aircraft slowly approaching from behind began a fierce bombardment of the ground. Two 13mm heavy machine guns, along with two 20mm cannons and one 75mm cannon, launched a fierce attack on a Black Hawk convoy that was relocating on the ground. Under continuous shelling, several trucks were detonated by shells, and the soldiers on board were either killed on the spot or hastily jumped off and fled to the roadside. Immediately after, this attack aircraft flew over a barracks and dropped two 50-kilogram bombs suspended on both sides of its wings. After completing this series of attacks, this attack aircraft once again began to circle, continuously shelling the surrounding enemy forces. Damn, this thing's ground attack capability is indeed strong, but unfortunately there aren't many enemy armored units in this area. Changfen Cat piloted this aircraft, and after a fierce bombing of the surroundings, he reascended, searching for new targets while complaining. Honestly, if it's not for dealing with armored units, the ground attack effect of this thing is actually inferior to the mosquito bomber, especially its snail-like speed, which is truly terrible. As soon as he finished speaking, another teammate suddenly said to him. But looking on the bright side, this thing's vitality is also strong. Just now, an anti-aircraft machine gun fired a burst at me, and my plane only sustained a little damage, which was fixed with a repair skill. I basically don't need to worry about being shot down. Actually, that's not entirely true. If the Black Hawk Army's 88 flak guns were still there, using them against this type of aircraft would still be one shot, one kill. But without the 88 flak guns, the remaining anti-aircraft firepower struggled to hit this aircraft, which was known as an air tank. Especially since there were also many skilled players among them who were good at hands-on operation, and they even added an extra layer of attached armor to these aircraft. It was only because these aircraft all had game attributes and wouldn't simply crash due to the extra weight that these players could haphazardly attach things to them. Otherwise, if it were a real attack aircraft, with so much extra armor attached, it might not even be able to fly. Just then, a fighter pilot player leading the way suddenly sent a message. Attention, we have discovered an airship formation preparing to bomb the railway. Among them, we found a somewhat strange large airship. Brothers, it's time to try out our new weapons. Looking at that large airship, the several fighter jets that had just arrived looked somewhat puzzled, always feeling that this thing looked strange. Compared to the large airships they had encountered before, the gondola at the bottom of this large airship was much smaller, but at the same time, it also carried several iron cans underneath. They didn't know what those can-shaped objects were for, but for players, there was no need to care about such questions. They just needed to quickly shoot this thing down. Hearing his teammates' call, the player who was still busy sweeping the ground with the attack aircraft immediately began to slowly ascend and fly towards the other direction. The Black Hawk soldiers hiding in the corner watched the several attack aircraft gradually fly away, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of surviving a disaster. But just then, they suddenly heard a whistling sound from above their heads. Damn it, there's more. Unfortunately, the nightmare of these Black Hawk soldiers did not stop. Because some players felt that this type of attack aircraft was not easy to pilot, they immediately switched their aircraft to the previous mosquito bomber and continued to bomb with it. Since they were not going to deal with airships, there was no need to switch to the previous heavy armored attack aircraft, and they didn't even know if that type of heavy armored attack aircraft was good to use. In the Black Hawk airship formation in front of them, an officer looked at the map and couldn't help but complain. Damn it, I never thought that the Empire would even need us to bomb a guerrilla force and even drop new weapons to deal with them. What kind of guerrilla force is this? How can the Cambrian Empire's guerrillas be so outrageous? The player's guess seemed to be wrong. The Black Hawk airship formation in front of them was not preparing to bomb the railway. After this period of stalemate, the Black Eagle Empire had given up on bombing the Victory Railway. Because they discovered that the Cambrian Empire seemed to have mastered some kind of rapid railway repair technology. No matter how they damaged the railway, Andre always had a way to quickly restore it. At the same time, some of the vigorously developing bases behind them also grew stronger and stronger. These bases, with players constantly spawning there, caused considerable damage to the logistics of the frontline army, which greatly troubled them. Therefore, the Black Hawk Army planned to take this opportunity to launch a large-scale encirclement and suppression campaign against the surrounding guerrillas. Along with that, they had developed a new type of combat equipment. With the approval of the command, they planned to use these seemingly easier to deal with enemy rear bases to test the performance of their equipment. Reporting, sir, we have arrived. That enemy base should be in the jungle below us. Very good, immediately deploy our new equipment. Have all the pilots put on their protective suits and fasten their seatbelts in advance, so they don't accidentally get shaken to death. As the Air Force commander issued the deployment order, the 3 iron cans suspended beneath the airship all heavily plummeted down. Chapter 313 This is a rare offensive opportunity. Charge, charge, charge. Kill them. Grenades. We need grenades. Damn it. Where's the medic? Albert's been hit. As the airship approached the forest, many Black Hawk soldiers and some regular soldiers were besieging the forest. They had originally intended to corner the active villagers directly in the village and eliminate them all. Because this area was constantly subjected to guerrilla attacks, a guard's lieutenant colonel who issued the order believed that they needed no mercy at this moment, they only needed to use a bloody massacre to make an example of everyone in the vicinity. Unfortunately, by the time they reached the villagers had already retreated. The cunning enemy had not only set up outposts near the essential routes but had also laid some landmines on the roads. 6 of their soldiers were killed by landmines, and it took half a day to clear them. By the time they finally reached the village located halfway up the mountain, they discovered that all the villagers had retreated into a forest at the foot of the mountain. The players had originally wanted to engage in tunnel warfare, but after some research, they found that the village's location was not suitable for digging tunnels. Therefore, they built a brand new village in the forest, or rather, a huge wilderness camp. This served as a refuge for the villagers. They had pre-marked forest paths, allowing them to quietly navigate through the forest. At the same time, the refuge in the forest also had some food reserves and underground fortifications. Meanwhile, the complex jungle terrain would also deter most Black Hawk soldiers. After all, small groups of Black Hawk soldiers had pursued them before, but those who dared to chase them all died here. The forest in front of them posed too great a risk. However, this time, because the Black Hawk army launched a large-scale encirclement and suppression operation in the rear, thousands of soldiers gathered here and began a fierce assault on the base in the jungle. Compared to other Black Hawk soldiers, the most intense assault on this forest was actually launched by a group of Iris Empire soldiers. These Iris Empire soldiers were puppet troops recruited after the Iris Empire was occupied by the Black Hawk army. According to the current classification, the best performing soldiers among the Iris Empire puppet troops would be uniformly incorporated into the Charlemagne Armored Division, serving as the Emperor's Royal Guards. At the same time, other less performing Iris Empire puppet troops would be incorporated into the Black Hawk army as auxiliary forces. But if they could prove themselves, they could receive further promotion, be incorporated into the Emperor's Royal Guards, and also obtain Black Eagle Empire nationality, becoming true Black Hawk people. Many people from the Iris Empire were indeed tempted by some of the Black Eagle Empire's welfare benefits and their propagated nationalistic theories. Not everyone possessed such strong patriotic sentiments, especially within the Iris Empire, where there were already large factions of peace advocates, or rather, surrenderists. Of course, when the war broke out, these surrenderists from the Iris Empire quickly became traitors and then transformed into puppet troops serving the Black Eagle Empire. Players couldn't really distinguish between puppet troops and regular forces because the Black Eagle Empire also armed these puppet troops well, or rather, the Iris Empire's industry could support the arming of these puppet troops. Additionally, their uniforms were quite similar, apart from some changes in helmet markings, there seemed to be no other differences. Why do I feel like these Black Hawk army troops are fighting so recklessly today? This is unscientific. Did they eat something wrong? A player saw that 10 soldiers had already fallen under his gun at this small opening, yet the remaining enemy soldiers continued to charge, which he found somewhat incomprehensible. Almost immediately, he suspected that the enemy might have been on drugs. I don't know. Maybe they are some elite units of the enemy? At least their courage is commendable. Another player, while his teammate was reloading, picked up a submachine gun and continued to spray fiercely, flanking and taking down 2 enemy soldiers who were charging. Although these guys charged fiercely, they were seriously overestimating themselves trying to fight players with mini-maps in the forest. In just this short time, more than a dozen players stationed at the base had already killed nearly 100 enemies. Bang! Suddenly, a rifleman from a distance shot and hit a player hiding behind a tree. However, the player, who had been shot in the shoulder, acted as if nothing had happened, returning fire and emptying an entire magazine in that direction. Under the continuous firing of the semi-automatic rifle, the enemy rifleman hidden in the rear was killed on the spot before he could retreat, and the remaining enemy soldiers quickly found cover and began to exchange fire with the players. Attention, I think I see their armored units coming up. Suddenly, a scout player hidden in the shadows noticed that an enemy pacifier mech seemed to be rapidly approaching. This was also a major advantage of the walking machine chassis in this world. With a walking machine chassis, these mechs had stronger off-road capabilities and faced less obstruction when entering jungle combat than typical tanks. The scout player tried to switch to K-bullets and fired a shot at the big can, but unfortunately, these unlucky K-bullets couldn't penetrate the enemy's mech. Perhaps in Battlefield 1, the reconnaissance soldiers' K-bullets could still be somewhat useful for finishing off enemy armored units. But here, the K-bullets' armor-piercing capability was truly insufficient, it seemed they could only deal with some enemy infantry units wearing armor. It was even difficult to use these against the enemy's power armor soldier, unless it was a headshot, otherwise, it was hard to achieve a kill. The K-bullet hit the armor, making a crisp sound completely different from other bullets, which startled the Black Hawk armored soldier hiding inside the mech. Immediately after, they swept the general direction from which the bullets had come, 4 machine guns forming a barrage of fire that swept through the forest, shattering countless flowers and plants. Boom! Suddenly, accompanied by a loud bang, a rocket shot out from the forest, directly hitting the pacifier mech that had just charged over. A player, unhurriedly reloading his bazooka rocket launcher, quickly shifted position behind a rock in the rear, his movements notably smooth and fluid. Because Andre had performed an update earlier, and incidentally unlocked all the individual anti-tank weapons from Battlefield 5, players could now also use the bazooka. However, based on the player's current feel for using this weapon, unless it's against some heavy armored units of the enemy, the feel of it is really not as good as an AT-tube. The AT-tube makes less noise when firing, making it harder for the enemy to lock on, and it can also be fired while prone, but this weapon cannot. Of course, the bazooka's power is definitely greater than the AT-tubes, so this weapon naturally has its own advantages. Damn it! Who can tell me how many people are in this forest? I feel like this is not a normal guerrilla force at all. An Iris puppet captain, hiding behind a large tree, said to a soldier next to him with a face full of horror. It was his first time seeing a guerrilla force with such abundant firepower. Not only that, but the combat skills of these soldiers were also extremely exaggerated, they were like ghosts in the forest, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Many times, their troops had just charged forward when they were swept from the flank by the enemy. These enemies particularly liked to dart around in the forest, constantly circling to their flanks and inflicting heavy losses with side attacks. This feeling was like fighting a group of ghosts. No one knew where these ghosts would appear, and they couldn't even figure out how many enemies were in this forest. Just then, a urge whistle suddenly sounded from behind them. Hearing the sharp brass whistle, these Iris soldiers were slightly displeased. After fighting for so long, the Black Hawk soldiers had only charged a few times in total, always sending them to the front as cannon fodder to die, which truly made them dissatisfied. But there was no choice, for who made the Black Eagle Empire the conquerors? They had surrendered to the Black Eagle Empire, served the Black Eagle Empire, and hoped to obtain Black Eagle nationality for themselves, so they could only fight desperately at this time. If they couldn't prove their worth, how could they ever rise above others within the Black Eagle Empire? This could also be considered a convert's fanaticism. Players were still busy fighting a seesaw battle with the enemy in the forest, and some local militiamen from the base also rushed over with rifles, wanting to join the players and fight alongside them. Up until now, these local militiamen had also upgraded their weapons, as players had captured a large number of weapons from the enemy for them. In this base, every militiaman had at least one rifle, and the number of bullets they carried could even reach 50 rounds. To be honest, such a quantity of bullets was even more than the bullet allocation of some irregular Cambrian Empire divisions on the front line. In the Cambrian Empire, many soldiers in irregular divisions could not even achieve 30 bullets per person, and the equipment gap between different divisions was extremely huge. Brothers, we're here to help you. Antonov, who had now officially become the militia captain of this base, came around from behind a bush with a submachine gun and quietly said to the player who was firing in front. The players completely ignored the NPCs behind them, they were all focused on firing fiercely, aiming all their targets at the enemy troops in front. Antonov didn't feel dejected when he saw that he was being ignored. After all, bullets were flying everywhere here, and they were fully concentrated on firing, how could they have time to deal with him? He leaned out from behind another tree, picked up his submachine gun, and began to spray in the direction the player was firing. Of course, he didn't expose his head while spraying, his main focus was on faith shooting. Bang! Suddenly, a bullet hit the large tree he was hiding behind, severely chipping off a piece of bark. Feeling the impact from behind, Antonov was startled, but then he grimly raised his gun again and returned fire. Hearing the screams from the opposite side, Antonov estimated that he had most likely hit an enemy. But as he watched the agile posture of the player next to him, who was constantly changing positions while shooting, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. He didn't know how many enemies this veteran had killed, but undoubtedly, his combat skills were vastly different from the other person's. Just as he turned his head to say something, he suddenly heard a strange whistling sound from the sky. Watch out! The enemy is dropping bombs. Hearing this sound, Antonov subconsciously yelled, followed by a few muffled thuds. With 3 loud clangs, 3 familiar-looking iron cans, marked with an iron cross, fell to the ground. Just as Antonov was still in a daze, 3 metal cans behind them suddenly opened several gaps, and then several thick mechanical legs extended out from inside. At the same time, a hatch on both sides of the metal cans automatically opened, and 2 small turrets emerged from within. Seeing this, how could Antonov not recognize them? These were clearly the enemy's mechs. Damn it, what the hell is this? Without any hesitation, Antonov quickly lay flat on the ground, burying his head. He had just gotten down when a burst of explosive gunfire erupted above his head, with large amounts of bullets whizzing past, making him feel as if his scalp was being scraped off. He watched with his own eyes as the veteran who had just been fighting alongside him was instantly riddled with machine gun bullets, falling to the ground without a sound. The medic on the other side seemed to want to rush over to rescue him, but before he could get close, the mech quickly turned and also riddled him with machine gun bullets. No. Seeing this scene, Antonov couldn't help but burst into tears. He knew these 2 soldiers, although they usually acted aloof, often ignored them, and were elusive. But over the past few days, he had watched these soldiers continuously bring them various supplies and food from outside, and help them dig tunnels and various underground shelters. Especially that medic, if anyone in the village got sick, that medic would immediately run over with a small needle, and give him an injection under the villagers' grimacing gazes. Although they didn't know what medicine the medic was injecting, as they didn't understand it, they knew that the medicine was miraculous and could quickly heal people after injection. Through these days of interaction, he had developed deep feelings for these people. This group of people before him were their benefactors, and even the reborn parents of their entire village. Watching his benefactors die in front of him, Antonov couldn't help but shed tears of pain. He looked at the mech with hatred, touched the several grenades at his waist, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Perhaps due to the viewing angle, because Antonov's prone position was not far from the mech, and his height was too low at the moment, the mech did not notice him. He carefully tied these grenades together, gritted his teeth, and then prepared to rush up and self-detonate with them. Even if it meant mutual destruction, he would never allow this mech to continue killing his comrades and benefactors. Just then, Antonov realized that not only had he made up his mind to die together, but other militiamen in the vicinity were also ready to charge. Before he could rush forward, 2 militiamen, carrying satchel charges, roared and lunged at the mech. However, the second mech, which had landed not far away, was the first to notice the movement of the 2 militiamen. Amidst a fierce burst of machine gun fire, he watched with his own eyes as 2 villagers, with whom he had spent day and night, fell, and even in death, they did not let go of the satchel charges in their hands. It must be said that these 3 large cans, suddenly landing in the rear, indeed caught the players off guard, and many players were inexplicably taken out by these things. What made the players even more annoyed was that these things would even block their spawn points and attack. Previously, players had dug many small cellars in this forest, which, in addition to being used to hide various supplies, could also serve as their spawn points. Because these small cellars themselves were considered a type of building, and buildings could have flags planted on them and be converted into spawn points. A player had just spawned from a cellar, ready to charge out, but the mech that had driven here spotted him first. Before the player could make a move, the mech in front of him suddenly turned another turret on its side, aiming a strange pipe at them. Instantly, a stream of fire shot out, burning into the cellar in a flash, turning several newly spawned players into torches. Number. What the hell is this thing? It even has flamethrower functionality. A player cursed, feeling that this trick of blocking spawn points and burning people was truly dirty. Out of necessity, they could only choose to respawn from a further back spawn point, and then a group of players picked up anti-armor weapons, eagerly preparing to rush over. At this moment, the armored soldiers inside the three mechs had not yet realized that their lives were actually counting down, they were still marveling at the wanton slaughter. Ha ha ha, I have to say, the new adventurer mech produced by the Empire is really good to use. Although the landing process is indeed risky, it can easily catch the enemy off guard. An armored soldier controlled the flamethrower, continuously burning surrounding obstacles, while using the machine gun to sweep back and forth. As long as he suspected the presence of enemies nearby, he would immediately unleash a large amount of firepower there. Save your ammunition, our few mechs don't have much ammunition reserve. Indeed, because this mech was a newly built airdrop model, it was not only reduced in size compared to its original Peacemaker mech, but also had significantly fewer weapons and ammunition. The original configuration of 4 machine guns was reduced to a single twin-mounted machine gun turret for the adventurer, with a total of only 3,000 rounds. As for the flamethrower additionally mounted on the other side of the mech, its fuel reserve could only sustain 40 seconds of burning. Overall, these 3 mechs were only temporarily lacking in firepower, and would soon lose combat effectiveness due to insufficient ammunition. However, this temporary lack of firepower was already enough, because in just this short time, after losing the players' suppressive fire, the Black Hawk soldiers and Iris Empire puppet troops rushed forward. They excitedly accompanied the 3 mechs, charging forward with great strides, everyone believing that they were about to destroy the space. It wasn't until players, freshly spawned from the distant spawn point, took up positions again, aiming several at cannons and bazookas at these mechs, that the Black Hawk army's offensive was once again thwarted. Boom! Within less than 3 seconds, the 3 swaggering mechs were instantly scrapped. Just a second before, the pilots in the 3 mechs were excitedly discussing victory, but in the next instant, they had already been blown to smithereens. Seeing the 3 mechs they had accompanied destroyed by the enemy, the other Iris Empire soldiers were stunned. At the same time, players respawned at the spawn point they had bypassed in the rear. One player, taking decisive action, equipped himself with a submachine gun and began a massacre, firing at the enemies with their backs to him. As a continuous, almost chainsaw-like gun sound erupted, 7 or 8 Iris Empire soldiers fell screaming. Even more players circled around from different directions, jointly launching a fierce attack on the Iris Empire soldiers here. The battle took a dramatic turn in just over 10 seconds, even though these Iris Empire soldiers wanted to perform well in front of their new masters, they ultimately couldn't hold on. A constant stream of enemies scattered and fled, darting everywhere in the forest, but players could always follow them like shadows, ending their lives with a few shots. The airship that had deployed the mechs overhead, upon hearing the screams from the radio, also realized that the mechs they had dropped had been destroyed. Damn it, I thought these 3 mechs would perform well, why were they destroyed so quickly? The Air Force commander on the airship couldn't help but curse, feeling that this worthless thing had wasted his emotions. If he had known that this thing's performance was so poor, he would have rather brought a squad of Fear Knights for an airdrop. Drop bombs below. Since our new weapon has been destroyed by the enemy, and those fools below have collapsed, we don't need to hold anything back. After a quick look, the Black Hawk Air Force commander coldly issued the order, completely disregarding the puppet soldiers retreating on the ground. In his opinion, these puppet troops were merely cannon fodder hastily assembled by the Empire to make up numbers. The Empire did not care about their sacrifices, there were as many such cannon fodder as needed. As long as victory could be achieved, it didn't matter how many such cannon fodder sacrificed themselves. Upon receiving the order, the airship quickly moved to a nearby position, and the bombs hanging in the bomb bay were ready. Of course, because this airship was a specially modified mech airdrop airship, its bomb bay was much smaller, and it did not carry many bombs. But anyway, they were only meant to bomb the enemy's ground base for 1 round, not to bomb any bunkers or fortresses. Just a few incendiary bombs dropped would be enough to cause heavy casualties among the Cambrians hiding in the forest. But just then, a soldier suddenly looked into the distance and shouted. Hearing the sound, the commander looked back and saw several mechanical birds from the Cambrian army flutter coming towards them. Hehe, just in time. Let's use our laser weapons to take them out. Fire. The Air Force commander, already in a fit of pique, smiled grimly, slammed his hand on the table, and gave the order. Immediately after, he saw deadly red lasers shoot out from the front of the airship, striking the foremost aircraft fiercely. Damn it, is this laser's attack so high? The player controlling the HS-129 flying towards them was greatly alarmed, suddenly feeling as if he had been somewhat fooled. This heavily armored attack aircraft, known as an air tank, seemed unable to effectively withstand the enemy's lasers after all. Although the speed at which his aircraft was destroyed was indeed a bit slower, it still couldn't withstand the enemy's laser for more than 10 seconds, and was instantly ignited by that laser. All of this was on the premise that the engineers among their players had made additional modifications to the aircraft, adding some armor plating. Otherwise, the time it took for their aircraft to be destroyed would likely have been even shorter. And considering that this aircraft only had a maximum flight speed of 320 km per hour, it seemed that their aircraft, when facing that laser weapon, was actually no different from a fighter jet. Although fighter jets were destroyed quickly, they also flew quickly. If one were to calculate it, the distance both types of aircraft could approach the enemy before being destroyed was actually quite similar. Good brother, help us hold them off, we're going to crash directly into their airship. Just then, a player suddenly shouted mischievously at his teammate. They hadn't expected a heavily armored attack aircraft to withstand the enemy's lasers. This thing just didn't seem reliable. They mainly valued its relatively high protection combined with a slower flight speed, which made it highly likely to penetrate the enemy's void shield. If it weren't for the fact that the original biplanes had too little protection and would be destroyed almost instantly by the opponent's lasers, they would have long since switched to the old World War I aircraft they used initially. It was truly unexpected that, when facing the enemy's void shield, those slow old World War I aircraft could actually serve the purpose of ramming. No, they're going to crash into us. Watching one plane burn down, and another still in the process of being ignited, yet another plane was already diving straight for the airship's top balloon. A Black Hawk officer shouted loudly, his face filled with terror. Quickly adjust our lasers, attack the closest enemy first. Ignoring the enemy that hadn't been taken down yet, the airship's lasers swiftly changed direction, firing at the closest attack aircraft. Unfortunately, their actions were ultimately a little too late. When the attack aircraft finally wasn't intercepted by the void shield and crashed directly in, the Black Hawk soldiers on the airship all showed expressions of despair. Boom. Under the player's gaze, the airship, due to the collision and the barrage of firepower from the attack aircraft before impact, instantly exploded into a massive fireball. Watching the airship's burning wreckage plummet, a player couldn't help but complain. Alright, all things considered, we can indeed deal with their airships using this thing, at least we can just crash into them directly, no need to slowly wear them down from the outside. It's just, how should I put it? Why do I always feel like this thing hasn't been strengthened much, and in the end, we still have to use a suicidal method to deal with the enemy? They had originally thought that to counter the Black Hawk Army's update, the Cambrian Empire should be able to produce some even more formidable units, war beasts capable of directly confronting the enemy's airships. Unfortunately, in the end, they only got this one additional attack aircraft. Although for players, crashing isn't an unacceptable tactic, it's ultimately just an unconventional move. In an ideal situation, they should have a regular weapon that can take down the enemy in a proper way, that would be perfect. Andre looked at the player's complaint and gave two helpless bitter laughs. Hehe, that's a nice thought. If such a weapon existed, I'd want to use it right away too. But no matter what, this attack aircraft really works, and that's enough. Although players have to use kamikaze attacks to take down the enemy, when there's no other way, a kamikaze attack is still an option. Especially for players, since they can revive anywhere after death, a kamikaze attack is no problem at all. When playing battlefield games in the past, Andre had seen many players specifically use kamikaze tactics against enemies, not to mention the famous Zeppelin dropping from the sky, relying on engines for output. Although the Air Force's performance was somewhat unsatisfactory, at least for the players, Andre wasn't concerned about these issues. What he was concerned about at the moment was that the Black Hawk Army seemed to be gathering a large number of forces for encirclement and suppression operations. They were moving many of their forces to the rear to deal with the players' bases and guerrillas. Hehehe, this move came at just the right time. Andre chuckled coldly. He was about to launch a large-scale offensive, and then the Black Hawk Army suddenly moved many frontline troops to the rear. Wasn't this specifically creating an opportunity for him to attack? Especially since the players had established many bases, distributed in different locations, and according to player chat logs, the Black Hawk Army seemed to have launched attacks in many places. This meant that the number of frontline troops the Black Hawk Army withdrew this time must be considerable, which created a huge opportunity for Andre. Send a telegram to Colonel Bilyak, urge him to seize the opportunity. An opportunity lost is never regained. After Andre gave the order to a telegraph operator assigned to the command post, he sat in his chair, closed his eyes, and rested, waiting for good news from the front lines. He had already done everything he could, there was nothing left for him to manage. Whether it would succeed or not, they would know once the frontline troops started fighting. Heavy military trains carried 6 massive super heavy tanks, chugging along the railway. At the same time, in front of this military train, a player's armored train was also responsible for clearing the way. Because the armored train's attack trajectory was very limited, Andre's armored train would not be deployed casually on normal days. After all, most of the time, enemy forces would not directly attack along the railway, and if the armored train were to advance deep into enemy territory alone along the railway, it would be too easy for the enemy to set traps. However, this time, the armored train did serve a certain purpose. Although the players felt bored, the armored train had been driving for a long time without encountering any enemies, but with the armored train leading the way, the Special Armored Brigade advancing felt a sense of security. In fact, this armored brigade, led by Colonel Bilyak, was not optimistic about the war, as they had previously participated in wars in other places and suffered multiple defeats. If it weren't for their heavy losses, with almost all the armored units in the entire armored brigade wiped out, they wouldn't have been sent to Moscow to reorganize as an experimental army. Using the Mendeleev track tank for the first time, all the officers and soldiers of the armored brigade had questions about this new war machine, especially when it suddenly got stuck in a riverbed during a previous test, which cast a shadow over them. Colonel Belyak finished reading the telegram and casually tossed it aside. He didn't take Andrei's urging seriously, because in his opinion, whether he could advance quickly depended entirely on fate. If these 6 tanks didn't encounter any malfunctions on the way, and didn't meet any strong resistance from enemy forces, then he could naturally reach his destination quickly. But if they encountered stubborn enemy resistance, or if the tanks broke down halfway, then he wouldn't be able to speed up even if he wanted to. Especially since these tanks had high production costs, and each tank was a valuable experimental product. Therefore, it was even more impossible for him to simply abandon a tank if it broke down on the road, which would further increase the time cost of repairs. Just then, the military train he was on suddenly slowed down and then stopped. Looking at the surrounding scene, he asked his adjutant in confusion. "What's going on? Why did we suddenly stop here?" The adjutant shook his head, he didn't know either. Suddenly, a player who had jumped off the armored train shouted at them. "Everyone, we've arrived. Get off. Any further is enemy-occupied territory. We could be attacked by the enemy at any time, and the rest of the road doesn't align with our objective, so we'll have to walk the rest of the way." Hearing this, Colonel Belyak quickly ordered the other soldiers on the train to disembark quickly. A group of engineers immediately jumped off the train and quickly adjusted the bolts to lower several huge armored ramps. As several iron ramps crashed to the ground, gentle slopes were formed. At the same time, the drivers quickly climbed into the Mendeleev tanks, slowly maneuvering these massive steel beasts. Under their careful adjustments, these 6 steel beasts continuously reversed and slowly turned, eventually successfully driving down the ramps. Watching these 6 steel beasts successfully drive off the train, a group of Cambrian soldiers all breathed a sigh of relief, because they knew how difficult it was to get these things off the train. If they were even slightly careless, and something got bumped or scraped while disembarking, causing some internal system to malfunction due to the impact, then the trouble would be immense. Especially since the engineers assigned to their unit lacked experience, they knew how to repair mechs and walking mech chassis, but this was their first time undertaking the task of repairing track tanks. "Aha, we've arrived." On another military train in the rear, a player saw the train ahead stop, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. They had been bored waiting on the train, so they had developed a new way to play this game with the Cambrian soldiers around them. Since everyone had nothing to do, they naturally got busy playing cards on the train. When the players saw someone pull out playing cards and immediately introduce the Fight the Landlord game, the situation became uncontrollable. Although the Cambrian soldiers had never seen this game before, it was simple, so they quickly learned this new way to play cards and then became obsessed with it, unable to extricate themselves. So much so that when the officer came out to tell the soldiers to get off, many soldiers were still shouting, "Wait, let us finish this hand first." Of course, playing cards is one thing, but gambling is strictly forbidden. There was a similar bad habit within the Cambrian army, where many officers would use card games and other means to solicit bribes from ordinary soldiers. But after Andrei arrived, he absolutely would not allow such things to happen. To prevent this situation, he directly gave players a task. As long as an officer or soldier gambled money in the army, players could immediately arrest them and send them to him in exchange for merit. If they dared to resist, they could even be shot on the spot. Others might have scruples, or might protect each other, so that Andrei, as the commander, would not be clear about the situation of the soldiers below. But players wouldn't. As long as they could get merit, they didn't care what the task was. Let alone asking them to crack down on uncivilized behavior in Andrei's army, even if they were asked to assassinate the Tsar, they would act without a second thought. So, after executing a dozen typical cases and arresting dozens of officers, this phenomenon completely disappeared within Andrei's army. Even when other armies later joined Andrei's front army, they spontaneously eradicated this phenomenon, because they all knew that Andrei's subordinates were a bunch of fearless tigers who would shoot people at the slightest disagreement. The entire armored brigade quickly assembled, with a small number of players mixed in, following the mighty force as it rushed towards the enemy on the front lines. However, when they launched their attack on the front lines, some Black Hawk army units had already anticipated the enemy's impending attack and began to urgently set up defenses. Indeed, the players' previous bombing was not in vain. As long as these Black Hawk commanders had some military knowledge, they should have known that such precise and rapid bombing was typically meant to clear a path for a force in the rear. But unfortunately, even if they anticipated this, it was useless, because they no longer had time to set up dense defenses. Chapter 314 Servo Skull, Welcome to Holy Terra. Hurry up, faster. What are you all dawdling for? The Cambrian army is about to attack. If you keep dawdling, we'll all die here. At an intersection, a Black Hawk officer was shouting at several soldiers. Their unit's mission was to block this intersection as much as possible, absolutely not allowing the enemy to break through. It was also thanks to the Cambrian army's armored assault seeming somewhat disconnected from their air force, which allowed them to set up some defenses after the bombing. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have had this chance to set up defenses. Several tripwires were armed and laid out along the road and its sides. The anti-armor teams among the Black Hawk soldiers were already in position, equipped with a batch of the latest 88mm rocket launchers. Despite appearing well equipped, this Black Hawk unit didn't believe they could stop the enemy because their numbers were too small, and they severely lacked armored support. From start to finish, their entire unit only had 2 dreadnought mechs capable of movement. The remaining armored units were either destroyed in the previous bombing or were still dispersed elsewhere and hadn't been mobilized yet. Expecting to hold back the enemy with just 2 dreadnoughts and about a battalion of infantry seemed somewhat unreliable. Fortunately, several special heavy mortars had been transported from their rear. These 210 mm heavy mortars, designated MS-18, could fire 110 kg shells up to 17 km away, delivering fierce strikes against the enemy. Originally, these heavy mortars were mobilized to bombard Petrograd, but unexpectedly, they now had to use them to fight a defensive battle. At this moment, the Black Hawk soldiers setting up defensive positions weren't very optimistic about these heavy mortars. Or rather, they worried that these mortars might not hit the enemy but instead land on their own heads. After all, these types of artillery were essentially siege guns, which weren't very accurate to begin with. And because they had lost many artillery soldiers previously, their newly assigned artillery soldiers were not very skilled. Just as they were still setting up their defensive positions, artillery fire suddenly erupted. Immediately after, several 203 mm high explosive shells instantly slammed into their positions. Although the special armored brigade sent by the Cambrian Empire had 6 Mendeleev tanks, their armored brigade's support firepower was quite poor, with only 6 82 mm mortars in total. After all, for the Cambrian Empire, they didn't expect to defeat the enemy through artillery bombardment, they simply wanted to crush the enemy with 6 heavy battle tanks. But unfortunately, the players were not very satisfied with such a firepower configuration. So, to support this armored brigade, the players also brought 4 Andreis hammer cannons, intending to use these highly mobile self-propelled artillery to accompany the entire armored brigade in its assault. The sudden artillery strike left the Black Hawk soldiers in front of them somewhat stunned. They never expected to suddenly encounter heavy artillery bombardment from the enemy at such a moment. This didn't seem to align with the situation they had imagined. According to their Air Force reconnaissance, shouldn't the enemy have an armored force attacking them? Against such a rudimentary position, 203 mm high explosive artillery had extremely terrifying lethality. Just a few shrapnel shells crashing down caused severe casualties among the Black Hawk soldiers in that position. One high explosive shell exploded, sending a large number of steel balls and fragments flying in all directions, turning over a dozen nearby Black Hawk soldiers into sieves. These tiny steel balls could even be propelled up to 200 meters away by gunpowder, with lethality no weaker than bullets. Their terrifying density was like a rain of iron descending upon the surroundings. However, perhaps to avoid affecting their friendly forces attacking at the front, the Andreis hammer in the rear did not fire too many shells. When the player at the front reported that the Mendeleev tanks were already advancing towards the enemy's positions, the Andreis hammer in the rear immediately ceased its bombardment. Emperor above, is anyone still alive here? A Black Hawk soldier shakily climbed out of a dirt mound, looking at the large expanse of severed limbs around him, and asked in a trembling voice. Haha, Emperor bless, I'm still alive. No sooner had he spoken than a soldier nearby excitedly replied. As more and more soldiers crawled out of their hidden foxholes, the soldier who first emerged breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, a soldier suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted. Wait, look over there. What are those battle tanks? Oh, damn it. We're in trouble. Although the smoke from the explosions made it somewhat difficult to see the distant battle tanks clearly, through the strange turrets on the tanks and the comparison with the Cambrian soldiers nearby, they could fully discern the enormous size of these battle tanks. When they saw these several battle tanks, which looked like armored trains rolling forward, a group of Black Hawk soldiers were startled. Quick, find the anti-tank guns. Where are our cannons? Hearing an officer shout, the soldiers responsible for operating the anti-tank guns rushed over. After a quick inspection, they despairingly discovered that most of the anti-tank guns originally in this position had been destroyed by enemy artillery. By now, they only had 3 75 mm cannons left that could be used. Aim at that battle tank, fire. Don't let that thing get closer. Boom. With a loud bang, a 75 mm armor-piercing shell instantly shot out, flying at an astonishing speed towards the distant target, then slammed into the frontal armor of a Mendeleev tank. Clang. A crisp sound rang out. The Cambrian soldier driving inside the tank frowned slightly. They knew they had been hit by enemy artillery. However, it was clear that the enemy had not penetrated their armor, and the soldiers inside the tank were safe. Haha, remember what I said? Our battle tank's armor is invincible, the Black Hawk army's firepower can't penetrate us at all. Fire back, blow up their cannons over there for me. With the help of the autoloader, 2 Cambrian soldiers together loaded a heavy shell. Immediately after, the 180 mm cannon located at the front of the tank let out a thunderous roar towards the enemy. Accompanied by a huge whistling sound, this 180 mm shell slammed into the enemy's position. Although the accuracy seemed mediocre, the subsequent explosion easily engulfed the anti-tank gun there. In the terrible flames, this anti-tank gun, meticulously produced by the Black Hawk Empire, was torn to shreds. Its barrel flew high into the sky, then crashed heavily to the ground, rolling over and breaking a soldier's leg. As for the few artillery soldiers at the artillery position, they had all been directly torn apart in the recent bombardment. My goodness, what kind of cannon is that? Seeing the terrifying destructive power of the explosion, the other Black Hawk soldiers were terrified. It was their first time seeing a cannon with such terrifying power. At least under normal circumstances, they should not have encountered a cannon of this caliber, neither among the Cambrian Empire's mechs nor its regular ground forces. Based on the explosion effect just now, they strongly suspected that the Cambrian Empire had very likely moved naval cannons onto land. This thing probably belonged on a cruiser, didn't it? 6 battle tanks lined up, slowly rolling towards the Black Hawk position ahead. Damn it, can't this thing go any faster? A Cambrian armored soldier sitting in a battle tank couldn't help but complain. He used to drive a reindeer mech, and although that thing wasn't very fast, it could at least reach speeds of 30 to 40 kilometers per hour. In comparison, the current off-road speed of this thing was no different from a snail's crawl. Why the rush? Let's take it slow. Another artillery soldier nearby casually replied, while loading shells into the coaxial 76mm secondary cannon. After that last shot, although they were all quite satisfied with the power of the 180mm main cannon, they had to admit they preferred using the 76mm secondary cannon. While the 76mm secondary cannon wasn't as powerful, at least it wasn't as strenuous to load. They weren't monsters like the players, unable to manually load 180mm shells, nor did they have the patience to slowly fuss over it. Since the 76mm cannon was already sufficient, why should they exert great effort to consume precious 180mm shells? A few more shells landed on the front position. Compared to the earth-shattering shot before, these 76mm high-explosive shells looked much less impressive. But even so, these shells still caused casualties among the Black Hawk soldiers in the front position, which made the faces of the other hiding Black Hawk soldiers even uglier. Some Black Hawk soldiers couldn't contain their fear and struggled to climb out, wanting to retreat to the rear, but the machine gun fire from the tanks ahead made them realize. Hiding in the trenches or foxholes at this moment might offer a chance to survive, but exposing themselves would truly be a dead end. This is terrible. Where are our anti-armor teams? Why haven't they acted yet? Looking at the dirt slope nearby, a Black Hawk soldier hiding in a trench couldn't help but question. According to their initial plan, this frontal position and the clumsy anti-tank guns on it were all bait to attract the enemy. The real trump card should have come from the anti-armor teams on the flank and the 2 dreadnought mechs. But it was already this late. Why hadn't these 2 units appeared yet? Just as they were feeling puzzled, suddenly, a rocket shot out from the side, leaving a long trail of exhaust before slamming into the side of a Mendeleev tank. Large sparks flew out. When this rocket exploded on the side of the tank, the Mendeleev tank in front of them instantly stopped moving. Wait, what's going on? Crew number 3, answer us. Over the radio, a Cambrian armored soldier was shouting loudly. The other Mendeleev tanks were startled by the sight, unsure what had happened to that tank. But unfortunately, despite their repeated calls, crew number 3 gave no response. And just then, other anti-armor teams had already taken position. These Black Hawk soldiers also quickly set up their rocket launchers and aimed them at the other advancing Mendeleev tanks. However, the 76mm secondary cannons on the sides of these Mendeleev tanks unleashed a volley first. It must be said that these tanks, whose design strongly resembled armored trains, were indeed designed with the concept of land cruisers in mind. Especially when these things fired a broadside, they looked exactly like warships. Although the design of land cruisers looked strange no matter how one viewed it must be said that this artillery fire indeed suppressed the Black Hawk anti-armor teams that had just peeked out. This also prevented their remaining rockets from being fired in time, and one rocket even accidentally hit their own men. And just then, the number 3 vehicle, which had been unresponsive, finally had someone reply on the radio. Report, our battle tank was just penetrated by the enemy, and all main driver crew members have been killed in action. I am the secondary gunner at the very rear of the battle tank, and the only survivor on this vehicle. Upon hearing this news, the Cambrian armored soldiers in the other Mendeleev tanks showed expressions of disbelief. No way, how is this possible? How could they penetrate our tank? This isn't right. The side armor of our tank is 100mm thick. What weapon did they use to penetrate our tank so easily? Apparently, these Cambrian soldiers had never encountered the Black Hawk Army's rocket launchers before. Otherwise, they would have known just how powerful the penetration of these 88mm rocket launchers was. In fact, Andrei also didn't know how strong the penetration of this rocket launcher was, because he hadn't yet systematically tested the penetration of the captured rocket launchers. However, if this rocket launcher were compared to the World War II German Tank Hunter rocket launcher, the World War II German Tank Hunter rocket launcher could have a penetration of around 200mm. Therefore, if the Cambrian Empire expected to block this rocket launcher with sufficiently thick armor, they were definitely mistaken. Relying on armor to block the attack of this thing was simply unrealistic, unless they could further thicken the current Mendeleev armor, turning it into a terrifying monster. With only one survivor, tank number 3 was certainly unable to continue fighting. Even if they were lucky and the rocket did not detonate their ammunition rack, this tank still required 12 people for normal operation. The surviving armored soldier tried to reverse the tank, but he had no experience driving a tank, as he was only a gunner. He struggled for a long time, and the tank either moved forward or backward, eventually even rotating 90 degrees, aiming its side firepower at the enemy. When they first saw the tank turn, the Black Hawk soldiers on the opposite side were startled, thinking this land battleship was going to use its broadside firepower against them. But then, they realized the tank was basically done for. The movements of the tank in front of them were merely a survivor inside frantically operating it. Aim the anti-tank gun at that vehicle, and destroy it for me. Haha, the Cambrian army's new weapon is nothing special. In front of our new anti-armor weapons, this thing is just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. But just then, the Andreis hammer artillery located in the rear launched another bombardment towards them. If the Mendeleev tanks had remained in a state of continuous charge, the players might not have casually shelled this area, but since the charging troops had already stopped, what was there to worry about? In the blink of an eye, several heavy explosive shells swept across the position, severely damaging the Black Hawk soldiers who had just peeked out, and even the 2 anti-tank guns remaining on the position were torn to shreds one after another. Send some people with me to the slope over there, we need to take out their anti-armor soldiers. Let's find a few people to get into that tank. I think this should be a cutscene, and it's meant for us to be able to drive that tank too. A player excitedly said to his teammates, looking at the stalled tank with eyes full of excitement. They didn't care if the tank was disabled by the enemy or for some other reason. Anyway, the tank was displayed as not destroyed on the minimap and could still be driven normally, and the drivers inside were all dead. What else could this be but an opportunity for them to drive it? The players immediately split into 2 groups. Several players rushed towards the tank, climbed onto its top, and pried open a hatch. The Cambrian armored soldier, who was lying on several charred corpses and still fumbling with the tank, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw companions enter. Great, buddy, can you get this thing going? No problem, don't worry, leave it to me. Clear the corpses to another spot, or drag them out, and make some space for us. Together, they opened a hatch on the tank's chassis, then sent all the corpses out of the tank's chassis. As the group of players took their positions, they skillfully started the tank. Oh my, what's going on? Commander Bulyak had thought that all the drivers in this tank were dead, and that it would just be paralyzed on the side, becoming a heap of scrap metal. Because they didn't have any extra tank crews trained for this, others simply didn't know how to operate this tank. He never expected that after a few of Andrei's soldiers got in, they would instantly restart the tank. In addition, there was even a soldier holding a wrench, constantly repairing the tank, and the hole in the tank's side was disappearing at an astonishing speed. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating, but he looked again and found that the scene in front of him was still the same as what he had seen before. He remembered that the tank had been hit by a rocket from the enemy, leaving a big hole, but when he turned back, the big hole was gone. After much thought, he couldn't figure out what was going on and could only attribute it all to some special repair skills of Andrei's engineer. Attack, keep attacking, don't stop. Aim your secondary guns to the side, constantly suppress the flanks with firepower, just keep firing while advancing. We already have infantry going to deal with those Black Hawk devils, don't be afraid, keep advancing, our mission is to charge through. The player shouted to the other Mendeleev tanks that were stuck in place, while driving his tank forward. Listening to the commotion on the radio, the other tank crews also advanced one after another. Unconsciously, tank number 3, where the player was, seemed to have suddenly become the leader of the team. Tank number 1, originally responsible for commanding, felt a bit awkward in this situation, unsure what to do at this moment. Just as they were at a loss, Commander Bulyak, who was advancing in a truck behind them, suddenly sent them a communication via radio. Follow tank number 3, listen to their command. I want to see what kind of skill these soldiers under Vorontsov have. Commander Bulyak said, a look of excitement on his face. He never expected that this group of soldiers under Andrei were not only brave warriors but also possessed such powerful skills. He didn't care how Andrei's soldiers managed to skillfully drive a Mendeleev tank the first time they got in, he just wanted to break through the enemy's defenses as quickly as possible and give all the Black Hawk soldiers here a good beating. The Black Hawk army on the front lines, seeing these 6 massive steel behemoths slowly approaching them again, all looked somewhat desperate. They had originally thought their anti-armor squad could deal with this batch of tanks, but unexpectedly, their anti-armor squad only fired 1 rocket and then fell silent. Warriors of the Empire, get ready, everyone find a place to hide. When the Cambrians' tanks come up, we'll use satchel charges to blow up their chassis. I don't believe their tanks are indestructible even on the chassis. Meanwhile, on the players' side, several zealot players, acting as commissar, with just one command, led 2 full companies of Cambrian soldiers towards the gentle slope. Charge! For the Empire, attack! Accompanied by the players' roars, these Cambrian soldiers, bayonets fixed, followed them in a frenzied charge. Some Black Hawk soldiers set up heavy machine guns and fiercely strafed the charging enemies, but a burning grenade suddenly thrown from the opposite side turned the machine gun position into a sea of fire. After throwing the grenade, the players found that, compared to ordinary game characters, after choosing the zealot profession, their grenades seemed to be thrown further. Could it be because the physical quality of humans in the 40K era was better than that of ordinary humans, and they had greater strength? Although the first row of charging soldiers fell one after another in the previous machine gun sweep, under the inspiring aura of the zealot, the remaining Cambrian soldiers seemed fearless. They roared all the way, charging onto the position with astonishing willpower. Before the other Black Hawk soldiers could react, they engaged them in melee combat with bayonets. 2 zealot players also charged up. While continuously firing their pistols, they drew military knives and began to slash at the Black Hawk soldiers beside them. Seeing these 2 burly men, covered in scripture tattoos and with special markings hanging on their chest armor, charging forward with a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, the Black Hawk soldiers who had originally intended to fight them retreated in fear. The tough fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who don't care about their lives. These 2 guys, who clearly looked like zealot, must be the kind of ruthless people who don't care about their lives. Especially when a zealot player used a flamethrower, continuously spraying at the Black Hawk soldiers in front, which scared them into a desperate flight. During this period, all soldiers capable of using flamethrowers were ruthless individuals. Not only because flamethrowers were highly lethal, but also because enemies, upon seeing a flamethrower, would surely concentrate their firepower on these guys, so the casualty rate for flame trooper was also quite high. Wait a minute, does anyone want to try using a servo skull? Suddenly, a player remembered the new content released after a previous game update and asked curiously. Don't mention it, I want to try it. I haven't had time to study the new features since they went online. It's a good time to recruit a servo skull and see. A player said, opening the system interface and then clicking on Combat Pet Companion. According to Andrei's classification, servo skull and demons, etc., were all considered companion combat pets. When they summoned the servo skull, the players' backpacks opened simultaneously, and then a skull, covered in wires and circuit boards, and even featuring a red electronic eye, connected to a small section of spine, floated up out of thin air. Aha, my new users, what's with your equipment? Why does it look so primitive and backward? What's going on? Did the Empire suffer some fatal blow that caused your equipment to become so backward? A servo skull that had just ascended into the air looked at the player dressed as a zealot beside it and couldn't help but make sharp remarks. In its opinion, although this guy was dressed as a classic Imperial zealot, and might even be cannon fodder recruited by the Inquisition, even cannon fodder shouldn't have such backward armament. The pistols and military knives they held, and the flamethrower on their backs, were all ancient versions from who knows how many years ago. No bolter weapons, no laser weapons, no most basic disruptor fields, and even chain weapons hadn't appeared. Also, what was that piece of armor on their chest? According to the scan results, it seemed to be just an ordinary steel plate. With such weapons and equipment, let alone compared to the elite Imperial Guard, even the lowest level scavengers in the Hive City wouldn't be armed to such a pathetic extent. The player stared blankly at the servo skull beside him, realizing that it had just risen and immediately began to make sharp remarks without stopping. What made them even more bewildered was that their servo skull was even trying to tell them some Imperial dad jokes. They were just a bunch of chatterboxes. If I remember correctly, these servo skulls seem to be like this because of brain damage, losing emotional control, so they easily get carried away when thinking. I remember there was a similar setting in Warhammer, to the point where many servo skulls were used for complaints. A player suddenly thought of something and said to his companions. Some players also grabbed their servo skulls and started fumbling, trying to figure out if there was a way to turn off its voice system. Enough, this is not the time to talk about such things. One player, for some unknown reason, suddenly started to fool his servo skull. He spoke to the skull in front of him with a solemn expression. Skull, I need to tell you seriously, we have arrived in a completely different timeline. We are now in the early 3K of Terra, following the Emperor in the Unification Wars of Terra. For the Empire, for humanity, we need your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of servo skulls around them exclaimed in surprise. Oh, the God Emperor above. How sacred is this? Ha ha ha, guys, I never thought I would personally come to Holy Terra in my lifetime. No, I think I'm already dead. Just as the player was still fiddling with his servo skull, a dense sound of machine guns suddenly rang out. Several bullets shot into their squad, and immediately 2 Cambrian soldiers who hadn't had time to lie down fell to the ground. Other players also scrambled for cover, because at this moment more than one machine gun was attacking them. Several Black Hawk squads had somehow flanked them and were sweeping them with fire, and what made them even more uncomfortable was that behind this Black Hawk squad, a dreadnought mech was also firing at them. Damn it, who are they? A servo skull carefully floated behind cover and asked the player. Techno warlords, enemies of the Emperor. At this moment, they are attacking the nation where the Emperor resides. Upon hearing this, the servo skulls immediately couldn't stay put. Without the player even giving orders, they spontaneously sprang into action, quickly flying low to the ground towards the distant Black Hawk troops. Blasphemy. These damned heretics are truly blasphemous, they actually dare to attack the Holy Emperor. For the Empire, exterminate the heretics. Exterminate these traitors. These servo skulls didn't consider the enemies in front of them to be invaders. In their eyes, the Emperor was inherently the Lord of humanity, and this group of people dared to attack the Emperor's army. What else could they be but traitors and heretics? To dare to launch an attack on the Emperor, this was blatant rebellion. The last fellow who so brazenly attacked the Emperor was Horus. The Black Hawk troops, who had just flanked them and were preparing to attack the player's squad, looked at the batch of skulls suddenly rushing towards them, and all of them were dumbfounded. What are these things? Are these our skull bombs? Obviously not, these are clearly the despicable Cambrians who stole the Empire's technology. The Black Eagle Empire's skull bombs do not come with a section of the spine, and each skull bomb has a small propeller for flight. So they only observed for a moment and confirmed that these things were not the Empire's weapons. Although they didn't understand how these things could fly without propellers. However, this did not prevent them from opening fire on these objects. Large bursts of machine gun bullets continuously swept towards them, firing madly at the skulls flying low to the ground. The Black Hawk army even thought that these skulls were all unmanned bombs, used to cover their dreadnought mech, so they had to eliminate these guys as quickly as possible. But what surprised the Black Hawk army was that after these skulls flew a certain distance, they seemed to stop flying. They didn't know what level of operator the Cambrian Empire on the other side had, but they always felt that the flexibility of these skull bombs seemed much higher than their own skull bombs. Just as they were thinking this, suddenly, a series of red laser beams shot from the opposite side. One laser after another precisely hit the firing Black Hawk soldiers. In just a moment, 7 or 8 Black Hawk soldiers fell to the ground, a large hole burned through their chests by the lasers. Damned heretic soldiers! Feel the wrath of the loyalists. These skulls continuously fired small lasers at the opposite side while cursing and spewing insults. Mid-round, a skull suddenly appeared directly in the player's private chat area, and started ranting at its owner. Damn it, when you activated me, couldn't you have installed some good modules on me? Look at all this junk on me. No micro-aspects, not even an infrared reconnaissance system. The weapon is just this one low-quality laser emitter, and it doesn't even have a force field shield equipped. What kind of miserable life is this? Damn it, I'm a combat skull, not those guys who do clerical work. And I don't have any modules for clerical processing here either. The player was startled by the scene, mainly because they really didn't expect that this thing could not only speak, but also appear in their chat area to speak. Wait a moment, how did you get in? Does this game's pets also have the ability to speak in the chat area? A player asked in astonishment, and then received a disdainful emoji from the skull. Fool, which servo skull doesn't connect data with its user? Did you not have brain modification surgery before activating me? After asking this question, the skull that had just asked suddenly fell silent for a moment. He hadn't paid much attention before, but at this moment, after thinking carefully, he discovered a problem. It was strange, why didn't the users operating them have a data cable plugged into the top of their heads? How exactly were these guys operating them? Could it be more advanced technology, such as microchips implanted in their brains, or perhaps the use of damned abominable intelligence? The player didn't notice the skull's silence, but instead searched in his personal interface. After searching for a moment and confirming that there were no module modification options, he shrugged. Don't ask me, I'd like to install some good modules for you too, but the problem is I don't have anything on hand. This function doesn't seem to be unlocked yet, right? With the player saying that, the skull started cursing again. Oh, the Emperor above, am I really only able to fight with this pile of junk? Damn it, if you have the money to equip a servo skull, can't you use that money to buy some good stuff from the Hive City scrap dealers? Any scrap dealer could get me a few less shabby parts. Although the servo skulls were cursing here, their continuously firing lasers never stopped. Under the continuous laser fire, the Black Hawk army felt as if they had encountered a group of precise riflemen, and one soldier after another fell. What made them even more uncomfortable was that the enemy's skulls were too flexible, and they always stayed away from them. These guys floated around, occasionally hiding behind various obstacles, making it difficult for them to aim and hit the opponent. Of course, besides that, these Black Hawk soldiers were also wondering about one thing. Where did the laser technology on these skulls come from? Even now, their Black Eagle Empire could only equip laser weapons on some large facilities, such as Titans and large airships, and the volume of each laser crystal was as large as a person. In comparison, how did the opponent's small laser technology look so heaven-defying? Even if the power of these lasers seemed similar to rifle bullets and couldn't penetrate their armored units, it was still terrifying enough. Boom! The dreadnought mech fired a shell into the distance, exploding in an area where lasers were particularly concentrated. As the bomb exploded, one of the player's skulls immediately showed a down status, and the health bars of several other skulls also turned red, clearly indicating damage. Just as the player whose skull was downed was still feeling pained about his previous expenses, they suddenly discovered that this servo skull seemed to be able to do more than just shoot. One of the main skull's eyes dimmed and it fell to the ground, motionless. Several nearby servo skulls gathered around, and then, in unison, extended a small welding torch from their spines. With a burst of welding, the previously extinguished servo skull returned to its original state, slowly floating up again, and even the player's side showed that his skull was back online. The same happened to several other damaged servo skulls. After they repaired each other, the damage immediately returned to its original state. Emperor/Omnissiah above. What just happened? A servo skull that had completed its repair work recalled its previous actions and shrieked in disbelief. This is unscientific. How did I just complete that series of repairs with a backward old-fashioned welding torch? Could it be that this thing contains nanotechnology? Oh no, I suspect I've been corrupted by the Chaos Gods. This technology clearly comes from the warp. Recalling their previous series of operations, these servo skulls were all stunned. They didn't know what was going on just now. They subconsciously went to repair their companions, but after the repairs were completed, they realized how astonishing their operations were. Player, stop overthinking, this is the Emperor's might, understand? Servo skull, oh, if you put it that way, we understand. So it was the Emperor/Omnissiah showing his divine power. While other players were fiddling with their servo skulls, one player did not choose this option, but instead turned his attention to the blue horror. Although he was wearing a zealot skin, summoning a blue horror looked a bit strange, but he really wanted to know what was special about this thing. So this player chose to summon a blue horror. Just as he finished choosing to summon, a small warp gate suddenly appeared in front of him, followed by a strangely shaped, half-human tall blue imp jumping out of the flames. Aha, follower of the Lord of Change, my summoner, I believe we will get along well. The blue horror summoned by the player was just about to deliver an opening speech, but at that moment, it looked at the surrounding scene and froze in place. All around it were soldiers dressed as Emperor's zealots, with interwoven halos of holy light. The psychic energy, so familiar and utterly hated by demons, was blatantly mixed in among them. At the same time, several servo skulls were floating in the sky, all aiming their lasers at it. Gah! What the hell is this place? I've been tricked. The real universe is too terrifying, I want to go back to the warp. Chapter 315, Mountains of Gas Bombs. Demons. Blasphemy. How dare they? How dare those filthy warp abominations step foot on the sacred and supreme soil of Holy Terra? The moment they saw the demon summoned by the player, all the servo skulls exploded in outrage, their laser emitters aiming at the demon, as if ready to purge it at the slightest provocation. Other servo skulls aimed their laser emitters at the player who had just summoned the demon, completely unable to comprehend what was going on with this person. He clearly looked like a loyal follower of the Emperor, so how could he summon a demon? Good heavens, what kind of loyalty is this? Could this person have come from the Inquisition? Calm down, we are in an extraordinary situation, and we need to borrow some power from the warp. The player who had just summoned the demon hadn't expected that the combat pets they summoned would even have faction alignments. He quickly explained, while casually taking off a badge from his body and slapping it onto the demon's forehead. See? This demon has a mark of purity on its head, it is loyal. No sooner had he spoken than the Tsianch blue horror also gesticulated wildly, saying, exactly, loyal. I am super loyal. You have no idea, I have followed the Imperial Chancellor for many years, shedding blood and sweat for the Empire behind the scenes, enduring countless hardships and efforts. Seeing the demon speak with such sorrow, snot, and tears flowing, the logical circuits of the other servoskulls also short-circuited a bit. What's going on? It sounds like this demon might actually be somewhat loyal. But then again, who is the Imperial Chancellor the demon speaks of? Could it be Regent Mikado? Otherwise, it couldn't possibly be Guilliman, the Imperial Regent who only recently reawakened, could it? One servoskull asked this question, and upon hearing it, the blue horror actually managed to contort its grotesque face into a very obvious look of mockery, as if despising the skull's intelligence. Fool, how could it be? Mikado passed away how many years ago? The Imperial Chancellor I speak of is, of course, the Great Lord of Change, Xian Liezi. Don't you know that the Supreme Schemer has always been the invisible Chancellor of the human empire? To be honest, for the human empire's system to have run for so long without collapsing, Tsianch certainly played a part. Without saying anything else, the fact that this fragmented system could last so long is already very Tsianchian, isn't it? After hearing the demon's words, the servoskulls fell silent. The next moment, more laser emitters were aimed at the demon. Indeed, this demon's conscience is utterly corrupt, it still tries to corrupt us even now. Who has a melta? This demon needs to be purified with loyal flames. After some arguing, although the servoskulls strongly expressed their desire to eliminate the demon before them, unfortunately, their control ultimately remained in the player's hands. Therefore, despite the skull's great dissatisfaction with this demon, it still successfully joined the player's team. As a companion combat pet. Alright, regarding the demon issue, we can argue about it later, I can only say that the situation here is quite special. When you turn back and see the other chaotic enemies, you'll understand. Trust me, the troubles this world faces are far more than just warp issues. As he spoke, a player roughly analyzed the intelligence they had for these servoskulls, essentially telling them how absurd the enemies they faced truly were. After listening to the player, the group of servoskulls all felt like they were about to short-circuit. Quack. What kind of hellish place is this? Is this still Holy Terra? When did Holy Terra turn into such a chaotic state, with demons dancing everywhere? Can this broken place even be saved? But then, when they thought of the chaos during the Terra Unification Wars, the servoskulls felt that this seemed quite normal after all. Emperor above, why has Holy Terra become like this? A servoskull said with immense sorrow, but unfortunately, he no longer had tear ducts, otherwise, he would surely have wept bitterly at the thought of glorious Terra having devolved into such a state, feeling heartbroken. Alas, there's nothing for it, I told you already, this is Terra during the Terra Unification Wars, so a bit of chaos is normal. Look on the bright side, if you can help us win this war, then afterwards, all the skulls present will be founding heroes of the Empire. What an honor that would be. After the player said this, the skulls analyzed it and thought it seemed to make sense. Excellent, this is a great opportunity to make contributions and establish achievements. Without saying anything else, if they ever had the chance to return to their own world, just bragging about this would be enough for a lifetime. In the distance, the dreadnought mech was still continuously firing to suppress, while also sweeping machine gun fire towards the player's position. Looking at the newly summoned demon, the player pointed at the mech and said, "Go, help me take down that mech and prove your strength. You've seen it, all these skulls around want to purge you. If you don't prove your worth, it will make things very difficult for me." As soon as the player gave the order, the blue horror immediately saluted with all three arms on its right side simultaneously. "Yes, sir. Watch me." No sooner had he spoken than the demon transformed into a ball of psychic flame, drifted forward, and then reformed. It was unclear whether it was because the demon was erratic or because it was relatively short, making it very inconspicuous on this complex battlefield. This peculiar little demon stealthily approached the side of the Black Hawk soldiers in front, and still, no Black Hawk soldiers noticed it. The blue horror glanced at the enemies continuously firing at the opposite side, pondered for a moment, and then came up with a peculiar idea. A Black Hawk soldier was holding a rifle, firing at the skulls, exchanging fire with them in the distance, while fumbling for bullets in his pocket. But as he was reloading, he suddenly heard some particular sounds near his ear. "Watch out, there's an enemy on your flank. See that giant mech? That's a Cambrian army mech that has broken into your ranks." The sound initially just annoyed him, but the soldier paid no mind, thinking he was just getting dizzy from the fighting. But gradually, the voice repeated more and more times in his ear, seeming to grow louder and louder. He felt his head spinning, and when he turned to look at the flank of his squad, he was suddenly surprised to find that the scene he had just seen had changed. The dreadnought mech that had originally stood on the flank of the squad, continuously firing at the enemy, now, in his eyes, seemed to have transformed into a reindeer mech of the Cambrian Empire. He didn't know how this reindeer mech had appeared, but he watched as it aimed its machine gun and cannon at his comrades, who were completely motionless at the moment. This scene was as if an enemy mech had silently crept up from behind their squad, and their squad, with all their attention focused on the enemies in front, hadn't noticed any enemies behind them at all. Seeing the mech's machine gun and cannon spit fire again, the soldier's mind went blank. He couldn't care about anything else. No. He suddenly shrieked, then grabbed a pre-bound bundle of grenades from beside him. Under the horrified gazes of his teammates, he rushed forward with the bundle of grenades and threw the entire bundle beneath the dreadnought mech. The sudden cluster of grenades startled the pilot inside the mech. He had never expected that his allied soldiers would suddenly attack him with grenades at such a time. Caught off guard, although he tried his best to move the mech away from the imminent explosion, the grenades still detonated before his mech could start moving. With a loud boom, the dreadnought mech slowly toppled over. Although its main structure was not severely damaged, one of its legs had its hydraulic system destroyed by the blast and could no longer support the mech. "Oliver, you idiot, what exactly are you doing?" An officer rushed over, looking at the stunned soldier, and asked in disbelief. He had never imagined that while they were busy fighting the enemy, their own soldier would suddenly throw grenades as if having a fit, blowing up their own mech. Just then, 2 armored soldiers also scrambled out of the fallen mech in a disheveled state. One of them rushed over without a word and punched Oliver hard in the face. Only after being knocked to the ground did Oliver realize what he had done. "No. This isn't real, I don't know. How is this possible? I clearly saw that it was a reindeer mech from the Cambrian Empire. This must be some kind of bizarre illusion." Despite Oliver's repeated protests, the other soldiers simply didn't believe him. He was immediately pinned to the ground by several Black Hawk soldiers, disarmed, and then tied up and thrown aside. "Damn it, when this is over, you can explain these issues to the military police." The player on their side saw the scene and couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise, never expecting that this demon actually had the ability to turn enemies. Good heavens, what kind of demon is this? This is clearly Yuri. Quick, keep turning the other side. I want to play Mental Omega. The player excitedly urged the demon through communication. By the way, this was also a rather interesting point. Both the servo skulls and the blue horror that the player had just summoned seemed to be able to intervene in the player's private chat and converse with their master. Of course, according to the servo skulls and the demon, one was connected to the player via data, allowing for data sharing in the mind, while the other was connected spiritually through a contract. The player didn't pay much attention to these settings. Instead, they found it quite interesting that their combat pets could actually talk. As for why these two things had the function of dialogue, perhaps it was some kind of game Easter egg. Although the player was eager for their demon to continue acting as Yuri, unfortunately, the demon refused the player's request. "Boss, I also want to keep throwing illusions, but I'm not a demon specializing in illusions, I'm just an ordinary little demon. What I'm good at is throwing fireballs and wielding daggers. Illusions are really too difficult. I can only cast one a day, and it gets broken if the opponent receives even a small mental shock." Pfft. So this thing's skill has limited uses after all. Even so, throwing fireballs is actually a good option. At least, compared to the normal attack mode, the visual effect of fireballs looks pretty good. When the demon threw a fireball from the side, burning a soldier into a torch, the other Black Hawk soldiers finally noticed the hidden demon. The unlucky demon had just thrown one fireball and hadn't had time to throw a second before a volley of bullets shot over, making the blue horror shrink back. "Damn it, boss, it's not that I'm not trying, but their firepower is a bit fierce." Feeling the bullets flying everywhere above his head, the blue horror quickly crouched even lower, afraid of being hit by a bullet if he wasn't careful. Although demons generally have some resistance to physical attacks, perhaps because the summoning method is special, the connection with the real universe is inherently extremely fragile, and the protection of warp laws in all aspects is severely insufficient. Coupled with too many bullets overhead, he didn't dare to show his head at all, fearing that he would be piled to death by a bunch of bullets as soon as he showed it. While dodging, the demon cautiously moved sideways, while also conjuring fireballs to continue throwing out. But without a doubt, this kind of output efficiency was obviously much lower. In contrast, the servo skull on the other side, which was still continuously firing lasers, looked much stronger. Although these skulls were quite talkative, each of them had enough loyalty and fanaticism for the Empire. As soon as they thought that the Black Hawk soldiers dared to oppose the Great Emperor, the skulls were furious, wishing they could quickly kill all these rebels and offer their blood to the God Emperor. Because the enemies here were heavily pinned down by the players, the main armored soldier units on the front could launch an assault recklessly, without having to worry about enemies launching another surprise attack from the flank. Watching the huge Mendeleev tank roll over, some Black Hawk soldiers hiding in the trenches couldn't bear the pressure and actually jumped out of the trenches, trying to escape. However, under the combined firepower of these tanks and the accompanying large number of infantry, no Black Hawk soldier could escape at this time. As soon as they left the trenches, the flying machine gun bullets would instantly tear them to shreds. Brave warriors, the time has come to serve the Empire. Hold tight to your satchels of explosives, and when the enemy's steel behemoths charge up, we'll show them what's what. Hearing the officer's words, several soldiers cautiously gripped the satchels of explosives in their hands trembling as they held the fuses. Although they had made up their minds and joined the suicide squad, this did not mean they would not feel fear before perishing with the enemy. On the contrary, at this moment, all of them were terrified of their impending fate. If it weren't for the officer sharing his flask with them when they received the satchels, letting each take a sip of liquor, their current state would definitely be much worse. Stop advancing, let our infantry go in and deal with the enemy first. When the number 3 vehicle driven by the player reached the very front, the player suddenly shouted to the other vehicles over the comms. The other Cambrian armored soldiers immediately understood the player's intention, then simultaneously stopped, and behind them, other players led a large number of infantry to charge into the enemy trenches. Originally, the Black Hawk soldiers thought the enemy tanks would directly roll over them, because often, their own armored units would charge at enemy positions in this manner. Doing so could indeed provide sufficient psychological deterrence to the enemy, but if the enemy was not successfully deterred, the enemy troops hiding in the trenches might actually blow up the charging armored vehicles. However, because most of the Cambrian army they encountered were in a state of immediate collapse and lacked sufficient morale, many Black Hawk army units particularly favored this simple and brutal fighting style. When a group of Cambrian soldiers, bayonets fixed, roared and jumped into the trenches, the Black Hawk soldiers who were preparing to detonate their satchels were also a bit stunned. They hesitated for a moment, then quickly threw away the satchels of explosives, turned to pick up their guns, and began to fight the charging Cambrian soldiers in the trenches. However, when the players joined these Cambrian soldiers, this battle that erupted in the trenches was destined to have only one outcome. Many players transformed into squad leaders, leading the charge at the front while reminding other Cambrian soldiers and telling them the enemy's positions. These Cambrian soldiers couldn't figure out why these strange veterans leading their charge all knew where the enemies were hiding. But seeing their bodies covered in tattooed scriptures and the various holy books hanging on them, many Cambrian soldiers suspected that these strange guys were very likely blessed by the gods and thus gained the ability of precognition. As soon as they thought that they were currently fighting alongside a group of people blessed by the gods, the morale of the other Cambrian soldiers also rose steadily. Most Cambrian soldiers were very superstitious, after all, that was the atmosphere of the Cambrian Empire. This also led to their morale increasing at an astonishing rate when they believed the gods were watching them or blessing them. When the players and other Cambrian soldiers successfully suppressed the enemy in the trenches, the remaining Mendeleev tanks rumbled forward, then aimed their side machine guns and cannons at the trenches. Under continuous strafing and bombardment, these trenches were successively breached by the armored brigade, and they quickly occupied the enemy position located near the intersection. Excellent, we have achieved victory. Keep advancing. Colonel Belyak shouted excitedly, but just then, he suddenly saw a surviving Black Hawk soldier release a pigeon. Although he was shot dead by a charging player with a submachine gun the next moment, before falling to his death, he showed a mocking smile to the Cambrian soldiers present. Oh no, it's Pigeon Foolishmo. Damn it, the Black Eagle Empire seems to have artillery skills too. The other Cambrian soldiers didn't understand what was going on, but players with battlefield game experience instantly thought of the maneuver from the animation. The pigeon the opponent just released wasn't for anything else, but to inform the artillery position in the rear to open fire on this location. Quick! Get away from here immediately, the enemy's artillery is coming. Hearing a player shout, Colonel Belyak looked surprised, not understanding what was happening. Just as he was about to grab a player and ask him how he came to that conclusion, he suddenly heard a familiar, piercing whistle in the sky. Disperse quickly, damn it, enemy artillery. Find cover, drive the battle tanks away. What Colonel Belyak was most worried about at this moment were the 6 battle tanks in their unit. The loss of other soldiers was easy to explain, and even the loss of these soldiers was somewhat irrelevant. After all, there were so many people in the Cambrian Empire, they could have as many soldiers as they wanted. But the 6 super heavy battle tanks in their unit were the core of the entire offensive. Once these 6 battle tanks were destroyed in the artillery, the subsequent trouble would be huge, especially since these battle tanks were experimental models they were developing, which made them even more valuable. Although the 6 battle tanks had accelerated to their maximum speed, they still couldn't move fast. Especially when this thing traversed the trenches, its speed suddenly became even slower. If it weren't for the fact that this thing was indeed large enough, looking like a long, slender armored train, the player would even suspect that this thing might get stuck on the trenches. Boom! The first shell fell onto the position, splashing up large amounts of earth and rock. Looking at the explosive power of that shell in the distance, Colonel Belyak's face changed drastically, because he knew this was the enemy's heavy artillery. Although he had already guessed it was the enemy's heavy artillery from the sound of the shell falling just now, the power of this shell still somewhat exceeded his imagination. Immediately after, more shells fell towards them, each shell striking the position like a heavy hammer on the colonel's heart, making his face turn pale. Careful! Suddenly, he saw a shell fall directly near a Mendeleev tank, then explode instantly. Although the flying shrapnel did not penetrate the battle tank, the violent explosion blew off the battle tank's tracks. Before he could say anything, a player engineer immediately rushed up and, with astonishing speed, repaired the tracks, restoring the battle tank's mobility. As expected of General Vorontsov's troops, this repair capability is simply outrageous. Seeing this, the colonel finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he heard the sound of an engine coming from the sky. Looking up, he saw several planes just passing overhead, and judging by their target, they seemed to be heading for the enemy artillery positions in the distance. Ha ha ha, that's it, this is how war should be. Seeing several planes drop bombs on the distant enemy artillery positions, the colonel couldn't help but laugh out loud. There was no other reason, he simply felt a sense of vindication. Recalling previous wars, most of the time, they would often be utterly crushed by the Black Eagle Empire's air force. When he previously led armored units to confront the Black Eagle Empire's army, the situation he encountered was quite similar. They had painstakingly set up their defenses and mounted their cannons, just waiting for the Black Eagle Empire to send troops into their trap. But several airships suddenly appearing overhead would always manage to destroy their defenses, and bombs dropped from above would often take many soldiers' lives before the battle even began. Now, he was finally enjoying the feeling of Air Force cover, and he had to say, it was truly wonderful. Although the Black Hawk Army had deployed several 210mm heavy mortars at the front, these heavy mortars failed to play much of a role and were quickly destroyed by the players' bombers. Although this thing had survived the players' previous bombing, because the players had already severely crippled the Black Hawk Army's anti-air capabilities, these Black Hawk Army's anti-air capabilities were almost zero at this moment. Relying on Air Force cooperation and a large number of players leading infantry charges, Colonel Bilyak's breakthrough along the way was unstoppable. Although it took some effort, he ultimately spent 5 hours leading the armored units to smash through the enemy's defenses and finally occupied the transportation hub Andrei had mentioned. Although the Black Hawk Army had previously detected Andrei's intentions and had begun to transfer some of the supplies stored at this transportation hub, some supplies still fell into the hands of the Cambrian army. These supplies were not the Black Hawk Army's most valuable items, just some food, but even so, the Cambrian soldiers, having captured a pile of enemy canned goods, were beaming with joy. There was no other way, the Cambrian army's rations were simply too poor. These grey cattle truly didn't get to eat anything good on a daily basis. So much so that capturing a few enemy canned goods made them feel as if it were a holiday. Oh my god, Colonel! Look what this is! Suddenly, an officer shouted at Colonel Bilyak. Hearing the commotion, he quickly ran over and discovered a mountain of bombs piled up in the warehouse. If it were just bombs, it wouldn't be so terrifying, but the problem was that all these bombs had a green skull symbol on them. They knew these were Black Hawk Army gas bombs. Damn it! Is the Black Hawk Army crazy? Are they planning a massacre in Sverdlovsk? The colonel couldn't help but curse loudly when he saw these bombs. He knew these bombs were dropped by airships, their design clearly indicated they were aerial bombs. The thought of such a large quantity of biochemical weapons being deployed in Sverdlovsk made his scalp tingle. Who knew how many people would die or be injured in Sverdlovsk if it were bombed with these things? No, considering the location of this transportation hub, the enemy probably wasn't just planning to bomb Sverdlovsk. Folkhov and several other nearby areas, weren't they all likely within the Black Hawk Army's gas bombing range? These Black Hawk devils are truly evil. How can they be so bad? When the players saw these gas bombs, they couldn't help but feel indignant towards the Black Hawk Army. Although the players weren't afraid of these things, they knew very well how many casualties they would cause if they were dropped on a city. During the War of Resistance against Japan, the devils used these things to harm many people, and even unexploded bombs buried underground would occasionally detonate decades later. So how should these things be dealt with? Pile them up and burn them all with fire, otherwise, these things are all hazards. Colonel Bilyak finally gave the order to burn them all together. There was no other way, they didn't have the time to safely dispose of these things. If conditions allowed, they would have liked to transport all these things away, throwing them into the depths of the Siberian wilderness to be buried, but at this moment, they were within the enemy's sphere of influence. Soon, a large number of enemies would gather to launch a siege, and they simply didn't have the ability to transport so many gas bombs away and destroy them all. Given this, the best method was to use fire. The raging flames would destroy most of the biochemical weapons. A large batch of flammable materials was piled up with these bombs, and a few players risked pouring fuel onto the bombs. After everyone had moved far away, several players simply took out their newly acquired 120mm mortar and loaded white phosphorus incendiary shells into it. Whoa, this mortar is a bit big. When the players saw the mortar standing taller than themselves, someone couldn't help but exclaim. The operation of this thing felt very different from a 60mm mortar. The disadvantage was that it wasn't as flexible as the 60mm mortar they originally used, and both setup and packing required a 15-second waiting time. But the advantage, of course, was that this thing was more powerful, had a longer range, and provided stronger firepower suppression. As several white phosphorus shells were fired into the warehouse, an astonishing explosion immediately occurred in that warehouse. Watching the warehouse turn into a sea of fire, with flames clearly visible even tens of kilometers away, the players and other Cambrian soldiers all breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, some players had suggested trying to get these shells out and load them onto Cambrian army airships to bomb the enemy. However, this suggestion was immediately rejected by other players and the Cambrian soldiers present. Although they really wanted to fight fire with fire, they shouldn't forget that this war was currently happening on their own territory. In the end, throwing virus bombs and gas bombs around would only damage their own land. Alright, never mind that warehouse. The gas bombs inside can no longer harm anyone. Quickly set up defenses, hide our artillery and tanks. Next, we need to hold out here as long as possible. Under the colonel's command, a large number of Cambrian soldiers sprang into action, immediately beginning to dig trenches. Of course, during the trench digging process, the main force was still the players. When the colonel watched these players dig trenches at an astonishing speed, quickly completing an entire trench, despite the players having some information interference, the colonel still felt it was unscientific. It's incredible. Are Vorontsov's soldiers all this capable? I feel like there's an opportunity. Should I send more study groups to General Vorontsov's units for further training? The colonel thought this, and although he wasn't sure if it was a good idea, he felt he particularly wanted his soldiers to learn their techniques. If they could learn this skill, they would never have to worry about positional warfare again. While they were busy setting up this position, an armored soldier unit of the Black Eagle Empire was already rushing towards them. Before this, when the players launched a large-scale air force attack on this side, a Black Hawk general had already predicted the Cambrian army's next direction of attack. However, because the opposing army moved too quickly, their reinforcements had not yet arrived, and this side had already fallen. But it didn't matter, their armored soldier unit and several infantry units from the other side would soon surround this area. Soon, this Cambrian army unit that had ventured deep would become a turtle in a jar. Our reconnaissance airship spotted a large fire in the warehouse area. It seems they must have destroyed our gas bombs. An officer reported to General Ron, who was currently planning the war. Upon hearing this news, General Ron merely nodded, showing no signs of anger. If they're destroyed, they're destroyed. Those things were never good, and I've always opposed escalating the war. I've said it before, slaughtering enemy civilians is meaningless. Living people can create more value than dead people. If we constantly leave no way out for the enemy, they will only fight to the death. At this point, General Ron sighed. Although he was increasingly dissatisfied with the Empire's current mode of warfare, what could a general do? He looked at the map and fell into deep thought. But just then, General Ron suddenly thought of a question. Why did this Cambrian army unit launch a surprise attack on this warehouse area? Did they know about the bombing plan in advance and intend to destroy the gas bombs? In his opinion, if the enemy had known about this news in advance, then such a military operation would be understandable. Although the operation was risky, they did successfully save their city. But he always felt that the situation seemed a little different from what he had imagined. Logically, such a bombing operation should be a highly classified event. Given the Cambrian Empire's abysmal intelligence level, they shouldn't have known about this in advance, right? But if the enemy didn't know about the large number of bombs here and suddenly launched this military operation, then what exactly were they after? Undoubtedly, they couldn't hold this transportation hub, because there were too many Black Hawk army troops around. They might be able to quickly occupy this area through a surprise attack, but the subsequent reinforcements would inevitably surround this place, ultimately annihilating the Cambrian army that had captured it. No matter how arrogant the enemy was, they wouldn't think they could just charge in like this. If so, then this military operation by the enemy was a bit baffling. That Lieutenant General Vorontsov is definitely not a fool, he wouldn't let his army undertake such a meaningless risky operation. Just as General Ron was thinking this, he suddenly glimpsed another corner of the map. Seeing this, his brain seemed to be electrified, and he suddenly thought of something. Oh no, could this be a feint, luring the tiger out of its mountain, making a diversion to attack the east while feinting to the west? Looking at the other defensive line, General Ron suddenly realized that if Andrei attacked the troops on that side at this time, his defensive line here would probably be very difficult to hold. Because he had just pulled the most elite armored soldier unit from that defensive line, and the remaining infantry units didn't look like they could contend with Andrei's elites. But he compared the distances on the map and became a little unsure about his previous guess. It can't be, does that guy really have such courage, daring to undertake such a risky long-distance raid? This is practically walking a tightrope. If the breakthrough speed on the other line slows down even a little, their surrounded army will quickly become like meat buns thrown to dogs, never to return, and it's even possible that I could achieve a breakthrough from the left flank. Thinking of this, General Ron became a little uncertain again. After some deliberation, he ultimately decided to proceed with the original plan. The armored soldier unit that had been moved could not be moved back. Otherwise, relying solely on the infantry units on the other side, he felt it would be difficult for them to recapture this transportation hub, and more importantly, their troops on the other side could not bear the consequences of the transportation being cut off for a long time. Have our engineers lay more landmines, set up the defensive line as best as possible, and also transport the newly arrived heavy artillery to the nearby fortresses. General Ron quickly gave orders. Inform the frontline troops that you may encounter an attack from the Volkov front army, but no matter what, you must hold back the enemy's attack. We need time now. Even if the enemy truly launches an attack, as long as we stall for long enough, their military operation will be a complete failure. After giving the orders, General Ron breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was still a little uneasy. After some thought, he called General Graham, who was originally under the Central Army, to inform his army group to be extremely cautious. Because if the enemy really did that, General Graham's army group would be the first to bear the brunt. His own army group's problem wasn't really big. If the situation went wrong, he could quickly withdraw his troops, but General Graham might then be surrounded by the enemy. Chapter 316, Hey, this combat servitor is quite interesting. Oh ho ho, don't worry, that won't happen. Ron, sometimes you're just too cautious. Don't overestimate our enemies too much. Even if they really come, I will repel them with a brilliant offensive. On the other end of the phone, General Graham heard General Ron's warning, but he didn't take it seriously at all. Although he seemed a bit careless, General Graham genuinely didn't believe that Andrei's army had the capability to advance so far and then counter-encircle him. On one hand, he didn't believe that Andrei's soldiers could achieve such a significant breakthrough in such a short time. On the other hand, he also didn't believe that the Special Armored Brigade, which had now deeply penetrated their lines, could withstand the fierce encirclement of multiple armies. Clearly, he didn't have a sufficient understanding of creatures like players. Especially since he had no idea that Andrei's system had updated again, and players even had drone-like units that were even more intelligent than drones. At this moment, Andrei's players were sharing their experiences using the servo skull, and also trying to further develop new uses for this weapon. This isn't working, why are you all so weak? The levitation device actually has a power limit. Some players tried to directly step on a servo skull and take off. Despite the servo skull's strong protests, it was eventually successfully stepped on by the player. When players discovered that this skull seemed genuinely unable to fly, and wasn't just unwilling to be stepped on, they complained with a hint of disappointment. Damn it, how many times have I told you? I'm just an ordinary skull, and I don't have any high-power levitation system installed. Even if you want to use me as a flying vehicle, at least install a better subsystem for me. The skull, which had suffered the player's ruthless trampling, indignantly said, look at what you usually do. None of you think about serving the Emperor more. All day long, you're busy messing with us. How do your priests usually educate you? Hearing this, the players looked at each other. You might not believe it, but we actually don't have many priests. If we have to say, our priests also believe in Kern. One player scratched his head, a slightly awkward expression on his face. This was indeed true. The Cambrian army didn't have many battlefield priests, and most of the players willing to serve as battlefield priests came from the Church of the Winter Goddess. Although players hadn't found any direct evidence linking these churches to the Chaos Gods, no matter how they looked at it, they felt these churches had some chaotic elements. After hearing the player's explanation, the Servo Skull cursed profusely, shouting blasphemy. Damn it, what's wrong with this world? Can it still be saved? Is this the Holy Terror during the Unification Wars? Many Servo Skulls gained a new understanding of the chaotic state of Terra during this period. Although they had previously seen records of all sorts of monsters and demons roaming Terra during this period in many documents, at that time they had only seen textual records, and compared to reality, these words ultimately seemed too pale. Emperor above, how is it that the mainstream priests here believe in Kern? Besides those damned war maniacs, don't you have any other priests? The player thought for a moment and suddenly remembered Yelena, who always stood beside Andre, and the other medical sisters. He nodded and said, yes, there are. There's another group of priests from the Church of the Spring Goddess, currently serving as our team's medical personnel. But I don't know if it's just my imagination, I always feel like they have some connection to Nurgle. Woohoo, even worse. The Servo Skull almost fell directly from the sky. If it had to choose an opponent, it would rather choose Kern than Nurgle. There was no way around it. Although Kern was fierce in battle, his followers were straightforward. They usually didn't have too many messy chaos blessings. So, fighting Kern was simple, as long as they were strong enough to overwhelm the enemy, they could defeat Kern's followers. But fighting Nurgle was different. Even if they won against Nurgle in battle, they could still be disgusted to death by the enemy. To make an analogy, enemies with Kern's blessings were like a demonized Lu Buletin, while enemies with Nurgle's blessings were like a mop with shit version of Lu Buletin, and this version of the enemy was often incredibly tough. Besides the Servo Skulls, some players also chose to summon demons. From previous battlefield performance, Xianxia's blue horrors were quite powerful at using illusions. If they could control certain officers in the enemy army, or certain special enemy units, these guys' illusions were actually very vicious. Unfortunately, illusion skills could only be used once a day, which meant they couldn't control enemy armies on a very large scale. Otherwise, players would have long since transformed into Yuri and directly played mind control with the other side. Aside from illusions, the flame effects thrown by these blue horrors were relatively mediocre. Although these flames had strong penetrative power, their attack range was too short, and throwing them easily exposed their presence. If they were hit by concentrated enemy fire even slightly carelessly, these little dwarf demons would be sent back to the warp. To the players' disappointment, their recruitment of these combat pets seemed to be restricted by factions. Once a faction was recruited, they couldn't recruit another faction's pets unless they dismissed the current faction's pets. Of course, this might not necessarily be a faction restriction, as each of them seemed to only be able to recruit one combat pet at a time. Unless their recruited Servo Skull or Demon died, they couldn't recruit a second one, even recruiting the same unit was impossible. This left the players a bit disappointed. If they could recruit in large numbers, they could show the enemy what an ocean of drones and demons looked like. To be honest, not only were the players disappointed by this, Andre was also somewhat disappointed by this restriction. He tried to ask his system, but his system never provided an explanation for this. Ah, what a hassle, there are even these messy restrictions. I originally wanted to create an ocean of Servo Skulls. If I could enter a drone matrix combat mode in advance, that would be awesome. Thinking of this, Andre suddenly remembered that the Tau Empire in Warhammer seemed very good at using drones. When their armies fought, soldiers would often have drones accompanying them, and different types of drones had different functions. He didn't know why. The Imperium clearly had similar units, and Servo Skulls were actually more intelligent, but the Imperium rarely had armies that would have Servo Skulls accompany them during an offensive. Perhaps it was because the cost of producing a Servo Skull in the Imperium was too expensive, and it also required loyal skull suppliers. If they were widely supplied to cannon fodder soldiers, the Imperium's Servo Skull production might not be sufficient. Emperor, although your current battle plan is incredibly bold and brilliant, I believe there is still room for further improvement in this battle plan. We don't need to overly focus on soldier casualties. What we need is a breakthrough, what we need is speed. We need to make the soldiers constantly launch offensives until the enemy's defenses are completely destroyed. Just as Andre was looking at the map and muttering to himself, a passionate voice suddenly came from beside him. The Imperium has enough soldiers. They are ready to sacrifice. We should directly use heavy artillery to bombard the enemy when our frontline troops launch a breakthrough against the enemy's defenses. At that time, the enemy will definitely be completely unprepared. We only need a few rounds of sufficiently fierce and bloody artillery fire to defeat them. There's no need for large-scale detours at all. Facing these words, Andrei just tapped the table somewhat helplessly and said, Colonel, I need to remind you that my soldiers are not the Krieg regiment. Although some of my soldiers are indeed prepared to sacrifice, many more are just ordinary people. They don't have that kind of resolve, nor can they accept such a bloody fighting style. As he spoke, Andrei stared intently at the servo skull beside him. Compared to other players' servo skulls, his skull had a slightly different style. Besides being adorned with many extra parts and configurations, most importantly, this servo skull on his head wore a peaked cap, and above this peaked cap was a golden Imperial Aquila emblem. Andrei didn't know what was going on. Perhaps because he was a commander, he recruited a command-type servo skull. Maybe this was the legendary GM privilege? But unfortunately, this skull in front of him seemed to have originated from the Krieg regiment, and was once a colonel in the Krieg regiment. Therefore, when Andrei was busy arranging the battle plan, this skull kept urging Andrei to fight in a bloodier manner. Yes, my emperor, your will. Seeing Andrei's insistence, the skull finally said nothing more and agreed to Andrei's battle plan. Andrei rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache for a moment. Honestly, there's no need to call me emperor. I'm not some emperor anyway. I'm just an ordinary chosen one of the emperor, not even a living saint. Hearing Andrei say this, the skull's voice rose 2 pitches, and he said urgently, No, you are definitely more than just a chosen one. A chosen one wouldn't have this aura and psychic power. You may not realize it, but the Supreme Emperor has chosen you. You are currently executing his will on behalf of the Emperor. You are essentially the Emperor's incarnation. He didn't know what the skull saw in Andrei's psychic aura. Anyway, when they were busy arguing earlier, Andrei just casually activated an aura skill, and this skull immediately identified Andrei as the Emperor. Even if he seemed to know that Andrei was not that old man Huang, he still harbored fervent devotion for Andrei. Damn, I seem to have inexplicably become a stand-in for the old man Huang. I won't have to be a scapegoat for the old man Huang in the future, will I? Andrei muttered to himself with a somewhat stiff expression. He certainly didn't want to one day be caught by the old man Huang and placed on the golden throne, then instantly refined. None of these chaos gods had good intentions when bestowing blessings, and the Emperor was no exception. Although Andrei didn't know what the Emperor was plotting, he believed that the Emperor definitely had his own calculations behind the scenes. And speaking of which, the old man Huang, that old geezer, was not a benevolent soul. That guy's heart was definitely among the blackest in the Imperium. Hoping that the Emperor won't exploit the common folk is like hoping Xianch won't lie. Just as Andrei was lost in thought, a call suddenly came in. After casually answering and listening for a moment, Andrei responded, then hung up. Telegrapher, send a telegram to Colonel Belyak for me, tell him some good news. Petrograd has learned of our actions in destroying the gas bombs and has commended us. At the same time, Petrograd will utilize a valuable Air Force contingent to drop a small amount of supplies to the front army. The call Andrei had just received was from General Konstantin. General Konstantin first expressed his solemn gratitude to Andrei over the phone, as if those gas bombs had been dropped on Petrograd, the entire city would truly have become a living hell. He then told Andrei that he would try to conduct an airdrop to the transportation hub, which was being defended by that special armored brigade. He didn't know what General Konstantin was planning to airdrop, because the man had only said a few words before excitedly hanging up the phone. But no matter what, airdropping supplies to the frontline troops was ultimately a good thing. Not only would the supplies further enhance the combat effectiveness of the frontline troops, but more importantly, these supplies could bring confidence to them. Supplies from the sky could make the frontline troops feel that they had support behind them, letting them know that they were not fighting alone. In Andrei's opinion, instilling confidence in the frontline troops was the most important thing. Many times, an army collapses simply because its confidence shatters, leading to a direct collapse in morale, which then becomes uncontrollable. While equipment is important, war has always been a contest of human will, and will is the most crucial factor. By the way, do I have a chance to try and arrange an airdrop? Suddenly thinking of something, Andrei pondered with some curiosity. Although his bombers didn't have an option to drop supplies, if players brought the airdrop into the bomber, they should be able to drop the materials, right? However, he thought about it and felt that the difficulty of such an operation seemed a bit high. On one hand, due to the characteristics of game vehicles, players controlling bombers could only be in fixed positions and could not freely enter the bomb bay to stand inside and drop things. On the other hand, it was also because he couldn't manufacture parachutes. If he were to really drop supplies, how could he ensure that these materials wouldn't be shattered midway? After much deliberation, he felt that if he wanted to arrange an airdrop, he would probably have to have players carry things and jump out of the plane, and honestly, using that method for an airdrop, he might as well just airdrop players directly and engage the enemy in a paratrooper operation. Under the Air Force cover of other players, an airship fleet departed from Petrograd, arriving at the transportation hub before the enemy, and then dropped a batch of supplies. Watching boxes open parachutes in the sky and then fall to the ground, all the players setting up defenses in this area were incredibly excited. Quick, quick, open it up and see what's inside. Several players and a group of Cambrian soldiers all gathered in front of the boxes, looking at the huge boxes and couldn't help but ask curiously. The boxes had crowbars specifically bundled with ropes, so they didn't have to worry about not being able to open the boxes due to a lack of crowbars. Back then, the Italians should have done this during World War II, otherwise their soldiers would always find excuses regarding crowbars. After opening the boxes, they found that the weapons inside were anti-armor rifles. In addition to anti-armor rifles, they also saw some anti-armor landmines. In short, they were all kinds of anti-armor weapons. After inspecting these weapons, the players walked away disappointed, as these items held no interest for them. They already possessed anti-armor weapons and had no need for these things. However, the other Cambrian soldiers were very excited, as these items were rare and excellent equipment for them. With these items, they had even more confidence in the upcoming defense. Just then, several signal flares suddenly rose in the distance. Seeing those red signal flares, the players immediately reacted. Prepare for battle, the enemy is here. Quick, quick, set up our mortar, it's a good chance to test the power of the 120mm mortar. Immediately, players set up a mortar, then asked the players on the other side what was going on. The signal flares there were fired by other Cambrian soldiers. For players, they didn't need such things as signal flares to issue warnings. They only needed to communicate in the chat area to figure out what was happening ahead. The enemy's mechanized infantry is coming, they are passing through the intersection. Hurry up and fire a few rounds over here. Compared to the 60mm mortar previously used by players, although the 120mm mortar was much slower to deploy, this mortar had a huge range advantage. The maximum range of these Soviet-made mortars could reach 5,700 meters, and in the current situation, their range edge could almost perfectly cover the intersection ahead that the enemy was passing through. Meanwhile, on this somewhat rugged muddy path, the Black Eagle soldiers advancing also saw the signal flares fired by the Cambrian soldiers. Get out of the vehicles quickly, the enemy has spotted us. Form up for battle, launch an assault, the enemy's defenses are right ahead. The Black Eagle soldiers jumped out of the trucks at top speed, but the players were even faster. Before all of them had even jumped out of the trucks, the players' mortars were already roaring and thundering towards them. When they heard the whistling of shells in the sky, these soldiers' expressions instantly changed drastically. Get down! Accompanied by a terrified scream, these Black Eagle soldiers quickly found places to lie down, and some even hid under the trucks. And in the next moment, 120mm mortar shells violently exploded. A series of shellings quickly blew up the convoy in front of them. Several trucks parked on the road, which had not yet had time to retreat, were hit by shells one after another. In an instant, these trucks were blown into a pile of scrap metal by the shells falling from the sky, with no room for resistance whatsoever. The Black Eagle soldiers lying on the ground also suffered many casualties due to the explosions of these shells, and the remaining Black Eagle soldiers were also stunned by the series of shellings. Damn it, where did this Cambrian army get heavy mortars? Did they carry these things while marching? A Black Eagle soldier couldn't help but curse. This was completely different from what he imagined the Cambrian army's armored brigade configuration to be. In fact, Andrei didn't know what standards the Cambrian army's armored brigades were configured to in the past, but at this stage, the Cambrian army's armored brigade configuration was truly meager. Generally speaking, a fully staffed armored brigade of the Cambrian Empire could have about 50 to 60 mech units, but its accompanying firepower was extremely scarce, with the entire brigade having only 482mm mortars. To be honest, such an armored brigade, if converted by the number of armored units, was roughly equivalent to an armored battalion of the Black Eagle army, meaning that as a brigade-level formation, the Cambrian armored brigade had more personnel. This also left Andrei puzzled. How were the Cambrian Empire's armored forces armed? After fighting for a long time, he hadn't seen many armored forces of the Cambrian Empire in total, and even when he did, they were all these small-scale formations. Could it be that because the number of their own armored units was too small, they could only use such small-scale formations? Attack! Launch an attack immediately. Let our Wasp artillery provide cover. This mechanized infantry of the Black Eagle army was naturally not to be trifled with. They quickly recovered from the series of shellings and began to assault forward. At the same time, the several Wasp artillery following them in the rear also began to suppress the players' direction with firepower. When it came to siege warfare, the Black Eagle army's 105mm howitzers were actually more powerful than the players' 120mm mortars. But when it came to inflicting casualties on personnel, the 120mm mortar was better, because this type of shell had a larger killing radius and the shrapnel it ejected was more dispersed. The Wasp artillery fired continuously, and shells quickly landed in the players' positions, but these shells did not have a significant impact on the players. In order to use the 120mm mortar, players had already dug many specialized mortar positions in these areas beforehand. These mortar positions were generally 2-meter deep straight tubes, and players could completely conceal the 120mm mortar set up there. When the situation was chaotic and the Black Eagle army did not advance further, their artillery found it difficult to locate these mortar positions. Shells continuously landed on this position, and most of the Cambrian soldiers hid in anti-bomb shelters, but a very small number of soldiers remained outside as sentries, risking their lives to monitor the enemy. The enemy's shelling was not that intense, so even if they remained in their positions, the probability of being blown up was not that high. They had to closely monitor the movements of the enemy infantry to prevent their own infantry from being caught off guard when the enemy charged. In a sturdy concrete warehouse, Colonel Belyak had set up his command post. At this moment, he was receiving reports from the frontline troops via radio, studying the enemy's attack. It seems that this Black Eagle army attacking us is also well trained. I thought they would be stunned by this sudden shelling. A staff officer analyzed, and upon hearing this, Colonel Belyak shook his head. In most cases, the Black Eagle army we encounter is well trained. The enemy's training level is much stronger than our soldiers. Honestly, I believe that after this war, His Majesty the Tsar must make large-scale adjustments to the army's training and the maintenance of the standing army. The Empire's old model is completely outdated. Recalling the past, Colonel Belyak couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly, feeling that the gap between his side and the enemy was truly vast. The Cambrian Empire's army was roughly divided into three types. One type was armies with the title of guards. These armies were the most elite troops of the entire Cambrian Empire, and also the Tsar's direct troops, mostly deployed in the central and major cities. Another type of troops were local armed forces. These troops were considered the Cambrian Empire's second-line troops, usually composed of militias or soldiers with relatively low training levels. They were, in most cases, what other countries referred to as grey cattle, with the advantage of being easily mobilized, capable of quickly raising a large number, but the disadvantage was that their combat effectiveness was truly not very good. In addition, the third type of troops were the private armies owned by various regional nobles and feudal lords. Although the Cambrian Empire had already restricted these feudal lords, most of them had their own troops, and they often integrated their personal forces with local militias. There was no other way. The Cambrian Empire's military budget was always short, and often, local armies wanting better armaments or additional manpower had to cooperate with these nobles. This, in turn, led to local forces being heavily infiltrated by the nobility. At the same time, these factors also meant that local forces in different regions often had their own unique characteristics, as the armament preferences of different nobles varied, and even their weapons were not interchangeable. This feudal military system was utterly rotten when pitted against the Black Eagle Empire's advanced military structure. Not to mention Colonel Bilyak, a noble from the central government, even many local nobles felt this system was highly problematic. Colonel, how should we use our tracked vehicles? Should they be used for attacking the enemy, or should we emulate General Vorontsov's model and use armored units for trench warfare? A staff officer asked the colonel. Their 6 Mendeleev tanks had not yet participated in the battle and could be deployed at any moment. Colonel Bilyak pondered for a moment, then finally made up his mind and said, "No, not for trench warfare. Our infantry is sufficient to hold the enemy in the trenches. Have these armored units provide cover for our infantry from the flanks of the position. I'm worried the enemy might launch a surprise attack from our flanks." In fact, his concern was valid, as the Black Hawk army particularly favored pincer movements, preferring to attack enemies from the flanks. The mechanized infantry unit before them made the same choice. They dispatched a portion of their infantry to launch a frontal assault on the position, aiming to tie down the enemy's attention. But simultaneously, a small number of mechs and a large number of armored cars within their force began to move towards the flank of the position. If this trend continued, they would soon be able to outflank the relatively flat trench position ahead, then inflict heavy casualties on the Cambrian soldiers in the trenches. However, since the players had been fighting the enemy for so long, they could naturally guess what tactics they would employ. Even if the colonel hadn't realized this, the players had already set up defenses on the flank of the position. "Get ready. Let them advance a bit, then we'll hit the middle of their formation." A player, leading his squad, whispered to the others through the internal channel. At this moment, they were already lying by the roadside with their launchers set up, ready to attack the enemy at any time. The lead mech and the subsequent armored cars all drove past. Although the players felt their hands itching, they resisted the urge to open fire immediately. It was only when the convoy of trucks carrying enemy infantry passed by that these players chose to act. With a series of roars, several pre-positioned launchers fired armor-piercing rounds, savagely penetrating several armored cars at the front of the convoy. At the same time, a player on the other side had already set up a machine gun and unleashed a fierce volley of fire on the enemy infantry in the trucks. The sudden attack startled these Black Hawk soldiers. When they saw several armored cars in front explode instantly, and the machine gun's bullet chain swept away the soldiers on an entire truck, these Black Hawk soldiers couldn't help but feel a bit stunned. "Enemy attack! Get out of the vehicles immediately!" An officer shouted quickly to the other soldiers as he jumped out of his vehicle, but the machine gun immediately turned its fire in his direction. Although he ran desperately, trying to hide on the other side of the truck, using the wheels for cover. But he had only run 2 steps when flying bullets shattered his leg, causing him to fall to the ground and cry out in pain. The players were kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see the enemy suffer in front of them. So, a scout player immediately took out this guy with a sniper rifle, ending his suffering. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Although the players' ambush was fierce, the Black Hawk Army's response was also very swift. Their machine gunners on the trucks immediately adjusted their machine guns and swept large amounts of bullets in their direction. Some soldiers even quickly set up mortars and began shelling the players' position. Although these 50mm mortars had relatively average destructive power, they were quite effective as infantry support fire. The players hadn't expected the enemy to lock onto them so quickly. Before they could reposition, some players were killed by incoming mortar shells. "Oh my god! Is this mortar cursed?" An unlucky player couldn't help but curse. He had just been killed by a mortar shell, only to respawn next to his Cadia teammate. Unexpectedly, another incoming mortar shell blew him and his Cadia teammate up together. "Servo Skull, it's your turn. Take out these enemies of the Emperor." The players had gradually mastered how to communicate with these servo skulls. As soon as they heard that the enemies before them were enemies of the Emperor, all these servo skulls became excited. While some servo skulls did adopt a more traditional combat style, cautiously floating while continuously sweeping the front with lasers. However, some players also discussed with their servo skulls, then, like kicking a football, sent their servo skulls flying with a powerful kick. "I at number $%, a string of terror curses omitted, you little brat, you said you'd launch me, and this is how you launch me." The player watched his servo skull fly far onto the road and casually said, "It doesn't matter how you launched it, just tell me if it flew out or not. Isn't this much faster than slowly floating over?" The Black Hawk soldiers initially saw around, dark shadow smashing towards them and thought it was some anti-armor grenade thrown by the enemy, so they retreated in fear. But when they saw that the object that fell to the ground seemed to be a strange skull, these Black Hawk soldiers were a bit confused again. Don't go near it, this might be a skull bomb. Did the Cambrians copy our technology? A knowledgeable Black Hawk soldier pulled his comrades back, retreating rapidly. They had not encountered servo skulls before, so when they saw this thing, their first thought was a skull bomb. To their surprise, this servo skull did not explode on impact as they had imagined. On the contrary, this servo skull suddenly floated up from the ground, its tiny laser emitters simultaneously aimed at the surrounding Black Hawk soldiers. Ha 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 ha, traitors! Taste the wrath of the loyalists. The servo skull laughed heartily as it continuously fired lasers at the surrounding Black Hawk soldiers. This sudden laser strike left the Black Hawk soldiers somewhat bewildered. Many soldiers were struck down before they even understood what was happening, hit by the sudden laser fire. There was no other way, they never expected that what they thought was a bomb thrown into their ranks turned out to be a gun. The sudden volley instantly took down 5 or 6 Black Hawk soldiers. Seeing this, other players followed suit, rushing out at the risk of being hit by enemy bullets to kick their servo skulls like footballs. Immediately after, a series of cursing voices from servo skulls echoed in the sky. Quick! Move quickly, let our cyborg units go up. The Empire has increased cyborg production. Now it's not just experimental units that have these, we can use them too. A Black Hawk soldier said, shouting at a necromancer in the squad. Under normal circumstances, those cyborgs should have more precise and complex control systems, and the people operating them would often undergo additional modifications themselves. However, given the current situation, the Black Hawk army couldn't bother with such delicate work. Compared to more precise control, quantity was more important. The necromancer, hiding behind an armored car, nodded and then raised his staff. At the same time, several large coffins on a truck suddenly opened, and as several huge figures set up, the surrounding Black Hawk soldiers erupted in excited cheers. If Andre were here, he would definitely recognize this thing. Because this thing had appeared in several consecutive battles when he first transmigrated. These cyborg soldiers were named Giant Gunners by the Black Eagle Empire. God knows how these cyborgs, which were actually corpses, managed to become so strong and massive. Behind these corpses, the 2 mortars that were originally installed had now been replaced by a single one, but compared to the initial 2, this one seemed even more exaggerated. It's unclear what the Black Hawk army was thinking when developing this mortar. It looked somewhat like a heartless cannon, with an enormous caliber yet being particularly short. Of course, the caliber of this thing certainly wouldn't be as exaggerated as a heartless cannon. Roughly estimating, the caliber of this thing should be around 210 millimeters. After adjusting its body angle, the giant gunners that climbed out of the truck instantly fired a heavy mortar shell towards the player's direction. Although this thing had a relatively short range, when the heavy mortar shell landed in the player's defensive area, several players were immediately blown into the air. Even a large tree used by players for cover collapsed under the huge shockwave. What the hell is this thing? Cyborgs, I forget if they were called giants or something else, but they're an old version. I didn't expect them to appear here again, and they've even further increased the caliber of their cannons. A veteran player casually said, while aiming his launcher at the thing. In their impression, this thing seemed to have a core in its chest, and as long as that thing was blown up, the unit would be instantly destroyed. As for using machine guns or similar weapons, that definitely wouldn't work. Because these giant gunners had an additional layer of armor installed on them, with large steel plates covering their front and back chests, clearly designed to be bulletproof. But just as the player was still trying to aim at the bent chest of this thing, suddenly, his servo skull sent a message. Kid, hold on, this combat servitor seems interesting. Leave this thing to me, I'll see if I can dismantle it. Chapter 317, The Black Hawk Empire's wetware is a bit strange. Player? Skull, what are you trying to do? Under the player's bewildered gaze, the servo skull, taking advantage of its small size, silently floated over while the giant gunners were all locked onto the player's direction. When the skull floated behind one of the giant gunners, it immediately extended its welding torch and began welding on the gunner's back. Watching the skull's operation, the player inexplicably thought of the welding emperors from Battlefield V. The engineer players in that game would hold a welding torch, run onto an enemy tank, and weld away. Before long, they could literally weld the opposing tank until it exploded. While the efficiency of killing enemies this way wasn't particularly high, and the risk factor was very great, from an entertainment perspective, this move was indeed very entertaining. And in the player's opinion, the servo skull's operation in front of him was exactly like a welding emperor player, just with a skull doing the operating. As the welding torch continuously sprayed, a giant gunner quickly realized something was wrong. The heavy cyborg turned somewhat clumsily to its rear, simultaneously swinging its large hand, attempting to strike down the enemy attacking it from behind. However, it didn't realize that the servo skull had stubbornly clung to the cyborg with part of its spine, so when the cyborg turned, the servo skull turned with it. The cyborg turned several times in a row but couldn't deal with the enemy behind it. It seemed to realize the enemy was right behind it, but its mutated large hands, after the modifications, simply couldn't reach its back. It could only futilely spin in circles, struggling. Crack! With a crisp sound, the breastplate on the giant gunner was forcibly removed, revealing the bloody and pulpy chest underneath. To secure the breastplate, huge steel nails penetrated and connected it from front to back, directly piercing the cyborg's chest. Strictly speaking, this cyborg should be considered a type of necromancer unit. It wouldn't die from such an injury, nor would it feel any pain. If that's the case, why wouldn't they use the simplest and most brutal method to secure the armor? Removing the armor was just the beginning. Besides the armor, the skull continued to dismantle other parts of the cyborg. With 2 more clicks, the cyborg's 2 massive arms, connected to its body by mechanical structures, were also forcibly ripped off. Immediately after, the steel plate on its back was even pried open by the servo skull. Who knows why the Empire's skull would have a lockpicking skill, but considering that the grease monkeys always used skulls to raid necromancer tombs, it seems perfectly reasonable for it to be equipped with a lockpicking skill. When it pried open the steel plate on the back of the giant gunner, what came into view was a core resembling a heart. Although this green glowing core was spherical, a large number of pipes connected its surroundings to the cyborg's body. Furthermore, there seemed to be a heap of potion containers inside, which replaced the cyborg's blood circulation. The servo skull watched for a long time but couldn't quite understand what this technology was all about. Although, according to the data stored within it, the Mechanic-Use modification technology used by the enemy should be a rather primitive and backward thing. But these strange fellows seemed to have compensated for some technologically unreasonable aspects by relying on a special spell, or perhaps some warp sorcery. As its internal mechanical core was removed by the servo skull, the cyborg lost all its strength, collapsing to the ground with a thud. At the same time, other Black Hawk soldiers had already rushed over, having discovered the troublemaker. Damn it, is that a skull bomb? The Cambrian Empire has pirated our technology. Upon seeing the object, a Black Hawk soldier immediately shouted in anger. Although they didn't quite understand why this thing looked somewhat different from the skull bombs they produced, they instinctively felt that this must be the Cambrians pirating their technology. You fools, don't compare those disposable bomb drones to a high-grade item like me. The servo skull couldn't help but curse, simultaneously firing lasers at the surrounding Black Hawk soldiers. Are you kidding? He was a skull meticulously produced by the Mechanic-Use, and he had made outstanding contributions to the human empire during his life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been made into a servo skull. Comparing him to those trash bomb drones was simply an insult to him. One Black Hawk soldier was shot down by a laser, but other Black Hawk soldiers immediately returned fire. However, the servo skull cunningly hid behind a giant gunner, turning the heavy cyborg into its cover. In the dense gunfire, many bullets struck the giant gunner's body. Although these giant gunners had extremely strong bodies and almost no weaknesses apart from their internal mechanical core, they were still quite displeased when hit by bullets. Some of the remaining biological instincts in these cyborgs' brains judged the actions of these Black Hawk soldiers as an attack, and they had to retaliate against an attack. Bang! With a loud bang, a Black Hawk soldier who was standing too close was inexplicably sent flying by a punch from a giant gunner. Other Black Hawk soldiers were horrified and quickly aimed their guns at the cyborgs. Enough, stop. Stop it, everyone, don't move. A necromancer, hiding behind a truck and busy manipulating these cyborg soldiers, roared furiously at the surrounding Black Hawk soldiers. The interference from these guys severely disrupted his control over this thing. He had also seen that drone. Although it was very similar to the Empire's skull bomb, he immediately determined that this thing was definitely not as simple as a skull bomb. Get me some nets, try to capture this thing alive as much as possible. Realizing the technological complexity of the object, the necromancer shouted loudly to the surrounding soldiers. But most Black Hawk soldiers weren't very enthusiastic, because they had seen the lasers it had been indiscriminately firing earlier. Charging straight at it like that, what was the difference from facing an enemy's gun barrel directly? One careless mistake and they would be burned to death by that laser on the spot. The necromancer tried to make the cyborg soldiers attack each other, hoping to dislodge the skull hanging behind one of them. But after much effort, this operation didn't seem very ideal. If it were Blade Warrior-like cyborg soldiers, it might have been easier, but the giant gunners were simply too clumsy. After a long struggle, they were like large brown bears swatting at flies, they couldn't hit anything at all. Another giant gunner fell, its mechanical core also having been removed by the servo skull. After dealing with this mechanical core, the servo skull didn't continue to mess around but quickly flew towards the player, preparing to hand these items over to them. Black Hawk soldiers continuously fired in the direction of the skull, but the player had already set up a 120mm mortar and was fiercely bombarding them in return. Although the shells fired by the giant gunners earlier were incredibly powerful, the player was not to be underestimated. One good turn deserves another. Under continuous explosions, the Black Hawk soldiers had to quickly move away from there. Even the remaining 2 giant gunners also retreated, preparing to fire from a greater distance. Ugh! What is this thing? When the servo skull threw 2 bloody and messy cores into the player's hands, the player couldn't help but feel a wave of disgust looking at these 2 strange green objects. Don't ask me, I don't know what this is either, but the technology of this thing seems very advanced, at least it doesn't quite fit the technological level of this era. The servo skull said, while carefully prying open the core's outer casing with the welding torch connected to its spine, revealing the inner part. You see, this thing is roughly composed of 2 parts. One part is the energy device, which is this green orb in front of you. Glancing at the green orb, almost the size of a plum, the player was slightly surprised. Mainly, they hadn't known that the Black Hawk Empire could miniaturize a mage energy core to such a small size. This was truly bizarre, they were all mages, so why were the energy cores produced by the Cambrian Empire so large? Recalling the void shield devices previously equipped on Titans and P1000 Rat, the player couldn't help but want to complain. Although the performance shown by those void shield devices was indeed very good, it had to be said that their size was simply too large, to the point where they could only be equipped on Titan units. Even if they wanted to install one on a heavy tank, they couldn't find a tank capable of carrying it, because its size was already comparable to a vehicle. The reason that thing had to be made so large was because the energy core was simply too big. But who knew that the Black Hawk Empire here had already managed to miniaturize the energy core to this extent? This was truly unscientific. The servo skull didn't pay attention to the player's astonishment. It merely pushed aside the energy core and then exposed the other somewhat soft and sticky part, saying, as for the other part, it's this control hub right here. This thing gives me the feeling that some of its technology is very similar to the Empire's cogitators, but it's also completely different from a cogitator. The player poked the indescribable grayish-green substance and looked at the series of metal wires plugged into it, raising an eyebrow. Are you sure this thing is a cogitator? Please don't tell me this pile of green, excrement-like stuff is its wetware. Thinking of computers in the warmer world, the player couldn't help but feel their scalp tingle. To be honest, the human empire's computers in the warmer world could definitely be considered one of the most sinister things. Because the human empire had once suffered the Men of Iron rebellion, humans didn't trust AI and strictly limited the development of artificial intelligence. Therefore, they embarked on another path of biological computing, which was to combine machines with human brains, using human brains as the CPU of the computer. In other places, computer mainframes might be large black boxes. But in the human empire, if you saw a computer mainframe consisting of 12 lobotomized mechanics kneeling in a row, with 12 fresh brains still slightly trembling along with mechanical parts, don't be surprised. Because that's what a human empire computer is. And the biological parts of these computers are usually referred to as wetware by the grease monkeys. That's right, that's exactly it. This pile of green stuff seems to be some kind of biological tissue, and it has the ability to think. Omnissiah above, what in the world is this? This is definitely not human brain tissue. Looking at the pile of green substance in front of them, both the servoskull and the player couldn't help but feel a chill. Forget it, take this thing for now. We'll throw it to Andre later. I wonder if turning this in will earn some merit. Andre, absolutely not. Don't send any of that evil stuff over here. While the players were shocked by the enemy's mechanical core structure, the battle at hand continued. After pulling back some distance, the remaining two giant gunners resumed their fierce assault. The 210mm heavy mortars landed on the ground, causing extremely terrifying casualties. Although players could continuously respawn, especially with the Cadia teammates helping a lot during this process, fighting like this indefinitely wasn't a solution. And most importantly, there weren't many players in this position. Besides the players, the remaining Cambrian soldiers were almost broken by the shelling. No, we must get rid of those cyborgs. Otherwise, this battle is unwinnable. One player, after his third respawn, couldn't help but say, somewhat exasperated, good heavens, I was blown to bits by artillery fire barely 2 seconds after respawning. At this rate, throughout the entire battle, I'm afraid I'll either be busy respawning or on my way to respawn. The other players thought for a moment, then nodded and said, no problem, let's gather our team and charge with bayonets. I remember the giant gunners can be directly stabbed to death with bayonets. Let's rush in and try. At this point, a player suddenly felt a bit confused. Why, when they encountered the enemy's ghoul legion before, couldn't the bayonet charge automatically lock onto the opponent's head, and instead required manual targeting? For some unknown reason, when facing the ghoul legion, their usually omnipotent bayonet charge seemed to malfunction, looking almost like a game bug. However, some players speculated that this might be due to certain characteristics of the ghoul legion, such as being able to avoid instant death from bayonets, which then led to that mode of engagement. Who knows what was going on, they might as well just consider it a game bug. The players using mortars in the rear first took advantage of the moment to fire a large volley of smoke grenades towards the front. As thick smoke billowed, the other players, equipped with bayonets, charged into the smoke, transforming into smoke fiends. Besides these smoke fiends, their accompanying servo skulls also advanced. It was unclear what means these skulls used for detection, but they seemed unaffected by the smoke. However, the lasers fired by the skulls were greatly affected during this process. Oh, damn it. The power of these laser emitters is too low. Protest, we strongly protest the abuse of servo skulls with garbage subsystems. Even fighting the Terra Unification War, we shouldn't be using such terrible equipment. Through the smoke, the skulls fired at the enemy for a long time, but the Tyndall effect severely dispersed their lasers. Ultimately, their lasers could indeed hit the Black Hawk soldiers opposite, but the laser's power had been diminished to an unimaginable degree, just like light focused by a magnifying glass under the sun. After burning for a long time, all they managed to do was make the Black Hawk soldiers feel a bit hot. They failed to burn a single Black Hawk soldier to death. Wait a minute, smoke grenades seem to be able to disperse the power of lasers. If that's the case, then in the future, when our Air Force charges enemy laser weapons, can we deploy some smoke-generating devices to create a smoke screen in advance? While the servo skulls were busy complaining, the players blindly discovered a crucial point. They had been greatly bothered by the Black Hawk Empire's laser weapons before, and after much research, they still hadn't figured out how their Air Force could defend against the enemy's laser weapons. Prior to this, some players had even researched whether it was possible to paint aircraft with reflective coatings, similar to mirrors, to simply reflect the enemy's lasers. However, the results of the research were very unsatisfactory. On one hand, they couldn't find suitable paint to turn the planes into mirrors. On the other hand, some of them had checked offline and found that this approach didn't seem to work very well against lasers. Lasers have too high a power output in an instant and can easily melt mirrors, thereby destroying their inherent mirror structure. Therefore, before finding mirrors strong enough not to be easily burned, using ordinary mirror coatings would be completely ineffective against laser weapons. Such coatings would be instantly destroyed. But the smoke screen before them offered the players a completely new idea. Although their aircraft didn't have the function of releasing smoke screens for cover, they could try to modify their own aircraft. When they returned, if they could create some rocket-propelled smoke grenades, wouldn't the problem be solved? Meanwhile, among the Black Hawk soldiers, although they could see red lasers continuously appearing through the smoke, and these lasers were rendered ineffective by the smoke, they still found it difficult to hit the enemy opposite. Damn it! How did the Cambrian Empire miniaturize our laser weapons? We only just figured out how to mass-produce these things ourselves. A Black Hawk officer, recalling some rumors he had heard recently, couldn't help but curse, feeling that the technological development of the Cambrian army opposite was unscientific. Their own laser weapons had to be mounted on war behemoths like Titans or airships, yet on the other side, people were actually mounting lasers on small skull bombs. Just as players found it absurd when they saw the Black Hawk Empire's energy core, the Black Hawk soldiers felt the same absurdity when they saw the players' servo skulls. The heavy machine gun mounted on the truck continuously swept the smoke. He didn't know if he had hit any enemies, but the sweeping fire brought him a certain sense of security. But unfortunately, his sweeping fire didn't actually hit two players. On the player's side, however, someone roughly determined the position of the heavy machine gun opposite by listening to the sound, and then directly fired a rocket at it. Boom! With a loud explosion, the truck and the machine gunner on it were instantly blown up together, and the enemy's suppressing fire significantly weakened. At the same time, the player's suppressing fire had never stopped. Players in the rear continuously used 120mm mortars to suppress distant enemies. Although the enemy was gradually moving away from the ambush zone, the excellent range of the 120mm mortars allowed them to continuously bombard the enemy. Under this continuous bombardment, the Black Hawk soldiers' counterattack was quite weak because they first had to find cover. Many Black Hawk soldiers hiding in shell craters shivered, praying that no more shells would land in the same crater. Of course, while the shell craters couldn't prevent them from being hit by shells again, they could effectively prevent flying shrapnel from causing casualties. Ura! Accompanied by a familiar Ura sound, a group of players charged out of the smoke with bayonets raised. When the Black Hawk soldiers saw one ferocious face after another emerging from the smoke with bayonets, even though they were mentally prepared, they were still startled by the players. One Black Hawk soldier raised his rifle and shot a player. But even though the shot penetrated the player's abdomen, the opponent still didn't stop charging. He frantically pulled the bolt, intending to shoot again, but by then, the player had already rushed in front of him. Pfft! Accompanied by the crisp sound of a bayonet piercing flesh, a spurt of blood erupted. The Black Hawk soldier's main artery was severed by the player. The player who had just plunged the bayonet into the enemy's body didn't stop there. He twisted the bayonet twice more viciously before pulling it out. Although these players in reality didn't possess such sharp bayonet fighting skills, nor such ruthlessness, the in-game auxiliary combat system allowed each of them to have superb bayonet fighting techniques. In just this one bayonet charge, a swath of Black Hawk soldiers was mowed down by the players. The remaining Black Hawk soldiers didn't have time to think and hastily retreated. What made them even more terrified was that even though these Cambrian soldiers had charged forward, the shelling from the other side hadn't stopped. They even watched as the opposing Cambrian artillery dropped shells right on top of their own comrades' heads, yet these madmen still didn't stop their charge. The necromancer hiding in the rear continuously fired several bone spears, taking the lives of several players. And when he saw more and more players rushing towards them, he no longer hesitated, but quickly ordered the giant gunners, wanting these cyborg soldiers to retreat. Unfortunately, due to their heavy armor and clumsy size, the giant gunners were never known for their speed. Before they had even retreated a few steps, players had already rushed in front of a giant gunner. Ah! Ouch! The player was just about to use a lazy fish thrust to easily deal with the cyborg soldier in front of him, but unexpectedly, he was slapped away first by the opponent's palm, as big as a palm fan. Although this thing was clumsy, the giant gunner's melee capabilities were not to be underestimated. A player making such a careless frontal charge, like the one just now, had a very high chance of being knocked away by the opponent. Of course, while some players charged head-on, others naturally charged from the flanks. Although the necromancer desperately commanded the giant gunner to turn quickly, before the machine could turn around, a player's bayonet had already fiercely pierced its side. It was only a slender bayonet, yet it penetrated the thick plate armor worn by the giant gunner without any resistance, and then, as if by coincidence, it precisely pierced the machine's mechanical core. The giant gunner, with its core pierced, crashed to the ground with a thud, instantly losing all mobility. The other giant gunner suffered the same fate. Under the player's continuous lazy fish thrusts, both giant gunners instantly died, unable to even make a ripple. Once these two cyborg soldiers were finished, this Black Hawk unit was completely without any means of resistance. Especially after their numerous armored vehicles were destroyed and their troops were shelled from beginning to end by the player's 120mm mortars, the remaining Black Hawk soldiers had all fallen into a state of panic. Ultimately, under the player's pursuit, only a small portion of the Black Hawk soldiers managed to retreat, while almost all of the remaining Black Hawk soldiers fell there. However, in the previous chaotic battle, many Cambrian soldiers defending this area also died. Overall, the entire battlefield could be considered strewn with corpses. Excellent, well done. We successfully repelled the enemy's attack. Colonel Belyak in the command post, upon hearing the player's report, excitedly slammed the table. But when he heard about the casualties on the front line, he fell silent for a moment. The casualties here were already considerable, and in other directions, soldiers bearing the brunt of the Black Hawk Army's fierce attacks were also continuously suffering casualties. Although, in terms of exchange ratio, his soldiers had fought quite well, because the Cambrian army rarely achieved such an excellent exchange ratio against the enemy in battle. But overall, such a rate of casualties was unacceptable to the colonel. Damn it! The mission General Vorontsov gave me is really troublesome. Colonel Belyak smiled bitterly and shook his head. With the battle reaching this point, he realized how difficult this mission truly was. In other times, he wouldn't feel so pained by the sacrifices made by soldiers, because the Cambrian Empire had no shortage of soldiers. Being able to take out so many enemies was enough to show that his army had fought very well. When he returned, even if his entire army was annihilated, the Empire would replenish him with more soldiers. This was the mentality of many noble officers in the Cambrian Empire when fighting battles. They didn't care about the attrition of ordinary soldiers at all. To them, ordinary soldiers were just a number. But at this stage, he couldn't treat ordinary soldiers as numbers, because he had only brought so few people. With only one brigade of troops, he needed to hold this transportation hub for at least 2 days, and all of this was predicated on Andrei's breakthroughs being smooth enough, otherwise he would have to hold out for even longer. If this trend continued, let alone holding out for 2 days, he might even use up all the troops he had by tonight. Thinking of this, Colonel Belyak immediately issued an order to the frontline troops, hurry. Let our armored units move. Launch a flanking assault on the enemy, I need to repel their attack. It's time to let the Black Hawk Army taste the power of our new armored units. Bring out our land cruisers. A total of 6 Mendeleev tanks, under Colonel Belyak's command, began to launch a countercharge against the Black Hawk Army. It must be said that, purely from their appearance, these 6 steel behemoths were indeed terrifying. When the attacking Black Hawk Army saw 6 steel behemoths weighing 250 tons each surrounding them, they were momentarily stunned. And when these things 180mm main guns fired, the Black Hawk Army was no longer just a little stunned, but severely frightened. A 180mm main gun was nothing in the Navy, completely incapable of engaging in a battle line. But for the Army, such a main gun was like a monster from a dream. No matter what kind of armored unit, facing this thing, they would be instantly shattered. One shot from it could flip 2 of their vehicles simultaneously. Several pacifier mechs that were following the breakthrough, seeing this thing appear, turned and fled without hesitation. Are you kidding? They were only equipped with 4 heavy machine guns. Expecting them to engage a 180mm main gun with 4 heavy machine guns was pure madness. After chasing for a short distance, the speed problem of the Mendeleev tank also became apparent. The conventional off-road speed of this thing could only reach about 13 km per hour, and on this rugged terrain, its off-road speed further decreased. As a result, this thing simply couldn't catch up with the retreating enemy army. At most, it could only fire a couple more shots with its powerful firepower to inflict losses on the enemy. Alright, stop chasing, retreat quickly. Glancing at his position, the player said to the other tank crews over the radio, know when to quit, don't forget our mission is to defend here. Be careful of enemy troops appearing from other directions and ambushing our base. Although players always fought in a relatively aggressive style, preferring offense over defense whenever possible, they truly had no conditions for offense at this moment. With only a handful of soldiers, and needing to stay and defend the position, if there were no infantry to accompany these heavy steel behemoths for infantry-tank cooperation, then these things wouldn't be able to exert much effect. Most importantly, players were not at all superstitious about the defense of this type of tank. Although this thing was indeed very thick, the Black Hawk Army really had weapons that could penetrate it. They hadn't forgotten the anti-tank rocket launchers they encountered before. The original crew of tank number 3 was taken out by that very thing. Besides, this thing's movement speed, when facing abyss mages, was simply a living target for their sulfur fire rain. After retreating for a distance, the Black Hawk Army gradually came to their senses, realizing that they didn't need to be so afraid of the enemy's steel behemoths. They had to admit that the new steel tanks were indeed very strong, but they were not without weaknesses. Immediately, several Black Hawk anti-armor squads found concealed positions, set up their rocket launchers, and waited for the enemy to come over and take the bait. However, they waited for a long time but didn't see the enemy take the bait. When they tentatively sent out a small unit to scout, they found that the enemy's steel behemoths had retreated again. Tisk, I didn't expect that Cambrian commander on the other side to be quite cautious. Upon receiving news from the front, a colonel in charge of commanding this infantry unit in the rear complained, this is a bit different from what I expected. I thought a commander leading a unit deep into enemy territory on a long-range raid should be a bold person. I didn't expect the opponent to be the type who is careful despite appearing rough. To be honest, the performance of the opposing commander surprised him slightly. Whether it was the ambush set up on the flank of the position, or knowing when to stop chasing, it made him feel as if he wasn't facing a Cambrian army commander. Perhaps this sounds a bit stereotypical, but in his impression, Cambrian army commanders generally fell into 2 types. One type was the reckless brute who only knew how to make soldiers charge forward, constantly attacking. The other type was the coward who panicked at the slightest setback and didn't know what to do. He wondered if he had never encountered a high-quality enemy commander, or if the Cambrian army's commanders lacked an excellent training system. In any case, most of the enemy commanders he had seen were of these 2 types, which led to chaotic battles that often fell into their traps. What? Our artillery suffered heavy losses from enemy bombardment. Are you kidding? They made a long-range raid, and they actually brought heavy artillery with them. Just then, the Black Hawk officer suddenly received news from the front. When he learned that the Wasp artillery in the rear had suffered heavy losses due to the enemy's heavy artillery bombardment, his first reaction was disbelief. Heavy artillery was so cumbersome, how did the enemy bring it? But then, he suddenly thought of a weapon in the Cambrian army named Andrei's hammer. That thing was a 203mm howitzer mounted on a walking mech chassis, which was not only very mobile but also had an exceptionally long range. As soon as he realized that such a weapon had appeared in the enemy's army, he immediately felt incredibly difficult. To be honest, this kind of heavy artillery that was fast, powerful, and had a long range was simply a bug on the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, why would an armored unit operating deep behind enemy lines be very vulnerable? It was precisely because they often lacked heavy artillery support. Armored units also feared artillery bombardment. When a large number of heavy artillery pieces were concentrated, if armored units remained stationary and endured heavy shelling, they would immediately suffer heavy losses. And due to issues with advanced speed, most armored units severely lacked accompanying artillery, especially on the Cambrian Empire's side, their armored units were even more so. God knows what the Cambrian Empire was thinking, it was as if armor was armor, and infantry was infantry, with no coordination between different branches of service. Andrei had complained about this problem many times before, and on the Black Hawk Army's side, they also liked to joke about this loophole of the enemy. Alright, let's retreat for now. Try to find the enemy's heavy artillery and take them out. Call our Air Force, tell them to send support quickly. We've been fighting for so long, why hasn't the Air Force sent anyone to bomb yet? The colonel rapidly issued orders in the command post, and the other officers quickly moved into action. Not long after, they received news from the Air Force. What? What do you mean the bombing can't happen? It's been intercepted by the enemy. Are you kidding? When did the Empire's Air Force become so incompetent that they get intercepted by the enemy all the time? The colonel couldn't help but curse at the Air Force commander on the other end of the phone, but the Air Force official on that side was also very distressed. They didn't know what was going on, but their airship had just moved nearby when they encountered the player's suddenly appearing aircraft. After a chaotic battle, under the terrifying kamikaze attack of the opponent, although they didn't lose any large airships, they lost a total of 4 medium-sized airships. Due to losing a large number of airships during this period, and with insufficient new airships being replenished from the rear, the Black Hawk Army's air force was also stretched thin. As a result, after much effort, the promised bombing mission ultimately had to be cancelled. Prior to this, General Constantin had sent a batch of airdrop supplies to the local troops, and one of the tasks received by players was to escort this airdrop. But for players, since they had already come, why not take this opportunity to give the enemy a good beating? So, some players escorted the airships back after they had finished dropping supplies, but some players directly ran to this vicinity to hunt other enemy Air Force units. Then the unlucky Black Hawk Air Force just happened to collide with this group of players, and a bizarre encounter battle broke out with them. Forget it, the Air Force brothers messing up from time to time is already famous. I shouldn't have expected them to be reliable. The Black Hawk officer shook his head, and then he placed his hope for victory on the special units under his command. Wait until the heavy artillery in the rear is assembled, then let them deploy and cooperate with other soldiers to launch a new round of attack. The ideal condition would be to take out all those steel monsters in one go. Otherwise, with these behemoths always blocking the enemy's position, this battle is truly difficult to fight. Thinking of the steel behemoths reported by the frontline troops, the colonel couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. Anyway, he couldn't figure out what the other side was thinking, to actually create such an exaggerated super tank? Could it be that the opponent was planning to use this kind of thing to overtake them and form a heavy armored group first? Chapter 318, Assault. Assault. Grand Encirclement. Wait, why did you retreat so quickly? Colonel Belyak was surprised when he saw his armored soldiers, driving Mendeleev tracked vehicles, retreat after only advancing a short distance. Reporting, Colonel, Vehicle number 3 warned us. It said that we lacked infantry cover during the charge, and our infantry numbers were too few to sustain a pursuit. Furthermore, the maneuverability of this Mendeleev tracked vehicle isn't great, so it's difficult for us to catch up to the retreating enemy. Colonel Belyak nodded, suddenly understanding. He had been wondering why his soldiers, who usually got hot-headed during a charge, were so calm during this one. Especially since, in his opinion, these men had just received the latest Mendeleev tracked vehicle, and with new toys, they should have fought even more fiercely. Indeed, General Vorontsov's soldiers are right. Our mission is to hold the line, not to casually counterattack the enemy. A moderate pursuit is enough, there's no need to charge too far out. After speaking to the other armored soldiers, Colonel Belyak suddenly thought of something and asked an officer next to him, by the way, what are Vorontsov's other soldiers busy with? Reporting, sir, the other soldiers seem to be busy constructing defensive fortifications, but the fortifications they're building look a bit different from what we imagined. The officer said, taking out a map of the warehouse district, I see Vorontsov's soldiers seem to be busy digging tunnels. It looks like they want to connect these several warehouses with tunnels. After looking at the map and the tunnels the officer had marked on it, Colonel Belyak's eyes lit up. This fighting style was excellent. If these sturdy reinforced concrete buildings were all connected by tunnels, and then combined with the Andrei's hammer heavy artillery brought by those soldiers, wouldn't this entire warehouse district be transformed into a fortress zone? Good, well done. This design concept is brilliant. But can we dig these tunnels in such a short time? Just as the colonel was busy praising them, he suddenly thought of a crucial and fatal problem. They didn't seem to have that much time. Although, theoretically, they had an entire armored brigade that had driven over. In reality, their brigade had no more than 3,000 soldiers combined. After all, the Cambrian Empire's brigade-level units were inherently smaller, not to mention that this special armored brigade was also a unit that had been broken up on the front lines and then reorganized. According to Moscow's initial plan, the main purpose of this unit was to test whether the new armored weapons were effective, and it was not intended to undertake such an intense battle here. As a result, the entire unit's establishment was even smaller than a typical armored brigade. Although Vorontsov did send a batch of soldiers as support, those infantry soldiers were only a small, elite group, and they were dispersed among various units, serving as grassroots officers and morale boosters, similar to battlefield chaplains. Expecting these units to turn the tide seemed a bit exaggerated. Let our soldiers try first. If they can dig the tunnels, that's best. If not, then dig more and deeper trenches. Colonel Belyak finally nodded and said, we have no other choice now. If we retreat at this moment, everything we've done before will be in vain, and we will be pursued by the Black Eagle armored forces all the way. So, going forward, our only option is to hold this place as much as possible and wait for Vorontsov to send more troops as reinforcements. As he spoke, the colonel turned his head towards Volkov and couldn't help but pray silently in his heart. He only hoped that Andrei would perform well in battle and complete this encirclement according to the original agreed-upon operational plan. Otherwise, Andrei's forces could retreat, but his unit would be completely trapped and annihilated here. Thinking of this, Colonel Belyak couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He didn't know how he had been fooled back then to inexplicably believe in Andrei's evil ways. Perhaps it was because Andrei's described combat mode was too audacious, and the potential results were too astonishing. If he could cooperate with Andrei to win this war, then, without a doubt, he would become a dazzling new star in Moscow. On the player side, at this moment, almost all players had rushed to this warehouse district and were busy digging tunnels between the various warehouses. Because the number of players here was not large, their tunnel digging speed was indeed a bit slower, but overall, their digging speed was much faster than the colonel had imagined. Goddess above, it's incredible. Yes, they're like a bunch of supermen. Two officers watched the terrifying speed at which these soldiers dug tunnels, standing at the tunnel entrance and muttering to themselves involuntarily. Recalling some comics published by the United States of the Stars, an officer who had read the neighboring comics couldn't help but exclaim. At first, they also thought these soldiers digging tunnels were just doing useless work, because, theoretically, it was impossible for them to dig through the tunnels in such a short time. Not to mention that among them, there weren't many people who knew how to dig tunnels, just the labor problem alone was enough to make their idea of digging tunnels vanish into thin air. In their opinion, to dig through the tunnels in such a short time, even if all the soldiers of the entire armored brigade were mobilized, it would probably be too late. What's more, the enemy's attacks were constantly ongoing, and they couldn't mobilize all soldiers just to dig tunnels here. Most soldiers had to be responsible for defense on the front line. But it must be said, these soldiers truly brought them some surprises, and at the same time, made them wonder. How did these guys dig tunnels so fast? Even if they saw with their own eyes that these soldiers swung their arms like a whirlwind, did the shovels in their hands have no resistance at all? They also wondered what material the shovels the other party used were made of. When they returned, could they ask the other party for a batch of shovels? And on the player side, under the leadership of Zhong Xiaoliang Xuan He Ludan, they were all busy digging tunnels at high speed, each one incredibly excited. He Ludan didn't initially think of digging tunnels, but when he saw the defensive capabilities of these reinforced concrete buildings and their layout, he immediately thought. If these buildings, which could serve as bunkers, could all be connected, wouldn't that be a fortress complex? The reason he thought of this was also because he remembered how Colonel Yulton, in another fortress warehouse, had counterattacked the enemy's tunnel warfare by digging tunnels, and at the same time connected the warehouse with several surrounding buildings. In fact, even now, the Black Hawk army has not been able to completely conquer that place, they have only relied on heavy artillery to destroy the surrounding buildings. Now, the Black Hawk army has gradually lost interest in that warehouse, perhaps because players there were just routinely grinding monsters and didn't engage in much active offense. Anyway, they don't have the energy now to deploy a large number of troops to the warehouse for aimless trouble. At least until the new round of offensives on the front line is completed, these Black Hawk army forces will not launch large-scale attacks on the warehouse again. Wait. Look at the map before you dig. It looks like you're digging in the wrong place. Suddenly, He Ludan saw that a player's digging route ahead seemed to deviate from their initial planned route, and quickly called out to that guy. What's wrong? It's clearly the map annotation that's off, isn't it? The player wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and said cheerfully, we can clearly dig in a straight line from here, why do we have to go around in the middle and then dig up from the other end? With that much trouble, we would have already dug through the tunnel. He Ludan couldn't help but cover his face, feeling an urge to slap the guy. Brother, you're in front of the sewer here. Are you planning to dig through it and let everyone become Nurgle warriors together? Although this is a game, we don't have to get ourselves covered in Oli-ge, a slang term for feces. Please, did they really not consider the basic common sense that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line when they were planning the map? They initially thought the same way until they discovered that there were pipes in this place, especially sewers connected to toilets, which immediately made them abandon such a disgusting idea. Watching his teammate finally adjust the digging route back to the original plan, He Ludan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that commanding these players was truly a tiring task. To be honest, when commanding players, he always encountered some guys with too much subjective initiative who simply wouldn't listen to orders. If these guys were just running around or finding places to hide and be old sixes, meaning sneaky, opportunistic players, he wouldn't bother to manage them. But the problem was, some teammates were truly a pain. These guys were like wild horses running loose. If he didn't watch them carefully for a moment, he wouldn't know what they would do next. Thinking of this, Ludan suddenly felt a bit of admiration for Colonel Yulton. That guy was a true professional commander, he could mobilize these players with ease. In comparison, his own command skills were truly terrible. Just as Ludan was busy lamenting his teammates' subjective initiative, in the command center, Colonel Belyak was also busy lamenting the subjective initiative of Andrei's soldiers. Of course, compared to Ludan inwardly criticizing his teammates, he was now full of praise for the performance of these soldiers. Everyone, you've all seen it, haven't you? These are truly good soldiers. Even without our command, they know to act on their own, doing everything they can to help us defend this position. If the Empire's soldiers all had this awareness, we would have driven out the invaders long ago. He didn't know whether it was because he had tasted success in previous battles, or because Colonel Belyak already had a certain fondness for Andrei. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into an Andrei fan. One officer hesitated, but ultimately couldn't hold back his complaint and retorted, "But sir, the Empire's requirement for soldiers is that obedience must be the principle. Ordinary soldiers should not have too many thoughts, they only need to obey our orders unconditionally." Colonel Belyak shook his head. "Yes, and that's why we failed. Our soldiers do know how to obey, but they are nothing more than a bunch of planks. Haven't you felt it after fighting for so long?" As he spoke, he pointed to a group of Cambrian soldiers in the distance who were busy watching the excitement but were now idle. "Most of our soldiers are like this. If we give them orders, they know what they should do, but if there are no orders, they immediately become a scattered mess, or even turn into a pile of puppets. This is the problem. They themselves don't know why they are fighting, or how they should fight. What can we expect from such soldiers?" The more he spoke, the more the colonel felt a flame burning in his heart. He believed that the soldiers of the Cambrian Empire could not continue to develop this way, they had to carry out large-scale reforms of the army. The obedient grey livestock of the past must change, otherwise, these grey livestock will not be able to fight real major battles. Just as he was busy lamenting, suddenly, a huge whistling sound came from the distance. "Quick, take cover, hide!" The colonel shouted as he quickly led the officers to hide in the corner of the office, while pulling the huge solid wood table in front of them as a shield. Accompanied by an explosion, several Cambrian soldiers who were still busy watching the excitement in the distance were instantly pierced by flying shrapnel, and one soldier was even cut in half at the waist by a piece of shrapnel. "Damn it, this is the Black Eagle Empire's heavy artillery. They brought their artillery over. These bastards, how did they pull the cannons over?" Seeing that his position was actually covered by artillery fire, the colonel couldn't help but curse angrily. He really hadn't expected the enemy's artillery to arrive so quickly, this truly showed the high degree of mechanization of the Black Eagle Empire. If it were them, they would never be able to quickly position heavy artillery at this moment, because they didn't have that many trucks to tow them, they could only rely on warhorse to transport them little by little. "Where is our artillery? Let our artillery return fire." As soon as the colonel finished speaking, an officer next to him said weakly, "Sir, I'm sorry, our artillery also doesn't know where they went. We only have 482mm mortar in total here, and they seem unable to return fire." Damn it. This really made the colonel not know what to say. Just now, he was busy praising the soldiers under Andrei for their strong subjective initiative, but now he felt that this subjective initiative didn't seem to be a good thing either. The Andrei's hammer giant cannons had extremely high mobility, which was true, so those artillery generally didn't like to stand still in output when using these cannons. Now, who knows where those artillery have gone? They urgently needed heavy artillery to counterattack the enemy. On the Black Eagle Empire's artillery position in the distance, newly set up towed howitzers were continuously launching fierce artillery attacks forward. "Colonel, are you sure our enemy will set up their command post in the warehouse area? Isn't that a bit too conspicuous?" Hearing someone ask next to him, the Black Eagle colonel shrugged and said, "I don't know, I guessed it, but I believe they will definitely utilize this warehouse area. All the warehouses here are made of reinforced concrete, which is quite sturdy. If they don't know how to use these buildings for defense, then that would be too foolish. Since we know there are enemies there, we just need to bomb a few more rounds, and we will naturally have some gains. If we can destroy the enemy's new armored soldier vehicles in advance with heavy artillery, that would be even better. Anyway, they had a lot of artillery and brought a lot of shells, so they would just bomb slowly. These 120mm howitzers, and the even heavier 150mm howitzers in the rear, could definitely deliver a heavy blow to the enemy. As long as their army took this opportunity to charge the front line with fierce artillery fire, the enemy would definitely not be able to withstand their offensive." But just as he thought this, an explosion occurred behind him. "Not good. It's enemy artillery fire. Quickly lock onto their artillery positions." "Where are their artillery?" The colonel quickly led the other officers to hide in a safe place, while shouting loudly at the artillery. He was slightly shocked, not expecting the enemy's heavy artillery to sneak up without a sound. He had originally thought that the opponent's heavy artillery would be deployed in the warehouse area and then immediately suppressed by his artillery fire. If it were a typical Cambrian army, according to their past rigid tactics, they would definitely arrange heavy artillery in the core warehouse area as the rear. But for players, their heavy artillery can be arranged wherever they like. As long as it can hit the enemy, it's good no matter where it's arranged. For example, the players in front of him had deployed all these Andrei's hammer cannons behind a reverse slope on the enemy's flank. They didn't know whether deploying them here was a good thing or a bad thing, but they felt that this area seemed very suitable for an artillery position, and it just happened to be able to cover the enemy's artillery. Ha ha ha, it's still so satisfying to use these mobile cannons. This must be praised, it's much better than Battlefield 1. Recalling the defensive cannons that appeared on some maps in Battlefield 1, a player couldn't help but complain. Although theoretically, those defensive cannons could deal tons of damage to the enemy. In fact, many players finally got to play with a cannon, but after squatting for a long time, no enemies entered the range. Finally, they found an enemy, but before he could fire the shell, his teammate stole the kill. In the end, he might have used this giant cannon for an entire round of the game, but he didn't get more than 2 kills. In contrast, the Andrei's hammer, a mobile cannon after their modification, was simply a wonderful weapon. The only drawback was that they had to obtain that special walking chassis to combine it with the cannon, otherwise they couldn't complete such a modification. As for the original Stalin's hammer cannon that was recruited, its mobility was very ordinary. After all, as a towed heavy howitzer, how good could players expect its mobility to be? Even if they wanted to use it, they had to unload this cannon from the tow vehicle, fix it in one place, and then they could fire. In the end, this thing would just turn into the fixed cannon from Battlefield 1 again, far inferior to the heavy artillery that could run around everywhere now. After firing several shots in a row, the player did not continue to fire at the enemy, but quickly moved in other directions. The Black Hawk Army's artillery were highly skilled, and their reaction speed was very fast, so often, they had just fired a few shells, and the enemy could already lock onto their position. As the player expected, the Black Hawk Army quickly locked onto their cannon and then fired shells in that direction. Although due to the reverse slope, most of the shells followed a parabolic trajectory and then exploded behind the player's artillery position. But shells still occasionally landed in this area. However, since the player had already moved the cannon, these shells that hit the correct position did not achieve any hits. When the player moved the artillery, these Andrei's hammer were all silent. Seeing that no more shells were fired from the opposite side, the Black Hawk Army breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, good, it seems our artillery level is very high, they actually achieved hits in the first 2 rounds. The colonel smiled somewhat smugly. Just as he was about to praise the artillery again, suddenly, more shells came from the side. Watching the heavy howitzer shells fiercely explode at the artillery position, instantly overturning one of their howitzers and leaving a huge crater in the ground, the colonel's expression instantly froze. Terrible, truly terrible. What's going on with the enemy's artillery? How did they pop up again? An artillery quickly estimated the direction of the opponent's fire, and then was surprised to find the enemy's artillery seemed to have moved. Either they had other artillery positions on the other side, but anyway, the direction of the opponent's shells was definitely not the same as before. The enraged Black Hawk artillery turned around and counterattacked the player again, but the player had already run away. After several rounds of continuous harassment, this group of Black Hawk artillery lost 8 howitzers, and also lost hundreds of elite artillery, but they still couldn't find the opposing player. Although the number of shells the opponent fired each time was not large, they would leave directly after firing 2 shots. But this kind of behavior, which messed with their mentality, was almost driving them crazy. Reporting, Colonel, our special forces are in position. Quick, send them out for me. Let them find the enemy's artillery positions as quickly as possible, and then destroy them all. The colonel roared loudly. Although he had originally planned to have these special forces launch a frontal assault, acting as a sharp spear to break through the enemy's defenses, he had now changed his mind. The players were fighting back and forth with the attacking Black Hawk Army, and at the same time, on Andrei's side. When he confirmed from the players' chat area that the Black Hawk Army had attacked the bait he had set and that the enemy's forces had indeed been diverted, he grinned. Ha ha ha, this is great, our enemy has fallen into the trap. Katyusha, let's go. Next, we're going to lead the Titan Legion on a long-range raid. If we play this well enough, we might be able to encircle an entire enemy army group. Thinking of this, a fiery gleam appeared in Andrei's eyes. Although he couldn't guarantee that he could truly encircle an enemy army group this time, he had already seen this hope. If they could wipe out such a large Black Hawk Army force in one go, even with the Black Eagle Empire's current massive size, they would feel quite a sting. Of course, compared to the German in the original Earth plane, Andrei always felt that the Black Hawk Army in this world seemed to be more numerous. Perhaps it was because the other side had a lot of miscellaneous special forces, or perhaps it was because the Black Eagle Empire relied on necromantic industry, thus freeing up a lot of productivity. But it's also possible that the population of this world is larger? Who knows what's going on? Andrei doesn't know the exact population figures of the various countries in this world, nor has he specifically looked for information in this area. Suddenly, he inexplicably missed the internet before he transmigrated. Besides being able to watch short videos, one of the most wonderful uses of the internet was that you could search for anything you wanted. Unlike now, if he wanted to research something, he had to find people to slowly collect information. Katyusha didn't know what Andrei was feeling melancholic about at the moment, she just felt that Andrei's mood seemed to have suddenly dropped. So she stood on tiptoe, patted Andrei's head, and said, "What's wrong? Why do you suddenly seem unhappy? Don't worry, don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself. At worst, if we lose, we'll just retreat. We can figure out a way to rescue our trapped teammates later. Our battle plan this time was quite good. Even if we lose, we won't suffer too terrible losses. With my Titan Legion, I don't believe the enemy can cut off our retreat. Seeing Katyusha's confident look, Andrei smiled. Don't worry, we won't fail. Of course, we will achieve victory. Katyusha's Titan Legion moved, and along with this Wrath of Winter Titan Legion, there were also 4 gargants that players had cobbled together from the wreckage of enemy Titan Legions. Although Katyusha really wanted to incorporate these 4 Titan units into her own legion, even if these 4 Titan units did look a bit strange, ugly, and like a pile of junk. But unfortunately, the players believed that since they had already built Titans, they naturally deserved to have their own Titan Legion. So, those players simply merged their guilds. After much deliberation, they decided to name the guild Big Waik. Good heavens, what kind of greenskin behavior is this? Andrei's mouth twitched slightly, offering no comment on the players' abstract behavior. However, this name was already quite good. Compared to the names in 40K Dark Tide, their names were already quite formal and traditional. The various IDs in Dark Tide were truly outrageous. When Andrei's army launched its attack, the Black Hawk army defending another front line was instantly stunned by the fierce assault. Mainly, according to their thinking, they believed that Vorontsov's army should have suffered considerable losses in the previous battles. Moreover, their side didn't have any particularly important objectives, so the enemy shouldn't suddenly launch an attack at this time, right? Even if Andrei launched an attack, shouldn't he be attacking towards Schlüsselburg to support Petrograd? Precisely because they never expected Andrei to suddenly launch an attack here, the Black Hawk army here had almost no preparation. Dozens of player bombers first carried out a fierce bombing, destroying the enemy's artillery positions, several bunkers, and some gathered armored units on the front line. Immediately after, Andrei's few remaining Andrei's hammer cannons, along with Katyusha rocket launchers equipped by other players, directly flanked the enemy, launching a fierce assault using these highly mobile artillery pieces. When dozens of Katyusha rocket launchers fired simultaneously, the overwhelming barrage of rockets instantly covered a large area of the enemy. Although in terms of sustained output, Katyusha's output wasn't particularly strong, as its reload speed was very slow. But purely from a visual standpoint, when the Black Hawk army saw the sky-filling fire rain formed by the rockets, and saw hundreds of rockets raining down on their positions in one go, it would be a miracle if their morale didn't collapse. The hellish artillery fire had not yet ceased when Andrei's Titan Legion already pressed forward. Although Katyusha didn't really want to give these kills to the players, the gargants created by the players seemed to have some kind of buff, as their speed was actually faster than the Cambrian Empire's Warlord Titan. By the time her Warlord Titan charged up from the rear, the 4 gargants and the Skull Lord, which had just pushed onto the enemy's position, had already ended the battle. Ah! It's infuriating, this is unscientific. Katyusha looked at these gargants in disbelief, suddenly having an urge to cut them open with her mech's large scythe and dissect them thoroughly. This is just bizarre. Theoretically, this thing's tonnage is roughly equivalent to 1.5 Caesar-class Titans, but the engine it uses is the original engine of a Caesar-class Titan. If that's the case, how does this thing manage to run faster than a Caesar-class Titan while the engine power remains unchanged? Andrei was also very confused about this question. However, vehicles created by players, or vehicles recruited by players from the game, all seem to gain some special buffs. There wasn't much noticeable change when using weapons from Battlefield 5, but if we take weapons from Battlefield 1 as an example, the mobility of those tanks and armored vehicles in Battlefield 1 was simply abnormal. Tanks that could only reach a speed of 6 to 7 km per hour in World War I, when in the hands of players, could directly race. The same was true for armored vehicles with speeds not exceeding 10 km per hour, and even the speed of biplanes in the sky was much faster. Given this, what's wrong with these gargants also running faster? Not to mention, the players also deliberately painted the gargants a very festive red. If we follow the green skin philosophy, this thing seems to bring a speed bonus to vehicles, red means faster. Oh, don't think so much about it. Just try to follow the army ahead. To be honest, I feel that the Warlord Titan is indeed a bit slow. In the cockpit, Andrei stood at the command position of this Titan, saying to Katyusha ahead with some helplessness. Originally, Jean wanted to stay here because she also had to command her Thousand Sons Legion, serving as the Titan guard for Katyusha's unit. But after fighting for a long time, the more she fought, the more she felt that Katyusha's Wrath of Winter Titan Legion was too slow. The player's Titan Legion ahead was already moving like a blur, and coupled with the enemy's immediate collapse, with no room for any effective counterattack, she seemed to no longer need to worry about the Warlord Titan being ambushed. So, not long after, Jean directly led her Thousand Sons Legion to the front line to charge, while Andrei transferred his command post into this Titan. Andrei soothed the somewhat agitated Katyusha while caressing the surrounding Titan's cockpit. It must be said that the technological content of this thing did not seem as high as he had imagined. Before entering the cockpit, Andrei's imagination of a Titan cockpit was similar to the Pacific Rim style, or perhaps like a Gundam cockpit. But once he actually got in, he found that this thing was rather crude, filled with a sense of bulky, rough, and unrefined design everywhere. If he had to describe it, he felt like he hadn't entered the cockpit of a Titan mech at all, but rather a super tank. He remembered once spending some time in the secondary turret of the arrogant fortress tank. The German tank cockpit there even had leather upholstery. But here, all around was nothing but steel, and even the chair was hard and uncomfortable to sit on. The reason this thing is slow isn't because our engine power can't compare to the enemy's, plus its armor is too thick. As she slowly maneuvered the mech to follow the team, Katyusha said with some helplessness, among all Titan mechs in the world, the Warlord Titan is inherently the most heavily armored model. During the previous modifications to the mech, 2 additional large mechanical arms were installed at the rear. Now, it's terrible. The tonnage of our Titans is severely overloaded, and there isn't a powerful enough engine to drive them. The speed just can't go up. To be honest, Katiusha had already noticed this problem in the previous Titan battle. Although she never quite understood why her Titan could run faster than other Titans, especially when she had just slain an enemy Titan, she immediately felt her own Titan moving like a blur. But even so, she struggled greatly when pursuing enemies, not to mention other Titans that were even slower than hers. Listening to Katiusha's complaints, Andrei stroked his chin and began to ponder. He was currently thinking if he had any way to build Titan units, and perhaps just get Katiusha a new Titan? Unfortunately, some super era units in the system required too many influence points to unlock. Otherwise, he really would have wanted to bring over the 40k Night Mechs. Although in terms of size, Night Mechs didn't seem to have much of an advantage when facing these Titans, looking only so-so. But the weapons equipped by Night Mechs were far beyond what these Titans could even compare to. But there was nothing he could do, he really couldn't afford that stuff. He even suspected that even if he destroyed the Black Eagle Empire, he might not be able to gather that many influence points. When we get back, I'll see if we can modify these Titans. If we can remove some of this thing's armor, then we'll try to remove a part of it. Andrei could only say to Katiusha, I'm not sure if the Warlord Titan's armor is detachable, but from what I see now, this Titan's armor seems to be the least useful thing. With shields, the importance of armor suddenly decreased significantly. When the enemy couldn't penetrate the shield, this thing's heavy armor was useless. And when the shield disappeared, even with heavy armor, it was difficult for this thing to withstand 2 more artillery strikes. Compared to the slight increase in survivability provided by armor, mobility was indeed more important. As Andrei's forces began to drive deep into enemy territory, pushing towards the enemy's heartland, preparing for a long-range encirclement. News of the sudden attack on the front line was immediately relayed to General Ron and General Graham. Graham, what did I tell you before? On the phone, General Ron couldn't help but scold his colleague. I already warned you to be extremely careful, and at the time you disregarded my words, but now my words are gradually becoming reality. I suggest you either lead your troops to retreat immediately, or quickly launch a countercharge against the enemy, pushing relentlessly towards Volkov to force the enemy to retreat. If this continues, your troops will likely be surrounded by the Cambrian army. And on the other end of the phone, General Graham, who had just been about to go to bed early but suddenly received news from the front line and instantly lost his sleepiness, was also in a state of disarray. Enough, Ron, I don't need you to remind me. I'll handle the problems here myself. Instead of wasting time with your sarcastic remarks, you should hurry and ask the Northern Army Commander-in-Chief if Marshal Schwegen can provide us with some assistance. Chapter 319, General Graham wants to trade bases. Tisk. That thick-skinned old man. General Ron spat in annoyance. He had warned General Graham before, but after problems arose, that guy started changing the subject. However, it was true that General Graham's allegiance was actually with the Central Army. He was merely a force allocated from the Central Army, temporarily assisting in the attack on the Cambrian army here. So, if there was truly a need to communicate with Marshal Schwegen, the Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Army, it would be more appropriate for him, General of the Northern Army, to do so. When General Ron sent the message, Marshal Schwegen was also somewhat surprised, because he truly hadn't expected Andrei to suddenly launch such a fierce attack at this moment. Marshal, I suggest we immediately deploy the Emperor's Son Titan Legion. We need a unit capable of matching the enemy's Titan units, otherwise, this war will become very difficult. General Ron said this over the phone. But Marshal Schwegen shook his head, rejecting General Ron's proposal. No, the Titan Legion must remain here, it cannot be moved casually. We need a powerful Titan force to suppress Petrograd. We absolutely cannot allow Petrograd to catch its breath. This is where Titan power is most needed. Hearing this, General Ron became anxious. But Marshal, with all due respect, in my opinion, Petrograd doesn't actually need Titan power. According to our current battle plan, we aren't even preparing to fight into the Petrograd urban area, let alone rush into the city to engage in bloody street fighting with the enemy. Plus, they have the Tsar cannon, so the Titan Legion cannot launch an attack. In contrast, if there is no Titan power here to withstand the enemy's offensive, then General Graham's army group is very likely to be encircled by the enemy, which is a very fatal matter. At this point, General Ron's voice rose several pitches. Marshal, think about it, if, under your command in the Northern Army, the first army group since the Empire's re-establishment were to be encircled and annihilated, how would His Majesty the Emperor view you? If such a thing truly happens, it's not just General Graham's problem, it's a disgrace to our entire Northern Army. Being spoken to by General Ron like this, Marshal Schwegen's mind was a bit muddled. Although he was unwilling to admit from the bottom of his heart that the situation on the front line had deteriorated to such an extent, General Ron's words had already come true before. If he again rejected Ron's words and then caused an army group to be completely annihilated by the enemy, then in retrospect, his troubles would be significant. All right, you've convinced me. I will transfer the Emperor's Son Titan Legion over, but it will probably take some time to transport this Titan Legion to your location. So, the frontline troops must hold out for at least 3 days. No matter what, these 3 days are absolutely essential. I hope General Graham can hold on and not fail to withstand even 3 days. Seeing the call end, General Ron sighed deeply, feeling an urge to curse. But there was no way around it. He also knew that the Marshal wasn't intentionally delaying, but rather because transporting the Titan Legion truly required a significant amount of extra time. To transport a Titan, it must be disassembled into parts, transported in batches onto trains, and then reassembled at a rear base. Otherwise, if the massive titan were to walk a long distance, it would be a miracle if it didn't break down, not to mention its astonishing fuel consumption. Although the mechanical stability of walking machines has always been very strong, with breakdowns being rare, when scaled up to the size of a titan, it remains a very precise and easily problematic machine. In fact, the original titans were already considered industrial marvels. If it weren't for the breakthroughs in materials science on the Black Eagle Empire's side, they wouldn't have been able to build even larger sovereign-class titans. General Graham soon learned of the Northern Army Commander-in-Chief's instructions from General Ron. When he learned that he actually needed his troops to continue holding out, he also felt an urge to curse. Damn it! Order our frontline troops to find a way to launch an assault. No matter what, we must destroy one or two of their titans. We must find a way to make the enemy feel the pain, otherwise, if this continues, their Titan Legion will sweep through everything, unstoppable. After General Graham conveyed the tough orders and pressure to his subordinates, his chief of staff suddenly said, "Commander, I do have an idea. Didn't General Ron say earlier that we could try to launch a counter-assault against the enemy? I think we might be able to try. If we take this opportunity to attack directly down the middle, bypassing the main force of Vorontsov's army group, then we might be able to directly occupy Folkhov. By then, we can defend using the enemy's pre-deployed defensive lines, and at the same time, cut off the transportation hub here and sever Vorontsov's logistics." Good heavens, a base trade. If players heard the strategy the Black Hawk army was currently plotting, they would definitely think of this term. General Graham pondered for a moment and felt that this fighting style seemed to be a good one. Very well, in that case, we will immediately organize our troops to launch a fierce attack on the enemy, letting our defensive lines drag out time as much as possible. Then, a portion of our troops will attack along the central route, and another portion will attack along the western route, to seize the transportation hub. By then, it won't be our army being encircled in this war, but Vorontsov's army having its home base raided by us, forced to retreat in disarray. Thinking of such a scene, General Graham couldn't help but burst into laughter. If he could truly achieve such a battle outcome, he could completely drive Andrei's army out of Folkhov, force them out of the northern front, and push them directly towards Moscow. By then, they would have no logistics and would have to hastily engage the well-rested elite Central Army, with almost no chance of victory. General Graham's idea was quite good, as for the actual effectiveness of its execution, that would be hard to say. On Andrei's side, the player's army was still sweeping through everything, and that Titan Legion, with its very Orsish flavor, was practically going berserk at this moment. Advance. Advance. At this moment, players didn't need to worry about anything else, they just needed to keep fighting forward, constantly pushing onto the enemy's positions. The massive Titan Legion possessed almost invincible combat capabilities, and the batch of fuel that had arrived in Folkhov earlier could effectively sustain the consumption of this Titan Legion. At the same time, the player's artillery also cooperated with the Titan Legion, continuously bombarding the enemy. The artillery support along the way had utterly terrified the Black Hawk army, allowing them to fully experience what grand artillery tactics meant. Speaking of which, I feel like our front army's breaching capability is a bit too strong, isn't it? Suddenly remembering something, Katyusha, who was controlling a Titan and following the troops forward, turned to Andrei and asked, "Look, our front army already has 2 Titan legions. Although these 2 Titan legions combined only amount to 1 full-strength legion, besides that, we also have Sturm Tigers." Speaking of Sturm Tigers, Katyusha's eyes also grew brighter. "Andriusha, I have to say, those tanks are really good things. Although they look a bit clunky and crude, their power is just immense. No matter what building is in front, one shot will guarantee heaven and earth collapse. With such tanks leading the way, I feel like the utility of the Titan Legion doesn't seem as great anymore." Andrei was non-committal about Katyusha's words. If it were the Third Reich from the original World War II, the Sturm Tiger couldn't be said to be useless, but its utility wasn't as great as imagined. On one hand, it was because the production of Sturm Tigers was simply too low. On the other hand, it was also because this thing had a fairly high failure rate, and its actual mobility was far from as good as imagined. Of course, when it came to the players, they could recruit Sturm Tigers from the factory using merit points, and they didn't have to worry about the reliability of these things. Especially since these things could achieve their full theoretical speed, they were incredibly fierce. One can only say that this type of tank is indeed useful, but trying to replace the Titan Legion with it still feels a bit unrealistic. The Titan Legion has advantages that ordinary land units cannot replace. Andrei shrugged. In his opinion, while Titans were extremely valuable and very difficult to produce, once they were created, they were practically invincible. What would be the effect of this thing engaging a battleship at sea? Andrei wasn't sure, as he had never seen it. Purely in terms of firepower, the Titan's firepower was already comparable to that of a battleship, and even its protection wasn't much worse than a battleship's. With such a terrifying monster deployed on land, it was truly invincible, only Titans could deal with Titans. Although, from a cost perspective, the steel required to build a Titan Legion would be enough to build several armored divisions, the role a Titan Legion could play on land was something that several armored divisions combined could not achieve. Just as Andrei was thinking this, he suddenly heard a peculiar sound from within the Titan. "Calling Winter Empress, calling Winter Empress. Is Commander present?" Andrei took the radio and quickly said, "I am Vorontsov, what is it?" "Commander, intelligence has just reported new information, the enemy seems to have shifted some troops. The Black Hawk Army group, which we were in the process of encircling, has launched an attack." They are pushing towards the Folkhof district. Hey? Are you kidding me? At this moment, why did they suddenly launch an attack? Andrei just paused slightly, then exchanged glances with Katyusha. Both of them almost simultaneously said, "Damn it, they're heading for our home base." Andrei had truly not expected the enemy to attempt a base trade at such a moment. Good heavens, trying such a tactic sounds easy, but in actual practice, it's impossible without sufficient determination. Those capable of devising such a tactic are, without exception, incredibly daring individuals, because a base trade requires taking enormous risks, a slight misstep and they could lose everything. What should we do, Andriusha? Do we need to withdraw to defend? Katyusha was a bit flustered. She knew that if her front army lost Folkhov, its base and important transportation hub, their subsequent war would become quite difficult. Although their army was highly mechanized, it was precisely because of this high degree of mechanization that they were extremely dependent on logistics. Don't worry, there's no need to retreat. Let our rear troops hold them off. I believe our soldiers are reliable enough. Andrei grabbed Katyusha's shoulder and soothed her, saying, "It's too late to retreat now. If we retreat, all the battle achievements we've made will be in vain, and our allies will be completely annihilated by the enemy's encirclement. Even if we could retreat, the enemy would then be waiting in Folkhov, fresh and rested, forcing us into a bloody battle, and in the end, we would only suffer heavy casualties." As he spoke, a ruthless glint flashed in Andrei's eyes. "Since they want to swap bases, let them. I want to see if their teeth are hard enough. As long as we break through their defenses before they break through ours, their tactic will completely fail. Continue the assault. Let our forces accelerate their attack. This war will be a decisive one." Katyusha nodded heavily. She knew how critical the situation was, but she trusted Andrei's judgment. Andrei had encountered critical situations before when leading troops, but he had always managed to turn danger into safety and ultimately achieve victory. This string of victories gave Katyusha immense confidence in Andrei. Meanwhile, Andrei issued a mission to the players, instructing them to quickly reach the factory district in the rear and set up defenses. As he gave the orders, Andrei felt a sense of relief, a smile playing on his lips as he murmured to himself, "Heh, I never thought the factories I captured earlier would come in handy so quickly. Let the Black Hawk army come, I want to see if they can quickly chew through those fortified factories." Katyusha's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing Andrei's soliloquy. That's right, Andrei had previously led his troops to capture those surrounding factories and had engineers repair them. At first, she couldn't quite understand Andrei's actions, thinking this series of moves seemed overly risky, aggressive, and somewhat superfluous. But now, these factories were proving to be incredibly useful. Without these factories, the enemy could have pushed straight to Folkhov, with nothing along the way to stop them. But with these structures, they would essentially have to first chew through several fortified zones on the outskirts of Folkhov, otherwise, they would constantly face heavy artillery fire from there. Under these circumstances, the Black Hawk army's advance speed would inevitably slow down, and they might even be completely blocked at the fortified zones. Some players immediately chose to redeploy from other spawn points, instantly returning to the factory fortified zone. At the same time, several units left behind by Andrei quickly joined the defense perimeter of these factories. The number of returning players was not large, only about 1,000 in total, but combined with the infantry stationed there, they could at least muster a force of over 6,000. It wasn't that Andrei insisted on leaving these troops behind, it was mainly because some of his units had suffered heavy casualties in previous battles, so he needed them to rest and recuperate. Additionally, his truck transport capacity was somewhat short, making it difficult for some infantry to keep up with the main force's marching speed. Therefore, these light infantry were left behind by Andrei to defend the Folkhov district. He never expected them to be useful at a time like this. As Andrei launched his offensive and the Special Armored Brigade held their ground, a second large-scale defensive zone emerged in the entire Folkhov battle area. General Graham personally led the main force of his army group, launching a fierce assault on Folkhov along the central axis. Sitting in his special command vehicle, he watched the rapidly advancing convoy and steel torrent in front of him, unable to help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, brilliant, truly brilliant. I never thought that kid from the Cambrian Empire would be so careless this time. Humph, what so-called genius, what so-called famous general, in the end, he's only at this level. He probably didn't expect that while he was attacking me, I could also counterattack his home base." General Graham was in high spirits at this moment, showing no trace of his previous discomfiture. Because his advance had been incredibly smooth all the way. In the area between the two war zones, they encountered no resistance from Andrei's forces, marching unimpeded. Meanwhile, their spies in the Folkhov district had sent back intelligence to their army. According to the intelligence provided by the spies, General Graham learned that Folkhov's defenses were extremely weak, with only about 2 brigades of light infantry defending it. So what was there to fear? Just push straight through. He might even be able to completely annihilate Andrei's front army in this war. How are those Warsanians doing up front? Why haven't they sent back any news yet? Suddenly, General Graham asked a nearby officer with some dissatisfaction. "Commander, I'm not quite sure, but I don't think they'll have any problems, will they?" The officer confidently speculated, although the Warsanians' tactics are completely outdated, they are still, after all, the strongest cavalry on the European continent. Such a force going against a bunch of light infantry should be a piece of cake, shouldn't it? Unfortunately, this officer seemed to have awakened the crow's mouth saint body. As soon as his words fell, news of retreat came from the front lines. Large numbers of Warsanian cavalry hurriedly retreated, their faces still showing lingering fear. Based on the number of those who successfully returned, they had lost at least half of their men in the previous battle. Damn it, what's going on with you? Don't tell me you went to fight a group of light infantry and ended up like this. General Graham jumped out of his vehicle and angrily asked the commander of this Warsanian auxiliary force. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have many cavalry units, and this Warsanian cavalry unit was the most mobile unit on his side, he wouldn't have sent them to clear the way. In his opinion, although cavalry no longer had such strong assault capabilities, their mobility was still very good. Facing a bunch of light infantry, could these cavalry still run into problems? No, Your Excellency Commander, our intelligence is definitely wrong. We are facing enemy fortresses, not ordinary light infantry. To General Graham's surprise, the cavalry officer immediately refuted him without hesitation. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, quickly took a map from his aide's hand, and began drawing on it, saying, "Do you remember those factories we captured before? Now, those factories have been completely transformed into fortresses by the enemy. Our cavalry had barely charged halfway when we encountered artillery bombardment from within the fortresses. And besides that, the enemy didn't just leave light infantry there, we also encountered enemy battle tanks pursuing us. If it weren't for those battle tanks, we wouldn't have lost so many men." General Graham felt a bit dizzy, his mind buzzed as if it were about to explode. He almost furiously snatched the map, cursing, "Damn it, you pig, you're lying to me. This is all nonsense. Back then, we saw with our own eyes the miserable state of these factories. Our enemies had practically razed all these factories to the ground, with only a very few buildings managing to survive. And I don't understand, they've already launched such a fierce general offensive to the front, how could they still leave a large amount of heavy artillery and armored units in the rear? Are they still unwilling to commit all their reserves at a time like this? It is well known that reserves are very important in war. But similarly, if too many troops are kept as reserves during a war, it is also a very foolish practice. Especially for units with extremely strong assault capabilities like armored units, when Andrei launched a large-scale offensive, shouldn't he have concentrated all his armored units? But this bastard deliberately left an armored unit in the rear, ordering these assault weapons to squat in place for defense. What kind of bizarre operation is this? Following this line of thought, cold sweat involuntarily broke out on General Graham's forehead. Because he suddenly became worried, could it be that Andrei had already anticipated his base-swapping tactic and deliberately left an armored unit here specifically to block him? Damn it, worrying now is useless. Realizing that he would now have to confront enemy armored units and seemingly also attack several fortified factories, General Graham's face instantly became even uglier than a pig's liver. But he had already advanced this far, what else could he do? Tuck his tail between his legs, lead his troops to retreat, and then suffer a brutal beating from the enemy? If he really led his troops to retreat, he would have no chance of victory. Only by going all out and pushing forward did he have a chance to turn the tide. Thinking this, General Graham took several deep breaths, feeling his mood calm considerably. Then, he said to the Warsanian cavalry general, "All right, I believe your intelligence. Now, you first lead your cavalry to retreat and then be responsible for reconnaissance on the outer perimeter of our army. I will have my troops prepare for a tough assault." After the Warsanian left, General Graham's face immediately fell. Assault. It was easy to say, but where did he have suitable assault units? To speed up the march, he completely disregarded the artillery still slowly being transported in the rear, directly ordering a large number of mechanized infantry and armored units to go as fast as possible, speeding all the way. This resulted in him not bringing any proper heavy cannons, except for a small number of 105 mm Wasp artillery. Heavy cannons like 120 mm, 150 mm, and 210 mm were all being slowly transported behind. No, an assault is necessary. If we bypass these fortified zones, attacking the district later will only become more troublesome. General Graham quickly dismissed a thought in his mind, and then he began to ponder other strategies. The fortresses had to be taken, otherwise, when his army attacked the district, the enemy could bombard his rear from the fortresses and constantly launch sneak attacks from behind him. Digging tunnels was not feasible. Air Force bombing was already en route, but he didn't think the Air Force's bombing could completely deal with the fortresses ahead. Paratroopers. This seemed like a decent option, but his unit didn't have many paratroopers, and it was impossible now to have the airship retreat and reload paratroopers for deployment. Thinking this, he suddenly realized that it seemed he had no other choice but to order his troops to storm the enemy's fortresses. For the Empire, it's time for the soldiers to make sacrifices. The general sighed heavily and then gave the order to the soldiers to storm the fortresses. He knew that this strong assault would inevitably cause many casualties to his army, but there was no other way. Launching a strong assault now was the only way out, time was not on his side. Once he slowed down, he would only be surrounded by the enemy, leading to a dead end. Upon receiving the order, the division commanders responsible for mobilizing troops at the front line couldn't help but curse. The commander spoke so lightly, but did he know how strong the enemy's fortress firepower was, or how precious their soldiers were? After a few curses, these division commanders quickly carried out the army commander's order, sending a large number of armored units, infantry, and a newly arrived batch of cyborgs and magic user troops to join the assault. As the airships in the sky dropped a large number of bombs on the factory's ruins, this brutal offensive began. Inside the factory, many players, to maintain the morale of these NPCs, directly chose the zealot profession, using auras to protect the soldiers around them. They hid in the factory's underground warehouse, quietly listening to the bombing overhead, with occasional anti-aircraft fire striking back at the sky. Some players set up anti-aircraft guns on the factory roof and began to fire fiercely at the airships. Although these anti-aircraft guns could not cause much damage against the enemy's powerful void shields, it was still their symbolic resistance against the enemy's air power. Damn it, where is our air force? Are fewer and fewer people playing air force now? Recalling earlier, the enemy's airships bombed them with impunity for a long time, and only 2 attack planes were dispatched, which were all shot down by the enemy, achieving almost no results. A player cursed indignantly, feeling truly disappointed with those air force players. No choice, our air force basically all ran to the front line to bomb, who told the NPCs to fight so fiercely. Another player next to him shrugged, then asked him, speaking of which, since that's the case, why don't you revive at the airport and get a plane? Although we're too late to modify the newly recruited planes, even the original attack planes seem to be able to tear apart the enemy's airships, right? To this question, the previous player spread his hands. No money. I don't have enough merit points to buy a plane right now, that's it. I originally wanted to grind more merit points with infantry in urban warfare, then buy good equipment, and join the front line to continue the assault. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. For players, if they can assault, they are definitely willing to assault. For no other reason than pure emotional value. After all, rushing out to beat others is much more comfortable than being beaten by others. In contrast, defending involves all sorts of waiting times, is restricted by terrain, and is easily suppressed by the enemy, which naturally isn't as enjoyable. Of course, because everyone was busy attacking the front, there was naturally a situation where there were too many monks and too little porridge among the enemies at the front. Those damn kill stealers, Titans are too overpowered, they've stolen all the kills on the front line. When Titans were mentioned, the players seemed to find common ground and all condemned this weapon. Of course, their condemnation of Titans was only because they hadn't gotten to drive one themselves. If they had the chance to truly experience driving a Titan, they would immediately become Titan fans. After an unknown period, the Black Hawk Army's bombing seemed to have ended. At the same time, players on lookout in several bunkers on the outskirts quickly shouted in the chat, "Don't just stand there, hurry out, the enemy is attacking. Quick, quick, see how many of our chariots outside are still usable. If the chariots are ruined, quickly build new ones." At this point, another player began to complain that their teammates hadn't properly dug fortifications here before. If they had dug out several sufficiently large underground garages when they were busy modifying the factory, they wouldn't have suffered chariot losses during the bombing. They could go into the underground warehouse, but the chariots couldn't, so these tanks and armored vehicles could only be parked in the factory building, hoping the reinforced concrete structure would provide some cover. After rushing out, the players investigated and found that indeed some chariots had been destroyed in the previous bombing. However, overall, the reinforced concrete structure was indeed effective, most of their chariots were still intact after the bombing. Good, good, our armored strength is still here, that's enough. The player said, looking at the advancing enemy mechs in the distance through binoculars, with an eager expression on his face. Haha, aren't they just the Black Eagle Empire's armored units? Should I avoid their edge? Joking. In armored combat, who fears whom? However, having said that, the first batch of player armored units that rushed out really made many players unable to hold back their laughter. Because these armored units that were driven out were actually chrysanthemum cars from Battlefield 1. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen old antique equipment? A player, seeing his teammate laughing so hard, couldn't help but retort, what can I do? I'd like to get some good equipment too, but the merit points are spent, they're just spent. If it weren't for their merit points being spent, they wouldn't have ended up here. Compared to other more advanced weapons and equipment, without a doubt, all the equipment from Battlefield 1 was quite cheap. Although they basically couldn't buy used goods discarded by old players now, even manufacturing new ones from the factory didn't require many merit points. Moreover, the performance of these Battlefield 1 weapons was actually quite good, at least the artillery was powerful enough. The artillery was powerful enough, and the mobility was not bad due to the game's extension, so why couldn't they fight the enemy's armored units? Both sides could penetrate each other, it was all about skill and courage, and players lacked neither of these. When the Black Hawk Army saw those chrysanthemum cars, they were also stunned for a moment. However, they didn't think too much, only assuming that these might be the armored vehicles for Andrei's second-line troops. After all, they had seen this weapon a few months ago. Although they hadn't seen it much recently, a few months was not a long time for the Black Hawk Army. Have our dreadnoughts retreat, and send the hunters forward. Tell the dreadnoughts to snipe these chariots from long range. These chariots don't have heavy armor, dealing with them is not difficult. Hearing the armored commander's words from behind, the Black Hawk armored soldier operating his mech couldn't help but roll his eyes. If these things were truly not difficult to deal with, they wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses before. To be honest, if they had to compare, they would rather deal with the Cambrian Empire's reindeer mechs than these strange chrysanthemum cars. The chrysanthemum car's armor wasn't great, on par with the reindeer mech in that regard, both were easily penetrated by the enemy. As for mobility, due to game enhancements, the chrysanthemum car's mobility was similar to the reindeer mechs, at least at an average level. But the problem was, the reindeer mech at most only had a 45mm cannon, but the chrysanthemum car had a 76mm cannon. This immediately widened the gap. Do you understand the value of a 76mm cannon? Boom. A dreadnought mech, being further away, fired first in the direction of the chrysanthemum car. Up to now, the Black Hawk Army's method of using dreadnought mechs was also gradually changing. In armored combat, their dreadnought mechs were less willing to maneuver and flank, on the contrary, they preferred to rely on the cannon's precision and range to snipe enemies from a distance. At the same time, the Hunter mech, in addition to being an infantry escort mech, also began to serve as a line-holding mech, meaning a meat shield in the front. Of course, this thing was not a good choice as a meat shield because its mobility was too poor. At this moment, the Black Eagle Empire had already begun a new round of armor development plans. They were developing a commonly used heavy mech, planning for it to be the core strength of their regular armored forces. During the charge, a player's chariot was hit by enemy artillery and instantly exploded. Many times, even if a chrysanthemum car turned its rear to the enemy, if the opponent aimed accurately, they could easily penetrate its engine or other vital parts. In such situations, even with engineers repairing from behind, it would be too late. Players were naturally not ones to take a beating without fighting back. They also launched artillery fire at the opposite side. However, the chrysanthemum car's artillery accuracy wasn't that good, and coupled with the long distance, the player's artillery fire didn't achieve much effect. Haha, excellent, just like that. Before they even charge over, we can eliminate more than half of them, and the remaining armored units will not be a threat. Looking at the chrysanthemum cars being destroyed one after another in the distance, the Black Hawk armored commander laughed heartily. But suddenly, a soldier next to him pointed in a direction and reminded him, "Officer, be careful, look over there. It seems a batch of cavalry is charging. Those cavalry seem to be in an unusual state." Hearing this, he quickly looked to the side. Unbeknownst to them, a batch of player cavalry wearing Kriegskins had launched a silent charge. These cavalry, holding melta mines, charged directly towards the flank of the armored forces. Clearly, they were aiming for these armored units. Not good, it's those madmen again. Watch out for the spears in their hands, they have explosives tied to them, they will use them to die with us. Experienced Black Hawk armored soldiers were terrified by the charging enemy cavalry, and without waiting for the commander behind him to give orders, he quickly maneuvered his mech to retreat rapidly. He had seen before how savage these guys in black coats and gas masks were. If these guys charged up, it was unknown if the enemy would die, but he certainly would. Chapter 320, How can Krieg Cavalry Terrify Enemies? Holy crap! These NPCs are broken, why are they running away? A Krieg player, currently charging, stared in confusion as the enemy mechs in front of him panicked and fled backward, unable to resist complaining to his teammates in team comms. What the hell? Do we have an innate terrify enemy trait or something? His teammates were equally bewildered, never expecting that the deterrent power of their Krieg cavalry had become so formidable. They didn't know that among all the Black Hawk soldiers, throughout the war, the special unit known as Vorontsov's black-clad daredevils had always been the most feared force by all Black Hawk army units. There was no helping it, as the saying goes, the tough fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who don't value their lives. How could they not be afraid when encountering a group of ruthless individuals who would throw their lives away in battle, charging directly into their own artillery fire, and occasionally using explosives for a mutual kill? Although these black-clad soldiers wore gas masks during their charge, neither revealing their faces nor making any sound, this silent charge brought immense pressure upon the Black Hawk army. Some Black Hawk soldiers even declared in terror. These damned lunatics are not normal Cambrian army soldiers at all, they are clearly vengeful spirits resurrected on the battlefield by the evil gods behind the Cambrian Empire. Only evil spirits with nothing but hatred and destruction left in their hearts could be so brutal. How could normal people be so ferocious? Stop them, hurry and stop them. These dreadnought mechs, while sprinting backward on their long legs, shouted loudly at the accompanying infantry. Hearing the armored soldiers in these mechs shouting orders at them, the other accompanying infantry glanced at the rifles in their hands, then at the black cavalry charging towards them, and a question mark slowly appeared above their heads. When this question mark appeared, it wasn't because they had a problem, but because their teammates had a problem. Is this reasonable? Asking a group of fragile infantry to block these suicidal lunatics? That's clearly unreasonable. Some new recruits, who had recently joined this unit and hadn't fully witnessed the power of Krieg players, were still busy continuously firing their weapons. Especially when they saw cavalry falling from their shots, the expressions on these new recruits' faces grew even more excited. But at the same time, the other veterans had already joined the ranks of the fleeing armored soldiers, running away with them. Whoever wants to fight such a group of lunatics can go fight them. They certainly didn't want to. Are you kidding? If they charged in, they'd surely be wiped out by the enemy's cavalry's explosions or charges. When it was all over, their families would only receive a death notification or a few medals. If it were before, these Black Hawk soldiers might have impulsively charged forward, gritting their teeth and shouting for His Majesty the Emperor. But as the war dragged on, with large numbers of Black Hawk soldiers sacrificing themselves on the front lines, and as they witnessed more and more outrageous enemies, the fire in the hearts of these Black Hawk soldiers gradually cooled. Especially when they saw their fallen bodies being dragged back to be used for modifying some ghoul legion, it made them even more unwilling to die like this. If they could be properly resurrected, they would certainly be quite willing, and then they wouldn't fear death. But before this, some soldiers had personally witnessed how abnormal those ghoul soldiers were. The thought of themselves also becoming such inhuman, ghost-like beings, with only endless war remaining in their lives, filled them with a sense of utter despair. If they had to live in such a state, they felt that perhaps dying would actually be quite comfortable. The new recruits, still excitedly firing, heard the increasingly distant footsteps behind them and turned to look. When they saw that all the veterans had taken off running, leaving them, a group of new recruits. On this position, these unfortunate Black Hawk new recruits were also bewildered. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you running? Come back quickly. Are you deserting? Are you worthy of the responsibility you bear? Although these new recruits were shouting at the cowardly veterans, the fleeing veterans still didn't look back. Some of them wanted to stop these new recruits, but they were held back by others. Why try to persuade them at a time like this? Just run. Good words are hard to persuade a doomed ghost. Moreover, if these new recruits didn't help them buy time, these veterans might not even be able to escape. Under the terrified gaze of these new recruits, the Krieg cavalry's charge remained silent, yet these silent figures, braving their hail of bullets, paid many sacrifices and forced their way forward. The heavy sound of horse hooves seemed as if it would crush them all, and even the strange-looking black war horses brought a tremendous sense of ferocity. No. Accompanied by a soldier's scream, his chest was brutally pierced by a spear. Some Krieg cavalry, even now, still hadn't changed out their melta-mine equipment, and then brutally detonated themselves within the enemy's infantry ranks. With several huge explosions, a cloud of smoke billowed, and the Black Hawk soldiers hit by these melta-mines were all blown to pieces, so much so that not even a complete body could be put together. The other Black Hawk soldiers watched this scene in terror, not understanding how these crazy cavalry dared to do such a thing. Wielding spears laden with explosives, charging directly at them like that, didn't these Cambrians cavalry fear death? Unfortunately, they didn't know that players could revive, nor did they know that for tough cavalry players, the damage caused by a melta-mine exploding in their own hands was actually negligible. As long as they weren't reduced to a sliver of health by the enemy, they generally wouldn't be blown to death in such an explosion. Even if they sustained some injuries, they could find a place to hide, and their wounds would quickly heal. After easily blowing up this infantry defense line, the remaining cavalry continued to pursue, but they seemed to be having trouble catching up to the other dreadnought mechs. These dreadnought mechs could easily reach speeds of over 50 km per hour. Once they had some time to escape, these guys truly demonstrated what it meant to run faster than rabbits. As for the fleeing veterans, the players weren't very interested in them anymore, because this group had already dispersed. What they wanted was the shock and awe generated by a large formation of cavalry charging together, the fun of cavalry company, advance. Not chasing after a bunch of scattered enemy routes. Especially on this battlefield, rooted soldiers were a very low-value unit, it would take a long time to kill one, and they wouldn't earn many merits in total. Those Black Hawk devils sure run fast. When did these NPCs learn to be cowardly and fear death? A player looked at the increasingly distant dreadnought mechs with a speechless expression, truly unable to figure out what was wrong with this game, and why NPCs would fear them like tigers. Ah, it's a game feature. This game often has NPCs who are afraid of death, we just happened to catch them at it. Another player shrugged, not bothered by this game feature. In his opinion, the fact that NPCs in this game could be afraid of death made it seem more realistic, although doing so could also lead to confusion among their own NPCs. However, a real battlefield is just like that, and the various reactions of these NPCs could actually give him a better immersive experience. Don't just stand there. The dreadnoughts ran away, but we still have those hunters in front to deal with. Let's charge over and backstab them. Suddenly, a player pointed at the hunter mech still busy fighting the chrysanthemum car at the front of the battlefield, saying excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, the large group of cavalry charged towards them in unison. The Krieg once again returned to a silent state, with only undisguised killing intent in their eyes. At this moment, the hunter mechs, busy acting as meat shields and holding the line at the front, had no idea that their teammates behind them had already disappeared. They were currently enjoying a fierce firefight with the opposing chrysanthemum car, feeling no fear at all. By now, this batch of Black Eagle Empire hunter mechs had become increasingly unwilling to use traditional harpoons as weapons, because they were simply not effective short range and only one shot. From a practical perspective, this batch of hunter mechs was roughly divided into two modes, a support mode carrying 120 mortars, and an assault gun mode equipped with a 75mm cannon on their back. Of course, most of the 75mm cannons they were currently equipped with were short-barreled, because the Empire's production of long-barreled cannons wasn't that high, and these long-barreled cannons had to be prioritized for dreadnought mech production. But even using short-barreled cannons, they could easily penetrate the opposing chrysanthemum car. However, the chrysanthemum car's 76mm cannon, when firing armor-piercing rounds, could also penetrate their armor if the angle was adjusted correctly. Boom! With a cannon blast, a chrysanthemum car operated by a player was tragically blown up, turning into a fiery ball of wreckage on the plain. The hunter mech, which had been prone, stood up again, moving sideways while retargeting its prey. Haha, nice shot. Albert, you're on a roll today. The driver moved while speaking to the gunner sitting above him. This gunner had already taken out 3 enemy armored vehicles, if they took out 2 more, they could be promoted directly to an ace crew. I don't know either, maybe it's because the enemy keeps charging right into our faces. The gunner Albert said with a smile, these Cambrians are quite courageous. Although their armored vehicles are a bit clumsy, they still dare to charge us, and they have indeed caused us quite a few losses. But correspondingly, the closer they charge to us, the easier it is for me to hit them. Just as the two were still conversing, they suddenly heard an unusual sound of horse hooves from behind them. What's going on? Where are these cavalry from? Have those Warsanians charged over? I don't know, but it's good if they charge over. Those Warsanians are quite good at anti-mech warfare. Recalling the invasion of Warsaniat, the 2 armored soldiers were somewhat emotional. Although the Empire always boasted about how foolish the Warsanian cavalry were, even saying they used sabers to hack at their mechs. But in reality, the Warsanian cavalry were not foolish. On the contrary, these guys used Molotov cocktails to attack, appearing and disappearing like ghosts on the battlefield, and indeed caused them quite a few losses. At the very least, the Warsanian cavalry performed much better than their infantry. These armored soldiers all thought it was the Warsanian cavalry coming to reinforce, as these cavalry had come from behind them. Who could have imagined that their teammates behind them had already been scared away by these Krieg cavalry? Just then, a radio transmission suddenly came through to their mech. Run! Run! The radio was inexplicably brief, only saying these few words from beginning to end before cutting out. The hunter mechs on the front line were confused, but they instinctively felt that the situation seemed to be grim. And just then, the Krieg cavalry rushing from behind them had already picked up melta mines and slammed these brutal anti-armor weapons onto their mechs. Boom! With a violent explosion, the melta mine detonated fiercely, and a scorching jet of molten metal instantly burned through the rear section of the hunter mech. The two armored soldiers inside the mech only had time to let out a scream before being engulfed by the terrifying jet of molten metal. Until their dying breath, they never imagined that the cavalry rushing from behind would actually be Cambrian's cavalry. As one hunter mech after another exploded under the attack of the Krieg cavalry, the remaining Black Hawk armored soldiers finally realized that they had been abandoned on the battlefield by their teammates, and the enemy had surrounded them. Damn bastards, they're all cowards. An armored soldier stomped his feet in anger, never expecting his teammates to be so unreliable. Although he cursed them as cowards, he wasn't hating them for running away. On the contrary, he was hating them for running away without him. This was simply too outrageous. To deal with the cavalry rushing at them from all sides, these hunter mechs quickly adjusted from their original prone position, firing their back-mounted artillery, and returned to a standing posture. At the same time, the nail guns on the mech's arms, capable of firing dense metal spikes, also began to sweep at the surrounding cavalry. It must be said that although the range of these nail guns was not very far, their close-range firepower was excellent, and the lethality of each metal spike far exceeded that of ordinary bullets. In the face of this sweeping fire, the rushing Krieg cavalry fell continuously, but even more Krieg cavalry charged from different directions, emphasizing an endless assault. Meanwhile, the chrysanthemum cars approaching from a distance, under the cover of the cavalry, also played the role of old sixes, taking advantage of gaps in the cavalry to fire and steal kills from time to time. Before long, all the Black Hawk Army's hunter mechs here were annihilated. Even as the last mech was destroyed, the armored soldiers inside couldn't help but curse their teammates, feeling that these unreliable guys were truly the worst, not even remembering to call them when they fled. Some chrysanthemum cars wanted to pursue the enemy, but they were stopped by other players. Don't chase them out, it's not worth it anymore, retreat. When they charge, we'll counterattack with the siege guns in the factory. Within these factories, players had specifically deployed several BL 9.2-inch siege guns, using them as fortress cannons. There was no other way. Before this, these siege guns were originally mounted on walking mech chassis. However, because players had acquired the superior Stalin's hammer heavy artillery, they abandoned the old World War I-era British siege guns, directly leaving these short-range, slow-loading, and heavier cannons to gather dust. Of course, these cannons couldn't truly be left to gather dust completely. Even if these things were World War I antiques, they were still heavy artillery after all. So these siege guns were dragged by players into these factories and directly deployed as fixed-mode artillery, just like in Battlefield 1. The Black Hawk armored commander in the rear felt his liver ache with anger when he saw the battered troops retreating from the front line. He tremblingly pointed at these disheveled armored soldiers, wanting to curse, but didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only sigh, signaling these armored soldiers to get lost and reorganize for a new round of attack. What problem could cursing solve now, anyway? The enemy forces opposite were indeed formidable, and he had also heard from these armored soldiers that the black-clad suicide squad had launched another desperate charge. Facing these madmen who didn't even care about their own lives, with no other option in their minds besides mutual destruction, what other countermeasure could they have besides a hasty retreat? They couldn't really perish together with the enemy, could they? The news of the frontline armored units' failed attack eventually reached General Graham's ears. General Graham naturally flew into a rage, scolding his armored troops, believing they absolutely hadn't put in their best effort. Because, in the general's view, the Cambrian army they were currently fighting was just a second-line force left behind by Andrei, and even their armored vehicles were outdated models. Yet, under such circumstances, their elite armored forces were still beaten so badly, even losing over 30 mechs, which was simply incredible. Under General Graham's furious scolding, the Black Hawk army regrouped once again, launching a new attack with a large number of infantry accompanying the remaining mechs, cautiously advancing towards the enemy's defensive lines. At the same time, the few Wasp artillery in their team also once again provided insignificant fire support. There was no other way, the airships in the sky had already flown away, having dropped all their bombs. General Graham couldn't just make a phone call and have the airships return immediately, who knew how long it would take for these airships to resupply with a new batch of bombs. As a result, up until now, before his heavy artillery in the rear arrived, he could only rely on the small artillery he had for fire support. General Graham felt annoyed, and the players on their side were also a bit unhappy, mainly because they found their cannons had a somewhat short range. Although the players' 9.2-inch siege guns had a considerable caliber, in fact, their range was indeed inferior to the enemy's 105mm Wasp artillery, roughly 1 kilometer shorter than the enemy's range. This reason, coupled with the enemy's Wasp artillery constantly moving, meant that players could only passively endure the enemy's artillery strikes from the rear. One player did suggest, should we try to take a gamble? Just fire at the enemy and see if we can happen to hit enemy forces located at the edge of our range. However, this suggestion was dismissed by teammates, as they considered it unreliable and meaningless. If they were going to bother with such things, they might as well honestly hide their artillery and, when the enemy launched an attack, use these heavy cannons to give them another surprise. Quick, quick, take this opportunity to dig 2 tunnels quickly, so that when the enemy charges, we won't even have a place to hide. Facing the enemy's sporadic shelling, players also took this opportunity to quickly relay out the defensive positions in these factory areas. Before, they hadn't encountered an attack, so they hadn't paid much attention to the layout here, but now that they were being attacked, if they didn't take the layout here seriously, wouldn't they have been hit for nothing? As long as the defenses here were well arranged, when the Black Hawk army charged in a while, they could definitely give the enemy a huge surprise. The Black Hawk army's shelling didn't last long, as they didn't bring many shells. To be honest, these shellings were less about providing enough suppression for the players and more about providing a certain psychological comfort for their own troops. At the very least, after this round of shelling, they could at least say that they had received artillery support before charging. This time, a large number of Black Hawk infantry, accompanied by armored units, launched a new attack, but compared to the previous attack, the pace of this attack was significantly slower. It must be said that General Graham was desperate to piece together stronger firepower. He somehow managed to procure a batch of wooden flatbed carts, driving war horses to pull these carts, allowing them to drag some mortars to the front line. In this way, he also managed to create a batch of low-end chrysanthemum cars. Although the aiming of these things was certainly not very reliable, and the war horses were easily startled as a result, nonetheless, he did manage to get a batch of rapidly mobile mortars. The players on their side were very patient, facing the enemy's slow advance, they did not immediately counterattack. Even the few remaining chrysanthemum cars in this factory fortress area were all buried by the players in semi-underground shelters, with only their turrets exposed, ready to fire at any moment. Of course, under hastily planned conditions, the positions laid out by these players naturally couldn't have very strong concealment. The attacking Black Hawk army quickly discovered these hidden chrysanthemum cars and aimed their cannons at them. After a not-so-intense artillery battle, the Black Hawk army lost 3 dreadnought mechs, but all the players' hidden chrysanthemum cars were also wiped out. There was no other way. If they had enough time to meticulously arrange their positions, perhaps these chrysanthemum cars could have truly caught the enemy off guard. But given the quality of these positions now, it could only be said that their symbolic meaning outweighed their practical value. Excellent, the enemy's armored forces have been annihilated. Next, be careful of their cavalry and those suicide squad infantry. Shell the enemy's factory area with our mortars, set up the machine guns, and as soon as any enemy charges us, immediately sweep them with heavy machine gun crossfire. The Black Hawk officer on the front line gave orders to a group of terrified soldiers. Although he was also a little scared, he absolutely could not show it on his face. As one order after another was given, these Black Hawk soldiers busied themselves, and several armored cars approached from different directions, aiming their machine guns forward. Once busy, these Black Hawk soldiers felt much of their fear dissipate, as human energy is limited. When they were busy, a large part of their energy would be diverted, leaving them with less energy to be afraid. Until this point, players still had not used their heavy artillery to shell the enemy. Although they really wanted to fire 2 heavy shots at the enemy, they knew that these siege guns had to be fired at close range to achieve better power. Damn it, it looks like they want to use the terrain of this factory to fight us in urban warfare. When General Graham heard the report from the front line that the enemy had made no moves, he frowned slightly and immediately guessed the players' intentions. Although urban warfare would be arduous and would cause huge casualties among his soldiers, he had no other choice now. If he couldn't quickly break through the enemy's defenses, he would be completely surrounded here by the enemy, and he might accidentally be taken out by Vorontsov. So, he immediately began to urge the frontline officers via radio to speed up the pace of the attack. Rush, 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 all they know is rushing. An officer couldn't help but curse behind General Graham's back, feeling that he was also a burden. But after cursing a few times, he ultimately pulled out the brass whistle from his chest and blew it fiercely. Accompanying the sharp whistle, a large number of Black Hawk soldiers paused slightly, then quickly dispersed into combat teams and charged forward. Other mech units and armored cars also charged forward with the whistle, and mixed teams of armored soldiers and infantry began to approach the fortress area. Excellent, they're finally here. Open fire immediately. When Heludan, temporarily acting as commander, gave the order to fire, the 2 siege cannons in the factory roared with earth-shattering fury. These large-caliber, short-barreled heavy cannons had a very distinctive sound when firing, and even the whistling sound of the shells descending to the ground was louder than usual. Therefore, when the Black Hawk army heard the whistling sound from the sky, they instantly realized, the enemy's heavy artillery had opened fire. Oh no, there are fortress cannons here. As soon as a Black Hawk soldier finished speaking, a shell slammed into the ground, instantly flipping an armored car that was unfortunately caught in the blast. The huge shockwave and flying shrapnel killed a group of soldiers within the explosion radius and caused other soldiers to fall. Facing such heavy artillery, all soldiers felt an instinctive fear. Even though they immediately took cover, they still had no sense of security. Because they knew that such cover could only help them block small flying shrapnel and debris. If a heavy artillery shell truly landed directly beside them, they could only pray to leave a complete corpse. Survival was definitely out of the question. The player's reloading speed was incredibly fast. Having just fired 1 shell, another cannon was immediately reloaded and continued its bombardment. The two cannons fired simultaneously, one from the left and one from the right, creating a dense barrage of artillery fire. Shell after shell landed among the attacking Black Hawk army, practically suppressing them so they couldn't lift their heads. Warriors, be brave, launch the attack, the Empire needs you. An officer shouted, drawing his pistol and personally charging forward, but before he could take 2 steps, a shell falling from the sky exploded beside him. When one of the officer's legs landed in front of the soldiers behind him, the other soldiers who were preparing to charge with their superior quickly found cover again and hunkered down. It was too terrifying. Who knew how many heavy cannons were actually in this factory? And who knew how the other side was firing? The sound of the cannons was simply incessant. Considering that reloading such heavy cannons was usually very cumbersome, the Black Hawk soldiers couldn't help but guess that there must be 6 to 8 such heavy cannons in this factory to achieve the current firepower. The thought of so many heavy cannons gathered in this factory area made them feel their hearts pound. What was wrong with the Cambrian Empire? Shouldn't they be using their main forces to defend Petrograd? What was going on, bringing so many heavy cannons to Volkhov like this? General Graham also heard the news from the front line, and when he learned that the enemy had an unexpectedly large number of heavy cannons, he also felt a wave of disbelief. This shouldn't be. Do they really have so many heavy cannons that they're willing to deploy so many even in these factory areas? General Graham was at a loss. In his opinion, it was normal for a fortified factory like this to have artillery. But the problem was, these factories wouldn't normally be attacked, and there were no enemy positions opposite them, so what were they doing deploying so many heavy cannons in the factories? Could it be that they simply had so many cannons they had nowhere to put them, so they just left them in the factories to gather dust? General, do you think it's possible there's a traitor in our ranks? An officer suddenly thought of something and whispered to the general, look, the enemy has set up so many cannons in these factories, they were clearly prepared. If that's true, doesn't that mean there's a traitor in our ranks? Hearing this, General Graham's eyes darkened slightly. As a traditional, old-school military man, he hated traitors in the army the most, but he didn't know how to deal with them. After all, he wasn't in intelligence or counter-espionage. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, don't speculate casually, I believe my ranks are pure. Our attack this time was almost purely impromptu. Even if there were a traitor in our ranks, it would be difficult for him to transmit intelligence in time, let alone for Vorontsov to gather heavy cannons so quickly. Hearing the general say this, the officer said nothing more. Indeed, suddenly revealing the existence of a traitor in their ranks would only lead to instability. Even if they were to catch a traitor, they should wait until after the war, overcome the current difficulties, and then catch the traitor. Otherwise, with a great enemy before them, if they started fighting among themselves first, wouldn't that give the enemy an opportunity? Send our elite special forces to charge forward and have them clear the way for the frontline soldiers. We don't have time to waste now. Even if we encounter heavy artillery attacks, we must quickly capture these fortresses. Volkhov is already within reach. General Graham slammed the table and said, he had no intention of waiting now, only wanting to quickly advance into Volkhov city and cut off Andrei's transportation. As his order was issued, the officer's whistle became more urgent. At the same time, a group of strangely dressed soldiers also charged forward. Under the combined cover of sulfur fire rain from several abyss mages, a group of soldiers wearing orange armor and gas masks charged forward, sweeping their meltaguns across the trenches ahead. The magic-guided equipment crafted by the Black Eagle Empire had tremendous destructive power, although players' vitality was more tenacious than ordinary soldiers. Under the fierce burning of these weapons, players in the trenches were successively eliminated. Even if some players wore heavy armor and chose machine gun sentry, they still couldn't escape the burning of this thing, and even an Ogren player fell before it. Quick, quick, quick! Get in! Don't mind the flames under your feet, just jump over. We don't have time to waste here. The meltagun soldiers finished clearing this trench, and a large number of Black Hawk soldiers, urged by their officers, leaped over it and began to provide cover for the meltagun soldiers. Their magic-guided squads were few, only a handful, and the range of these weapons was very short, which was also a troublesome problem. Although these meltaguns had extremely abnormal, almost destructive, close-range killing power, their very limited range meant their effect was similar to flamethrowers. After crossing the trench, these Black Hawk soldiers officially entered the factory wall area and began engaging in urban warfare with the players hiding inside. The first batch of Black Hawk soldiers who rushed in were about to throw grenades behind the wall, but a machine gun from the side opened fire on them fiercely. This place looked like a ruin, but in reality, it was a small bunker built by players using ruin materials. As soon as any enemy tried to attack here, they would immediately encounter machine gun fire from the side. Besides here, there were other directions from which machine gun fire also came. Even on the factory tower, snipers were targeting them, and the Black Hawk soldiers, subjected to multi-directional firepower, immediately suffered heavy casualties. Armored soldiers, we need armored soldier cover. Accompanied by the soldiers' desperate shouts, a pacifier mech lumbered forward, using dense firepower to suppress the players hiding around. But just then, a bazooka shot from a distance instantly blasted the ironkin to the ground. In several other directions, Black Hawk soldiers attempting to find weak points in the factory for a breakthrough also encountered various types of firepower from players. What terrified them most was when they finally managed to rush to the bottom of a small building. Suddenly, a madman jumped down from the second floor, wielding a Japanese longsword and shouting Hasaki while continuously using drawing slash to kill everything in their ranks. Who knew why a Cambrian soldier proficient in using a Japanese longsword and even skilled in drawing slash techniques would appear in such a place? Could it be that the Empire of the Rising Sun in the Far East had some secret cooperation with the Cambrian Empire? These Black Hawk soldiers couldn't understand, but they died with their eyes wide open. An entire squad. In just a few seconds, they were all cut down by that madman with the sword. Although a few subsequent soldiers quickly shot the man down with submachine guns, looking at the bloodied corpses scattered around and the bloodstains splattered high on the walls, the other Black Hawk soldiers were utterly terrified. They seemed to have encountered more than one master swordsman like this. Who knew how these Cambrian soldiers practiced their close combat? Even a top swordsman wouldn't kill so cleanly and efficiently, would they? Quick, quick, quick. Attack from the south of the factory. We've found a breakthrough point there. Suddenly, a messenger Black Hawk soldier ran over quickly and shouted to the other Black Hawk soldiers still looking for a breakthrough, "We've blown a gap in the wall over there, the enemy wasn't prepared there, and we caught them off guard. Hurry up, follow me. Victory is in sight." Hearing this, the other Black Hawk soldiers did not suspect anything, but quickly followed that soldier and ran over. Although they didn't know why the southern area, which theoretically should be the most fiercely contested, would suddenly have a gap opened. However, this did not prevent them from rushing over there, all eager to break through. And at this moment, the Black Hawk soldier leading the charge suddenly curled his lips into a cold smile. On the player's mini-map, a large group of enemies was currently being led by an allied unit. That small green dot symbolizing an ally was extremely conspicuous among a large cluster of red dots. Haha, they believed it, they believed it, they believed it. So much fun, Boss Hong Zhong, so much fun. This Black Hawk soldier skin is really great. Chapter 321, who said only second-line troops were blocking here. While these players were fighting in this area, some players with Black Eagle skin suddenly thought of this tactic. If it were any other time, their performance might have made the Black Hawk soldiers suspicious. Although the players' language was not an issue, and their uniforms were identical to those of the Black Hawk army, their usual words, deeds, and small details would eventually expose them. But at this moment, both sides were busy in fierce combat, and in this chaotic street fight, the Black Hawk army was already disoriented. How could they pay attention to so many details? In this situation, if a soldier who looked like one of their own suddenly appeared, they would very likely subconsciously obey orders and charge forward with this person. As expected, this move by the players immediately attracted a large number of Black Hawk soldiers. Dozens of Black Hawk soldiers excitedly followed the players and rushed over. As soon as they ran, they saw that the wall of the building in front of them indeed had a huge gap blown open by explosives. For the Empire. Attack. Grenades, clear the way with grenades first. Amidst shouts, the Black Hawk soldiers threw 2 long-handled grenades into the building, followed by 2 loud explosions. To be honest, while the Black Hawk soldiers' long-handled grenades could be thrown farther, they were not very suitable for street fighting. On one hand, these grenades were too bulky and inconvenient to carry, on the other hand, their bounce was poor, making them difficult to roll on the ground and easy for others to pick up. Some Black Hawk soldiers had already noticed this problem, but they couldn't immediately change their military production, so they were still using these long-handled grenades. With 2 explosions, several Black Hawk soldiers immediately rushed in with submachine guns and began a fierce sweep of the corridors on both sides. When the smoke cleared, they found that there seemed to be no enemies in these 2 corridors. It was strange, the Cambrian army seemed not to have noticed this breakthrough point, as they hadn't sent soldiers to defend it. Not only the corridors on both sides, but as they advanced further and swept through the other rooms in this corridor, they still found no enemies. No problem, there are no enemy defenses here. Quickly break through from the side of this building. After confirming there were truly no enemies here, the Black Hawk soldiers were excited. They quickly ran towards the far corridor, preparing to catch the enemies off guard from that exit and simply outflank the Cambrian soldiers resisting at the other wall. But they didn't notice that behind the 2 door curtains hanging in that corridor, players were already prepared. Hee, so many people all crowded into one corridor, what else could they be but sitting ducks? Looking at the large number of red dots all piled up in the corridor on the mini-map, this player sneered excitedly. On the open ground not far from the exit of this large building, engineer players had previously built an anti-aircraft gun position, and a common bang-bang gun from Battlefield 1 was precisely set up there. When the first Black Hawk soldier quickly pushed open the door curtain and rushed out, seeing the anti-aircraft gun already aimed at him, the expression on his face instantly changed from excitement to terror. He opened his mouth wide, seemingly wanting to shout something, but it was too late. Bang bang bang. This anti-aircraft gun made a very rhythmic bang bang sound. Its 37mm shells fiercely pierced through this Black Hawk soldier's body, then struck several soldiers behind him. In such a narrow corridor, too many Black Hawk soldiers were lined up, and 37mm anti-aircraft shells have extremely strong penetrating power. In just an instant, the Black Hawk soldiers who had just been piled up in the corridor suffered heavy losses. The remaining Black Hawk soldiers quickly dodged into adjacent rooms, huddling in the corners, trembling. But the walls they were hiding behind were not thick load-bearing walls, these lateral walls were merely thin partitions separating rooms and could not withstand the fierce firing of the anti-aircraft gun. As the player quickly turned, the Black Hawk soldiers hiding in the rooms also suffered heavy casualties. Only the Black Hawk soldiers hiding in the back rooms barely escaped. Damn it, what's going on? The Black Hawk officer, crouching on the ground with his head in his hands, looked at the heavily wounded soldiers in front of him with a terrified expression. He looked angrily behind him, at the messenger who had led them here, not understanding which idiot had given the order. However, just as he was about to question the messenger, he saw the messenger aim his submachine gun at him. Sorry, you fell for it. I am a soldier of the Cambrian Empire. As the player's words fell, the MP-18 submachine gun in his hand also spat fire, and an entire magazine of bullets swept across the few soldiers crouching in the corner. Watching these enemy soldiers fall in a pool of blood, he satisfyingly glanced at the large amount of merit he had gained from direct kills and leading assists, then ran off to continue deceiving others. Other players followed suit. Not only in this location, but in other places too, players disguised themselves as Black Hawk soldiers, deceiving one enemy squad after another. A Black Hawk infantry battalion that was launching an attack suddenly lost almost half its men, without even understanding how these losses occurred. They just felt enemies were everywhere, and from time to time, messengers would give them orders, and then the group of soldiers who ran off would disappear. In the factory before their eyes, they felt this battle was chaotic from beginning to end. They had no idea where the enemy was, nor what they were even fighting. When the player impersonated messenger appeared here again, a Black Hawk soldier suddenly went mad, grabbed his submachine gun, and fiercely sprayed bullets at him. The unfortunate player was caught off guard, completely unprepared for the Black Hawk soldier in front of him to see through his disguise, and fell to the ground with a stunned expression. The other Black Hawk soldiers were also startled by the madman and quickly aimed their guns at him. What's going on? Private, what were you doing just now? A non-commissioned officer who had just run over looked at the fallen messenger on the ground with surprise and anger, not understanding why his soldier would suddenly go mad. Sir, that guy is probably a traitor, or an enemy in disguise. The soldier shouted in terror, how many messengers have come already? These guys always say they're leading us to break through the enemy, but time after time, none of the troops we charge with ever come back. They were all killed by the enemy's traps. There must be despicable Cambrians disguised as our soldiers, and they are relaying false information to us. The non-commissioned officer had doubts about these words. He had also felt that these messengers seemed to have some problems before, as the orders they relayed were always unreliable, often leading to many soldier deaths. But before this, he hadn't really blamed the messengers, he mostly thought that the officers in the rear were giving chaotic commands. He examined the fallen player's body but couldn't find anything amiss. The player's skins were extremely realistic, even details on the uniform and dog tags could be generated. Unless one checked against a roster in the unit, no flaws could be seen. Next time you feel something is wrong, grab the messenger first. Don't just shoot. What if he really is a comrade? Ultimately, the non-commissioned officer could only tell his soldiers to be more careful, he didn't punish him. Mainly, the battlefield was too chaotic, and he hadn't even figured out if enemies had truly infiltrated. If it was true, then that soldier just saved their lives. In other places, players were also discovered for similar reasons. They eagerly impersonated messengers, and just as they ran over, they were immediately held at gunpoint by several Black Hawk soldiers, who then interrogated them about the password for the camp last night. Players hadn't lived with these Black Hawk soldiers before, so how could they know what their password from last night was? Upon realizing they were exposed, the players immediately raised their guns and exchanged fire with the Black Hawk soldiers, which further confirmed to the Black Hawk soldiers that many spies had infiltrated their ranks. Because of the presence of these spies, the Black Hawk soldiers' attack on the factory suddenly slowed down. These soldiers now completely disregarded orders given by messengers, only recognizing their immediate superiors. Unless an order came from their squad leader, platoon leader, or company commander, if an unfamiliar face came to give orders, they would absolutely ignore him, or even detain him on the spot. This approach did temporarily curb the players' mischief to a certain extent, but it also paralyzed the Black Hawk soldiers' command system. Platoon leaders and company commanders were fine, but when the battalion commander sent people to relay messages, Black Hawk soldiers often failed to recognize them and detained the messengers as spies. As a result, after half a day of coordination, the battalion commander found that his soldiers were like disconnected wires, completely ignoring his commands. Oh dear, what is all this? When he learned that spies had appeared on the front lines, impersonating their own men to harm comrades, he was furious, repeatedly cursing the enemy as despicable and shameless. What should we do? The other side seems to be alert. We don't have the right password. The players were a bit troubled. They thought this tactic could be used indefinitely, but they didn't expect the other side to quickly discover the flaw. It's fine, I summoned a demon. I'll let this blue horror go control one of them, then we can use that person to keep tricking others. Suddenly, a player said, pointing to the small blue demon that had just appeared beside him. Although most of them came here because they had no merit left, hoping to quickly earn merit in the fierce melee. However, in the previous chaotic battles, some players had already amassed enough capital for their rise by ambushing enemies, then returned to the revive point to start buying things. What servo skull? Buy one. What Siege blue horror? Buy one. And a bunch of other good stuff, buy one of everything. Isn't merit meant to be spent? What's the point of keeping it if you don't spend it? The Black Hawk soldiers didn't know that while they were sending countless men to their deaths in street battles due to player trickery, the Cambrian soldiers on the other side were also rapidly expanding their armaments. In this factory, although there were some ordinary Cambrian soldiers, most of these ordinary Cambrian soldiers were deployed to the second line by the players. There was no other way. These Cambrian soldiers left behind by Andre were mostly inexperienced recruits who weren't very good at fighting, or veterans who had been wounded in previous battles. Their combat effectiveness wasn't very strong, and many soldiers also suffered from various lingering after effects from previous wars, otherwise, they wouldn't have been assigned here. So, players simply put them on the second line to wait, while the most intense melee battlefields at the front were entirely spearheaded by players. The regular Cambrian soldiers hadn't noticed that their teammates had, unknowingly, already started summoning demons to fight. On the Black Hawk soldiers' side, they also hadn't expected the enemy to cause trouble with demons. A squad leader cautiously led the other Black Hawk soldiers along the corner of the wall, while also trying to use the sounds of gunfire and shouts to determine the location of nearby enemies by ear. But to be honest, his judgment was a bit difficult now. Because the surrounding battlefield was too chaotic, and the players' movements were too loud. All sorts of messy automatic weapons intertwined their sounds, and from time to time, grenades or other explosive weapons would let out loud bangs. It was difficult for the Black Hawk soldiers to distinguish the specific situation of the enemy, especially since the players used a particularly mixed assortment of firearms, almost every type of gun imaginable. Just as this squad leader was about to order a retreat, instructing his soldiers to go around from another direction, suddenly, a 2-inch blue horror hidden around the other corner began to use psychic spells to disturb his mind. At first, the squad leader only felt as if he heard voices in his ears, and he thought it was just auditory hallucinations caused by the chaotic gunfire and explosions. But as the voices grew louder and denser, he felt his head becoming dizzy. His original order to retreat, when it reached his lips, unknowingly turned into an order to continue advancing. In the next moment, he actively stepped out from behind the corner and quickly ran towards the corner on the other side. Don't move, don't shoot. Let them pass quickly. If you shoot now, all our efforts will be in vain, don't shoot. Seeing that the enemy squad leader had finally taken the bait, the player who had sent the demon to lure the enemy quickly reminded his other teammates, afraid that a trigger-happy fellow might pop out among them. Because his teammates didn't shoot, the Black Hawk squad leader successfully ran to the other corner and began to wave to his other soldiers, signaling them to come over. Great, the squad leader is fine. The other Black Hawk soldiers saw their squad leader lead the charge, running over like that without any problems, so they no longer hesitated and rushed over one after another. But just as all 10 of them ran into the gap between the two buildings, the players, who had already set up an ambush there, opened fire. The light machine gun, set up among the bricks, spewed deadly tongues of flame at the Black Hawk soldiers, and one Black Hawk soldier after another screamed and fell. The remaining few Black Hawk soldiers just wanted to retreat, but 2 players with semi-automatic rifles next to them also fired alternately, picking them off one by one as if calling out names. Only then did the squad leader barely regain his senses. He cowered in the corner, his eyes wide with fury as he watched his teammates charge out one by one, only to fall one after another. No. He let out a desperate cry, trying to stop the others from rushing out, but his comrades had already charged out. How could they retreat so easily? Until the last Black Hawk soldier fell, he felt his scalp tingle and his mind go blank. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He clearly wanted to give an order to flank, but how did it suddenly turn into an order to continue advancing? Recalling the voices that had appeared in his mind earlier, he couldn't help but wonder if he had been controlled by some enemy sorcery. Just as he was thinking this, players had already rushed over. Under normal circumstances, this squad leader, facing an enemy brazenly charging from around the corner, could definitely have taken him down first. But because he was in a daze at the moment, he only realized an enemy was coming when the player jumped out from the corner. Tat 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 tat. He had just raised his gun, but the player's muzzle had already spewed flames. A series of bullets struck his chest and abdomen, causing him to fall straight down. Even in his dying moments, he didn't understand why he had given such a foolish order earlier. Quick, quick, guys, we need your help. On the outskirts of the factory, Black Hawk soldiers shouted to the Meltagun soldiers who were rushing over from behind, their weapons put away, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They had had enough of being constantly suppressed by the enemy, and even more, they were tired of strange enemies constantly appearing around them. Seeing their teammates arrive, they immediately became excited. An abyss mage heard the chattering of the other soldiers and roughly understood the situation. He closed his eyes, sensed the flow of magic around him, and instantly discovered demons hidden in the shadows. Damn it! We have an abyss mage on the other side. The enemy has summoned demons to assist them, no wonder they can confuse our minds. As he spoke, the abyss mage casually unleashed a hell ray. The extremely penetrating green beam of light forcefully shot through the bricks of the corner wall, then fiercely struck the demon. After this blue horror used its mind control spell, which could only be used once a day, it had originally wanted to throw a few more fireballs to continue taking out a few more enemies. But the sudden spell caused the demon to let out a distorted shriek. Although this demon had a magic barrier unique to the Tsianch faction, this magic barrier only allowed it to live for half a second longer. In the next moment, its body was pierced by the scorching ray, and the entire demon turned into a ball of flame, returning to the warp. Ah! My demon! Seeing this, the player who had just summoned the demon couldn't help but let out a desperate cry. Didn't they know this demon was very expensive? One demon was equivalent to 2 of his resurrections. The player indignantly clamored for revenge for his demon, but his companion grabbed him and pulled him back, making him run. The reason was simple, a green magic circle had suddenly appeared above their heads, and 2 seconds later, this magic circle began to unleash large green fireballs onto the ground. The sulfur fire rain, falling from the sky, engulfed the player's cover, forcing all the players hiding inside to come out. The terrifyingly destructive hellfire melted everything around it at an astonishing speed, and players who couldn't escape in time were directly killed on the spot. Quick, quick! Attack! The other Black Hawk soldiers, seeing that the mage had successfully suppressed the enemy and forced them to leave their cover, immediately charged out and began to engage in a gunfight with the players opposite them. But the situation was awkward. Even though the opponents had fled their cover and were constantly retreating, their shooting was still precise and deadly, and their firepower was extremely abundant. The few Black Hawk soldiers who had just charged out, wanting to exchange fire with the enemy, all screamed and fell, and the remaining Black Hawk soldiers also ducked their heads back, afraid of being swept by the deafening machine gun if they weren't careful. The enemy's firepower is too fierce, who said only a small number of second-line troops were left to defend here, and there were no main forces. A Black Hawk soldier hiding in cover couldn't help but complain to his companion. Hearing this, his companion next to him chuckled. Heh, you can roughly listen to what the intelligence says, but if you really believe all of it, then you're just a fool. Back when we launched our offensive, we claimed we could flatten the Cambrian Empire in 3 months. How much time has passed since then? Yet we're still stuck outside Petrograd. The Abyss Mage frowned, then cast a Scrying Eye spell. After checking the other side with the Scrying Eye, he almost spat out a mouthful of soda on the spot. He had just been wondering, even though he had already destroyed that cover, where did this sudden machine gun fire come from? But when he saw the machine gun sentry, clad in heavy armor and wielding a water-cooled heavy machine gun, continuously sweeping fire, he realized that he had, after all, underestimated these Cambrian supermen. Good heavens, no wonder even though he had already burned the other side once, the machine gun cover fire over there still hadn't stopped. In front of such a Cambrian superman, whether there was a machine gun position or not didn't seem to matter much. He tried to use sulfur fire rain to continue burning that area, but the cast time of this spell was too long, so much so that players would immediately run away when they saw the magic circle appearing above their heads. As for the other ray spell, while it could indeed burn through corners, it wasn't enough to burn through an entire building. Facing players almost a building away, he really couldn't hit them with fire. Terrible, truly terrible. They seemed to be truly trapped here now, even with him, the mage, they would find it very difficult to break through. As for the other magic-guided squad, their meltagun weapons did successfully burn through the enemy's walls, and then they rushed in to engage in fierce battle with the enemies inside the house, but facing enemies hidden in every corner of the rooms, even with their magic-guided weapons, the effect was not very good. Meltagun weapons could indeed burn through walls, but this thing consumed a lot of energy, and if they weren't careful, they could accidentally injure themselves and their teammates, so it was impossible to keep burning from start to finish. And for players with a mini-map, they could know where enemies were hiding and their movements through walls. Some players directly set up at launchers behind walls, firing fiercely at enemies outside the wall, using this almost cheating method to forcefully shoot through walls and take out the enemies outside. Until their dying breath, these Black Hawk soldiers who had rushed in still couldn't believe that Cambrian soldiers would set up small caliber artillery for indoor combat. Hurry, bring the mortars over. Just bombard them with mortars. Where are our mortars? A Black Hawk soldier suddenly thought of the rear. Theoretically, those artillery soldiers should have already followed and advanced. As long as the mortars were set up, and they continuously bombarded the enemy, they believed they could always forcefully blast a path through. Thinking this, the Black Hawk soldier looked back, and then discovered that their own mortars following behind had exploded. Yes, literally exploded, because the players' mortars had first heavily bombarded them. These unlucky fellows had barely endured the players' fortress cannon bombardments, and after finally pushing through, they hadn't expected that the players had already set up 120mm mortars in the rear. These 120mm mortars were actually not suitable for close-quarters urban warfare, because their minimum range was a bit too far to hit enemies right in front. But if used to suppress enemy troops rushing up from the rear and to engage in a mortar duel with the enemy, it was almost like a dimension-reducing attack. Because of these 120mm mortars, several Black Hawk Army armored cars tried to drive in, and then they were blown over by them. The burning wrecks of armored cars blocking the front not only made the Black Hawk infantry's advance more difficult but also blocked their other mechs. The situation seemed to be getting worse and worse. These Black Hawk soldiers launched several consecutive attacks, but they couldn't find any possibility of a breakthrough. Finally, the commander in the rear couldn't bear to watch his soldiers being continuously funneled to their deaths, subjected to a barrage of enemy weapons. Despite the difficulty, he ultimately chose to issue a retreat order, abandoning the attack. Upon hearing the retreat order, the other Black Hawk soldiers still fighting felt as if a great burden had been lifted, and they quickly withdrew from the chaotic factory like a tide. They never wanted to experience such a war again. The enemies were like elusive ghosts, appearing from all directions, making it impossible to know where an attack would suddenly come from. They were absolutely certain that the Cambrian soldiers defending this position were definitely not the so-called second-line troops, they must be the elite of the elite. Otherwise, why would the elite Black Hawk soldiers be beaten into such a state in street fighting? And why would these soldiers be equipped with so many automatic weapons, as well as various models of large and small artillery? During their chaotic retreat, these Black Hawk soldiers seemed not to notice that a portion of the soldiers, disguised by players, had infiltrated their ranks. There was no other way, just as in the attack, the Black Hawk soldiers were quickly fragmented and disorganized by the players. During the retreat, facing suppressing fire from all directions, these Black Hawk soldiers had no time to discern who was who. Everyone wore the same uniform, covered in dust from the shelling, and could shake off 2 caddies of dirt from head to toe. Furthermore, the Black Hawk Army's formations had almost completely broken down, with soldiers from different units mixed together, and everyone was a new face, making it even harder to distinguish the players hidden among them. Wait, we can't just retreat like this. Suddenly, a Black Hawk officer seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly shouted to the retreating soldiers, there might be enemy spies mixed into our ranks. They seem to have a special unit disguised as us, constantly infiltrating our forces. Quick, we need to re-verify the identities of the soldiers. We absolutely cannot let enemy spies infiltrate our ranks. But no sooner had he finished speaking than he was punched in the stomach by an unknown soldier in the confused crowd, collapsing to his knees in pain. At this point, how could they still care about spies? The mortars in the rear were still shelling relentlessly, and the enemy seemed poised to pursue them. They had even seen armored vehicles burst out of the ruins, breaking through the wall, and machine-gunning the rearmost soldiers. At this point, they were still thinking about spies? It's not as if they could all stop in place, do a roll call, then go through a password check one by one, and only then retreat in an orderly fashion, right? There was no way. At such a time, the soldiers were like madmen. They only wanted to escape this hellish battlefield and had no desire to bother with anything else. Anyone who dared to block their retreat, let alone be ignored by the soldiers, could even be shot in the back. Thus, a group of players safely infiltrated the enemy ranks and quickly retreated to their rear lines. After all this trouble, the Black Hawk army couldn't think of launching another attack today. Their soldiers were exhausted, and morale had plummeted severely. Not just this one factory, but Black Hawk soldiers responsible for attacking other factories also encountered various similar setbacks. The front army, seemingly launching a fierce offensive, ultimately failed to capture any of the factories, all of which were firmly blocked by the players. These units, having retreated, also had no time to quickly reorganize. Instead, they ran around in disarray, with many soldiers inexplicably mixing into other units. Players also took this opportunity to quickly penetrate deeper into the enemy ranks, soon blending in with a large number of Black Hawk soldiers, becoming completely undetectable. In the rear, General Graham, still awaiting good news, once again received word of defeat on the front line. Compared to his previous fury, his emotions were much calmer this time, but his expression grew increasingly terrified. No, it shouldn't be like this. How could my front army fail to break through Vorontsov's defenses? General Graham paced anxiously in the command center. He pondered constantly but couldn't understand it. In his opinion, although his front army had lost a good deal of armored strength, and even due to changes in strategic plans, he had reassigned a large number of armored units back to the central army, resulting in a severe shortage of armored power at hand. But even so, he was only attacking Andrei's almost undefended rear, attacking an empty area. He was certain that his soldiers had launched almost the fiercest offensive they could, but even so, his soldiers still failed. This was very telling. It meant that the defending forces before them were not the scattered soldiers withdrawn from the front line, nor were they newly mobilized recruits, as imagined. Completely contrary to intelligence reports, the unit blocking their path was definitely an elite force under Andrei. No, wait, this isn't right. Suddenly, General Graham thought of a highly embarrassing question. If the troops Andrei had left in the rear to defend were one of his few elite units, then what about the troops he was currently using for the offensive? One must know, the reason he was pushed to this point was precisely because all the defensive lines he had previously set up were broken through by the enemy like a hot knife through butter. If his defensive lines had worked and the enemy couldn't break through, he would have stayed in his original defensive perimeter to block the enemy, instead of being like a stray dog as he was now. Upon realizing this, General Graham's expression became extremely horrified. It couldn't be that all of Andrei's soldiers were elite, and he had no second-line units at all, could it? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. If he had so many elites, why wouldn't he directly expand them into a larger force? Thinking of Andrei's meager front army, General Graham shook his head repeatedly. Clearly, he still didn't know that the reason Andrei hadn't expanded his front army was purely because the Tsar's side was uncooperative, constantly failing to provide him with additional manpower. If more troops could be continuously transferred into his hands from the rear, he would have expanded his army long ago. Even now, he was only a lieutenant general, with roughly the strength of one corps, yet he was forced to bear the title of a front army commander. Was this reasonable? General Graham was still busy pondering, trying to find the enemy's weaknesses. He suddenly had an urge to lead his troops to clash with the forces Andrei was currently attacking, to see the quality of that unit. However, this foolish thought only appeared in his mind for a moment before he quickly dismissed it. Since Andrei had been able to break through his defenses so quickly before, it meant that the attacking force was definitely of excellent quality. Moreover, his most formidable Titan Legion was also within that force. If he were to withdraw his troops now, the end result would only be his currently exhausted and heavily damaged forces encountering the rampaging Titan Legion on the plains. That would be a disaster. So, his only way out, or rather, his only path to survival, seemed to be to continue the offensive towards Volkhov. Otherwise, he would be completely surrounded, and at that point, he would become the Black Eagle Empire's first front army to be encircled and annihilated. The thought of such a possibility filled General Graham with despair, for he would never allow himself to suffer such humiliation, nor would the Junkers of the Empire. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. Immediately after, several explosions rang out, shells actually landed near his command post, detonating with a boom not far from him. Guard, what's going on? Guard regiment, quickly assemble. Damn it, how did the enemy silently sneak up to his command post? As dusk fell and the distant landscape became unclear, General Graham grew increasingly fearful. He didn't know what was going on with this Cambrian army shelling his command post. If these guys were just a small infiltrating unit, then everything would be fine. But if a large enemy force had silently crept up, then the current situation would be truly terrifying. The previous huge explosions also caused some panic among his guard regiment, because they determined that these were definitely 120 mm heavy mortars. The thought of enemy heavy mortars hidden somewhere, relentlessly shelling their command post, made them panic. Some guard regiment soldiers wanted to rush out, and even 2 dreadnought mechs responsible for security also ran outside, but in an instant, the guard regiment soldiers who rushed out died. The enemy had precise sharpshooters hidden in the dark. It was unclear how the enemy could see so clearly in the deepening twilight, but such accurate marksmanship definitely indicated hidden precise sharpshooters. The dreadnought mech first fired a shot outside, then swept the town street, which served as the command post, with gunfire. These 2 mechs stared not stray too far from the command post, fearing that enemy armored units might suddenly appear. However, the armored units they feared did not appear, instead, rocket-propelled grenades did. Players hidden in the dark directly used bazooka rocket launchers to fiercely fire 2 rounds at the dreadnought mechs that had just rushed out. Although the bazooka had weak penetration and relatively low damage, it was more than enough to pierce a dreadnought mech. With 2 loud explosions, the 2 dreadnought mechs crashed to the ground, instantly becoming burning wrecks. Only then did the Black Hawk soldiers roughly determine where the enemy was hiding by the direction from which the rockets were fired. Chapter 322, We captured the enemy's army group commander. By the Emperor, what is that? Damn it. It's the enemy's rocket launcher. Many Black Hawk soldiers had actually been confused about one thing, which side first introduced rocket launchers into battle. They weren't sure, because their Armor Hunter rocket launchers had only recently been issued to their troops and put into use. But almost at the same time, the Cambrian army they faced also produced similar rocket launchers, and used them to destroy their mechs on multiple battlefields. The Black Hawk Empire even conducted an internal review, suspecting that Cambrian Empire spies had infiltrated their R&D department. However, after much investigation, they found no trace of any spies. Considering that the technology for this weapon wasn't overly complex, especially the shaped charge, which was a technology that anyone could understand at a glance, the Black Hawk Empire didn't take the matter too seriously. Moreover, they also found that across the entire battlefield, rocket launchers only appeared in Andrei's army. When they fought elsewhere, they didn't find similar weapons. This reassured the Black Hawk Empire even more, because Andrei's unit never followed conventional tactics, and they had already noticed this. In their view, the weapon systems and scientific research systems used by this unit were completely different from those of the Cambrian Empire. And as of now, the Cambrian Empire didn't seem to have any intention of mass equipping Andrei's weapons, which further relieved them. Otherwise, if the Cambrian army's armament were to be significantly upgraded, their subsequent wars would certainly become even more difficult. Many Black Hawk soldiers were still trying to counterattack the hidden enemies, but the enemy's marksmanship was extremely precise, and rocket launchers constantly destroyed their offensives, making the Black Hawk soldiers' fight very difficult. What made them even more uncomfortable was that heavy artillery, firing from an unknown location, was constantly bombarding the area. Although players using 120mm mortars were ultimately less flexible than those using 60mm mortars, for the Black Hawk soldiers, these weapons were unbelievably flexible. If someone were to tell them one day that a group of soldiers could carry a 120mm mortar around and run with it, they would surely slap that person and accuse him of being crazy. But that was exactly the situation at hand. Players carried 120mm mortars around, occasionally finding a place to deploy and then bombarding the Black Hawk army. These were genuine 120mm shells, creating a large crater when they exploded. Due to the greater amount of explosive, the shrapnel spread further than even howitzers when they detonated. The Black Hawk soldiers were somewhat dazed by the enemy's artillery, to the point that some soldiers even accidentally hit their own comrades in the dark while fighting. Although the Black Hawk soldiers serving in the guard regiment here were all elites, after being continuously bombarded by multiple heavy artillery shells, they felt disoriented and couldn't even clearly see their surroundings. Everything before their eyes was dim, and their surroundings seemed to be spinning. They could only hear footsteps and gunshots. In their dazed state, these Black Hawk soldiers instinctively fired in the direction of the gunshots, only to accidentally hit their own men. Don't just stand there, quickly fire signal flares, use signal flares to illuminate. As an officer angrily shouted at the soldiers, several signal flares rose, instantly casting a red glow across the sky. These red signal flares not only faintly illuminated the players hidden in the distance but also notified other Black Hawk army units that their headquarters was under enemy attack. The situation was dire. They had already heard the shelling, and many troops were rushing towards the headquarters. But their trucks, halfway down the road, exploded with a loud bang. Report, sir, the enemy has laid landmines in front of us. Hearing the soldiers' report, the officer, who was directing other soldiers to continue advancing, was furious. If that's the case, why aren't you clearing the mines quickly? The engineers, sent back, could only painstakingly and cautiously clear the mines, but manual mine clearance was not that easy. They also didn't know where the mines were, so they could only tap the road with shovels, probing forward little by little. A slight mistake could send them flying from a sudden explosion. Not to mention that it was already dark, and they couldn't see the road ahead at all. If it were daytime, they might have been able to see the mines laid by the players on the ground. It wasn't until a few engineers brought over new mine-clearing rockets that the mine-clearing work became a bit easier. Whoosh! As a rocket launched, a long strip of explosives was laid across the road ahead, and then immediately detonated by the engineers. This linear rocket detonated all the landmines on the road, instantly clearing a path of over 100 meters. Excellent, keep advancing. Let our armored vehicles lead the way. The officer nodded in satisfaction, and at the same time, he began to ponder in his mind if there was a more convenient method for mine clearance. Regarding the current situation, he suddenly felt that if they could modify the domestic road rollers and install that large roller onto a combat vehicle, would it become a special mine-clearing weapon? Just as he continued to think along this line, a sudden explosion brought him back to reality. Seeing the armored vehicle burning fiercely in front, he angrily asked a nearby soldier, "What's going on? Weren't the mines already cleared? Why are there still mines?" The soldier shrank his neck, pointed to a corpse by the roadside that they had already killed, and said with a shocked expression, "Sir, this isn't our fault. Our vehicle was driving ahead, and suddenly a guy rushed out and casually threw an anti-armor mine, which happened to hit our vehicle. Our combat vehicle was inexplicably blown up by this thing. Who knew they would actually charge at us directly with a mine? Good heavens, is there such a tactic?" The Black Hawk officer was a bit stunned. He had never heard of such a fierce fighting style anywhere before. Theoretically, if an anti-armor mine were to be thrown, it could indeed be used like an anti-armor grenade, but this thing was too heavy and its power was too great. Using this to throw and blow up armor was purely a suicide mission, even throwing it into a bunker carried a significant risk. "Infantry, quickly spread out and find all the hidden enemies around." Upon hearing the officer's command, these Black Hawk infantry quickly dispersed to various locations around and began to sweep the bushes and some hidden spots with gunfire. At this moment, these Black Hawk soldiers fully demonstrated what it meant to be extremely jumpy. As soon as there was any movement, they would immediately fire in that direction without hesitation, completely disregarding bullet consumption. Anyway, they had plenty of bullets on hand and didn't need to be stingy with them. If they could eliminate the enemy this way, even just one, it would be a gain for them. The players were still busy besieging the guard regiment's station, and they also wanted to immediately attack the headquarters in front of them, but they seemed unable to do so. This guard regiment was well equipped, had a large number of soldiers, and even had many machine guns and mortars, which were fiercely bombarding them everywhere, causing the players to also bear considerable pressure. Some players tried to rush out and directly assault the enemies in front. But in less than 3 seconds, multiple machine gun fires erupted from the surroundings, wiping out all these players. "No, we don't have armored units, we can't break through with just infantry," a player said anxiously. According to reports from their teammates elsewhere, the enemy was continuously rushing towards them. "Let's see if an Ogren can charge through. If even an Ogren can't, then let's just grab one of their mechs and continue fighting." He Ludan, who had previous infiltration experience here, naturally served as the commander for this infiltration operation, rejoining the fight. "Yes, Warlord. Don't call me Warlord. I'm clearly loyal and filial, okay." A player quickly selected the Ogren class, then charged out with an iron shield and heavy machine gun, fiercely sweeping the surrounding Black Hawk soldiers with gunfire. The extremely dense firepower kept several surrounding machine gun nests from raising their heads, and the large number of bullets fired from these machine guns were all blocked by the giant steel shield. Although, by classification, this Ogren was still considered an infantry, the steel shield in his hand had defensive capabilities equivalent to an armored vehicle. "Brothers, charge with me!" The Ogren player roared, and charged forward with the steel shield, but an awkward situation occurred. Not only did the players have rocket launchers, but when the Black Hawk soldiers brought out 2 Armor Hunter rocket launchers, with 2 rocket-propelled grenades, the Ogren player was instantly blown to pieces. "It's over, the enemy even has rocket launchers. Now, even if we snatch a mech, we won't be able to break through." Facing the current situation, the players were truly at a loss. "How about we just let the Psyker self-destruct and see if we can summon the Thousand Suns Legion?" Suddenly, another player thought of a rather nasty idea. He volunteered, saying, "We're busy attacking the enemy's army group commander's headquarters right now, which should be a very important part of the entire battle. As long as I rush up and blow myself up, I don't believe the Thousand Suns Legion won't come." After saying this, before he Ludan could agree or object, this Psyker player began to furiously cast spells at the surrounding enemies. Because he had chosen the Cat-Girl subhuman, which had a wider perception range, or rather, a larger mini-map, the player was able to attack the enemy troops at the front edge. Several Black Hawk soldiers inexplicably fell and died without a sound, a terrifying scene that startled the surrounding Black Hawk soldiers. But at the same time, an Abyss Mage immediately rushed to the forefront, preparing to use magic to counter the continuously casting spellcaster opposite. "Heh, you want to unleash a big one, don't you? Do you think I'll let you succeed?" Suddenly, the Abyss Mage sensed a huge warp fluctuation coming from the front. A cold sneer unconsciously curled at the corner of his mouth as he said with a cold expression. He didn't know that the Psyker opposite had just blown himself up, he thought the Psyker opposite was trying to unleash some kind of ultimate move. To be precise, this thing should also be considered a special ultimate move, right? The ray shot by the Abyss Mage happened to pass through the Psyker player's chest, burning a large hole in his torso. But this ray was meaningless, because before the Psyker player's chest was pierced, his head had already exploded due to psychic overload. Suddenly, with this psychic overload, a huge warp vortex gradually formed. Various regular colors appeared one after another in this vortex, looking like a giant, constantly spinning rainbow, a magnificent sight that made many Black Hawk soldiers involuntarily gape. "Oh no, is this the gate of hell? They want to summon demons." The Abyss Mage was greatly alarmed, not expecting that he still couldn't stop the mage's spell. What kind of spell was this? How could it still be effective even after the spellcaster died? Just as he was about to use banishment or counter-summoning to stop the summoning of demons, a blue steel battle boot instantly stepped out from the gate. Immediately after, power armor soldiers in blue power armor rushed out, one after another. However, this time, the number of blue power armor soldiers that rushed out seemed not as many as the player imagined, only about 200 to 300 iron cans in total. Jean herself did not come out of this portal. One of the power armor soldiers handed the player a note, then left without a word. He Luden looked at the note handed over by the red letter warrior and was somewhat speechless. At this moment, Andre was using the Expeditionary Legion to push through enemy fortresses, with a large number of red letter warriors accompanied by titans, constantly engaging in fierce combat with soldiers on the enemy's defensive line. Therefore, Andre was currently unable to gather too many Thousand Suns Legion, and could only ask Jean to send these Thousand Suns warriors over first. What made him even more speechless was that the note even requested him that if any red letter warrior was shattered by the enemy, it would be best to throw the main remains of this red letter warrior into the warp, which would facilitate Jean's recovery and resurrection. Clearly, Jean's resurrection of red letter warriors had a range limit. Like the current situation, with at least 100 kilometers between the two sides, Jean would certainly not be able to resurrect these red letter warriors remotely. Nevertheless, these red letter warriors who suddenly burst out indeed brought great help to the player. When the player, accompanied by the red letter warriors, charged towards the enemy's headquarters, the guard regiment soldiers defending the outskirts of the headquarters were greatly alarmed. Although the sky was dim, they still recognized the composition of these power armor soldiers. When they saw the eye-patterned insignia on these power armor soldiers and the pale blue psychic flames burning in their eye sockets, they immediately realized this was the undead legion in the hands of that witch from the Iris Empire. Quick, use our skeleton soldiers to hold them back. However, it seemed the Black Hawk Empire already had a counter-strategy. Although they were somewhat flustered, as soon as the officer gave the order to the necromancer in the rear, a skeleton unit immediately rushed towards them. There was nothing to fear from these skeleton soldiers, because strictly speaking, skeleton soldiers, in a one-on-one situation, couldn't even defeat an ordinary old farmer. Even if a large group of skeletons rushed forward, they would only be cannon fodder for the red letter warriors. But after the Black Hawk Empire dug these skeletons out of graves, it was naturally impossible to simply treat them as consumables, especially since they had already fully developed necromantic industry in the rear, which led to skeletons becoming very important industrial raw materials. Therefore, this group of skeleton soldiers currently charging were all pre-bound with explosives. With successive explosions, one skeleton soldier after another rushed forward and perished together with the red letter warriors charging from the opposite side. The red letter warriors, for their part, stopped their charge for the first time, quickly switched to shooting, and began to spray bullets from the assault rifles on their power armor at the charging skeletons. It must be said that although these red letter warriors, having lost Jean's control, did appear somewhat rigid, they still possessed their inherent combat capabilities. For example, in the current situation, after realizing close combat was unsuitable, they quickly switched to ranged tactics, which clearly showed the classic tactical training of the Iris Empire. Of course, the Black Hawk Empire often trained their Fear Knights in a similar manner. The training manuals for power armor soldiers in various countries were actually quite similar, with only minor differences. Compared to ordinary assault rifles, the bullets currently fired by the assault rifles used by these red letter warriors were all imbued with a layer of blue psychic flame. When this psychic flame bullet struck a skeleton soldier, the blue flame would quickly spread, just like dry tinder encountering a spark. One skeleton soldier after another was engulfed by the flames before they could even charge to the front, and explosions rang out one after another. Seeing the enemy's offensive blocked again, General Graham breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he might be captured by the enemy soldiers who had suddenly infiltrated. Who can tell me how these guys infiltrated? Are our perimeter sentries and patrols all idiots? After regaining his composure, General Graham angrily asked the officer next to him. The officer he questioned looked confused, because he also didn't know how these people had infiltrated. General, I heard before that the enemy seems to have a specially trained special operations team that always likes to wear our uniforms, speak our language, and then infiltrate our ranks. If nothing goes wrong, I think these enemies must have infiltrated in this way, right? Hearing this, General Graham couldn't help but slam the table and point at him, cursing, listen to what you're saying. Have you also become an idiot now? Are you saying that the enemy's infiltration team not only disguised themselves as our soldiers, but also brought heavy artillery and cyborg soldiers, and even special mages? My god, next time will they directly infiltrate an armored division? Or next time just infiltrate an entire army group? If the enemy could infiltrate a few soldiers in this way, General Graham would believe it. But if the opponent could infiltrate so many soldiers at once, and also carry heavy artillery, heavy machine guns, and a series of other miscellaneous weapons, and bring these heavy weapons all the way close to his headquarters. This made it difficult for him to accept. He truly couldn't imagine that his soldiers would be so foolish. And besides, where did Andre find so many soldiers who could speak Black Hawk language and disguise themselves as their kind? Could it be that group of traitors again? Suddenly, General Graham thought of the rumors about Andre's Creek Death Corps. Ordinary soldiers like to call these enemies the Black Suicide Squad, but according to some information his intelligence system had investigated, Andre's unit was called the Death Corps, and it seemed to be a very special unit. Everyone in this unit, it was said, were Cambrian citizens with Black Hawk blood. Because of their bloodline, they faced suspicion and discrimination in the war, and to avoid suspicion, they chose to join the Suicide Squad to wash away their sins and prove their loyalty. From the very beginning, he scoffed at such rumors. In his opinion, although Andre's unit indeed looked very much like Black Hawk soldiers, and the style of their uniforms was completely different from the Cambrian Empire. But what did that prove? If these people were truly Cambrians with Black Hawk blood, that is, what was called Black Hawk descendants, then why would they have to serve the Cambrian Empire? Compared to the Tsar of the Cambrian Empire, wasn't the Emperor of the Black Hawk Empire better? As long as they served the Black Hawk Empire, they could easily become important figures in the occupied territories, and if they performed well, they could even gain Black Hawk nationality and proof of pure bloodline. However, when so many guys under Andre appeared who could disguise themselves as Black Hawk soldiers, even to a lifelike degree, he couldn't help but somewhat believe this claim. In his opinion, unless Andre could gather all the actors in the entire Cambrian Empire who could speak Black Hawk language and form them into a suicide squad. Otherwise, perhaps only that legendary Death Corps, who sought to prove their loyalty to the Cambrian Empire, could achieve such large-scale disguise and infiltration? What a bunch of blockheads, what's so good about fighting for the foolish Cambrians? At this thought, General Graham couldn't help but curse. He didn't know why these guys were so foolish, preferring to be cannon fodder in a suicide squad than to follow the Cambrian Empire. Wasn't their Black Hawk Empire attractive enough? Just as he was complaining, he suddenly felt an extremely chilling cold. Logically speaking, even though the season was already moving into autumn, the weather shouldn't suddenly make him feel so cold. In that instant, he felt his clothes were almost frozen through, and quickly pulled over the coat hanging nearby. After putting on his coat and warming up a bit, he suddenly realized something. No, something is wrong. Suddenly, General Graham thought of something, and his face instantly turned horrified. Oh no, the living saint has appeared. On the player's side, Ludan looked at the living saint who suddenly swept across the sky, casually unleashing a wrath of winter that froze a large area of Black Hawk soldiers, and couldn't help but show a look of envy. Damn it! It's that winter saint again. How did he inexplicably get a hidden quest and suddenly unlock such an awesome hidden profession? Thinking of the living saint's efficiency in slaughtering and his terrifying dominance on the battlefield, Ludan couldn't help but shed tears. He was truly green with envy. Unfortunately, the joys and sorrows of people are ultimately not the same. After using the living saint profession for some time, the winter saint actually felt that the living saint profession was sometimes too unfair and not very interesting. Therefore, he ran to the front line to be an ordinary soldier, experienced various other professions, and then ran back to be a living saint again. There was no other reason, it was simply because he encountered all sorts of beatings from the enemy after becoming an ordinary soldier. On second thought, he suddenly felt that being a living saint seemed pretty good too. Although this profession was practically like a cheat, it was still very satisfying to use occasionally, especially like now, directly assaulting the enemy's headquarters. The scene was even more exhilarating. Unfortunately, he couldn't go to Andre's side, because the living saint had to rely on churches to operate. At this moment, Andre had already advanced more than 100 kilometers towards the enemy's direction and was still pushing deeper. And within this range, the Black Hawk Empire had destroyed all the churches they could find, so much so that the living saint could not harness the power of faith gathered in these churches, and was completely unable to maintain this power to advance further. When he learned that the enemy headquarters was nearby, not far from the outskirts of Folkhov, he immediately rushed there to launch a decapitation strike against the enemy. Many spellcasters gathered here, constantly attacking the living saint in the sky with various spells, but the spells of these spellcasters were ultimately ineffective. One sulfur fire rain spell after another exploded in the sky, but all these spells were dodged by the living saint, who flapped its wings and flew. Suddenly, a spellcaster quickly shouted, "Quick, use anti-air spells to force it down from the sky." The other Black Hawk spellcasters combined their efforts, attempting to use an anti-air domain spell to forcefully pull the living saint down from the sky. As a spellcaster took out a pre-engraved magic array disc, a large amount of magic power was collectively gathered into the disc by the surrounding spellcasters, and the living saint also seemed to feel a surge of pressure at this moment. But their actions were still too slow. Accompanied by a large ice and snowstorm, the spellcasters' team was instantly frozen. The spellcasters who managed to put up shields barely survived the ice and snowstorm, but the remaining spellcasters were all instantly frozen into ice sculptures. When the Winter Saint appeared in the headquarters, casually killing the surrounding guards with a few ice cones, he looked at General Graham, who was trembling before him, and a smile of excitement curved his lips. "No. Don't come any closer." General Graham retreated in terror, struggling constantly, but he ultimately could not change his fate. When the living saint grabbed General Graham, lifting him like a small chicken and flying away, the other players lost interest in continuing the fight. As the Red Letter Warrior continuously collected the remains of his comrades and threw them into the warp, the remaining players also began to retreat. Being able to raid an enemy headquarters and capture the enemy army group commander alive was already considered a very successful strike. The value of this one army group commander alone was immeasurable. When Andre learned that his living saint player had actually captured the enemy army group commander alive and thrown him into a prison in his rear, he was completely stunned. Andre glanced at the advancing front line, sighed slightly, and then said to Katyusha, "I have good news. I feel like we've basically won this war. The enemy's army group commander has already been captured by us." Katyusha, who was driving a Titan and busy demolishing an enemy fortress, stopped her actions when she heard this. "Ah, what did you say? When did we capture the opposing army group commander?" Andre shrugged, tapped his head, and said, "Just now, our living saint suddenly launched a surprise attack on the enemy's headquarters, then forcibly dragged the opponent out of the headquarters, and has now returned to Folkhov with that guy." That unlucky Black Hawk general seemed to want to commit suicide along the way, but unfortunately, it was impossible for him to commit suicide in front of a living saint. Thinking of that unfortunate fellow who was almost frozen into an ice sculpture by a player's breath, Andre couldn't help but laugh. "Heh heh, commit suicide in front of a player? How could that be possible? This was a general, an army group commander. Converted, how many merits would that be worth? If this guy had just committed suicide, it would have been like the sky falling for the players, no different from finally drawing a rare piece of equipment only to accidentally click disassemble. Because of this, he was now a genuine treasure for the players, even if the players themselves died, they couldn't let him die. At the previous transportation hub, under Andrei's command, the Special Armored Brigade and a subsequent infantry division that had been mobilized were now holding their ground. With successive enemy attacks, the defensive line here had appeared precarious on multiple occasions. However, the players who remained there and chose the zealot profession managed to rally all the surrounding Cambrian soldiers with their aura power. Under the leadership of these zealots, a group of Cambrian soldiers displayed astonishing combat will. Although they didn't know why, perhaps due to the combined influence of the Emperor's aura and the zealot's professional aura, this worship seemed to be more a personal cult of Andrei. But no matter what, relying on this astonishing combat will, they stubbornly repelled more than 10 rounds of attacks from the Black Hawk army. The several Black Hawk army units that had launched attacks here were now somewhat intimidated by the Cambrian soldiers defending this position. When they saw those bright-eyed madmen who, even when severely wounded, would pull the pin of a grenade to take them down with them, they couldn't understand what exactly was driving these Cambrian soldiers to fight so fiercely. Meanwhile, in the headquarters, Colonel Belyak was still busy in a heated argument with Major General Spyridovich, who had just arrived. Enough, our orders are to hold. We must hold this place, otherwise the entire front line will collapse. If we retreat now, do you think we can escape the enemy's armored pursuit, or the constant bombing by the enemy air force? Only by continuing to hold out can we see the dawn of victory, otherwise we will lead to the complete failure of the entire military operation. Colonel Belyak roared furiously. He never expected that Major General Spyridovich, who had brought his infantry division to support him, would immediately suggest that he lead his troops to retreat early. Facing the colonel's anger, Major General Spyridovich snorted coldly and said, "Enough, what madness are you caught in right now? Have you forgotten why you came here? Don't forget, we are not an army loyal to the Vorontsov family, we are loyal to His Majesty the Tsar. Your mission here was merely to test the new armored vehicles in your hands." The Major General pointed to the scene of intense shelling in the distance, his face irritated as he angrily rebuked, "I really don't understand, what kind of spell has that damned brat cast on you all? He is just a scion of the Vorontsov family, nothing more than a rebellious traitor with ill intentions. Look at what he is doing now, what's the difference between him and a warlord? What's more, in this theater of war, only our troops from Moscow are fighting, his main forces haven't appeared here at all. Andrei is clearly using us as cannon fodder." This point made Major General Spyridovich very confused. When he led his infantry division to reinforce, he found that all the Cambrian soldiers on the position were as if injected with stimulants, fighting desperately against the enemy with an astonishing demeanor he had never seen before. Led by those who were clearly religious zealots, this group of soldiers shouted various battle cries, repelling enemy charges again and again. He even saw several soldiers working together to tackle an enemy Fear Knight, and one soldier picked up a nearby stone and brutally smashed the Fear Knight's helmet. Before that, the Fear Knight had already cut down a squad of soldiers with his greatsword, and blood and severed limbs were everywhere. Even the Major General's own army was the same. After being swayed by those guys Andrei had infiltrated, this group of people immediately entered a strange state of fanaticism and then fought desperately against the enemy. If this trend continued, wouldn't the troops under him and Colonel Belyak be completely wiped out here? Colonel Belyak frowned, feeling as if he was meeting Major General Spyridovich for the first time. "General, I advise you to be rational. We are currently engaged in a national war. We are not discussing our own factions and loyalties to lords at this moment. As a Cambrians, it is our duty to resist invaders. We should obey the commands of whoever can repel the invaders. At a time like this, you are still arguing with me about factional issues. This is truly disappointing." Compared to Major General Spyridovich, a noble officer from the court, even from the Tsar's Guard regiment, Colonel Belyak was merely a commander from a declining local noble family who had fought his way up from the front lines. Because of this, he disliked those generals from the court. These guys weren't soldiers at all, they were clearly political animals, their minds only filled with all sorts of messy factions and loyalties. After a huge argument, the two could only part ways unhappily. The colonel was determined to leave his troops to continue defending, even if they were completely wiped out. Of course, as of now, his 6 Mendeleev tracked vehicles were still fully operational. After all, with players as engineers constantly repairing them, and these things being as tough as war beasts, thick-skinned and durable. So even though the Black Hawk army tried every possible way to concentrate their artillery fire, and rockets occasionally hit these vehicles, they still stood firm. The Major General wanted to withdraw with his infantry division, but when he saw the situation on the front line, he realized that he couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. His soldiers were in a meat grinder with the enemy on the front line, it was impossible to just pull them back. Without armored support, he also couldn't lead his soldiers to break through the encirclement. What's more, at this moment, his soldiers seemed to have been ignited with some special patriotic fervor, all busy fighting desperately against the enemy. If he were to suddenly issue a retreat order at such a time, the label of a coward would certainly stick, and there was a good chance these soldiers might even mutiny. And honestly, he was also a little worried that Andrei would find an excuse to execute him. This guy had already become a local warlord. If he used the name of the front army commander to execute him, purge the high-ranking officers, and then replace them with one of his trusted subordinates as division commander, wouldn't he be able to swallow up this division? If that happened, he would have died for nothing. Just as the Major General was still full of worry, busy pondering his next escape route. Suddenly, a messenger ran over, out of breath. After 2 deep breaths, he excitedly reported to the Major General, "General, good news. The Folkov Front Army headquarters has sent great news. We launched a surprise attack against the enemy's army group and captured their army group commander." Chapter 323, The battle is not over, tests still await. Upon hearing the messenger's words, Major General Spyridovich suddenly froze in place, his head snapping up with a crack. He had lifted his head so quickly that his cervical spine seemed to have suffered some damage, causing him to wince. However, he had no time to worry about his neck, which was injured from suddenly looking up after prolonged looking down. The message the messenger had just delivered was truly beyond his comprehension. "Wait, what did you say? What exactly happened? Explain it to me in detail." He strode over to the messenger, grabbed the soldier's shoulder, and stared intently at him, saying, "I didn't mishear, did I? You said General Vorontsov captured one of the enemy's damned army group commanders." Although the messenger was startled by Major General Spyridovich's current demeanor, his overwhelming excitement meant he didn't care. He nodded heavily, his face filled with joy, and said, "Yes, General, you are correct. General Vorontsov successfully captured an enemy army group commander. Our operation on the other front was extremely smooth. Everything went exactly as planned from the beginning. We successfully encircled an entire enemy army group. And a living saint, taking advantage of the enemy army group's confusion, launched a surprise attack on their army group headquarters, successfully abducting their army group commander. He has now been imprisoned by us. Ha ha ha, General, we have won. We have achieved a great victory in this battle." After hearing this, Major General Spyridovich stood there in a daze. Even though he understood the messenger's words, his mind still couldn't process it. Or rather, precisely because he understood what the messenger had just said, he felt his mind was insufficient. How was this possible? This was simply unrealistic. With Andrei's forces, and with the coordinated efforts on their side, had this war truly encircled an entire enemy army group? What a joke. That army group's strength should be greater than the sum of all their forces, right? How could it be defeated to this extent, with even the Black Eagle Empire's army group commander captured? Although Major General Spyridovich was initially quite disbelieving, once he truly processed the news, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, damn it, it's a miracle, truly a miracle. Well, Vorontsov, I didn't expect it. Can a battle really be fought this way? Although Major General Spyridovich firmly stood with the Tsar, and deep down, he always considered Andrei to be a serious traitor to the Cambrian Empire. No matter how deep his prejudice against Andrei was, at least at this moment, he was indeed happy about this victory. Their Cambrian Empire had not achieved such a great victory since the war began. Although, if calculated by combat power, this army group, dispatched by the Central Army, was not the most elite main force and had many of its armored units withdrawn, so it should be considered one of the Black Eagle Empire's weaker army groups. But no matter what, this was a real army group, and now it had been surrounded by them. "Quick, get the phone over here, I need to contact Vorontsov immediately." As he spoke, he rushed towards the command post, his mind somewhat muddled. He didn't even consider that his command post was so far from Andrei's position and deep behind enemy lines, so how could a phone call be connected? Although a phone call was impossible, an inquiry telegram was sent. Even though Andrei had already sent the good news of victory via telegram, he still wanted to confirm it himself, as the news was simply too astonishing. Meanwhile, Major General Spyridovich's soldiers also learned of the news. The Cambrian soldiers, still holding out on the front lines led by the players, all erupted in excitement upon hearing the news. During the continuous warfare, although they had maintained relatively stable morale, their morale had indeed been eroded by the enemy, leading to a continuous decline in their fighting spirit. But when this news arrived, all the fatigue they had accumulated during the war, and their uncertainty about the future, completely disappeared. Every Cambrian soldier felt as if they had been injected with a stimulant. At this moment, they even believed they could fight for an entire week without sleep. After Andrei completed the encirclement, the telegrams at his temporary command post in the current station were almost worn out from being sent. Telegram after telegram was continuously sent from all directions, all containing similar content, asking if this shocking victory was real. Of course, by the time these people sent the telegrams, they had already believed in the victory Andrei had achieved. On one hand, it was because Andrei had already achieved a series of victories, so he had an excellent reputation on the Cambrian Empire's side. If it were someone else, this victory would most likely be questionable, but with Andrei, this victory was certainly guaranteed, because Andrei had been continuously achieving victories since his debut. Of course, there was another reason, they all felt that the victory achieved this time was simply too outrageous. Precisely because this victory was extremely outrageous, it seemed even more real. After all, a normal person, even if they wanted to fabricate false news, wouldn't concoct such a heaven-defying message. For news like this, they only needed to verify it slightly with the intelligence system to confirm its authenticity. Fabricating such an absurd lie was purely asking for trouble, and it would be impossible to smooth it over later. Ha ha ha, Andrei, we won. In the command post, Andrei and the other officers were also in a state of celebration. Some officers simply opened bottles of vodka and began to drink heartily with everyone. To be honest, Andrei didn't originally want to drink, especially not this kind of strong liquor. But Katyusha, being overly happy at this moment, was already tipsy, and before Andrei could refuse, a bottle was pushed to his mouth. After a couple of sips, Andrei also felt a bit lightheaded. Although his tongue was a bit thick now, he still laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha ha, damn it, that's right, brothers, we won. We won. Although we've only surrounded them for now, these Black Hawk Devils still have a lot of strength, but without a doubt, the victory in this war belongs to us. Gentlemen, let us celebrate this victory. Celebrate the greatest victory since the war began." As soon as Andrei finished speaking, a thunderous cheer erupted around him. The command post was like a den of wolves, full of howling. Although a bit tipsy, Andrei quickly forced himself to sober up, because he knew that this war was not over yet. "Alright everyone, celebrating for a bit is enough. Later, we'll go back to Petrograd or Moscow to celebrate. For now, we still need to finish this battle beautifully," Andrei said, drawing 2 red lines on the map. Both lines pointed to the area where his main forces were located. "Our situation is still very grim. The remaining forces of the enemy army group within our encirclement will continue to counterattack. Without a doubt, they will surely want to retake lost positions and withdraw. At the same time, outside our encirclement, the Black Eagle Empire has also begun to gather heavy troops, because they want to push us back. If we allow this salient we've just created to persist, then their central army won't be able to continue their offensive, because their rear will be constantly exposed to our attacks." Although Andrei's analogy sounded a bit crude, the meaning was clear. After hearing their commanders speak, the other generals also calmed down, realizing that it was indeed not the time for celebration. "General, if that's the case, then let us stay here and hold firm. We guarantee we can smash them all." Yuri, who was now the commander of the 1st Infantry Division and had recently been officially promoted to Major General, slapped his chest and declared loudly. During this period, the continuous victories had greatly boosted his confidence. Although his soldiers had indeed suffered heavy casualties, compared to those victories, the casualties suffered before seemed to be nothing, at least in his opinion. There was no helping it. Although he was also an officer from the common people, traditional notions meant he never took the lives of soldiers too seriously. According to the Cambrian Empire's saying, people always die in war. Compared to the problem of dying, victory was clearly the most important. After all, when was there a war where no one died? However, compared to Yuri, the old chief of staff Nikolaev was the more rational one. He shook his head, holding back the excited Yuri, and said, "Boy, don't be foolish. Our army is now somewhat detached from the rear. We can't hold out here for too long. Our situation is extremely dangerous. While we appear to have completely surrounded the enemy, we are actually also in a state of being surrounded by the enemy. It can only be said that everyone is encircling each other. So the situation ahead is very important. If we can't hold out here, then this war will become a charge out to deliver ourselves as meat. Those fierce wolves will devour us, and the Fokhov front army will suffer a devastating blow." When Nikolaev mentioned the word front army, a hint of sarcasm appeared on his face. Clearly, he was also quite displeased that the Tsar was unwilling to send Andrei more reinforcements. After all, what respectable front army only had so few people? Could Andrei's current front army combined even reach 50,000 men? If Andrei's front army was a sufficiently large front army, for example, at the level of 300,000 men, then they wouldn't have to worry about being surrounded by the enemy at all. They could completely devour the entire army group in one go. This was the confidence that troop strength brought. Andrei nodded, agreeing with Nikolaev's words. He looked at everyone present, shrugged, and said, "Old Nikola is right. We do have a big problem right now. The main problem is a severe shortage of troops, which makes it very difficult for us to maintain this front line. So, in the future, we don't have much time to rest. We must continue to attack. Once we stop, it will become a situation where we are encircled and swallowed by the enemy." If they hadn't achieved the previous victory, perhaps some officers would have questioned Andrei's current order to continue the offensive. It must be said that after a day and a night of intense assault, Andrei's army also suffered immense attrition, and the soldiers' physical strength and will were severely tested. However, after achieving the current victory, with morale greatly boosted, everyone believed they still had the ability to continue the offensive. At this moment, their troops were in their sharpest state. "General, so what do you mean? Are we going to cut off the Central Army's retreat route directly?" A young chief of staff asked loudly, but immediately received a glare from Andrei. "Fool, what are you thinking? If we really cut off the Central Army's retreat, we'd at least face an encirclement by over 1 million Black Hawk Army. At that time, we might be able to delay the Central Army's advance on Moscow, but do you think you can withstand a full-scale assault by 1 million Black Hawk Army?" The number of 1 million troops was like a basin of cold water, instantly sobering up many hot-headed officers. But they were also a bit confused. What did Andrei mean by an attack at this moment? They had thought Andrei was preparing to continue attacking towards the Central Army, cutting off the enemy's retreat in one fell swoop. Andrei was naturally not foolish. He didn't truly consider his army an invincible war god, ready to single-handedly contend with the entire Black Eagle Empire's main forces. He merely drew a line on the map, pointing to the Black Hawk Army group currently caught in the encirclement, a confident smile on his face. "This is our next offensive objective. We need to completely segment General Graham's army group and absolutely not allow this army group to remain cohesive." Upon hearing Andrei, many officers were slightly stunned. This seemed a bit different from what they had imagined. According to their thoughts, they currently occupied a series of defensive positions used by the Black Eagle Empire and had successfully stabilized their foothold on this front line. If that was the case, shouldn't they block this army group, wear them down continuously, bombard them with artillery fire, and finally force this army group to surrender completely. Seeing everyone's confusion, Andrei couldn't help but rub his forehead. He felt that these guys had become too confident after fighting with him, coupled with the rigid and inflexible military thinking of the Cambrian Empire constantly swirling in their minds. As a result, even now, no one had figured out his idea. However, Katiusha was in sync. After glancing at the map, she understood Andrei's meaning. I understand. You mean, by segmenting General Graham's army group, we can infiltrate a large number of troops into their forces and then engage them in a chaotic battle. At this point, we can avoid encountering the Black Hawk Army's superior firepower and bombing attacks, and we can also try to increase the distance for the enemy to launch an attack on us. And most importantly, even if we ultimately fail to trap General Graham's entire army group, we can at least bite off a significant portion of their army group. As long as they can't gather, they won't be able to concentrate their strength to break through. As soon as Katiusha finished speaking, Andrei nodded and applauded. Exactly, that's it. You should all learn from Lieutenant General Karajan's approach, this is our most correct way of fighting. Andrei said, looking at the officers present, reminding them, we do not have an advantage in troop numbers, and our firepower advantage is not very strong, in fact, we will soon lose our firepower advantage. So, it's best to maximize our mobility advantage and keep our army constantly moving. Although sending a large number of troops into the encirclement to engage in close quarters combat with the enemy seems like it could easily lead to our collapse if we're not careful, this is our best option right now. Soon, Andrei's orders were relayed throughout the entire army. With the command issued, the Vorontsov battle group rested for a short period, then rapidly mobilized. Within General Graham's army group, because General Graham had been captured by the enemy, and they currently had no means to rescue the general taken by the living saint. So, after some debate, Lieutenant General Kemmler, the army group's deputy commander, temporarily became the commander. He had just become commander and immediately issued an order for the entire army group to break through. Of course, he was not preparing to continue the breakthrough towards Folkhov, because facts had already proven that breaking through there was quite difficult. Who knew why Folkhov, which theoretically should only have some second-line troops responsible for defense, had displayed a wall of iron-like posture in the previous battles. But undoubtedly, they no longer wanted to continue attacking the fortress there. Especially since they knew that once the Cambrian Empire learned of the victory here, the Tsar would certainly quickly deploy troops by rail, transporting forces to Folkhov as fast as possible. At that time, the already ironclad fortress area would be fully reinforced, becoming even harder to crack. So, after some discussion, their conclusion was, to launch a breakthrough in the direction of Andrei's main forces at this moment. It must be said that this breakthrough plan sounded quite insane. Charging directly into Andrei's main forces, even if they ultimately managed to break through, they would inevitably suffer extremely heavy losses. If it weren't for the fact that initially, General Ron and General Graham both did not want the army group to suffer devastating blows, they would have long since ordered the army group to clash head-on with Andrei's main forces. It's just a pity that General Ron ultimately did not consider the characteristics of the players, so much so that Folkhov, which seemed so easy to capture, was ultimately not taken. And by now, their entire army group could no longer afford to care about such things. If they didn't break through, they would only face death. Breaking through could at least allow some people to retreat. At the same time, other follow-up units of the Central Army began to divert to this area, and the Emperor's Sun Titan Legion was also moving here. If they could cooperate with these units, they still had a high probability of tearing open a gap in Andrei's main forces' defensive line and allowing some troops to break through. Of course, the Black Hawk Army's breakthrough here couldn't be too crude, not to the extent of smashing all troops like a heavy hammer at once. Previously, they thought Folkhov was easy to smash, so they threw the hammer at it, and the frontline troops were directly shattered. And this time, they absolutely did not want to have a head-on clash with the Titan Legion. Therefore, the Black Hawk Army's breakthrough at this moment was more like a flood, with a large number of troops launching attacks in different directions simultaneously. Lieutenant General Kemmler, are you sure this probing tactic will work? In the command post, several generals asked Lieutenant General Kemmler somewhat uneasily, begging your pardon, if Vorontsov has set a trap on his defensive line, deliberately creating a new pocket to lure us in, wouldn't our situation become even worse? Looking at these guys, Lieutenant General Kemmler rolled his eyes, quite speechless. He felt that he had truly been mentally exhausted to a certain extent these days, even his voice was weak. You're overthinking it. Where would the enemy get the troops to set up another pocket formation? Lieutenant General Kemmler pointed at the map, a helpless smile on his face. Although it's shameful to say, this time we are surrounded by an entire army group. Vorontsov doesn't have many troops in his hands, so how could he create a new encirclement on the original one to continue trapping an entire army group of ours? Moreover, do we even have any other options now? If we fall into the enemy's trap again, the situation won't be worse than it is now. At most, this breakthrough will fail. But if we don't fall into the enemy's trap, wouldn't we succeed in breaking through? Hearing Lieutenant General Kemmler say this, the other generals present exchanged glances, all seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. This plan sounded good, but in reality, it was just throwing caution to the wind. To put it bluntly, their current predicament was already so bad, how much worse could it get? Since that was the case, it was time to take a gamble. Just as they were preparing to try and have the frontline troops launch a full-scale probing attack to find the enemy's weaknesses, to their utter surprise, Vorontsov launched an attack first. What's going on? I'm a bit confused. Help me figure out what kind of tactic this is. A general leaned over the map, looking at the latest battle report from the messenger, and asked the others, somewhat incomprehensibly, how did they split the Titan Legion, and then, with these 2 Titan units as the vanguard, they are instead charging towards our positions. Good heavens, according to this tactic, wouldn't Vorontsov automatically lift the encirclement? How much confidence must he have in himself to turn what was originally an encirclement and annihilation into a full-force assault? Does he really not think he'll overturn? Lieutenant General Kemmler looked at the map for a couple of seconds, then slammed the table and said, damn it, they want to completely segment our army group. It seems this guy isn't confident he can completely surround us, so he wants to segment our army group, then eat a part of it first. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. Although Lieutenant General Kemmler was currently shocked by Vorontsov's ambition and amazed by his boldness, organizing a defense still had to be done. But the problem was, with their entire army group currently in a state of disarray, how easy was it to organize a defense? The news of being encircled, and the previous setbacks in attacking Folkhov, left the army group somewhat demoralized at this moment, and many Black Hawk soldiers lacked confidence in themselves. Within this army group, many Black Hawk army units were distinguished units, and many soldiers had participated in the previous major war against the Iris Empire, as well as the war to attack Wars Aniat. In those wars, although they were not without setbacks, overall, they had advanced triumphantly. But this time, they had indeed suffered an extremely severe setback, and even the entire army group faced the risk of annihilation. Coupled with the various wars and setbacks they had encountered some time ago, this caused the morale of the entire army group to remain low. Some Black Hawk soldiers even suffered from Cambrian phobia to some extent, trembling all over whenever they heard the enemy launching an attack on them. Located in a newly dug trench position, Black Hawk soldiers huddled in these trenches, their faces full of fatigue, listening to their officer's speech. Everyone, hold your ground, no matter what, never give up or retreat. We are currently in the most difficult stage, we are facing the most severe test, but we are still the Empire's most valiant warriors. Hold on a little longer. The Empire's other armies are already rushing to our aid. If we can't even hold out for this long, then we're finished. The brutal Cambrian Empire will only send you to Siberia to fight those mad Easterners. Upon hearing this, many Black Hawk soldiers felt a chill in their hearts. They knew what Siberia was, desolate and cold, bordering the increasingly insane ancient empire of the Far East. The thought of possibly being used as slave soldiers by the Cambrian Empire, driven to attack North Qing, and facing all sorts of demons and monsters, sent shivers down their spines. Surprisingly, after such a threat, the morale of these soldiers actually improved quite a bit. Although their morale was still not great, at the very least, these soldiers were willing to keep fighting out of a strong desire for survival. Just as the soldiers huddled in the trenches were chatting idly, discussing their fate, a soldier suddenly felt an unusual vibration from the ground. Wait, do you feel like it's shaking under our butts? Upon hearing one soldier's reminder, the other Black Hawk soldiers quickly noticed the phenomenon. What's going on? Is someone firing artillery? Some soldiers thought of the vibrations caused by artillery fire, but they also felt that this vibration seemed different from those caused by shelling. If anything, this vibration was more like footsteps, as if some colossal creature was moving on the ground. Holy crap! This is bad. At this thought, the faces of many Black Hawk soldiers turned pale. A soldier frantically pulled out a periscope, quickly set it on the edge of the trench, and cautiously peered outside. Immediately after, he saw several massive warlord titans slowly approaching, with the Cambrian Empire's red and gold eagle flag fluttering proudly above them. Oh, Emperor above, we're finished. The enemy's Titan Legion is attacking us. Looking at the infantry on this position who had lost a large amount of heavy weaponry, and then thinking about their own equally meager artillery position, which had also lost a large number of heavy cannons. Comparing all of this to the Titans outside, all the Black Hawk soldiers no longer believed they could win. Are you kidding? Asking a unit that had devolved into light infantry to defend against a direct assault from the enemy's Titan Legion? A Black Hawk soldier clutched the dog tag inscribed with his identity, then curled up in the trench as if going to sleep, closing his eyes and remaining motionless. Hey, what are you doing? Get up, grab your gun. Hearing his comrade call out to him, he shook his head without even opening his eyes and said, don't bother, just accept your fate. I suggest you all hold your dog tags in your hands and press them under your bodies, lest when our bodies are blown to pieces by the enemy, the units recovering our corpses won't be able to tell who belongs to whom among the fallen. Heh, the Titan Legion has already charged, what else could they be thinking about? Just go to sleep, this war is no longer about mortals. As the Titan Legion drew closer, under Katyusha's command, several warlord titans all raised their 305mm heavy cannons. With several consecutive roars, terrifying heavy shells instantly fell onto the front line, exploding among the trenches. Struck by 305mm shells, even if these Black Hawk soldiers had meticulously dug their trenches, it was all for naught in the end. The massive explosions would blast everything in sight into the sky, whether it was the bunkers, sandbags on the position, or the broken corpses, all got to experience a ride on a dirt plane. Some shells were fired towards them, but as a translucent barrier lit up in front of the warlord titans, all these incoming shells disappeared, leaving only ripples on the barrier. Before launching the attack, Andrei had mobilized a wave of his Psyker players, making them act as power banks to fully charge all the energy cores. It must be said, the energy cores developed by the Cambrian Empire were indeed large in volume, but they also had ample energy. Correspondingly, charging these things was truly taxing on mages. If not for the Black Hawk Empire's sufficiently complete mage training system, they wouldn't be able to afford these things. At this thought, Andrei then thought of the Cambrian Empire's mages, who had disappeared without a trace, and felt a wave of speechlessness. They were both top-tier great powers, so why was the difference between them so vast? On this Black Hawk position, their artillery positions seemed to only have 105 mm howitzers, with no larger caliber artillery whatsoever. Such artillery could not inflict significant damage against void shields, at least until they could gather more artillery to concentrate fire. They would find it very difficult to penetrate these void shields. The continuous shelling, however, only exposed their positions. Several warlord titans did not fire, because the cannons they used had very short barrel lengths and were purely for close-range assault. Their range genuinely couldn't reach the opposite side. However, the arrogant fortress tanks following behind raised their twin-barreled 380 mm turrets and fired two fierce shots into the distance. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by two massive explosions, the distant Black Hawk artillery position directly exploded. Evidently, their artillery position should not have had mobile void shields and was completely unable to withstand the 380 mm artillery fire. If it were a typical armored unit, as they approached this trench line, they would have already begun to flank the position. Of course, this was the Black Hawk Empire's fighting style. The Cambrian Empire, on the other hand, preferred to have armored units support the infantry. They would always line up armored units in front of the trenches, constantly suppressing the enemies inside the trenches with machine guns, and then call for the infantry behind to follow up and charge in. However, none of this had anything to do with Titans. For Titans, the kings of the land, facing this trench line, they didn't need to do anything else, they just needed to step on it directly. A massive steel mechanical foot stomped heavily on the trench ahead, the immense vibration shaking the entire ground. When this gigantic mechanical leg moved again, the trench in front had been trampled into a large pit, and judging by the mixed blood in the pit, it seemed some Black Hawk soldiers had been crushed to death on the spot. Various secondary turrets located on the warlord titans were continuously firing at the surrounding trenches, with a large number of machine guns, autocannons, and cannons all sweeping through the nearby trenches. Thanks to the height of the titans, the turrets mounted on them could often achieve effective coverage, easily providing suppressive fire on the trenches below from above. At the same time, a large number of infantry also charged in with the titans. Many red-letter warriors and ordinary infantry mingled together, beginning to sweep through the trenches on this defensive line. Some Black Hawk soldiers resisted desperately, but no matter how they fought, it was futile. The Titan units were simply too overpowered, and these immortal red-letter warriors were equally overpowered. In contrast, they, a group of mortal soldiers, coming to this battlefield, truly became pure cannon fodder, merely cold kill records for the enemy. Looking at it this way, they seemed even worse off than the Black Hawk soldiers who had given up. At least the Black Hawk soldiers who lay down could struggle less before dying. Not long after, Andrei's legion completely broke through this position, and on the other side, the breakthrough led by the player-controlled Great Waa'ak Titan Legion was also nearly complete. Two axes simultaneously penetrated, and a large number of trailing units quickly completed the dissection of the army group. After a period of arduous fighting, under the fierce assault of the Titan Legion, Andrei successfully divided the entire army group into three main parts. And at this point, they were equivalent to having finished carving a steak. The rest, naturally, was time to eat the meat. Ha ha ha, as expected, the Titan's breakthrough capability is simply invincible. In the face of such a powerful breakthrough, we don't need to consider too much. Andrei laughed heartily, looking at the army group on the map that had been divided into three parts, pondering which side to attack next. After some study, he decided to attack the westernmost army group next, the one closest to Petrograd. Because within that encircled legion, there was the Black Hawk Army's last remaining armored unit, and at the same time, on the other side, the special armored brigade and infantry division that Andrei had previously deployed there were still holding their ground. He hadn't forgotten the Allied forces there. Since the general situation here had been decided, it was time to lead his troops to rescue the Allies. It must be said, in this war, that special armored brigade truly helped a lot. Although their somewhat naive colonel had been tricked by Andrei, no matter what, even if he discovered that this battle was not quite what he imagined, he still perfectly executed the mission. If it weren't for this armored brigade stubbornly holding the position, not retreating a single step, then Andrei's encirclement would not have been possible. Because by then, the enemy's main force would not have shifted westward, thereby giving Andrei an opportunity to attack. Even if Andrei could break through the enemy's defenses, they would have seen through the plan and chosen to break out to the west or south, and the encirclement would not have succeeded from the start. Just as Andrei was issuing new attack orders, he did not know that at this moment, the special armored brigade at the transportation hub was facing a brand new challenge. Because after a period of improvements, the Black Hawk Army's Ghoul Legion, or rather, the Revival Legion, had been redeployed to the battlefield once again. The Cambrian soldiers remaining on the position to defend, upon hearing the distant whistle, entered the defensive line with a calm expression, as they always did. After a period of arduous fighting, they had grown accustomed to such defensive battles. Anyway, on the flank of their position, 6 Mendeleev tracked vehicles were responsible for cover, and there was artillery supporting them from the rear, with aircraft, known as planes, constantly arriving in the sky. These soldiers responsible for defense were not alone, Allied forces capable of providing support were all around them. It wasn't until they looked at the enemy forces charging towards the position in the distance that these Cambrian soldiers' eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 324, How did the Butcher's Nail even appear? Damn it! The Ghoul Legion of the Black Eagle Empire is charging, and their troops this time seem a little off. It's evil, why do they all have a nail stuck in their heads? What is that for? Hiding in the trenches, a Cambrian soldier looked at the Ghoul Legion rapidly advancing towards them and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. At first, he thought he had seen it wrong, but as more and more Ghoul soldiers charged towards them, he was sure that these guys had a nail driven into their heads. The length of that thing looked very long, and he didn't know how deep a part was driven into their brains, but judging from the exposed part, this thing was at least 20 centimeters long. After being nailed, these Ghoul soldiers looked even more ferocious. If, at first, those Ghoul soldiers looked somewhat like living people due to being covered by greatcoats, then by now, their appearance had completely lost any resemblance to living people. A brand new batch of the Ghoul Legion seemed to have changed their initial all-black attire, opting instead for much lighter clothing. Their uniforms resembled the Black Hawk soldiers' summer combat uniforms, but the fabric seemed even scantier than summer uniforms, appearing somewhat cheap in all aspects, and when compared to the current season, it felt quite out of place. After all, the season was transitioning towards autumn, and the air was getting cooler. If they were to simply wear a black vest and thin trousers like that, most people would obviously feel cold. Because of the change in uniform, the Ghoul soldiers' dull, lifeless faces and their ashen skin, clearly indicating they were dead, were all exposed, without any concealment. Adding to that the prominent nail stuck in their heads, whose purpose was unknown, all these elements combined. Clearly, compared to the silent charging Black Legions from before, these ghouls looked even more terrifying. Fire! Stop them quickly! Mortars, we need mortar support. On the position, a group of Cambrian soldiers who recognized the enemy's identity were currently shouting frantically. Andrei had not hidden the fact that the enemy was forming a Ghoul Legion from his soldiers, and most other generals did the same. So, after the Black Hawk army used those Ghoul soldiers last time, this news had spread throughout the Cambrian army's northern front army. Andrei wasn't too clear about the situation on other fronts, but he was certain that all Cambrian soldiers on the northern front army already knew that the enemy could revive the dead to continue fighting. Although some officers believed that ordinary soldiers didn't need to know so much. Letting them know these things would only lead to a decline in their morale on the battlefield. But Andrei didn't see it that way. Because in his opinion, ordinary soldiers would encounter this Ghoul Legion on the battlefield sooner or later anyway. Rather than letting those soldiers be caught off guard by the enemy and their morale collapse, he might as well tell these soldiers from the start. Preparing them mentally in advance and doing some ideological work would make them perform much better when facing this thing on the battlefield. On the players' side, upon hearing the commotion, some immediately set up mortars and began shelling the Ghoul soldiers opposite them. However, to their surprise, almost at the same time as the players set up their artillery and began bombarding the enemy, the Black Hawk army's artillery also resumed shelling them. This sudden shelling caught many Cambrian soldiers off guard. For a moment, they were still dazed, wondering whether they should quickly hide in the shell-proof shelters or stay on the position and continue fighting. They naturally knew that many well-trained units of the Black Hawk army could achieve infantry-artillery coordination, allowing infantry to advance 100 meters behind the barrage, which was a remarkable feat. But they had never seen such infantry-artillery coordination before. Their own soldiers had already charged out, yet their artillery only started firing then. Wasn't this clearly intending to shell their own people? Without time to think much, to avoid heavy losses among the soldiers under enemy artillery fire, the officer quickly ordered them to hide in the trenches' shell-proof shelters. As for those player soldiers, regarding these strangely dressed guys, the officers on the position couldn't control them anymore. These people didn't need to be mobilized or given orders, they could fight on their own, and each one had extremely high individual combat skills and was utterly fearless. Since that was the case, they would just let them fight on the position at their own pace. After all, this group didn't really listen to their orders anyway. When the 120mm mortar shells landed among the Ghoul soldiers' ranks, some soldiers were immediately blown away on the spot. However, overall, these mortar shells were not very effective at killing the enemy. If the shrapnel could damage the heads of these Ghoul soldiers, they would indeed fall and lose their vital activity, but if the shells merely damaged their torsos, it had almost no effect on these Ghoul soldiers. Some Ghoul soldiers even continued to charge despite having their limbs severed by flying shrapnel. It must be said, this was truly the Walking Dead, the legendary March of the Dead. In the Black Hawk army position opposite, the colonel who had previously been in charge of commanding the attack looked somewhat puzzled at a newly arrived commander beside him. This commander, strictly speaking, was not part of their military system. He had no military rank on his shoulders because this commander was a necromancer from the Imperial Mage Academy. Master Heinrich, I don't understand, why are we only firing now? We could have suppressed the enemy with artillery fire before. Is it too late to fire now? This might hinder our soldiers' charge. Master Heinrich shrugged indifferently, pointing to the front line and saying, don't worry, these things are irrelevant to the Empire's Revival Legion. They won't be too affected by shelling. In most cases, unless hit at close range, these shells are very difficult to kill Revival Legion soldiers. Ordinary injuries are almost non-existent for them. Under such artillery cover, they can charge directly to the enemy's position and kill all the soldiers hiding in the shell-proof shelters. If the enemy chooses to ignore our artillery fire and persist in fighting, then our artillery can also kill as many of them as possible. No matter how we fight, we won't lose. The reason we are only firing now is because we need to save shells. Firing before they charge would not achieve the same killing effect as now. Upon hearing Master Heinrich's words, the colonel felt a chill in his heart. Although he knew that these revived living dead were fundamentally different from normal people, the thought of other friendly forces throwing shells over his head while he was charging made him feel an urge to kill. I say, if we treat these ghouls like this, won't they rebel? After all, they were once the Empire's heroes. Regarding this question, Master Heinrich tapped the top of his head, revealing a mysterious smile. Colonel, you can guess what that nail in their heads is for. Recalling the appearance of these ghoul soldiers, the colonel shook his head. He had already noticed that these guys all had a strange nail stuck in their heads, looking quite horrifying, making his forehead ache just by looking at it twice. But he really didn't know what this thing was for, as he had never seen it before. Seeing that the colonel was too lazy to even guess and was waiting for him to explain directly, Master Heinrich couldn't help but feel a little bored. This thing is a failed technological product that the Empire researched before, called the Butcher's Nail. As the name suggests, once this thing is nailed into the brain, a normal person will completely transform into a mindless butcher. Heinrich gestured as he explained in detail. Under normal circumstances, after being nailed into the brain by this nail, a person's emotions will only consist of various rages, he will find it very difficult to feel calm. And at the same time, this nail will monitor and adjust based on a special brainwave generated when a person's brain kills. If a person hasn't killed for a long time, then this nail will continuously drill deeper into his brain, thereby bringing him unimaginable pain. So with this nail, a person will lose all desires and most of their ability to think, becoming a madman with nothing but violence and slaughter in his mind. Only by killing can he slightly alleviate the pain in his brain. If he doesn't want to be driven mad by this terrible pain, then he will naturally obey the anger in his heart and constantly seek targets to slaughter. Master Heinrich seemed very interested in this invention, his face full of fanaticism as he introduced it, as if he were introducing a rare treasure. But after hearing such an introduction, the colonel's expression had already turned to one of disgust. Emperor above, the person who invented this thing is truly a complete demon. I don't understand, what was the inventor thinking? The colonel felt that no matter how much he racked his brains, he couldn't compare to the sudden inspiration of some evil people. Honestly, he couldn't even imagine what such a vicious invention was intended for. Don't say that, after all, it's all for war. Heinrich shrugged, slightly displeased with the colonel using the word demon. You also know that the war has already reached this point, everyone is lowering their bottom line, and the Empire has no choice. To win the war, we can only choose to sacrifice some things. And Colonel, you should be glad that precisely because this invention has a major flaw, or rather, this invention is too inhumane, we chose not to use this thing on soldiers. Good heavens, fortunately, you didn't use this thing on soldiers. The colonel's scalp tingled at these words. The thought of a nail constantly drilling into his brain during future battles to urge him to kill made him feel an urge to commit suicide on the spot. Then why do we use it on these Revival Legion soldiers? Isn't that a bit too cruel to them? Seeing the colonel ask this, Heinrich let out a cold chuckle. Ha, no matter how cruel, it's still better than using this thing on living people, isn't it? Although those ghouls we revived do retain some memories from their lives, they are fundamentally different from living people, and their tolerance for pain will also be higher, thus preventing them from suffering so much. Previously, there were ghoul soldiers who mutinied because they were dissatisfied with their current resurrection mode. With this invention, we will help them eliminate all unnecessary emotions, leaving only war in their minds. They were resurrected to be used as pure war machines. With this invention, we have now helped them return to their essence, allowing them to fight without distraction. The colonel was silent for a moment, then subtly moved 2 steps away from the necromancer. To be honest, he now felt that he was not so willing to sacrifice himself on the battlefield. Even if he sacrificed himself, he hoped his body would be blown to pieces, rather than being picked up. Otherwise, if he were resurrected in this way, he felt it would be no different from eternal torment. While Heinrich was still busy introducing this sinister invention to the colonel, at the front line, under the guidance of several necromancers, these ghouls, whose minds were almost burned dry by anger and bloodlust, all swarmed into the position. It wasn't until these guys rushed in that the Cambrian soldiers defending the position realized the enemy's plan. Get out of the shell holes, stop hiding. These madmen haven't stopped their shelling at all. A Cambrian soldier shouted while rushing out with his submachine gun, but he had only gone halfway when a ghoul soldier blocked the entrance to the shell hole. Looking at the 3 soldiers hiding inside, he fiercely sprayed them with his submachine gun. Almost at the same time, the Cambrian soldier holding his submachine gun also pulled the trigger. The 2 sides fired at each other from a distance of less than a meter, all bullets hitting the opponent without any deviation. The 3 Cambrian soldiers in the shell hole all screamed and fell, but the ghoul soldier, even though his chest was almost torn apart by submachine gun bullets, still stood firm. Large numbers of ghouls rapidly ran through the trenches, efficiently slaughtering the Cambrian soldiers in this trench, while at the same time, Black Hawk Army shells continued to fall on this position. Wave after wave of shelling, accompanied by the ghouls rushing around like madmen, left the Cambrian soldiers on the entire position stunned. Many soldiers didn't know what to do. If they rushed out, they would be blown up by shells, but if they hid in the shell holes and didn't rush out, they would be shot dead by the enemy's submachine guns. Even if they rushed out and luckily weren't hit by enemy shells, these ghoul soldiers who had charged up were still incredibly ferocious. Although the Cambrian soldiers were desperately trying to shoot the enemy's heads, because they had already been told by their officers that these things could only be killed by a headshot or by being blown to pieces. But the problem was, in such a hasty firefight, where did they have the time to aim for the enemy's head? They had to exert effort to aim, while the enemy could just pick up their guns and spray. If they were hit by bullets, even if they didn't die on the spot, they would fall, but this monster, even if riddled with bullets, as long as its head was fine, it was basically fine. Retreat. Retreat. Let our armored units deal with these monsters, let the Mendeleev tanks crush them. The surviving Cambrian soldiers retreated in terror along the communication trenches. They no longer wanted to fight these monsters. The remaining soldiers quickly retreated along the rear communication trenches to the second line of defense, but the ghoul soldiers followed closely behind. Even if a soldier wanted to turn back and retaliate to slow down their pursuit, their shots had little effect. To instantly draw a gun and hit the enemy's head in such a short amount of time was already an extremely difficult task, not to mention that these ghoul soldiers also knew how to dodge. Although these guys' brains were actually damaged due to the butcher's nail, and most of their memories were in a state of confusion. But various combat techniques, almost fused into muscle memory, were still ingrained in these veterans, especially when they knew their heads were a weakness, they would occasionally shake their heads to try and avoid being headshot by the enemy. At this rate, even if the Cambrian soldiers retreated, they would likely not escape the enemy's pursuit. It wasn't until players rushed out, jumping into the ghoul ranks with fearless courage, and then fought them. Due to time constraints, many players didn't have time to readjust their classes and loadouts, so they directly rushed up using the Zealot class they had used earlier to boost morale. Zealot's weapons naturally included melee weapons, because Andre couldn't produce weapons like chain swords and power swords from the warmer world right now. So the melee weapons most players used now were either those from Battlefield 1, or specialized two-handed great swords similar to those of the Black Eagle Fear Knights. Relying on their class characteristics, they could use a melee weapon to fight the enemy hand-to-hand with one hand, and use a secondary weapon to shoot with the other. At the same time, their armor also provided them with stronger survivability. These fierce men charged into the ghouls, constantly fighting them, appearing extremely brave. The scene could basically be described as reckless. Because ghouls had strong vitality, they were very willing to trade blows with players. Stabbing a sword into the chest and abdomen, the ghoul was fine, but the player would be seriously injured on the spot. But the players didn't care either. Their motto was, "Don't be a coward, just do it." Medics hid behind the zealots, occasionally throwing a medical box on the ground for an area of effect heal. Anyway, zealots' vitality was much stronger than ordinary templates, so they generally wouldn't be stabbed to death by an enemy's single blow. Some zealot players even pulled out flamethrowers and unleashed a torrent of fire on the ghouls. Although flamethrowers weren't particularly effective at killing them, it was generally difficult to make these monsters die on the spot. However, this thing could burn a large area. Just by holding one entrance, it could instantly ignite a large number of enemies. Retreat. Retreat to the second line of defense, then reorganize the counterattack. Don't worry about us, your continued fighting is the best reward for us, don't let our sacrifice be in vain. A player gave orders to the retreating soldiers while fending off enemy attacks. As he spoke, he couldn't help but add 2 extra lines for dramatic effect. Hearing this, the other players were speechless at this mischievous guy, but many Cambrian soldiers who were retreating were deeply moved. "Officer, please rest assured, we will never waste your sacrifice. Officer, quickly tell me your home address, I will raise your wife." Number why does that last sentence sound so awkward? Although the vitality of both sides' soldiers could be considered very strong, this melee combat was still incredibly bloody. Zealot players constantly fell, and Black Eagle ghouls constantly had their heads chopped off. Some players resurrected from the rear spawn points, simply charging with bayonets for a close-range assault. After players fought for a while, they discovered that the Trench Raider class seemed to be quite effective against ghouls. After all, the Trenchers Club used by Trench Raiders was originally specifically designed for hitting heads. Against ghouls, this thing was practically a critical hit with every swing. A Trench Raider would charge over and, facing a ghoul, could kill it with one hit, while the ghoul, facing this heavily armored enemy, behaved almost no differently from ordinary Black Eagle soldiers, at most fighting to the death more stubbornly. But the problem was, what good was fighting to the death? When players fought players in the past, it was as if one side's morale would collapse, wasn't it just both sides charging head-on? So much so that now, ghouls showed almost no advantage against Trench Raiders, and even the necromancers controlling them from behind were momentarily stunned by these heavily armored Cambrian supermen. However, when more Black Eagle soldiers carrying heavy firepower rushed over and joined the chaotic battle, the players eventually couldn't hold on. There was no choice, the number of players here was too small, and Trench Raiders simply couldn't withstand things like rocket launchers. Their armor wasn't that thick yet, and their vitality hadn't reached that level of abnormality. After a chaotic battle, the Black Hawk army successfully occupied the first line of defense of this position, and the remaining retreating Cambrian soldiers retreated to the second line of defense. However, the enemy's shelling continued. They seemed to want to rely on artillery cover to continue allowing the ghouls to break through. But at this moment, the players' artillery also roared. Several Andrei's hammer heavy cannons were somehow positioned by players on the flank of the enemy's artillery position, once again unleashing an earth-shattering roar towards the enemy's artillery. When these 203 mm heavy cannons began to bombard the enemy's position, the Black Hawk army's artillery gradually couldn't hold on. As the officers gave orders, their artillery quickly relocated, and at the same time, another batch of motorized infantry quickly rushed towards the players' artillery. Although in previous battles, even if they sent mobile units to chase the enemy's artillery, it was useless, because players would always have a portion of infantry accompanying the artillery, and these infantry were enough to buy time. But not sending troops to pursue was impossible. If they didn't send troops to pursue, their heavy cannons would continue to bombard, which would only make the situation more difficult. As the sound of artillery from both sides gradually ceased, the boundaries of this battlefield were roughly redrawn. Although the Cambrian army did have a line of defense broken by the enemy, overall, under the players' desperate cover, they held onto the remaining lines of defense and had not fallen into a complete collapse. And on the Black Hawk army's side, seeing that they had finally achieved an effective breakthrough, many Black Hawk soldiers cheered. But when they thought that the breakthrough they had achieved was actually made by a group of undead soldiers, the faces of many Black Hawk soldiers suddenly turned ugly. Obviously, few ordinary Black Hawk soldiers welcomed these undead soldiers, because the raw material for these things was them. If they were to become this inhuman, ghost-like appearance after dying on the battlefield, then they would truly find it somewhat difficult to accept. Even if the officers kept promoting it, stating that it was contributing to the empire, claiming it was giving warriors a second life, the actual performance of these ghoul legions on the battlefield still caused much resistance among the Black Hawk soldiers. It seems our ghoul legion isn't as powerful as we imagined. To break through the enemy's defenses, we still ultimately have to rely on sufficiently powerful artillery and armored units. Hearing the colonel say this, Heinrich the mage snorted in displeasure. You don't need to remind me, Colonel. A single weapon cannot conquer all battlefields, and these ghouls are no exception. But we must admit that these soldiers can bring great shock to the enemy, and their breakthrough capability far exceeds the limits of what ordinary soldiers can achieve, and that is already enough. We must make a quick breakthrough here, tearing open this gap as much as possible. If we can repel the Cambrian army here, then we can at least withdraw 1/3 of the encircled army group. In fact, if Andrei hadn't divided the encircled army group into several parts, theoretically, once this area was breached by the enemy, the entire army group might even have been able to break out completely. But even being able to withdraw 1/3 would be good for the Black Eagle Empire, better than being completely encircled and annihilated by the enemy in the end. The colonel nodded, recalling the previous battle situation, and then analyzed, in my opinion, the reason our subsequent offensives have become sluggish is because our artillery support hasn't kept up, as we've been suppressed by the enemy in terms of artillery. We currently need heavy artillery with larger caliber and longer range. Besides that, we also need mobile, large deflection shields. We need to use those things to protect our artillery. As he spoke, the colonel looked in Heinrich's direction. These things belonged to magical equipment, and magical equipment was generally controlled and managed by mages. So, whether he could obtain deflection shields depended on whether Heinrich could get them for him. Don't worry, the deflection shields will arrive on the battlefield soon. Besides the deflection shields, I've also brought over some special weapons and equipment. I believe these things will surely help us achieve greater victories. Heinrich's lips curved into a smile, but this smile made the colonel feel quite uncomfortable. This necromancer was a psychopath. If it weren't for the war, he wouldn't be willing to deal with such a non-human like him. He wondered what kind of exaggerated weapons and equipment could make him smile like that. Anyway, the colonel was sure that the special equipment arriving on the battlefield next would definitely not be anything good. He wondered how the Cambrians would respond next. The sudden appearance of the enemy's ghoul legion, and their fierce attack on the front line, was immediately sent to Andrei via telegram. When he learned that the special armored brigade was currently being ravaged by the ghoul legion, he frowned slightly. That's strange. I remember the Black Hawk army only deployed these things once before, and then for some reason, they withdrew this unit. Why are these guys appearing on the battlefield again now? He carefully read the telegram, looking at the detailed description of the ghoul soldiers. Compared to before, the current ghoul soldiers seem to have undergone significant changes. According to what the frontline soldiers said, these guys were more like a group of beasts than humans. This gave Andrei a bad premonition. Perhaps the Black Hawk army had adjusted the brains of these ghoul soldiers, turning them into pure war machines? Especially in this telegram, the frontline soldiers repeatedly described that these ghoul soldiers all had a special nail stuck in the top of their heads. Even if he thought about it with his butt, Andrei knew that these ghoul soldiers must have changed because of this nail. Oh no, could this thing be something like a butcher's nail? Thinking of the Devourer Legion in the warmer world, Andrei couldn't help but shiver. There was no way around it, this thing gave him too strong a sense of déjà vu. Butcher's nail plus necromancer, what kind of perverse combination was this? As for the change in their military uniforms, no longer the cloaked appearance of the past, this didn't surprise Andrei much. From a cost perspective, these necromancer soldiers didn't need to wear very good clothes anyway. They wouldn't feel cold, nor did they have any particular requirements in that regard, so naturally, they would save fabric wherever possible. If it weren't for the fact that letting them run naked would be truly detrimental to public morals, and would also affect the morale of other friendly forces, Andrei strongly suspected that the Black Hawk army might actually let these guys run naked. Moreover, since the identity of these guys as living dead had already been exposed, the Black Hawk army naturally had no need to hide it anymore. Openly displaying the appearance of these guys could even have the effect of terrifying the enemy. Issue an order to some players to support the left flank, and issue an additional mission for them to go to the front line as line-filling divisions. Next, we must concentrate our forces and first eliminate the left army group, which is most likely to break out. As long as these guys are eliminated, the remaining remnants of the two army groups will not be so formidable. Andrei briefly planned on the map and quickly summarized his current goals. However, looking at the chaotic battle, he felt that he really couldn't spare too many players to support. Because on his side, this encircled army group was also going a bit crazy, constantly launching breakout attempts in all directions, trying to infiltrate Andrei's lines from time to time. At the same time, Andrei was also constantly dividing and annihilating the enemy with his troops, which led to his army constantly launching fierce attacks towards the enemy. Both sides were fiercely attacking each other, and the two sides were in such a strange state of mutual attack, which naturally led to a messy battle situation, especially the Black Hawk army's current tactics had a bit of a flood-like meaning. To cope with the enemy's style of play, Andrei also had to let a large number of players act as elite forces, leading many soldiers to constantly launch counterattacks, also adopting a flood-like posture, and interspersing with the enemy. As a result, he really couldn't spare too many people. Speaking of which, when will my commendation order arrive? Suddenly, Andrei looked in the direction of Moscow, and couldn't help but start looking forward to the issue of his military rank promotion. If nothing unexpected happened, with the end of his battle here, his military rank should be able to be promoted. Although his military rank promotion speed had always been very fast, even unbelievably fast, behind these rank promotions were solid military achievements. In this instance, he himself annihilated an enemy army group, at least bringing one enemy army group to a state of collapse. Looking at the entire battle situation, this was already an incredible achievement. Up to now, no Cambrian army has been able to achieve such a feat. At the same time, as the commander of the Volkhov Front Army, his own military rank was only a lieutenant general, which was obviously somewhat mismatched with the identity of an army group commander. So, in Andrei's view, both rationally and emotionally, his military rank promotion was basically a foregone conclusion. If the Tsar were to block his military rank promotion at such a time, what would other generals do? At that time, if other generals saw that no matter what kind of military achievements they made, they couldn't be promoted, and all had to busy themselves with accumulating seniority, what desire would they have to fight desperately? At this moment, in Moscow, after some hesitation, the Tsar finally agreed to promote Andrei's military rank. At the same time, accompanying this commendation order and promotion order, which were still en route, the Tsar altogether transferred 8 infantry divisions of military strength from other directions, preparing to deploy these 8 divisions jointly to the Volkhov direction, to join the Volkhov Front Army. Your Majesty, forgive my bluntness, but why did you suddenly? Beside the Tsar, his eldest son, Grand Duke Alexander Nikolaevich, asked somewhat confusedly. In Alexander's view, the Tsar's sudden relaxation of Andrei's promotion and the provision of a large number of reinforcements seemed somewhat inconsistent with his previous style. Before this, Tsar Nicholas III had repeatedly discussed the Vorontsov family issue with Alexander. According to the Tsar, neither old Vorontsov, General Konstantin, nor the rising General Vorontsov, Andrei, were good people, all of them harbored malicious intentions. Nicholas III sighed, his face looking somewhat weary. My son, you don't understand. I truly don't wish for the Vorontsov family to grow too powerful, but we are currently facing an even more severe test. If we continue to show too obvious a targeted attitude at such a time, there is no doubt that other imperial lords will also feel disheartened, and then they will only fight more passively. Although the relationship between us and the lords has always been at odds, and there are contradictions between us, at this time, we must rely on their strength. Recalling the news he had heard some time ago, Nicholas III's face showed a hint of resentment. Before this, the Black Eagle Empire had very high-profilely held an enfeoffment ceremony for Lieutenant General Krasov, who had defected to them. The Black Eagle Emperor personally attended the ceremony. He not only bestowed upon Lieutenant General Krasov an honorary general rank of the Black Eagle, but also enfeoffed him as the Duke of Belarus, granting large tracts of land around Minsk to this fellow. Although the vast majority of Cambrians, whether nobles or commoners, did not recognize such an enfeoffment, there was no doubt that this matter brought a serious sense of crisis to the Tsar. If he continued to adopt a vigilant and suppressive attitude towards local nobles, while the Black Eagle Empire was courting local power factions. At that time, would the Cambrian Empire not give birth to a second Krasov? Krasov couldn't hold the position of Duke of Belarus firmly because he lacked legitimacy and sufficient influence. But what if families like the Vorontsov family, or some other large families, were enfeoffed by the Black Eagle Empire, and they put great effort into wooing them? Who could guarantee that these guys wouldn't betray? Therefore, the Tsar had to relax his suppression strategy against these guys. Besides this reason, there was also the fact that the Tsar had already noticed the importance of the Volkhov Front Army. With the Volkhov Front Army present, the enemy not only had no way to completely encircle Petrograd, but the Cambrian Empire could also successfully preserve this important industrial hub. Furthermore, the existence of this army group even held out hope of posing a certain threat to the Black Eagle Empire's central army. At least this time, as Andrei carried out a long-distance raid of nearly 200 kilometers, the Black Eagle Empire's central army did show some wavering, and even their rapid advance towards Moscow slowed down. Looking at it this way, the Tsar suddenly realized that if Andrei's power grew stronger, he might even be able to have this guy help him guard the capital. Chapter 325 Andrei, give me the marshal rank you don't want. Of course, besides these factors, incorporating some of my troops into Vorontsov's front army will also prevent this guy from having too much control over the front army. After a moment of thoughtful contemplation, the Tsar continued to his eldest son, you know, Vorontsov is evolving into a warlord. He has a group of highly elite troops directly loyal to him, and he also has high prestige in the military. Most officers and soldiers are willing to support him. But what if we take this opportunity to dilute his army? Haha, this guy's core forces are a bit too pure. If we mix in some sand, some other types of troops, and some nobles, I believe the effect will be much better. Alexander nodded, greatly admiring his father's approach. Although he wasn't entirely sure if this method would work, it certainly sounded good. If these people could be used to dilute the Volkhov front army, it wouldn't take long for this front army to return to normal, instead of being almost entirely controlled by the Vorontsov family. After the war, they would slowly settle accounts on these issues. Andrei, still fighting on the front lines, suddenly received a telegram from the rear, learning that a total of 8 infantry divisions had been transferred to his defensive zone in one go, making even the garrisons crowded. After reading the telegram, he frowned slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. What the hell? What's wrong with that old Tsar again? Before, he was always holding back, refusing to send me more reinforcements. But now, he's sent so many people all at once. How did this guy suddenly change his mind for no reason? Andrei was truly puzzled by the situation here. He really couldn't understand what the Tsar was up to. He didn't know the Tsar's thought process, so after much deliberation, he ultimately attributed it all to the Tsar, perhaps thinking the Fokhov region was more important. If he couldn't figure out what was going on, he wouldn't bother. After all, these were 8 divisions, and he wasn't going to refuse them. Although the structure of these 8 divisions wasn't particularly complete, together, these 8 divisions only totaled less than 70,000 people, which was quite a difference from the 8 full-strength infantry divisions he had imagined. But no matter what, this was still a force of 70,000 people, not 70,000 cabbages. With these 70,000 people, Andrei's forces suddenly became much more ample. He no longer had to constantly reallocate his players like a fire brigade during battles, and he didn't have to constantly consider the issue of soldiers' rotations. To be honest, if it weren't for Andrei having a group of players who could fight from morning till night, fight continuously for months without getting tired, and could constantly resurrect, his front line would have collapsed long ago. Even if he could always win, under constant bloodshed, sacrifice, and attrition, his soldiers would not be able to hold on. Recalling his war experiences during this period, Andrei was certain that the story of the 300 Spartans he had heard before his transmigration was absolutely false. It was impossible for only 300 people to fight. Otherwise, given that intensity of war, let alone 300 Spartan warriors, even 300 Captain Americas would be exhausted. The Persians only needed to launch continuous assaults day and night, and their front line would not be able to hold. In addition to these 70,000 reinforcements, what pleased Andrei the most was that his promotion order to general had finally been issued by Moscow. It was not easy. He felt that his journey to general was quite arduous. Under normal circumstances, which army group commander was only a lieutenant general. However, in terms of promotion speed, his promotion to general had absolutely broken the historical limit of the Cambrian Empire. Unless it was a member of the royal family or a special case for an honorary rank, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for someone to be promoted to general only 2 or 3 months after becoming a lieutenant general. This was simply challenging the Cambrian Empire's military rank system. Of course, considering Andrei's series of achievements, this general rank could only be said to be well-deserved. Just as he was about to check the system interface to see what benefits he had unlocked after being promoted to general, suddenly, several figures squeezed into his tent. Haha, congratulations, Andriusha, you are now an imperial general. Katyusha rushed over to Andrei with a bang, threw her arms around his neck, and said with an extremely excited smile on her face. Yelena also had a face full of congratulations, her eyes shining with undisguised admiration. Jean nodded, handed Andrei a freshly baked cookie, and said, "Congratulations, congratulations. Would you like to try the cookies I baked? Just to celebrate. Anyway, we're busy fighting right now, so we can't really have a big celebration. This is my first time baking cookies with Cambrian Empire ingredients, and I don't know if my skills have declined." Andrei glanced at the plate of cookies, sniffed the lingering aroma, and his throat couldn't help but swallow. Oh my god, this is really fragrant. Deliciously fragrant. He took a cookie, put it in his mouth, and found that the taste was surprisingly good, even better than those made by his family's chef. Thinking of this, Andrei couldn't help but glance at Katyusha. Some time ago, when she was idle, Katyusha suddenly had a whim and wanted to show Andrei her cooking skills. He didn't know how she managed to bake the bread like that, but when Andrei saw that big black lump and picked it up to test it, he found that it could already be used as a brick. As for the final taste, he really didn't dare to try it, so he could only push it back to Katyusha and let her try it herself. Of course, Katyusha knew what she had made, and after much evasion, she didn't dare to eat it. Finally, she sawed off a small piece with a knife and threw it to the rats in the barracks to try. To this day, people do not know what the rats in Andrei's barracks encountered that day. Anyway, sentries on night duty observed that a group of rats seemed to have chosen to move out overnight, and the number of rats in the barracks sharply decreased the next day. By the way, Jean, speaking of which, what is your military rank? I've never heard anything about your rank. While eating cookies, Andrei suddenly thought of a question. He really didn't know what rank Jean held. Hearing Andrei's words, Yelena and Katyusha also looked at Jean with curiosity. After all, Jean was also a military genius, and her rise to power was even more legendary than Andrei's. Jean thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, "Regarding this question, I can't really say. If I had to, I personally don't have a military rank. After all, I have never led a regular army. Back then, I only led a group of militiamen to resist the Black Hawk people. Later, with the Lord's help, I gained these red-letter warriors who are willing to follow my will and fight to the death. So strictly speaking, I have never been officially awarded a military rank. However, after the Iris Empire was conquered by the enemy, many factions were willing to bestow honorary ranks upon me, but I simply did not accept them. If I had to say, the Wuxiao Empire even claimed they were willing to grant me the honorary rank of general, and on the Free Iris side, they were even willing to grant me the honorary rank of marshal, but these are all just empty titles. Good heavens!" After listening to Jean's words, Andrei's eyes were filled with envy. He wasn't sure how old Jean was, but she wouldn't be more than 2 years older than him, their ages should be roughly similar. He was still happy about his promotion to general, but she had already refused an honorary marshal. Of course, he wasn't envious of that aspect. He just couldn't help but think to himself. Sister, if you don't want that marshal rank, you can give it to me. I still want to be a marshal. Andre didn't know how many players he could command if he were promoted to marshal, but he was certain that if he could really become a marshal, then the entire northern front would be completely worry-free, he could just sweep it clean with players in one go. By then, he wouldn't have to put up with the Tsar's nonsense anymore. If he really angered him, he would even dare to directly raise an army, believe it or not. Thinking of this, Andre quickly opened his system interface to check the player recruitment issue after being promoted to general. As a lieutenant general, he could recruit a total of 10,000 players, but when he became a general, his recruitment quota was increased to 30,000. Good heavens, 30,000 players, what kind of concept is that? Unfortunately, Andre didn't know what kind of concept it was either. But he was certain that these 30,000 players, combined with the recently arrived 70,000 reinforcements, plus his other forces, meant the entire Foka front army was truly complete. Unless he encountered a pincer attack from the Black Eagle Empire's Northern Army and Central Army combined, facing just the Northern Army alone, he couldn't even imagine how he could lose the war. Needless to say, simply by scattering these 30,000 players across various positions for defense, he would be able to ensure the safety of all his front lines. As for offense, what kind of offensive could these 30,000 fearless and constantly resurrecting players launch? He felt that unless he encountered something incredibly absurd from the enemy, these 30,000 people would definitely be an unstoppable vanguard force. No defensive line could withstand the full breakthrough of these 30,000 people. In addition to unlocking players, his player activity range should have also received an additional expansion. The original 500 km activity range should be further increased. He wasn't entirely sure how much this activity range had been increased, but he felt that after all this, the player's activity range should at least be increased to over 1,000 km, right? If calculated at 1,000 km, then he could already develop a strategic air force, or rather, let players directly conduct strategic bombing against the enemy. Because the player's air force was different from the army, the air force seemed not to require fuel consumption. As long as the players kept flying, they could reach the limit of their activity range. And at such a distance, although he couldn't let players depart from Foka and directly bomb the Black Eagle Empire's capital, Berlin. But he felt that if it was just bombing Black Eagle Empire industries within Warsaw, or bombing the East Prussia region, that seemed to be no problem at all. Apart from this, Andre also received some improvements, which were roughly a significant decrease in the prices of unlocked weapons. Many weapons that were originally very expensive suddenly dropped in price a lot. Unfortunately, he didn't have too many things he particularly wanted to unlock right now, so this point was temporarily not very useful. However, when he turned his attention back, he felt he had an opportunity to further upgrade the player's weapons, but for now, he decided against it. The player's weapons had only recently been upgraded, and frequent game updates could easily lead to player complaints, while also limiting Andre's future room for improvement. After a brief celebration of his promotion to general, Andre immediately issued orders to the Foka front army, commanding the 8 divisions that had just arrived to immediately launch an offensive against the Gleam army group. At the same time, he quickly recruited more new players to fill his recruitment quota as fast as possible. The new players who had just arrived were basically starting from scratch, but since Andre was quite affluent now, he was willing to act as an angel investor for these players. Operating on the principle of losing money to gain popularity, Andre significantly lowered the prices of some armored vehicles in Battlefield 1, offering a temporary special discount. As long as these rookie players could quickly earn some merit, they would be able to recruit armored vehicles and rapidly form initial combat power, transforming themselves from light infantry into an armored force. Of course, even as light infantry, players were a very ferocious type of creature. However, when breaking through enemy lines, choosing an armored force was still better. He didn't have much time to provide beginner guidance to a bunch of new players. He believed that if these new players encountered anything they didn't understand, asking a group of veterans would quickly clear things up. He was currently focused on commanding the troops to quickly advance towards the Western Transportation Hub to support Colonel Bilyak's Special Armored Brigade. This Special Armored Brigade was in a very troublesome situation because the Black Hawk Army had mobilized a large number of ghoul legions to attack them, while also using some extremely inhumane weapons. With the mobile void shields in place, along with a series of 210mm siege mortars, and even 2 Big Bertha cannons arriving at the front line. After all these weapons were in position, the Black Hawk Army launched a new round of fierce attacks on the positions defended by the Cambrian Army. Boom! 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 One heavy artillery shell after another was constantly fired onto the meticulously constructed player positions, occasionally destroying a trench with a shell crater or collapsing a player bunker under enemy attack. The situation seemed to be becoming increasingly critical. Under such heavy artillery bombardment from the enemy, the defensive fortifications meticulously built by the players were being destroyed at an alarming rate. However, this was not what made them feel most uncomfortable. What truly made them uncomfortable were the special shells launched by the enemy. Near the Black Hawk Army's artillery positions, the colonel looked at Master Heinrich, then at the shells marked with green skulls and green warheads, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Master, are you sure these new magic-guided shells developed by the Empire are effective? With all due respect, I've never really trusted these flashy things. I always feel that they often perform more showily than practically on the battlefield. Master Heinrich was completely unfazed by the colonel's distrust. Heh, you don't need to think so much, you just need to watch. The power of these shells will be proven through actual combat. Believe me, the Empire paid such a heavy price at Auschwitz to produce these shells, they will definitely make you feel it was worth it. Thinking of the terrifying concentration camps and death factories at Auschwitz, the colonel couldn't help but shiver. He had visited there once, and after leaving, he felt as if he couldn't eat for a week. That place was truly not fit for humans. And the Imperial Guard who managed Auschwitz, he felt that these people were no different from demons, even the demons summoned by abyss mages looked more benevolent than them. When these shells with green warheads were loaded into the cannon and blasted onto the front line, large swaths of emerald green smoke began to spread. This special armored brigade was considered a relatively well-equipped Cambrian force, so they naturally had gas masks, and players also wouldn't lack gas masks. Furthermore, because Andrei had previously considered the Black Eagle Empire's occasional gas attacks, he had ordered a large batch of gas masks from a Petrograd factory and equipped most of his ordinary soldiers with them. Therefore, even the infantry division that arrived later as reinforcements also had gas masks. Although they protected themselves thoroughly, facing such a gas attack, they still chose to voluntarily withdraw from the front trenches. However, to their horror, this stuff didn't seem to be the ordinary gas shells they imagined, but rather necromancer shells that had appeared on the battlefield before, capable of resurrecting fallen bodies or turning ordinary soldiers into walking corpses. Because the enemy's offensive was too fierce, and the first section of the trench had been captured by the enemy, many fallen soldiers' bodies were exposed and had not yet been dealt with. At this moment, as the necromantic mist continued to spread, these already riddled bodies tremblingly stood up again. Although these bodies had no consciousness and couldn't really be controlled by necromancers, they were basically a bunch of wild walking corpses. But because most of the Black Hawk soldiers beside them were ghouls controlled by necromancers, this led to the newly resurrected walking corpses, following their instinctual craving for flesh, directly pushing towards the front trenches. Many walking corpses chose to squeeze through the vertical communication trenches connecting the two trenches, as this was almost the shortest distance. But some walking corpses chose to first climb out of the trenches, then walk on the ground, thus treading over landmines and barbed wire along the way, crawling towards the second trench ahead. After seeing this scene, the Cambrian soldiers hiding in the trenches couldn't help but feel their minds shaken. Although they were already mentally prepared for the enemy's various actions that went beyond human limits. Yet, when they saw their comrades who had just died being resurrected by the enemy into walking corpses and then rushing towards them like mad, they were still incredibly furious. These damned bastards, damn it, don't let any Black Hawk devils fall into my hands, or I'll flay him alive. A Cambrian soldier cursed angrily, looking at the wooden carving hanging on the chest of one of the bodies, tears welling up in his eyes. This soldier was a comrade he had been squatting with earlier. The small wooden carving on his chest was a pendant he had carved himself, and the two had chosen carving as an activity to pass the boring time in the trenches. But he never expected that it was bad enough his comrade died in the previous battle, but now he had to point his gun at his own comrade. All of this was caused by the Black Hawk devils. He had never felt so angry as he did now. Some Cambrian soldiers couldn't bear to shoot, but the players immediately began to act as commissars, chattering to them. Brother, there's nothing to feel bad about shooting. After a person dies, the soul ascends, and all that's left is a stinking husk of rotten flesh. Besides, think about it, if your brother could see you now, would he want his body to be used by the Black Hawk devils to slaughter his own countrymen? After hearing the players' words, some Cambrian soldiers immediately overcame the hurdle in their hearts. They couldn't help but apologize to their fallen comrades, then aimed their guns at these walking corpses and fiercely pulled the trigger. Rifle shots, machine gun fire, and mortar sounds echoed on the battlefield, one advancing body after another being torn to shreds. Relatively speaking, the players' 120mm mortars were quite effective at this time, although killing these walking corpses was certainly not as effective as killing living people. As long as they achieved a relatively close hit, one shell could easily blow a walking corpse to pieces. These walking corpses had no brains when charging and lacked the combat skills of Black Hawk soldiers. Unlike the Black Hawk Ghoul Legion, which retained some memories from their lives through special means and even prevented their bodies from further decaying, these guys were purely walking corpses. And those ghouls of the Black Eagle Empire, if not for the suppression of the Butcher's Nail, they would even have rebellious emotions. Even under the suppression of the Butcher's Nail, they knew how to shoot, how to bayonet, how to find cover, and could even estimate the approximate landing point of overhead shells based on experience. The players kept firing, knocking down one walking corpse after another, but the Black Hawk army also took this opportunity to continue shelling the players' second line of defense. Their ghoul soldiers were, after all, relatively precious. No matter what, these soldiers had undergone a series of special processing procedures before they could possess such combat power. Although theoretically, these guys were just cannon fodder, this cannon fodder was at least high-grade cannon fodder. Because of this, apart from the initial bombardment, the Black Hawk army now used these newly resurrected low-grade cannon fodder to advance with artillery fire. They used this method to force the Cambrian soldiers to fight exposed to artillery fire, thereby continuously killing them with cannons. Accompanied by the roar of an engine, suddenly, two Mendeleev tanks drove out from the side. These two tanks turned their elongated bodies sideways, aiming all their side cannons and machine guns forward, then launched a fierce volley. It must be said that this thing was indeed designed as a land cruiser, even its posture when firing was similar to a cruiser. Unfortunately, the 180mm cannon on the front of this thing could not turn, because that giant cannon was not mounted on a rotatable turret, meaning it could only fire forward. But it didn't matter, they didn't need to deal with heavily armored enemy targets right now, simply relying on these side cannons was enough. Following these tanks were a group of player repairmen braving the artillery fire. Although the Cambrian armored soldiers hiding in the Mendeleev tanks couldn't understand how these repairmen managed to repair their vehicles so quickly. However, this did not prevent them from calmly accepting and quickly adapting to this benefit. Of course, even so, these Cambrian armored soldiers were taking huge risks. Once their vehicle was directly hit by some enemy heavy artillery, it could still be blown up on the spot, not to mention the various heavy artillery shells exploding around, which would also create overpressure damage. These sudden overpressures and explosions were also enough to stun the armored soldiers inside the vehicle, or even kill them on the spot. As of now, among these 6 tanks, not many original Cambrian armored soldiers remain. Many armored soldiers were either shaken to death or knocked unconscious by the enemy's heavy artillery, and then these individuals would be quickly dragged away by players, who would then take their place. Although other Cambrian armored soldiers were somewhat unaccustomed to Andrei's soldiers squeezing in so forcefully, at least these people truly knew how to drive a tank. Otherwise, if other soldiers were to fill in, how could those mobilized old farmers possibly drive these tanks? Who knows how many mobilized soldiers had never even touched the parts inside a vehicle. Under continuous bombardment, these 2 tanks that charged out successfully blocked a large number of walking corpses. But in a sense, Master Heinrich was waiting for this very moment. A big Bertha shell was fired with great force, and this heavy shell instantly slammed into the top of a tank, precisely hitting and penetrating it. The heavy high explosive shell penetrated the tank's top armor almost without hindrance, and then it violently exploded inside the tank. Even with player repairmen, this tank could not be saved. Amidst a deafening explosion, this colossal steel beast, weighing 250 tons, was blasted into an unrecognizable mass of scrap metal, becoming a blazing fireball. The heavy 180mm main gun spun into the sky, then crashed heavily onto the battlefield, sticking into the ground head first. Seeing this tank destroyed, the Black Hawk soldiers instantly let out a cheer. This was their first formal destruction of an enemy Mendeleev tank. Master Heinrich's face was beaming with a smile as he pulled the colonel and pointed forward, saying, "Look. Look at the glorious achievements of our artillery. Before the Empire's firepower, no tank can escape." Even if these Cambrians had very creative and bold ideas when designing their tanks, they ultimately cannot contend with the Empire's war machine. Compared to the joyful Heinrich, the colonel at this moment was frowning deeply, because he felt a subtle, inexplicable sense of crisis. Looking at another tracked tank slowly retreating, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he suddenly seemed to remember something. Wait, something's not right. I remember how many of these enemy tanks there were, 5 or 6. But why did they only deploy 2 tanks? Where did the remaining ones go? Thinking this, the colonel suddenly realized what he had felt was off before. An enemy tank had disappeared. Good heavens, if this thing disappeared, it would be quite alarming. Who knew where the steel beast would appear, and what kind of threat it would pose to them? He couldn't help but pray in his heart, hoping that the enemy's remaining tanks had all been dragged to the rear for repairs due to mechanical failure, and that this was the reason for their disappearance. Otherwise, where would the enemy's remaining tanks appear? In any case, they would definitely cause trouble. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, from the side of the artillery position where he was, shells were fired. Watching several shells, seemingly of no small caliber, all land on the overhead void shield, disappearing after a ripple, the colonel's forehead immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He seemed to recognize the recent shelling. If he wasn't mistaken, this thing should be the self-propelled artillery that had caused him considerable trouble before, named Andrei's hammer. He never expected that the enemy would be so adventurous and daring as to deploy such artillery on the flank of their army. This kind of whimsical deployment, directly detaching artillery from the cover of rear forces, was something he was experiencing for the first time. But it must be said that this deployment method, combined with the powerful mobility of this artillery, could indeed pose a great threat to their attacking forces. These few shellings were just the beginning, because on the flank of this Black Hawk army artillery position, 4 tracked tanks driven by players all charged out. From the very beginning, players had discussed this risky raid tactic with Colonel Bilyak, but Colonel Bilyak rejected such an adventurous approach. In his opinion, this was simply a huge gamble with the few remaining tracked tanks they had. If everything went well and they won, that would be fine, but if they lost, his few tracked tanks would probably all be sacrificed. Although he ultimately rejected the plan, he seemed to have underestimated these players too much. Just before, some players secretly knocked out the Cambrian armored soldiers who were about to drive the tanks, directly seizing these tanks from them. For players, snatching vehicles from teammates was perfectly normal, especially when teammates weren't very good at using vehicles. They would watch from the sidelines, scratching their heads in frustration. Having taken these tanks, the players immediately organized a crack assault team, then prepared to use this tactic to ambush the enemy's artillery. Regardless of whether this tactic would succeed, it would certainly relieve a significant amount of pressure on the frontline army, and at that time, it would also provide an opportunity for the frontline forces to counterattack. Of course, if they failed this gamble, they would not only lose most of their armored strength but also cause the few remaining Andrei's hammer cannons to be wiped out. Charge, charge, charge. Don't stop, push directly. Brother, drive faster. What are you dawdling for? Gigi King and Cold Crow once again formed an ace crew, and besides them, several other players also joined, serving as gunners and other roles. At this moment, Gigi King was almost transforming into an extreme warrior. Watching this tank slowly advance, he only felt that this broken thing's mobility was simply too poor. Why are you rushing? Rushing won't help, this broken thing can only go this fast, what can I do? Cold Crow couldn't help but reply irritably. He was also getting a blood pressure spike from the speed of this broken thing. In addition, the weapon layout of this thing also made him feel quite uncomfortable. This thing clearly had so many cannons and machine guns, but in the end, only a few cannons could aim at the front of the tank, most of the cannons and machine guns were all aimed at the sides. He didn't know that when the Cambrian Empire designed this thing, they intended it to be used as a land cruiser. In the Cambrian Empire's view, this thing was an excellent fire support unit. Normally, this thing only needed to turn its massive side, then aim its array of cannons at the enemy, and that would be enough. If there was an opportunity to penetrate the enemy's ranks, then the cannons on both sides could continuously fire at enemies on both sides. As for the main gun at the front, this thing was for armor-piercing engagements at critical moments. If they encountered enemy armored units, especially those large ones that side cannons couldn't destroy, then they would use this thing to blast it apart with one shot. Anyway, with such a large main gun, unless they encountered units like Titans, there was nothing that couldn't be blasted apart by this gun. If they really encountered a Titan, then they could only consider themselves unlucky, as this thing was not designed to contend with Titans. And for players, at this moment, they didn't want to use this thing for any fire support. With such a large void shield in front, fire support was useless. Even if they really wanted fire support, wasn't the firepower of the Andrei's hammer heavy artillery following behind strong enough? They now only wanted to make a raid, wanting to quickly rush inside the void shield, directly crushing their way to the enemy's artillery position, and wreaking havoc. Especially the two big Bertha cannons standing on the artillery position, which made the players' eyes burn with envy. These were the truly valuable things. The Mendeleev tank was still slowly advancing, and other player infantry were already losing interest in accompanying it in the charge. Many infantry simply abandoned the slowly advancing tank behind them, charged directly to the front, raised their guns, and exchanged fire with the enemy without stopping. Meanwhile, the Black Hawk army defending here was also somewhat stunned, because they had not expected the enemy to break through so quickly. But these well-trained Black Hawk soldiers quickly spread out their lines and organized a counterattack, with heavy machine guns aimed forward, fiercely sweeping at the charging players. But with a deafening roar of artillery, the 180mm main gun instantly fired, destroying two machine guns placed together on the spot. A dreadnought mech came from the side, charging towards the advancing Mendeleev tank, seemingly wanting to destroy it with the bayonet on the mech. But as several cannons on its side simultaneously fired fiercely, that dreadnought mech was hit twice on the spot, falling to the ground with a thud, its entire body broken into two pieces. In the Black Hawk army's view, although the four tanks moved very slowly, but seeing several massive heavy firepower steel beasts slowly crushing towards them like this, the psychological pressure they brought was simply unimaginable. Facing this monstrous thing, many soldiers' hearts began to waver. Tisk, what a troublesome thing. How did they manage to flank us? What were the reconnaissance soldiers there doing? Master Heinrich cursed somewhat discontentedly, and then he suddenly waved his staff, casually scattering a large area of green light. As these green substances, like glowing powder, descended, the corpses of the fallen Black Hawk soldiers, which had been lying on the ground, stood up again under everyone's gaze. But what puzzled the other Black Hawk soldiers was that these reanimated soldier corpses did not continue to charge forward, but instead ran back. What's going on? Why are the undead retreating when they see our tanks? Players were also startled by the sight before them, even wondering if they had awakened some ability to terrify the enemy. It wasn't until Master Heinrich ordered the other Black Hawk soldiers to quickly tie satchel charges to these corpses, and then commanded these human bombs to charge again, that the players and other Black Hawk soldiers finally understood this maneuver. Chapter 326, this is the final all-out charge. Holy crap, corpse explosion. When the players saw a group of Black Hawk soldiers' corpses rushing over carrying bombs, they were stunned by the sight. The infantry charging in front of the tanks quickly opened fire on these corpses, but their shooting effectiveness was not ideal. Although these resurrected soldiers seemed different from the Gulzes, these walking dead before them were still not easily killed by gunfire. Rat-a-tat. Rat-a-tat. Accompanied by a burst of very distinctive, long-range fire, several support soldiers carrying machine guns rushed forward. With these few machine guns firing from the hip, the players' firepower instantly increased a notch, barely managing to suppress this group of walking dead rushing forward with bombs. However, the current war situation was still not good, because following this trend, it would be difficult for them to continue advancing. If they could not quickly clear out the enemies ahead, the tanks behind would be unable to sustain a continuous forward push. The longer the delay, the more enemy forces would converge, and the situation for their side would become increasingly disadvantageous. Some players didn't bother thinking so much, since guns couldn't kill the enemy, they immediately launched an invincible bayonet charge. A wave of bayonets went in, and these resurrected walking dead immediately quieted down. Of course, some zombies detonated the explosives in their arms before the players charged up with bayonets, resulting in a mutual destruction with the players. Even so, they still could not scare the players away, or rather, the players simply didn't care about mutual destruction. However, some players did notice a strange situation. Compared to Gulzes, the walking dead in front of them seemed genuinely easier to kill. The instant kill effect of their bayonets worked on these guys, and they didn't need to aim specifically. Naturally, in the heat of battle, players didn't pay too much attention to these issues. In their view, this was probably just a minor bug in the game. Many games experienced such situations, such as certain actions causing the character to suddenly freeze, or even the wondrous sight of a battleship flying in the sky. What a truly courageous group of soldiers. Looking at the Cambrian soldiers who continuously launched bayonet charges, stabbing the walking dead to death, only to be mutually destroyed by the bombs, Master Heinrich couldn't help but say with emotion. It's a pity. Their bravery won't help the war situation at all. Faced with our offensive, the Cambrian Empire will ultimately fall beneath the endless torrent of steel. The colonel, standing nearby, spoke with a slight sigh of emotion, yet stubbornly. Although the war's development so far had brought him many surprises and caused his army to suffer numerous setbacks, he still held immense confidence in ultimate victory. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the Andrei's hammer heavy artillery, driven over by the players from the rear, began a fierce bombardment toward this area again. However, compared to before, this batch of Andrei's hammer shells slammed into the front lines of the position, rather than aiming for the enemy's void shield. Although theoretically they could eventually destroy the opponent's void shield through continuous shelling, the efficiency of doing so was too low, they simply didn't have the time. Since that was the case, they decided to rely on these high explosive shells to clear a path for the attacking infantry. The lethality of the 203mm shrapnel shells when exploding on the ground was astonishing. The clattering steel balls and various fragments instantly tore everything in the vicinity to shreds. In the blink of an eye, these flying steel balls shattered the wave of charging zombies, but the players who were attacking the front lines were also blasted to bits by this round of friendly artillery fire. Damn it! Report, I'm reporting this. Brothers, next time you shell, can you give us a warning? I could at least dodge. Although the other teammates expressed strong dissatisfaction with the actions of the artillery behind them, at a time like this, the fierce shelling to clear the path did provide them with considerable help. Once the zombies in front were cleared out, the remaining infantry immediately launched a reckless charge forward. Even though the enemy's machine guns roared continuously, spitting out bullet after bullet, felling player after player on the path of the charge, the remaining players still did not give up. At this moment, the Black Hawk soldiers' machine gunners were starting to break down. This was the first time they had encountered such reckless enemies. Faced with the opponent's tactics, many Black Hawk soldiers felt a sense of psychological collapse. Of course, their psychological collapse might also stem from the fear that after they died, the necromancer in the rear would turn them into zombies, right? Watching their comrades fall under enemy fire, not even having time to be checked by a medic, only to be turned into zombies by necromantic magic, then immediately handed satchels of explosives by the soldiers behind them, and finally rushing forward carrying those explosives. This sight was truly chilling. Although some fanatical Black Hawk soldiers insisted that their comrades died gloriously because of this, most Black Hawk soldiers felt this scene was utterly inhumane. Faced with the players' reckless charge, some Black Hawk soldiers couldn't take it and ran straight back to the rear. However, accompanied by the crack of a pistol, a supervising officer directly executed the man with a handgun, then shouted loudly at the other soldiers attempting to flee, "No retreating! Get back there! Face the enemy! Shoot the cowards! Shoot the faint-hearted!" Faced with the suppression by these officers and the disciplinary squad, the soldiers who wanted to retreat had no choice but to charge forward again. However, when the colonel saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. The reason he frowned was not because he was annoyed that his soldiers were deserting. In fact, desertion was normal at a time like this, as the opponent's offensive momentum was simply too strong. He frowned now because he knew that the morale of his soldiers was in a very dangerous state. If this trend continued, it wouldn't be long before these soldiers collapsed again. The disciplinary squad could only help the soldiers' morale barely recover to a passing grade, preventing them from scattering entirely, but it was impossible to truly restore them to a state of high spirits, much less make them fight desperately. If they truly had the courage to fight desperately, there would be no need to deploy the disciplinary squad. Just then, several heavily modified giant gunners crawled over from the rear. These giant gunners were also cyborgs brought by Master Heinrich, and they were similarly controlled by his necromancer subordinates. In Master Heinrich's opinion, compared to ordinary soldiers, cyborgs had various drawbacks, but also certain advantages that ordinary people completely lacked. The biggest advantage was that these cyborgs would never suffer a morale collapse. After the giant gunners lay down, they aimed the heavy mortars mounted on their backs into the distance and fired 2 fierce rounds, relying on this method to suppress the Andrei's hammer shells that occasionally landed on the opposite side. The Cambrian Empire's artillery did not seem to follow traditional artillery tactics, staying far away and engaging in counter-battery fire, relying on continuous firepower to suppress the enemy's artillery. Their artillery possessed strong mobility and had been pulled closer to the battlefield area to provide supportive bombardment. While this tactic certainly provided more timely support to the frontline infantry, it not only risked friendly fire but also exposed their artillery to the range of the enemy's guns. What Master Heinrich wanted now was to use this group of cyborg gunners to suppress the opposition. As long as he suppressed their artillery fire, he could continue replicating the endless zombie offensive. If the zombies existed alone, these guys would actually find it difficult to inflict sufficient damage on the players. After all, the zombies' movements were too rigid, and they lacked any means of long-range attack. They could only constantly rush forward carrying satchels of explosives, pulling the fuse once they reached their destination. But when these zombies cooperated with the other infantry who were continuously firing, their performance improved significantly. Because of the presence of these zombies, players couldn't just charge forward relentlessly, they had to stop occasionally to intercept the zombies, preventing these things from rushing into their ranks. This way, the rhythm of the players' assaults was constantly disrupted by the enemy, and the Black Hawk soldiers could occasionally catch a brief breath and adjust their firepower. Amidst this chaotic battle, the slow-moving Mendeleev tank finally rolled up. When this massive steel beast slowly pressed toward their position, many Black Hawk soldiers couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. Honestly, they would rather this thing move a little faster and just crush their position outright than slowly inching closer like it was doing now. The oppressive feeling brought by these Mendeleev tanks was overwhelming, especially when they saw the 180mm heavy cannon aimed at them, all the Black Hawk soldiers couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. Boom! The massive heavy cannon opened fire. A machine gun bunker located in front was instantly blown sky-high by the shell, and a hunter mech, which had been driven over by Black Hawk soldiers to provide support fire, also flipped over immediately from that same shot. Seeing the hunter mech struggling on the ground, seemingly about to get back up, the player in another tank aimed the muzzle at it again and fired another fierce shell. When the mech exploded into a pile of scrapped metal parts, the players inside the tank immediately erupted in cheers. Charge, charge, charge. I don't believe it, can these zombies really outlast us? Cold Crow laughed heartily, his eyes filled with extreme confidence in his side, the fourth Calamity. There will eventually be an end to your Black Hawk soldiers' corpses, and the necromancer cannot summon zombies endlessly, their mana is also finite. But we players can resurrect endlessly, and we can survive on the front lines in combat squads. After this comparison, the difference between the two sides is instantly clear. Holding this thought, the players no longer cared if the merit points were worthwhile, they simply engaged the enemy in a brutal war of attrition. Most infantry players acted as if they were executing a specific mission, constantly covering their heavy combat vehicles, because they knew these heavy vehicles were discontinued equipment that could not be resupplied from the factory. Moreover, even if they wanted to use other combat vehicles to fill this battlefield, they wouldn't have the opportunity. Because there were simply no factories in this area, every single one of their armored vehicles was extremely precious, and all heavy armored vehicles could not be supplemented or recruited. If that was the case, then they would use the lives of the infantry to carve out a path for the vehicles in the rear. Since they could constantly resurrect anyway, the lives of the infantry were worthless. Two heavily armored Ogren rushed forward holding large shields, but they didn't charge too far. After advancing a certain distance, they planted their shields on the ground and began fiercely sweeping the area with heavy machine guns. These two Ogren players aimed to establish two firing points, relying on continuous crossfire to wear down the enemy. As long as this crossfire suppresses the enemy, the remaining men will have a much easier time charging. But on this chaotic battlefield, even an Ogren might not live long, especially when the Black Hawk soldiers brought out the armored hunter rocket launchers. As a few rockets were fired, the Ogren who had just set up his shield was instantly blown away. Although they were only severely wounded and not yet killed due to their tenacious vitality, the few rockets that immediately followed ultimately killed them, forcing them to choose to respawn. At some point, several anti-armor teams among the Black Hawk soldiers were in position, and every soldier was nervously loading the latest model of rocket launcher and continuously firing at the charging players. Their primary target at the moment was still the heavy armored vehicles slowly approaching in the distance, but because a large number of players were blocking the way, they couldn't find a suitable firing angle, so they could only focus on bombing the enemy's cyborg infantry first. Even now, a rather amusing misunderstanding existed among most of the Black Hawk army. For example, the vast majority of people in the Black Eagle Empire were confusing the legendary Imperial Eagle project in Moscow with the Ogren appearing on the player's side. Most Black Hawk officers believed that these Ogren were the product of the Imperial Eagle project, because in their view, it was impossible for normal humans to grow into this appearance, this must have involved extensive modification. Where did the Air Force go? What is our Air Force busy with? Don't go off lurking somewhere, hurry up and bomb the enemy's artillery positions, otherwise, what good are you? A player thought of their missing Air Force brethren. Theoretically speaking, when they faced heavy enemy bombardment, the Air Force should launch bombing raids on the enemy's artillery positions from the sky to provide cover for them. However, just as most ground forces felt the Air Force was unreliable, the players also felt their own Air Force was unreliable. Objectively speaking, the players' Air Force was indeed unreliable at times, constantly alternating between effective and ineffective states. If they chose the right moment, the bombing they delivered to the enemy would be highly efficient and lethal, no artillery position could withstand such a bombardment. Furthermore, because the speed generated by these bombs during the bombing run was not fast enough, the void shield usually couldn't defend against shells falling from the sky, as players didn't typically engage in high-altitude bombing. But here was the problem, there wasn't always someone flying a plane. Sometimes they would wait for a long time, and no one would fly over, only to ask later and discover that these lurkers had run off to a different front line. At this moment, combat wasn't just erupting here, while Andrei was busy launching flanking attacks against the enemy, the encircled army group was also trying to use a saturation tactic, constantly looking for a breakthrough. As a result, many Air Force players would occasionally fly over there to bomb around, neglecting the situation on this side. It wasn't until their teammates called out that they realized the Air Force seemed to be needed more urgently here. What a group of brave soldiers. Although their actions are reckless, I have to say, they are worthy of the uniform they wear. On the front line trenches, Colonel Belyak, the overall commander of this unit, had personally arrived at some unknown time. Through a high magnification periscope, he carefully watched the distant battle, feeling both affection and frustration toward these soldiers who came from Andrei. He had to admit that he had always liked the soldiers sent by Andrei, because these guys always possessed extremely high combat enthusiasm and were particularly proactive. Frankly, he felt that he, as a commander, was somewhat incompetent. Because most of the time, when the front line encountered sudden situations, these highly proactive soldiers would have already taken spontaneous action before he, the commander, could even issue an order. Colonel Belyak had been observing carefully for quite some time, and he didn't know how Andrei had trained them, but he found that every single one of these soldiers, if pulled out, could essentially serve as an officer for a squad or platoon. Their ability to adapt was particularly strong, and they were skilled at encouraging their comrades, plus they had an extremely tacit understanding among themselves. Because Colonel Belyak did not know that these people had an internal communication network, he had always believed that the various coordinated actions of Andrei's soldiers were achieved purely through their unspoken understanding. If only their proactiveness wasn't so strong, and they were slightly more obedient to orders, they would absolutely be the soldiers every general dreams of. Thinking about how these guys had previously knocked out his own armored soldiers, stolen the remaining armored vehicles, and then forcefully driven them to the enemy's flank to launch a surprise attack, Colonel Belyak was momentarily dumbfounded. To be honest, it was fortunate that these guys' proactiveness was entirely focused on offense. If they had dared to steal the vehicles and run away without a word, then he really would have spat blood. Of course, the current situation didn't seem as good as imagined, because they had committed almost all the heavy equipment in the army, yet it was still difficult to break through the enemy's defenses. After some thought, Colonel Belyak suddenly issued an order, saying, "Pass my command to headquarters. Tell everyone that from now on, command of this army is being transferred to Major General Spiridovich." As soon as he finished speaking, he shoved aside the adjutant who tried to dissuade him, rushed straight to the last remaining armored vehicle on the position, and jumped inside. After entering the armored vehicle, he leaned half his body out, held a flag high in his hand, and looked at the other Cambrian soldiers on the position. "Warriors, the moment of glory has arrived. You now have two choices, either stay on this position and continue defending, waiting for the enemy's shelling to occasionally rain down and blow our positions to smithereens, or charge with me. Our men have already charged from the flank, but they are blocked. Now let us launch an attack from the front to pin down the enemy for our comrades. If we can hold the enemy for 3 minutes, their artillery will be finished. Warriors, use our blood and lives to pave the way for those 3 minutes. Attack immediately. Yura." As soon as Colonel Belyak finished speaking, a chorus of Yura sounded from the surrounding soldiers. One Cambrian soldier after another roared out of the trenches. They followed the pre-marked paths, crossed the buried landmines, and quickly charged forward. Although these Cambrian soldiers were not receiving much of a bonus from the Zealot, since most Zealot players had also charged to the front. But the morale accumulated previously, combined with the encouragement of their own commander leading the charge, still gave them the courage to attack. A total of over 3,000 Cambrian soldiers charged forward blindly, while the remaining soldiers needed to continue holding the defensive line. Although many soldiers also wanted to charge up with their comrades at the front, they knew that this battlefield did not have such a wide attack front, making it impossible for too many soldiers to charge together. Even if they charged, it would only needlessly increase the density of the soldiers and lead to more people being annihilated by the enemy's heavy fire. In contrast, by staying here, they could at least provide a safety net for the unit, ensuring that even if everyone charged and died, the position wouldn't be lost. Cheers of Yura rose and fell. Although the Mendeleev tank was advancing slowly, the soldiers felt greatly encouraged when they saw the vehicle moving forward resolutely. One soldier after another surged past the vehicle, roaring as they charged forward, but the ghouls that had previously occupied the first trench was now launching a countercharge under the control of several necromancers. Pfft! The sound of blades piercing flesh rang out repeatedly. One Cambrian soldier after another roared, raised their bayonets, and stabbed the ghouls' soldiers. Although they had pierced the opponent's chests almost simultaneously, these Cambrian soldiers knew they hadn't killed the monsters. These undead demons roared wildly, violently twisting the bayonets embedded in the bodies of the Cambrian soldiers, causing them to let out agonizing screams of pain. But what surprised the necromancers controlling them from the rear was that the group of Cambrian soldiers who charged out with bayonets were still unwilling to fall, even in this state. A Cambrian soldier spat blood but revealed a ferocious smile, then forcefully pulled a fuse string on his body. He used his last ounce of strength to hug the ghouls in front of him tightly, while the 2 sticks of dynamite hanging on his body emitted choking white smoke. Boom! Explosions sounded in one place after another, and each explosion meant that a Cambrian soldier had perished along with the ghouls facing him. The eyes of the other Cambrian soldiers turned red upon seeing the scene. Although they were not necessarily locals, most soldiers actually came from Moscow and all over the country on this battlefield, they were still willing to use their lives to carve out a path for the comrades behind them. They're crazy, damn it, they're completely insane. The necromancers hiding in the trenches and controlling the ghouls were trembling. They felt as if they were not fighting humans, but a pack of mad beasts. They couldn't understand, they had no idea why these Cambrian soldiers could unleash such astonishing combat power. In their view, these guys had absolutely no reason to fight to the death. In fact, the Cambrian soldiers launching the charge didn't understand why they were doing it either, but seeing everyone else charge forward, they, with their minds blank, also wanted to fight desperately alongside them. The aura effect applied to them by the Zealot didn't seem to fade away easily. At the very least, even though the players serving as Zealot had left here and moved to another battlefield, these auras still had a certain impact on the morale of the Cambrian soldiers. Of course, it was also possible that the Black Hawk army side was simply too brutal. Terrifying methods, such as necro shells that turned fallen comrades into zombies, and the Ghoul Legion, made the eyes of these Cambrian soldiers turn red. Since they were going to die anyway, and might even fall into enemy hands and be turned into something like this after death, they might as well go all out now. When people are completely backed into a corner, they will unleash unimaginable madness. Cavalry Company. Attack. Suddenly, accompanied by a shout and the sound of drawn swords, over 100 cavalry burst out from the flank of the attacking formation, charging straight toward the enemy position. This cavalry company was a special unit within the Special Armored Brigade. Under normal circumstances, their mission was reconnaissance, and occasionally they were responsible for pursuing the enemy when defeated. But at this moment, they chose to exert the last bit of shock power of the cavalry. They chose to draw their sabers and charge forward into the forest of enemy guns and cannons, just like their predecessors. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The Black Eagle machine gunners in the trenches continuously swept the area ahead. These machine gunners didn't need to worry about their teammates in front, as their ghouls allies wouldn't be killed by the machine gun fire anyway. During this sweeping fire, charging Cambrian soldiers occasionally fell, and even the cavalry rushing in from the flank had more than a dozen killed. However, these cavalry, relying on their superb horsemanship, dispersed at extremely high speeds, making it difficult for the machine guns to aim. After the Black Eagle machine gunner used burst fire to take down several cavalry consecutively, he suddenly realized that some cavalry had already circled behind him. This cavalryman, sitting astride his horse, pulled a grenade from his waist and threw it, landing perfectly in that section of the trench. As his warhorse galloped past, the grenade instantly exploded, killing the machine gunner and his assistant instantly. Other cavalry, fearless of enemy fire, charged straight toward the ghoul soldiers. Relying on the speed of their war horses, they pierced straight through the ghoul soldiers from behind before they could react, and the cavalrymen on horseback leaned down and swung their sabers. The sharp sabers, utilizing the speed of the charge, possessed immense cutting power, and with one swing, a ghoul soldier's head was severed. Since the head was barely the only weak spot for these ghouls, the destructive power displayed by these hussars was much greater than that of the infantry. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the two big Bertha cannons positioned opposite roared once more. Two terrifying heavy shells landed on this position one after the other, exploding directly into the charging Cambrian ranks. Instantly, these two shells caused the charging Cambrian soldiers to be thrown into chaos, horses and riders tumbling, and the terrifying fan-shaped shockwave killed or wounded a large swath of soldiers instantly. The fierce explosion startled the war horses, and many of the cavalry's war horses became uncontrollable. At this moment, both man and horse experienced temporary deafness. Aside from a sharp buzzing, they could hear nothing else. Some unlucky cavalrymen were thrown from their saddles and then brutally trampled to death by their terrified war horses. However, some cavalrymen acted decisively, jumping directly off their war horses and quickly moving away from their mounts. Even having lost their war horses, they still focused on the mission of the charge. The remaining cavalrymen held their carbines, or simply wielded a saber, and rushed towards the position ahead. Amidst the sporadic bursts of machine gun fire, charging soldiers continuously fell, but the Cambrian soldiers behind them kept pressing forward, wave after wave. Even though many of them were dizzy and couldn't even distinguish directions clearly. Yet, they only needed to open their eyes, see the chariot still leading their charge, and see the flag fluttering on that chariot, to find the direction of the assault again. Being disoriented didn't matter, as long as they saw where that chariot was heading and where that cannon was pointing, that's where they charged. Feeling the bullets constantly whizzing past him, Colonel Belyac gritted his teeth, still insisting on holding the flag aloft and leading the charge. It was false to say he wasn't afraid. He knew that if he were hit by these bullets, he would die just like any ordinary soldier. He also knew that if he simply closed the hatch cover and retreated into the chariot, he would be safe. But he refused to shrink back like that. If he retreated now, wouldn't he look like a coward? Come on, you demons! If you dare, step over my dead body. As long as I live, you will never stop my attack. The Empire's armored soldiers only die while attacking, never hiding like cowards in a trench to cling to life. Colonel Belyac roared toward the front, showing no fear even when bullets struck the hatch cover protecting him, sending out dazzling sparks. Boom! In the foremost trench, a Black Hawk soldier raised a rocket launcher and fired it at the front of the chariot. The 200 mm thick armor barely allowed the chariot to shrug off the rocket attack, but the fragments and metal jet produced by the explosion still injured Colonel Belyac, whose body was exposed. He was almost certain that his left shoulder had been severed by shrapnel, and there seemed to be a wound on his neck, from which blood spurted out directly. He also heard screams coming from beneath him, though he didn't know which poor soul had been injured in the blast, but he couldn't worry about that now. Someone handed him gauze, he quickly bandaged his shoulder, then gritted his teeth and continued holding the flag. At this moment, Colonel Belyac felt his mind go blank. He was left with only one thought. As long as he wasn't dead, no one would make the flag in his hand fall. He would keep holding this flag until it was planted upon the enemy's position. Master Heinrich, what should we do? Bring out all the tricks you have up your sleeve. On the opposite position, the Black Eagle colonel shouted to the necromancer master, quick, fire the necromantic shells at them, turn those charging enemies into zombies. Master Heinrich snorted coldly, shook off the hand gripping his shoulder, and said with displeasure, did you think I hadn't thought of that? But we ran out of necromantic shells earlier. This stuff is a pain to produce, and all the necromancers in the Empire have been busy working overtime elsewhere recently. I managed to scrape together this batch of shells from the reserve stock with great difficulty. Looking at the surrounding war scene and realizing that their position was currently under a two-pronged attack, the necromancer master's eyes subtly shifted. Immediately after, he suddenly gave an order to the magic-guided soldiers behind him, instructing this group of soldiers armed with necromantic rifles to join the battle. Colonel, this is my last force. Use them well and hold back the charging enemy troops for me. If these Cambrians have willpower, don't we have willpower too? I refuse to believe it. The Black Eagle colonel didn't notice Master Heinrich's gaze at all, he just nodded, then personally led the team, rushing this batch of magic-guided soldiers toward the front line. Just as he charged forward, Heinrich suddenly waved to a few people nearby and said to these necromancers, it's time. Retreat. This position can no longer be held. The Empire urgently needs necromancers right now. We have a more important mission and absolutely cannot die here for nothing. There are vehicles prepared over there, let's leave quickly. After saying this, he took the necromancer apprentices beside him and left the area, leaving only the other Black Hawk soldiers and battle mages who hadn't noticed the situation, still desperately fighting the charging enemies. The necromantic rifles were indeed powerful, with one sweep of the green beam, the charging Cambrian soldiers were turned into skeletons. However, this weapon couldn't play a significant role across the entire battlefield because there were simply too many Cambrian soldiers rushing forward. Moreover, the weapon's green light was too dazzling, creating a scene like a space Necron gauze flare, which resulted in them becoming easy targets for the players. For the players, these guys practically had high score written clearly on their faces. Any random player knew that killing them would definitely earn a substantial amount of merit far exceeding that of an ordinary grunt. Boom. As the players closed in, one Mendeleev tank finally fell during the charge. Even with all their planning, they still couldn't defend against the zombie surprise attack, especially since the players and other Black Hawk soldiers were busy with the melee, they hadn't paid close attention to the markers on the map. Consequently, when a tank drove up, a zombie with only its upper body remaining, not quite dead, detonated the satchel charge it was holding. Seeing the chariot disabled on the ground and engulfed in flames, a group of Black Hawk soldiers couldn't help but cheer. They no longer cared about desecrating the corpses of their comrades. A group of people loudly urged the zombies behind them to rush forward, but after shouting for a long time, they saw no new zombies being reinforced. What's going on? Where are they? A Black Hawk soldier looked back, only to find that the necromancers behind them had vanished. Without the necromancers to perform the conversion, even though there were still many corpses on the ground, no zombies would stand up again to continue charging with satchel charges. Faced with this situation, the other Black Hawk soldiers were at a loss. An officer loudly commanded them to use living men to charge with satchel charges, but the Black Hawk soldiers who received the order exchanged glances, then turned their rifles and shot the officer who gave the command. These guys were truly inhumane, using their comrades' corpses as human bombs was bad enough, but now they wanted to use living men. They had had enough, so let come what may. When the morale of these Black Hawk soldiers collapsed like snowflakes, the outcome of this war was decided. The lighter artillery still had a chance to be quickly packed up and towed away by tractors, barely managing to evacuate in the final moments. But the remaining heavy artillery, especially those two colossal Big Bertha, could not be withdrawn. The players looked at the two giant cannons within reach and cheered excitedly, believing they could capture these two massive weapons. Some players were already imagining what poses they would strike when they finally captured the two giant cannons and used them to bombard the enemy. Unfortunately, they seemed to have underestimated the quality and determination of the Black Eagle artillery. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the gunners of the two giant cannons resolutely detonated the remaining shells, disappearing along with the two giant cannons beneath them in an overwhelming explosion. When the players saw the two giant cannons disintegrate in the flames, they were stunned. Holy crap, the NPCs self-destructed. The players were extremely depressed. The main reason they launched such a fierce assault was largely to capture these two cannons. After all, having charged all the way here, wouldn't it be a huge loss if they didn't capture the two cannons? Just as the players were lamenting the loss of the two giant cannons, a cry of grief arose from the other Cambrian soldiers. The good news was that Colonel Bilyak's wish had been fulfilled. He successfully planted the flag he held onto the position. But the bad news was that when everyone lifted the severely wounded Colonel Bilyak down from the vehicle, he had already died from excessive blood loss. Chapter 327, A Front Army Needs Its Own Production Capacity. This is truly a regrettable matter. Andrei's expression was slightly dazed when he learned that Colonel Bilyak, who had previously brought the Special Armored Brigade to support him, had actually died on the battlefield. He never expected that just before he launched this military operation, Colonel Bilyak had brought new tanks to test with him, and their parting had become a permanent farewell. To say he was deeply saddened would certainly be false. After all, the colonel was almost a stranger to Andrei, he didn't even know the colonel's full name. But he always felt that the colonel's death was too sudden. Thinking that an officer who had recently dealt with him and even discussed combat plans with him had died on the battlefield, Andrei couldn't help but feel how cruel this war truly was. Although the colonel died, his Special Armored Brigade successfully completed the mission Andrei had assigned him. His troops firmly held the transportation hub, blocking the enemy's flanking attack and also crushing the Glam Army Group's ambition to break through from the western front. Andrei's reinforcements had now arrived at the crucial transportation hub, taken over the positions there, and then refortified the positions that had been largely destroyed by heavy artillery. As of now, the Glam Army Group's plan to break through to the west has completely failed. If they continue to fight in the current mode, this army group's only somewhat reliable option would be to break through to the south. Alas, that colonel actually died. I clearly felt he was a good person. Katyusha's mood was also not good after hearing this news. Although she hadn't interacted much with the colonel, compared to other aristocratic officers from Moscow, she felt that this colonel was quite approachable. He neither had the pretentious demeanor of other aristocratic officers nor the cunning schemes in their heads, nor did he spend all day thinking about petty infighting. He was a pure soldier. As long as Andrei gave an order, he would execute it. Compared to Colonel Bilyak, Major General Spyridovich did not leave a good impression on either of them. Speaking of which, Andriusha, is Major General Spyridovich still busy nosing around our territory? Thinking of something, Katyusha suddenly asked Andrei. Yes, that fellow, I don't know what secret mission he's burdened with. It feels like he's almost completely transformed into a busybody, spending all day researching a bunch of groundless rumors. I even heard that this guy, for some unknown reason, suddenly attacked a public restroom in the city. God knows what he's trying to do. Andrei shrugged, dismissing the habitually abnormal behavior of this fellow. Although he verbally claimed not to know what this guy was trying to do, in fact, based on his investigations during this period, he suspected that this guy was most likely trying to find some evidence, or perhaps some secrets Andrei had hidden. Because he always sent his soldiers to inquire about all sorts of strange information, especially focusing on what areas the Vorontsov family valued. Given the Major General's demeanor, if Andrei still couldn't tell that this person was targeting him and trying to pull some strings behind his back, then it would truly be an insult to his intelligence. However, this guy constantly asking players disguised as soldiers for information only meant he was overthinking things. Players came here to play games, and most players' understanding of the battlefield was even less than that of an ordinary soldier. For most players, their situation was generally like this. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? I don't know any of these things. I only know that I'm about to go on a killing spree. I see red dots appearing on the map. It was precisely because of this that he suddenly, inexplicably, went to dig up a toilet one day and ended up covered in a foul stench. He must have been tricked by some player while gathering information, then inexplicably misled, to the point where he thought there was something good hidden beneath the toilet. After the war ended, Major General Spiridovich, with the infantry division he had brought and the remnants of the Special Armored Brigade, returned to Moscow. Because in the previous war, both his infantry division and the Special Armored Brigade had been largely decimated, and since these two units were reinforcements dispatched from Moscow, they naturally had to return to Moscow for replenishment. It must be said, that defensive battle was truly brutal. Afterward, a headcount revealed that out of approximately 3,000 soldiers in the entire Special Armored Brigade, fewer than 1,200 survived, and the infantry division brought by Major General Spiridovich also suffered losses of over one-third. Clearly, these armies no longer had the capacity for continued combat, even if they didn't return to the rear for replenishment, they couldn't play any role on the front line. Therefore, Andrei naturally sent them back. It was also good for them to bring some news from the front line back to Moscow. At the very least, with this wave of armored unit combat verification, the Cambrian Empire should be able to produce more tanks, right? Of course, Andrei still hoped that the Cambrian Empire could produce some smaller tanks similar to the T-34 would already be very good. For this, he even specifically wrote a letter to Moscow, describing in detail that the most important aspects of a tank were balance and mass production capability. He also indicated to Moscow that if they needed them, he could immediately send two T-34s as prototypes. Since Andrei already had better tanks on hand, he had no need to cling to the T-34. If the Cambrian Empire was truly willing to mass-produce this type of tank, that would also be a good thing, as this vehicle had already fully proven its capabilities in World War II. At least in Andrei's opinion, this thing was much stronger than the mechs currently produced by the Cambrian Empire. It would be better to spend industrial capacity on the T-34 than waste it on a bunch of useless mechs. Of course, Andrei didn't expect that a single letter from him would bring about any major changes in the Cambrian Empire's design bureau. After seeing the plethora of absurd designs previously produced by the design bureau, Andrei had already despaired of the Cambrian Empire's military-industrial design capabilities. Whether it was the Moose mech or the newly emerged Mendeleev tank, both of these things had brought Andrei immense shock. One could only say that, compared to the thinking of the current designers in the Cambrian Empire, the Third Reich Mouse tank was still too conservative. By the way, Andriusha, I heard that some Black Hawk army units on the front line have given up resistance and surrendered to us. What do you plan to do with these Black Hawk soldiers? Hearing Katyusha's words, Andrei raised an eyebrow. Yelena, is this true on the front line? Why don't I know about it? He asked Yelena, who was standing nearby helping to organize documents. Reflecting, he truly had no impression of this. Andriusha, didn't I give you the documents last night? Yelena rolled her eyes impatiently, casually pulled out a report from the documents, and threw it to Andrei, saying, I saw you were busy on the phone at the time, and I don't know what you were talking about, so I just put the documents on the table for you to look at later. Turns out, you just completely forgot about it. This was a bit awkward. Andrei chuckled twice. He had been busy calling his father yesterday, mainly describing the specific battle situation here, and incidentally asking him to help urge Moscow about the tank production issue. As they chatted, he completely forgot about the previous document. There was nothing he could do, his mind was entirely preoccupied with the issue of tank production. Picking up the document and glancing at it, Andrei roughly understood the situation. It was not surprising, the Black Eagle Empire's army group had been cut off and encircled by Andrei. Some of their units, naturally, ran out of ammunition and food, couldn't endure, and began to surrender in organized units. Especially before this, Andrei had specifically had players disseminate leaflets to them, launching a propaganda offensive, which further lowered their morale. So, what do you plan to do with these prisoners of war? Katyusha asked, making a gesture, her eyes full of murderous intent. In her opinion, keeping these Black Hawk soldiers was useless. These guys would only consume the Volkov Front Army's limited food reserves and might cause trouble from time to time. Especially since their numbers were too large, even after wartime attrition, the soldiers who had surrendered to Andrei currently exceeded 20,000, and he simply didn't have enough personnel to guard such a large group of people. Andrei pondered this question for a moment, then suddenly thought of a good idea. First, let's detain them and keep them under centralized guard. Later, I'll look for an opportunity to see if I can launch a psychological offensive on these people. Killing them is useless. If all these people are killed, other Black Hawk soldiers will be desperate and will only rekindle their will to resist. It's better to find a way to divide and conquer them. As the war progressed, Andrei's mindset had changed somewhat from the beginning. Initially, he was merciless towards Black Hawk soldiers, partly because he hated the Black Hawk Army's brutality, and partly because he didn't even have a basic foothold and was constantly on the move with his soldiers. Busy retreating, where would he have the time to take these prisoners? If he just left the prisoners anywhere, these guys would pick up their guns again and immediately become elite Black Hawk soldiers. But now, he was capable of preventing these prisoners from returning to the Black Eagle Empire for a while, and as a front army commander, he also had to consider the overall situation. Keeping these prisoners, they could use them to exchange for captured Cambrian soldiers. Then, they could have Moscow negotiate and reclaim a batch of elite veterans from the enemy's hands. Moreover, as the war gradually progressed, Andrei discovered something. He felt that the war the Black Eagle Empire was currently waging was becoming increasingly abstract, and these lower-level soldiers were not enjoying very good treatment. According to his latest intelligence, the Black Eagle Empire had fully publicized necromancy and officially established factories entirely staffed by undead laborers. Where did these undead come from? There was no need to ask, just look at the Black Eagle Empire's Dissection Act and understand that their ordinary citizens must donate their bodies for medical purposes, and you'll know where these undead came from. For the Black Hawk soldiers, they shed blood for the Empire, only for their families to die and their bodies to remain unburied, forced to be sent to the Empire and work overtime in factories. If they died on the battlefield, they would also find no rest. They would simply be transported back to the homeland, then reanimated by necromancers into gulzes, to continue fighting as part of the Undead Legion. Furthermore, when those necromancers of the Black Eagle Empire were pressed, they would not hesitate to use the corpses of their own people as spellcasting materials. After all this, the Black Hawk soldiers truly sacrificed themselves for the Empire, but what did they gain from the war? Andrei didn't know how high their issued military pay was, nor if it reached their families in time. However, he did know that the Black Eagle Empire was currently experiencing a large-scale wave of unemployment, with countless workers forced out of their jobs, then mobilized to join the army. After the war was won, the beneficiaries would be the great nobles and capitalists of the Black Eagle Empire, but those who truly shed blood on the battlefield were these ordinary soldiers. Thinking of this, Andrei directly wrote a long-term mission for some players. This mission was simple, for players to wear the skin of Black Hawk soldiers, impersonate ordinary Black Hawk soldiers, and infiltrate their prisoners of war. Whether by spreading rumors or by some means of indoctrination, as long as it was a non-violent method that could disintegrate the will of these Black Hawk soldiers, it would be absolutely ideal. By then, he wanted these Black Hawk soldiers, even if given the chance to be released, to be unwilling to pick up a gun and go to war again. More importantly, this group of Black Hawk soldiers' resistance to war was highly likely to spread to others, thereby sparking an anti-war sentiment within the Black Eagle Empire. However, Andrei didn't explain all this to Yelena and Katiusha. He simply said that the Empire might need to use these prisoners to exchange for prisoners of war and important figures in enemy hands, and they had no objections. Of course, Andrei couldn't possibly let these Black Hawk soldiers find a place to stay quietly and waste food wantonly. During their time as prisoners of war, they had to undertake various labor tasks. According to Andrei, this was called labor reform, a tempering of their bones and a starving of their bodies. These Black Hawk soldiers had to be punished, and repentance through labor was their punishment. They needed to be educated through this process. However, not long after, Moscow learned of this news and sent a telegram to Andrei. The Tsar stated that these prisoners of war needed to be handed over to Moscow, who would then properly resettle and process them, putting them through various labor reforms and so on. After reading the telegram, Andrei was too lazy to argue with Moscow. It made sense, handing over the prisoners of war to Moscow was the best option. It saved him from providing food and building prisoner camps, not to mention having to assign soldiers to guard these prisoners. However, the players' undercover plan would not end there. Getting the players to thoroughly indoctrinate these prisoners and change their thinking was the most important thing. Stop shouting "Long live the Emperor" all day, instead, look at the reality before them, look at themselves, and see what their Emperor has truly brought them. Andrei didn't know how their daily brainwashing work was conducted, but honestly, he truly hadn't seen what benefits the Emperor of these Black Hawk soldiers had brought them. By now, the war had actually entered a quagmire for the Black Eagle Empire, they just hadn't realized it yet. Besides the prisoners, Andrei also received some good news. As the production lines in the factories he had recaptured were restored, these factories could now resume normal industrial production. With Moscow as a transportation hub, large quantities of raw materials would be continuously transported to these factories, which would then produce metals, machinery, and various other miscellaneous goods. Having an industrial base was very important, especially since Andrei's logistical conditions were not very good, and the supplies provided by Moscow were always intermittent. If it weren't for the players he had, and their extremely low logistical demands, his front line would probably have collapsed long ago. Thinking of this, Andrei suddenly checked his system list. He wanted to research whether his players had the ability to specialize in industrial production. After a careful study, Andrei found that his players indeed seemed capable of such an operation. If these players were given a pickaxe, they would gain the ability to mine, and when players took the corresponding ore into the corresponding factory, they could produce the corresponding metal. With metal materials, players could then go to factories with other production lines and use these metals and other raw materials to continue producing more items. Of course, going through all this indeed seemed troublesome, and it felt somewhat unnecessary. But the crucial point was, if weapons and equipment were produced in this way, they could be used not only by players but also by ordinary soldiers. Previously, Andrei had the option to exchange for production lines from the system. Exchanging for a set of production lines meant they could be manually operated to produce corresponding equipment, but these production lines were essentially no different from real-world production lines. Andrei had exchanged for a few sets before, only to hand them over to his cheap father, telling him to take these production lines to Moscow to report, and also to correct the skewed technology tree of this world. However, since his system could also allow players to mine, refine, and then produce equipment, he could naturally develop a group of players and have them engage in farming, resource gathering and production. In turn, he could also fill the gaps in his armored forces. Heh, I suddenly realized that it seems no one usually notices the gaps in my armored forces. Suddenly thinking of something, Andrei couldn't help but let out two cold laughs. There was no other way, because the players on his side were too powerful in combat, and they never lacked armored forces. In the eyes of other Cambrian army, Andrei's armored strength was absolutely the strongest. Countless people, including the Tsar, believed that the Vorontsov family secretly had a large number of factories that could independently produce many heavy equipment, which was why they possessed so many armored vehicles. In this regard, the Tsar was extremely wary, and other generals were naturally envious. They also hoped that one day they wouldn't be constrained by Moscow in terms of equipment, especially since Moscow's mech combat effectiveness wasn't very good, and its output was quite average, leading to a constant shortage of armored forces on their side. But in fact, Andrei's armored forces were indeed lacking. Because Andrei could always produce various armored vehicles, when the Tsar provided support to Andrei, he basically sent pure infantry divisions. This also meant that most of Andrei's ordinary Cambrian soldiers served as cannon fodder for the front lines, with a severe lack of armored strength. When armored warfare was needed, he had to issue orders to players to quickly organize armored forces before they could take action. And if he could provide armored units to his ordinary soldiers, then in turn, Andrei wouldn't have to go through such trouble every time. Especially from a cost perspective, the players' tank scrap rate was particularly high. They always managed to lose their tanks in various bizarre situations, and occasionally they would abandon tanks and stop driving them. In contrast, providing ordinary soldiers with tanks produced in this manner would not only make the vehicles themselves extremely cheap but also greatly reduce Andrei's tank attrition rate. So, he immediately opened this function to the players and specifically issued a long-term mining mission, urging the players to mine quickly. Although there weren't many mines around Folkhov, Andrei believed in the players' abilities. With a pickaxe that could dig out high-quality ore with just 2 swings, even if there weren't many large mines around, he believed the players could still unearth many good things. Because this thing itself defied scientific principles, who knew how the ore it dug up actually appeared? Not long after, a group of players, riding the wave of novelty, ran off to be miners. At the same time, Andrei's aluminum, copper, and iron smelting factories also started operating, refining these ores to produce more metal ingots. With these metal ingots, and by having players operate the prepared production lines, they could produce various equipment at an astonishing speed. In addition, Andrei also specifically exchanged for a set of oil refining equipment from the system, then had players help construct buildings, building an additional oil refinery in Folkhov. In fact, Folkhov already had a fairly large oil refinery during this period, but this refinery was not enough to meet Andrei's needs. He couldn't wait for Moscow to slowly send him fuel, quickly, he just needed crude oil now. Getting crude oil and then processing it at the local refinery in Folkhov would be much more efficient than Moscow slowly refining oil and then sending ready-made fuel. Otherwise, if the scale of his armored forces expanded further, there wouldn't be enough fuel. Even without players producing armored units for ordinary soldiers, just the additional 20,000 players he had would be enough to quickly lead Andrei into a fuel crisis. Andrei's large-scale production made many unemployed workers happy. Because the factories where they previously worked were either occupied or destroyed by the Black Hawk Army, leaving them currently unemployed. Being unemployed indefinitely was not a solution, but if they were simply given a gun and sent to the battlefield as mobilized soldiers, they might not be willing, especially since there were many female workers among them. Now, Andrei's factories were busy recruiting on a large scale, which was good, they could once again get a job. As for how wages would be paid? Andrei made a call, urging his father to quickly allocate funds. After all, his father was a great feudal lord with plenty of money. At the same time, he also began privately selling arms to some friendly forces to earn money to pay the workers' wages. Anyway, his production lines were up and running, and he was producing more and more weapons and equipment, so why shouldn't he provide these weapons and equipment to friendly forces? Of course, expecting them for free was impossible, his factories and workers all cost money. During wartime, having a channel to acquire extra arms should be enough, what else could they hope for? Naturally, the Tsar and many central nobles were dissatisfied with Andrei's actions. Moscow even sent a telegram subtly reminding Andrei that such matters were not the business of a front army commander. However, Andrei simply ignored this reminder. If you have time to complain, why don't you fill the equipment gaps on my side? If they don't have the ability to fill the equipment gaps, and are even stingy about shipping a bit of grain, why can't he cause a fuss now? In any case, the Vorontsov family had not given the Tsar a good impression, so this was a case of many fleas, no itch. Given the current state of the war, even if the Tsar was unhappy with the Vorontsov family's actions, what could they do? If the Tsar wanted to flip the table once the war was over, Andrei wanted to flip the table too. Andrei's preparation of his industrial zone was in full swing, and at the same time, he began conducting transactions with Petrograd via the railway in the Schlüsselburg region. After having the players gather sufficient minerals, he transported a portion of them to Schlüsselburg to serve as raw materials supporting Petrograd's industry. Subsequently, Petrograd would, in turn, provide some of its manufactured industrial products to Andrei, ensuring that his industrial system could operate. Otherwise, Petrograd would remain in a state of long-term raw material shortage. Even though it was the largest industrial hub in the north of the Cambrian Empire, it would be powerless to produce anything. Such an excellent industrial base could not be wasted. Especially since Andrei's transportation lines were currently open, it was even more crucial not to waste the opportunity. The news that Petrograd was receiving raw materials from Volkhov and restarting many of its internal factories quickly reached the Black Hawk army. Naturally, the Black Eagle Empire was furious about this. They certainly did not want Petrograd to resume normal production. Marshal, your performance recently has been extremely disappointing. Is there really no way for us to capture Schlüsselburg and cut off Petrograd's supply lines? Inside the Northern Army headquarters, Marshal Schwegen, the commander-in-chief of the Northern Army, was currently enduring the Emperor's reprimand. Although the Marshal was full of complaints and had 1,000 words he wanted to express, facing an Emperor who seemed equally displeased, he could only lower his head and act subserviently. It couldn't be helped, after all, the war he was fighting here was truly abysmal. He still hadn't managed to capture a single transportation hub, and worse, an entire army group had been surrounded and was currently being annihilated by the enemy. Frankly speaking, the fact that His Majesty the Emperor hadn't dismissed him as commander-in-chief yet was already showing him considerable favor. Of course, this was also because His Majesty the Emperor was currently looking for a new commander-in-chief and studying the handover process for Northern Army affairs. Next, I require the Empire's Air Force to launch a large-scale operation. I need you to conduct a massive bombing campaign against Petrograd and completely destroy the city's main industries. Over the phone, the Emperor spoke to Marshal Schwegen in an unequivocal tone. The Marshal widened his eyes slightly, his expression somewhat awkward. But Your Majesty, forgive my frankness, the Northern Army has suffered heavy losses recently. Not only has the army suffered losses, but our Air Force has also incurred significant damage. Furthermore, we currently lack any special means to counter the enemy's mechanical birds, which leaves us quite helpless against large-scale enemy air raids. Our airships are obsolete in many respects. Hearing Marshal Schwegen's words, the Emperor on the other end chuckled twice. Marshal, you don't need to worry about that. I will provide you with a batch of brand new Air Force support. The Imperial Air Force has recently achieved a series of breakthroughs based on captured enemy aircraft wreckage. We now also possess those so-called Cambrian mechanical birds. Our Air Force has officially named this type of aircraft plane. Moving forward, I will provide you with 220 planes of various models, along with 3 large airship formations as support. Regarding all this, I only expect you to achieve a spectacular bombing result. Hearing this, Marshal Schwegen, who had previously been worried, instantly brightened up. He snapped to attention, saluted the air toward the other end of the phone, and excitedly declared, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I guarantee that Petrograd will suffer a terrifying blow. Their factories will be reduced to ashes under the Imperial bombing. Under the illumination of your glory, we will use this bombing to wipe away past shame, and we will absolutely not allow the enemy to continue running rampant. Long live victory!" Hearing the enthusiastic cheer from the other end of the line, the Emperor nodded in satisfaction and hung up the phone. In fact, he didn't place that much importance on this particular Air Force operation, he mainly wanted to verify the combat effectiveness of the planes through a large-scale military action. Besides that, he was also quite curious about one thing: how exactly did the Cambrian Empire manage to create those biplanes? Why is it that the Empire has produced more than 10 different imitation models, yet none can match that combination of speed and maneuverability? The Black Eagle Emperor muttered to himself, recalling the problem that had plagued his designers for some time, and he too felt confused by it. Did the Cambrian Empire equip their planes with some new type of engine, or do their aircraft have some unusual design? But none of that matters. We will naturally uncover the secret during actual combat. Meanwhile, in the distance, at a large airfield located within Warsania, more than a dozen heavy planes of peculiar design were taking off. If Andrei saw these planes, he would surely exclaim immediately. "Isn't that thing the twin-tailed devil of the old Americans, the P-38 Lightning Fighter?" Of course, the object before him only bore a strong resemblance to the P-38 Lightning Fighter. Its size was much larger than the P-38. This plane had been officially named the Griffin Bomber by the Black Eagle Empire. The bomber's wingspan reached an astonishing 40 meters, and its fuselage was a full 30 meters long. The reason the Black Eagle Empire created such a massive bomber was partly because they wanted strategic bombing capability for long-range strikes against the enemy, and partly because the Black Eagle Empire could not produce a suitable engine. The engines they had previously developed were only barely suitable for use in fighters, and were quite inadequate for larger bombers. To rush production at this time, some Black Hawk Army designers directly dismantled the more powerful engines from mech walking frames and installed the engines from a large walking frame chassis onto this plane. There was no other choice. To accommodate those two massive, heavy engines, they had to scale up the plane, resulting in a behemoth like the Griffin. For comparison, the size of this plane was already approaching that of the US military's Flying Fortress during World War II. Frankly speaking, the Black Eagle Empire's confidence in bombing Petrograd stemmed precisely from possessing this brand new aircraft. After all, when performing bombing missions, this thing flew much faster than an airship, and combined with the cover of other aircraft, the success rate of the bombing would definitely be much higher than with airships. Of course, without sufficient fighter escort, this thing would just be a giant sitting duck in the sky. Even though it was equipped with a large number of machine guns and cannons, and even had laser crystals installed on top, its survivability was still far inferior to that of an airship. More importantly, this aircraft could not carry a large deflection shield generator, so its own shield level was mediocre. It was merely a faster, but much more fragile, bombing unit. Andre had no idea that the Black Hawk Army had quietly produced another batch of extremely outrageous weaponry. At this moment, after a series of tests on the players' planes, Andre finally confirmed that the operational range of these aircraft exceeded 1,000 kilometers. This meant that he only needed to return to Petrograd, and the players' air force would be able to directly air raid Black Eagle Empire's East Prussia, or bomb certain areas within War's Aniat. This was truly wonderful news. As a return gift to the Black Eagle Empire, Andre prepared to make an urgent return trip to Petrograd, using it as his air force base to launch a large-scale bombing operation against the enemy forces. This time, Andre selected the local capital, Königsberg, within East Prussia as the target for the enemy bombing. Königsberg not only had highly developed transportation, serving as a critical logistics hub for the Black Eagle Empire's Northern Army offensive, but it also housed several heavy factories, making it an important armored repair base for the Black Eagle Empire. If this place were destroyed, the Northern Army armored units being repaired there would inevitably suffer heavy damage, and the Northern Army's armored combat capability would significantly decrease. At the same time, it was an important forward fleet base for the Black Eagle Empire on the Baltic Sea, and a crucial base for the Black Eagle Empire's sea transport operations to supply the Northern Army via the Baltic Sea. If a bombing raid could be carried out here, the Black Eagle Empire's Northern Army would certainly be greatly affected going forward. After assigning the series of combat missions that needed to be handled immediately, Andre quickly boarded an armored train and secretly arrived in Petrograd. Accompanying Andre's arrival was a large aerial formation composed of players. This massive fleet, consisting of over 100 planes, would be the main force for the upcoming bombing raid against the enemy. When General Constantin suddenly received news that Andre had secretly returned to Petrograd, the expression on his face was quite surprised. When Andre walked into the familiar castle again and met him in the familiar office, General Constantin raised an eyebrow and asked, full of confusion, "Brat, what's going on with you? Did you suddenly get promoted to general and want to show off in front of me? The war was going well, so why did you suddenly return to Petrograd?" Chapter 328, The Black Eagle Empire's air raid arrives first. Andre sighed, found a soft chair, slumped into it ungracefully, and tossed his military cap aside, saying, our affection has truly faded. I finally got promoted to general, came home for a visit, and yet, looking at this, it seems I'm not welcome. General Constantin couldn't help but roll his eyes upon hearing this. If it were the old Andre, suddenly achieving such great success and eagerly wanting to show off in front of him, he felt he could understand it. But ever since Andre's brain was injured by a shell, he had matured significantly, at least much more so than before. Therefore, General Constantin believed that Andre would never suddenly lose his mind and, simply because he had been promoted to general, abandon his increasingly vast front army, bringing only a handful of people to visit him. Not to mention, before he returned, this fellow had transferred quite a few planes to the Petrograd Field Airport. So, he was very confident that Andre was absolutely preparing to launch a large-scale military operation, he just didn't know what it was yet. Seeing that General Constantin didn't seem to respond to his joke, Andre slightly adjusted his expression, a hint of his smile fading. All right, coming home for a visit was indeed only a small part of why I suddenly returned. Next, I plan to use my air force, with Petrograd as its base, to launch a large-scale air raid on the Black Eagle Empire's rear. Hearing Andre's words, General Constantin's eyes widened instantly. Wait, what did you say? You're going to have your air force launch an air raid on the Black Eagle Empire's rear? Are you sure the air force shouldn't be bombing the enemy forces on the front lines instead? General Constantin gestured on the map for a long time, but couldn't understand where Andre intended to bomb. In his opinion, sending a large number of air force units to fly rapidly, cross the national border, and reach deep inside the Black Eagle Empire to bomb them was simply a fantasy. The Black Eagle Empire had so many air force units, they would use various means to intercept them along the way, not to mention the enemy also had numerous ground anti-aircraft units. So, how would Andre's planes fly all the way there? Andre, using the map, roughly explained his air raid plan to General Constantin, also detailing the performance of his aircraft. In short, these new aircraft I have are completely different from the airships of the past, they can naturally adopt completely different air combat strategies. If we talk about direct distance, my air force will only need to fly for less than 3 hours to reach East Prussia, and then they can launch a fierce bombardment on the many factories in the city of Königsberg. At this point, Andre's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fist tightly. It's time for the air force to launch a counterattack. Being passively beaten like in the past is absolutely not what we should be doing. Now we have the conditions, and we should let the Black Eagle Empire experience our wrath. Their rear has been peaceful for too long. These guys don't even have a sufficient sense of the war. We need to make them feel fear. We need to reduce their production capacity in the rear and weaken their war potential. Of course, despite saying this, Andre had no intention of bombing enemy residential areas. Although Andre had never fully agreed with the sentiment that civilians are innocent in war, as civilians also support war, he also disliked wielding a butcher's knife against civilians. Bombing enemy residential areas might make them feel fear, but it was more likely to enrage the Black Eagle Empire, leading to more retaliation from them. Andre's bombing operation this time required a precise strike, like a surgical knife, and even at night or in low visibility conditions, players could roughly determine the area through their maps. When assigning bombing missions, Andre had already explicitly forbidden players from bombing residential areas. But factories absolutely had to be bombed. This was where the enemy's war potential lay. The reason the Black Hawk Army could sweep through the front lines was inseparable from the continuous production of factories in their rear. After listening to Andrei's plan, General Constantin's first reaction was that the plan seemed too risky. Because based on his intuition, he believed that for an air force to conduct a long-range raid, it would be very difficult unless it could gain a sufficient advantage in air combat. After all, these airships didn't fly particularly fast, so when they launched, they would quickly be discovered by the enemy and then encounter all sorts of messy interceptions. It was almost impossible for airships to silently bypass enemy defenses during a long-distance raid and appear directly over the enemy's heads. However, after he finished listening to Andrei's description of this air raid plan, he was indeed tempted. By the way, have you reported this plan to Moscow? Andrei nodded. Of course he had. His command on the front lines was one thing, but to undertake such a large-scale military operation, he naturally had to report it thoroughly to Moscow, and incidentally, secure more fuel from Moscow. Although his player Air Force didn't seem to consume much fuel during operations, Moscow didn't know that. Free fuel was not to be refused, especially since his armored units were always short on oil. Before using armored units, he hadn't really noticed, but after deploying a large number of armored units, Andrei truly realized what an oil tiger was. No wonder the Germans had such a great craving for energy back then. If they truly lacked oil, all their war machines would be nothing but scrap metal, unable to move at all. Seeing Andrei nod, General Constantin picked up the phone and casually said, "Simply reporting isn't enough. We need to leverage our family's influence to build momentum for us in Moscow. You may not realize it, but your air raid plan this time is unprecedented since the Cambrian Empire began the war. If we succeed, this air raid will have extremely important significance. This marks the first time the Cambrian Empire's air force has counterattacked the enemy's rear, and it also marks the first time we have dealt a tangible blow to the Black Eagle Empire's rear, unlike at the beginning of the war when we underestimated the enemy and advanced rashly, resulting in a series of units being lost." Recalling the scenes from the beginning of the war, General Constantin's expression suddenly turned grim. He had to say, he always felt that the generals in command at the time were utterly foolish. They had a considerable number of armored units at their disposal, yet they didn't know how to use them, only focusing on direct frontal assaults with them. In the end, all their armored forces were annihilated under enemy artillery fire, and before they knew it, they were outflanked by enemy armored units from both sides. Air support completely failed to keep up, and the rear units were even more disconnected. This led to the destruction of a large number of the Cambrian Empire's armored units at the beginning of the war. Before subsequent armored units could be replenished, they barely had anything to counter the enemy's armored forces. Andrei quietly listened to General Constantin's incessant chatter, making one phone call after another to Moscow. He didn't know who in Moscow he was calling, but he made many calls in a row. Seeing his animated and spittle-flying appearance, Andrei suddenly felt like laughing for some reason. At least from his perspective, General Constantin looked genuinely comical. After a quick dinner at home, Andrei immediately headed to the Air Force base, preparing to see his players off. This air combat plan was also the players' first time executing strategic bombing, and it was undoubtedly a completely new experience. It was already evening, and the sun was about to set, but under the twilight, a large number of aircraft across the entire airport were all ready for takeoff. If it were ordinary soldiers, Andrei would definitely deliver an impromptu speech here, and incidentally activate his Emperor's aura to boost their morale. But these guys were all players, and Andrei had nothing he wanted to say to them. Anyway, for players, they wouldn't pay too much attention to what NPCs in the game said. For most players, these contents were parts to be skipped, they were all eager to quickly execute their missions. Just as Andrei was about to give the order for the players to launch their planes, he suddenly heard a sharp air raid siren. In the city broadcast, a loud air raid siren suddenly blared, accompanied by a very rapid clicking sound. This was also a method of air raid warning used by the Petrograd broadcasting station. Under normal circumstances, the striker would make a click sound about every 5 seconds. The sound was very smooth, and citizens had long been accustomed to it. But when this clicking sound changed from once every 5 seconds to twice a second, they immediately knew that an enemy air raid was coming. Quickly get into the air raid shelters. Everyone hide. Soldiers on the streets shouted loudly to the panicked crowd, telling them to quickly find a place to hide. Unfortunately, Petrograd didn't have that many civil defense structures, nor many places to hide, not all buildings had basements. To compensate for this rather awkward situation, some time ago, a steel factory in Petrograd suddenly produced a brand new table, which could serve as a simple air raid shelter. The design of this table looked particularly like a giant iron cage, or rather, a semi-enclosed iron box with numerous ventilation holes. On weekdays, people would cover this table with a tablecloth and use it normally, but at critical moments, they only needed to immediately remove the tablecloth, open the small door on the side of the table, and they could crawl into this giant iron box. Under normal circumstances, if heavy objects or a house collapsed, this iron box would not be crushed. People hiding inside could at least avoid being crushed by falling bricks and collapsing houses. In addition, this iron box would usually store some food, allowing those hiding inside to hold on and await rescue. At least theoretically, this was the best air raid protection they could provide to ordinary citizens. As for what to do if a bomb hit directly, then they could only accept their fate. If they were so unlucky, even digging an air raid shelter under their own house might collapse and bury them. Meanwhile, atop some sufficiently sturdy concrete buildings, anti-aircraft guns, already prepared, spewed a large volume of firepower into the sky. The reason Petrograd had such a large number of anti-aircraft guns was largely related to Andrei's players. Prior to this, Andrei had organized the players to build various defensive structures for Petrograd, and among these fortifications, anti-aircraft guns were naturally considered an important defense. Therefore, the players had already piled up a massive number of flak cannons in various parts of Petrograd, forming an anti-aircraft barrage with unimaginable density. Watching the dense artillery fire constantly shooting into the sky, Andrei felt slightly reassured. Although the enemy's large airships were gradually approaching, this anti-aircraft firepower was not to be underestimated. With this accumulation of fire, even their void shields would take a serious beating, not to mention the large number of barrage balloons floating above Petrograd. Speaking of which, will these barrage balloons actually work now that they've arrived in this world? Looking at the barrage balloons strung together overhead, Andrei muttered to himself with some concern. The principle behind them was very simple, they were extremely large hydrogen balloons connected by massive steel cables underneath, creating obstacles for the enemy forces in the sky. By being strung together, these barrage balloons could easily reach an altitude of over 4,000 meters. This meant that when enemy aircraft and airships flew below 4,000 meters, they risked crashing into these steel cables if they weren't careful. Normally, to avoid accidentally colliding with a barrage balloon and suffering a catastrophic loss of aircraft and crew, the Air Force would either have to expend significant effort destroying the balloons before the battle began, or be forced to increase their flight altitude. Furthermore, the surface of these barrage balloons was made of special materials. Although generally fragile, they were not that easy to destroy. While the enemy Air Force was busy grappling with these barrage balloons, the ground forces would have enough time to deliver a fatal firepower strike. The main reason Andrei was worried was that he wasn't sure if these things could withstand the enemy's laser weapons. If they couldn't withstand the enemy's laser weapons, then these things wouldn't be very reliable. Under Andrei's anxious gaze, the approaching large airships simultaneously fired red lasers from their hulls. Although the distance was quite far, making the red lasers appear tiny from the ground and lacking the dazzling intensity felt up close. However, when two lasers struck two barrage balloons in the sky, the balloons instantly burst into flames, exploding into massive fireballs in the air. Oh! My God! Seeing such a tragic sight, Andrei could barely bear to watch, the scene was truly brutal. After losing the tethering of the barrage balloons, the thick steel cables that had been suspended from them also fell, crashing heavily onto the ground. When these things fell, relying on their own weight and speed, they also became quite lethal weapons. One house was accidentally struck by one, and with a smack, its roof was shattered, looking like a flower pot smashed by a whip. As more and more airships gradually flooded into the sky, the enemy's bombing began. Damn it, the repair factory was bombed. When Andrei saw the smoke-filled, fire-lit scene in the distance, he quickly determined the direction and immediately figured out exactly what building had been bombed. Katyusha's Titan mech had been repaired there previously, and at the same time, his Skull Lord had been modified and created in that very factory. Unfortunately, a large airship belonging to the Black Eagle Empire stubbornly endured the multiple anti-aircraft guns below, slowly moving into position above the factory, and then began a fierce bombardment of the structure. Although the accuracy of the large airship's bombing was poor due to its altitude, when the sheer number of bombs was sufficient, the airship's bombing precision became less important. A large number of bombs rained down, quickly merging on the ground to form a massive, continuous blast zone. Looking out, thick black smoke and fire shot up into the sky, instantly forming a carpet-like shape on the ground. It was unknown if anything inside the factory could still be salvaged, but fortunately, it was not working hours, and the laborers had already left the factory. Otherwise, that single round of bombing would have cost Petrograd the loss of at least 1,000 skilled mechanics. The bombing did not stop there, other factories were also targeted by the enemy's bombardment. However, during this time, the players' aircraft had already swooped in. Damn it! They seemed to have quite a lot of airships. As one player flew, he carefully counted the number of airships deployed overhead, and his expression couldn't help but become serious. 4 Brandenburg-class large airships and 20 medium-sized escort airships formed a massive aerial fleet in the sky. Although there seemed to be no small escort airships in this aerial fleet, which confused the player air force since small airships were the easiest things to farm points from. Yet, even without those smaller airships, this aerial fleet still brought immense pressure upon them. Get ready. Release our smoke. Let's see how effective the newly modified smoke bombs are. Suddenly, a player shouted loudly and quickly activated an extra mechanism on his plane. After modifications by a group of tech experts, several of the players' fighter jets launching the assault had been equipped with extra large smoke bombs exceeding 100 mm in caliber. As a player lying prone on the fighter jet, flying along with it, pulled a lanyard, the smoke bombs were instantly activated, spraying large amounts of smoke around the aircraft. The moment the smoke appeared, the players felt their visibility severely impacted. Except for a small strip directly ahead that was barely visible due to the airflow, the sides were entirely obscured by continuously pouring smoke. At the same time, the laser emitters on the enemy airships immediately fired, but compared to the damage the lasers had inflicted before, the effect of the lasers this time was significantly reduced. Nice job. The smoke protection we developed is effective after all. But damn it, this seriously interferes with visibility. Is there any better way? The players cheered excitedly, but some expressed dissatisfaction. Not all players could fly normally relying on such limited visibility. Some players found the terrible viewpoint unacceptable, feeling completely disoriented. In fact, Andrei did see a player become disoriented while piloting a plane, he might have confused the sky and the ground. Although the plane hadn't sustained any damage, after activating the smoke protection, the thing actually spiraled and plunged straight toward the ground, adopting a posture of a vertical dive. Damn it, What the hell is that? Did the enemy move smoke bombs onto their planes? A Black Hawk soldier couldn't help but shout in shock after seeing this scene. They had seen the enemy employ many reckless tactics, but this tying smoke bombs directly to planes and spraying smoke everywhere was something they had never witnessed before. It had to be said that this tactic was reckless to a certain degree. They could barely imagine what kind of visibility the opposing pilots were currently enduring. Don't just stand there. Open fire quickly and shoot down their planes. Accompanied by the officer's roar, several 20mm autocannons located on the side of an airship immediately spat out deadly bursts of fire. After a round of adjustments, the Black Eagle Empire's airships had also enhanced their anti-aircraft firepower. Many original 7.92mm machine guns had been replaced with 20mm autocannons. There was no other choice. With the players' buffs, most of the planes they summoned had relatively tough survivability, and the lethality of 7.92mm machine guns was simply inadequate. Relying on those to deal with the players' rapidly penetrating aircraft, they might as well hope the weapons were lucky enough to kill the enemy pilots instantly. Some planes, destroyed by the enemy's autocannons, spiraled down enveloped in thick smoke, leaving a long smoke trail in the sky, a scene that looked slightly tragic. However, a few attack aircraft seized this opportunity, forcefully approaching a large airship and launching a barrage of rockets. The rockets narrowly penetrated the enemy's void shield and slammed directly into their airship. Amidst the exclamations of a group of Black Hawk soldiers, they watched helplessly as their airship exploded and began to slowly fall toward the ground. Although some Black Hawk soldiers successfully deployed parachutes and escaped before the airship crashed, such individuals were only a handful of lucky ones. Most people didn't have time to open their parachutes before the airship went down, they could only be blown to ashes or crash onto the ground in despair, dying from the impact. Of course, those who managed to parachute out weren't necessarily going to be lucky either. The citizens of Petrograd, currently suffering from the enemy's large-scale bombing, were exceptionally furious, and even the soldiers within the city were filled with rage. Perhaps after capturing the pilots, they wouldn't kill them outright, considering their importance, but finding ways to torment these individuals was certainly on the table. Especially when dealing with enraged citizens, the pilots had better pray they didn't fall into their hands. After all, the military was organized and disciplined and would take certain things into consideration, but when the citizens' fury boiled over, they wouldn't care about anything else. That's strange. What exactly are these airships here to do? I feel like they aren't just here to bomb things. Andrei watched the airships before him with slight surprise, observing the enemy aerial fleet continuously pouring firepower onto the ground. Although they were certainly bombing, much of their current firepower was focused on clearing the anti-aircraft guns on the rooftops, as if they were serving as pathfinders. General, look quickly, what is that? That doesn't look like our aircraft, does it? Just then, a ground crew soldier rushed over, pointing frantically at the sky, his eyes wide with terror. When Andrei saw the massive silhouettes sweeping across the distance, he was equally stunned by them. Holy crap, what the heck? Is the Black Eagle Empire's research speed this insane? Are you kidding me? How long has it been since my planes debuted? How did they get pirated so quickly? At that moment, Andrei truly wanted to curse. Look at the Black Eagle Empire's research speed, and then look at his own side's research speed. Why was there such a huge difference between the two? The Black Eagle Empire had nothing, aside from salvaging some of his downed wreckage, their research foundation was practically blank. Yet, on Andrei's side, the research institute in Moscow could not only obtain prototypes from him, but he had also provided them with ready-made production lines, allowing them to directly manufacture the original models. But even so, the Black Eagle Empire's aircraft still achieved a breakthrough first, and the result of this breakthrough was simply too monstrous. Andrei was a bit confused. What exactly was the Black Eagle Empire basing its research on? He vaguely glanced over, thinking that the dozen or so massive aircraft resembled the American twin-tailed Devil, as their design was quite distinctive. However, comparing these planes to the size of other airships, Andrei realized that their size might even rival the old American B-29s. More than 10 massive bombers, accompanied by hundreds of black-painted fighters, were sweeping towards them at an astonishing speed. The white nose sections featured a giant, spread-winged Black Eagle, and the wings also bore Iron Cross insignia. These aircraft were clearly Black Eagle Empire equipment. Damn it! Immediately contact the ground anti-aircraft artillery, tell them to stop busy shooting at the enemy's airships for now, the damned void shield will be handled by other Air Force units. Everyone, tell them to immediately shoot down the enemy's planes first, aim for those planes with vastly different designs from ours, and hit them hard. Andrei shouted at the soldiers around the airfield, what use was it for these guys to only target the enemy's airships? Shooting down those planes was most important, the airships' void shields were too thick. It would be better for players to find a way to deal with them through ramming or rockets. At the same time, the players' planes also began a fierce aerial dogfight with the Black Eagle Empire's aircraft. The sounds of machine guns and autocannons constantly rang out, and continuous barrages of bullets appeared intermittently in the sky. When hundreds of planes mixed together in a dogfight, the scene instantly devolved into chaos. However, overall, the planes of both sides were still easy to distinguish. The Black Eagle Empire's planes were entirely black and white, with a paint scheme that looked like the Black Templar's Space Marine chapter. Meanwhile, most of the players' planes had green and red-yellow paint schemes, and the differences in aircraft types between the two sides were also quite significant. As long as neither side was particularly blind, it was generally difficult to mistake each other's planes. Andrei's main concern now was the skill of these Black Eagle Empire pilots and the quality of the planes they were flying. He wondered which would be stronger, the British Spitfire fighters primarily used by his players, or the fighters developed by the opposing Black Eagle Empire. From the current situation, if it was purely a matter of fighter combat, it seemed the players did have an advantage. The engines of the Black Eagle Empire's fighters were clearly underpowered, after all, they were only just starting in this area. Therefore, compared to the players' fighters, their planes had no speed advantage whatsoever. But whether the Black Eagle Empire had adapted the combat philosophy of airships or simply favored heavy firepower, Andrei observed closely and found that all these fighters were equipped with at least two 20mm autocannons. The firepower of these things was much stronger than machine guns. If hit by them, a player's plane would instantly be crippled or destroyed. In contrast, when the player's firepower hit the enemy, the destructive effect was not as good. However, thanks to their agility, it seemed it wasn't so easy for most Black Eagle pilots to hit the players' planes. In terms of fighters, players still held some advantage, but in terms of bombers, Andrei was utterly shocked by these bizarre machines. The Black Eagle Empire's Griffin bomber had a completely different design philosophy from anything Andrei had seen before. Perhaps because of its larger size, it carried more and more black technology. When a player's fighter approached, lasers immediately shot out from the belly of the bomber, instantly incinerating two-player fighters. When players tried to use machine gun fire against this bomber, a translucent void shield suddenly appeared on its surface. Damn it, this thing also had a void shield. Well, come to think of it, it's not strange for this thing to have a void shield. Its size is not much smaller than a Titan mech. Andrei shrugged, comforting himself, if you put the void shield from a Titan on this thing, it doesn't seem unbearable. Besides, the Black Eagle Empire can even put void shields on their escort airships. That being said, planes with these void shields and planes without them were absolutely two different concepts. Powerful defensive capabilities, coupled with numerous machine guns, autocannons, and laser crystal attacks around the plane, made this thing extremely survivable. After much effort, Andrei still hadn't seen players shoot down a single enemy bomber. Instead, fighter losses were constantly mounting. Just then, a soldier suddenly ran over and shouted to Andrei, "General, you have a call." Andrei quickly ran back to the command post and picked up the phone. "Andrei, what's going on? Can our air force intercept the enemy? When did the Black Eagle Empire get so many planes? Has our technology been stolen?" As soon as he picked up the phone, Andrei recognized the voice. The person speaking to him was his father, General Konstantin. "I don't know either. I can only tell my Air Force units to do their best, but the current situation is indeed a bit bad. Aircraft development isn't our responsibility. Whether technology has been stolen is for the people in Moscow to figure out, but I must say, the Black Eagle Empire's development speed is absolutely abnormal." At this point, Andrei felt an urge to curse. Who knew what the Black Eagle Empire's research institute was using to make their research speed so abnormal? He had always thought the Black Eagle Empire was somewhat corrupted by Kern, but if he remembered correctly, the chaos blessing that could increase technological research seemed to belong to the Great Blue Bird, didn't it? Could it be that the Great Blue Bird had some influence on the Black Eagle Empire, or that someone in the Black Eagle Empire's research department was worshipping the Great Blue Bird? Otherwise, this research speed was truly abnormally astounding. "Andrei, tell your pilots to evade. I'm about to activate a special weapon." Just as the person on the other end of the phone was speaking, Andrei suddenly noticed a fortress on a distant hill opening its roof, revealing a massive coil gun. When he saw this cannon, Andrei's eyes lit up instantly, because he remembered the thing he had seen in Pskov. Holy smokes, an electromagnetic cannon. We have these in Petrograd too. Hearing Andrei's question, General Konstantin snorted and said, "Of course we have these things, and we have you to thank for it. By seizing an airship from the enemy, we deciphered their energy core technology. So now the production of these electromagnetic cannons is no longer a problem. We don't need to rely on mages to power them, we can directly use energy cores." Originally, electromagnetic cannons used mages as living energy sources. As a result, if the Cambrian Empire wanted to use these weapons, they not only needed highly skilled mages, but they could only fire one or two shots at the most crucial moments, otherwise they would face energy depletion. But with the energy core, it was like equipping the cannon with a battery, and all those problems ceased to exist. Even without powerful mages, they could easily activate this weapon and fire it continuously in a short period, as long as it didn't exceed the cannon's cooling capacity. Although the Cambrian Empire still faced various issues in producing energy cores, a fundamental problem was the severe shortage of mages, meaning there weren't enough people to charge them. But at the very least, with the continuous help of Andrei's numerous psychers, this technology was already being used on a small scale. The moment General Konstantin gave the order, Andrei quickly drafted a transfer alert and sent it to the players in the chaotic battle. Upon receiving the sudden notification, most players, except for a few who were too caught up in the fight, quickly piloted their planes away from the area. Before the Black Eagle Empire could figure out what was happening, they suddenly saw the coil gun mounted on the hilltop, and in the next moment, their vision was covered by a large expanse of electricity. As if lightning had suddenly struck, a massive thunderstorm was instantly unleashed, swiftly tearing into the Black Eagle Empire's formation. Two massive Griffin bombers were instantly shattered by the attack, their void shields and fuselages ripped apart by the explosive power of the lightning, falling to the ground in raging flames. Even three Black Eagle escort airships did not escape, similarly exploding into large fireballs in the sky, then slowly plummeting. When Andrei saw the terrifying damage inflicted by this weapon, he instantly let out a sigh of relief. Then, he couldn't help but ask General Konstantin with a hint of complaint, "Old man, I say, since we've hidden such a powerful secret weapon, why didn't we use it from the start? Honestly, if this thing had been deployed from the beginning, I believe we wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. To this question, General Constantin shrugged on the other end of the phone, his face full of helplessness, saying, "Damn it, do you think I didn't want to bring this thing out sooner? But this thing needs to warm up before it can fire. This thing is very troublesome to activate, completely different from traditional artillery. Plus, its safety devices aren't very reliable, so I didn't dare to install the energy core in advance. When using it, I still have to insert the energy core on the spot. If it weren't for that, I would have wanted this thing to make an appearance sooner, but it just can't." After suddenly encountering several lightning attacks from different directions, the Black Eagle Empire's air force was visibly somewhat chaotic. However, it must be said that the morale of these guys' air force was truly high. Even after enduring that round of lightning strikes, they still wanted to continue their bombing run. Perhaps it was because, whenever they had encountered such weapons in the past, they had found that they couldn't be used repeatedly in a short period. But this time, the weapon they faced was completely different. Chapter 329, Andrei's air raid follows closely. Attack. Don't be afraid, keep attacking. Blow up all those artillery platforms for me. A colonel of the Black Eagle Empire Air Force roared from a large airship, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he looked at the coil guns atop the distant fortresses. The Cambrian Empire's research in this area was indeed fruitful, especially when this technology was combined with certain Black Eagle Empire technologies, seemingly sparking even more brilliant results. However, he didn't have time to consider technological advancement right now. His immediate concern was how to eliminate these coil guns as quickly as possible. If these things remained, their air force operations would inevitably be severely hampered, and continuing large-scale bombing would easily lead to heavy losses. Furthermore, what if their ground forces wanted to launch an attack? These things hitting the ground troops would also have devastating lethality, and the immense energy released by them was enough to destroy their shields. That was the most critical factor. If the Black Eagle Empire's shield systems could be destroyed by these weapons, then a large portion of their war machines would become vulnerable, such as the large airships in the sky. If it weren't for the shield systems, how could the Brandenburg airship become the enemy's nightmare? It was precisely because of the protection provided by the shields that this type of airship, which was originally very vulnerable, could dominate air combat instead of being instantly destroyed by enemy anti-air fire. Under the colonel's command, large numbers of Black Eagle soldiers once again swooped toward the distance, while Andrei's anti-air cannons quickly began intercepting the aircraft. Good news, the players were certainly getting their fill of air combat this wave, as the sky was full of enemy aircraft. Bad news, the enemy's large air combat units were incredibly durable. They felt their anti-air cannons were practically useless, having failed to shoot down more than a few enemy units after firing for so long. Under the continuous bombardment of the anti-air cannons, the shield of one Griffin bomber was breached, and it plummeted straight toward the ground. However, when the massive bomber crashed onto the ground, the ammunition, energy core, and laser crystal it carried instantly detonated, creating a huge plume of smoke on the spot. Fortunately, the wreckage did not crash directly into the urban area but fell into a defensive zone carefully set up by the players, so the citizens of Petrograd did not suffer any damage as a result. But on the players' side, more than 10 anti-air cannons that had been positioned together were destroyed just like that. A crowd of players remained confused until they died, completely failing to understand how they had been eliminated. Just as the Black Eagle Empire Air Force continued its assault, the electromagnetic cannons were activated again. Another massive storm of lightning shot out. Andrei felt that the sky at that moment looked as if a thunderstorm had been triggered. Under such an assault, the Black Eagle Empire suffered even heavier losses this time. A total of 6 airships and 4 bombers were struck down into burning wrecks, including one Brandenburg-class airship. Seeing that the reload and cooling speed of these coil guns was so fast, the Black Eagle Empire Air Force was completely stunned. How were these things so different from the coil guns they had encountered before? Damn it, it must be the energy core. Those guys stole our technology again. A Black Hawk officer thought of something and couldn't help but curse inwardly. It was all because of that airship captured by the enemy. How did the enemy manage to seize it so inexplicably? Even if the enemy boarded the airship, couldn't they have just detonated it, taking the enemy down with them and dying a glorious death right there? Now look what happened. After the enemy acquired the energy core technology, they achieved considerable breakthroughs in many areas. Coupled with the shield technology reverse-engineered from their airship, many Black Hawk officers felt that the Cambrian Empire's Petrograd front army was growing at an astonishing rate. The enemy's speed of evolution was simply unimaginable. If Andrei learned of these Black Hawk officers' thoughts, he would surely spit in their faces. Damn it, we're evolving quickly? It's clearly the Black Eagle Empire whose equipment innovation speed is ridiculous, right? One major impression the Black Eagle Empire gave Andrei was that these guys' technology advanced extremely fast, constantly producing new gadgets that shocked him. In comparison, the Cambrian Empire's weapon update speed was ludicrously slow. Who knew what those old men in the research institutes were busy doing? Retreat. This air raid is about done. Continuing to fight will truly not be worth the cost. Following the orders issued by the officer in the rear, the remaining Black Eagle Air Force quickly turned back. A portion of the fighter jets was left behind to cover the retreat, while the other large combat units rapidly withdrew from the area. Petrograd's anti-air defenses were much stronger than they had imagined, leading them to suffer considerable damage in this battle. Overall, they considered this engagement a loss. They had no idea what was wrong with the city that it had so many aircraft. Based on their spies' investigations, there shouldn't have been many planes left inside the city. Clearly, they were unaware of the news that Andre had suddenly arrived here with a large number of players. After all, Andre's return was extremely sudden, he hadn't informed anyone, let alone given spies a channel to investigate it. Unless a spy was able to maintain strict 24-hour surveillance around the field airport and immediately saw Andre disembark from his plane upon his return, it would have been absolutely impossible for the enemy to spot him. Speaking of which, it wasn't that the Black Eagle Empire's spies didn't want to operate this way, in fact, they had previously sent out some personnel to attempt to monitor this field airport. Although the field airport was relatively remote, its massive scale and the squadrons of warplanes occasionally deployed from it meant everyone in Petrograd knew there was a field airport located there. But don't forget, players were always active in that area. The player's minimap was no joke, it was practically a cheat for identifying spies. When they saw active red dots appearing near the airport, these players would immediately spring into action, driving out to apprehend the people. If a spy could truly evade capture by a large number of players under these circumstances, he wouldn't be a spy anymore, he might as well transform directly into the legendary Captain Black Eagle. After all, theoretically speaking, even Captain America probably couldn't achieve something so incredible, unless he activated his protagonist halo. The Black Eagle Empire felt that this air raid operation was a massive loss, having instantly lost nearly half of their air force. Such casualties were too severe. Even when they fought the Battle of Britain against the Wuxiao Empire before, or conducted a tentative Operation Sea Lion attack, their losses were never this devastating. However, in Andre's view, he had also suffered a great loss this time. During this air battle, Petrograd's factories sustained severe damage. Several critical machinery manufacturing plants and food processing plants suffered varying degrees of destruction, and the most important heavy maintenance factory was hit with devastating force. If it weren't for the fact that the players' repair skills, under Andre's direction, had become increasingly formidable, with many players even starting to develop into master technicians. Otherwise, just the destruction of the maintenance factory alone would pose a huge challenge for Andre's Titan Legion. No matter how powerful a Titan mech was, it ultimately required regular maintenance, especially during high-intensity warfare. Without adequate facilities for repairs, perhaps just a simple mechanical failure could render a Titan mech combat ineffective. Thinking this way, Andre immediately felt that he had truly suffered an immense loss this time. Many players piloted fighter jets and launched a fierce pursuit against the enemy, but the situation was poor, their pursuit failed to yield significant results. The aircraft the enemy used to cover their retreat were naturally rounded up by the players, but when they tried to continue the deep pursuit, the enemy's pre-ambushed mages hit them hard. These mages collectively activated an anti-air domain spell, instantly bringing down a dozen of the players' aircraft. Although the players who successfully parachuted after falling from their planes continued fighting on the ground until the very last moment. But in the face of such a formidable spell, the remaining aircraft naturally didn't dare to pursue recklessly, or else they might accidentally get hit by another enemy wave and end up group feeding the enemy. By the next morning, after a night of urgent investigation and rescue, the air raid incident was largely over. Although the enemy did not deliberately bomb residential areas, the aircraft and airships that crashed did not avoid them either. Coupled with various miscellaneous collateral damages, the total count showed that approximately 300 civilians were killed and over 500 were injured during yesterday's air raid operation. Furthermore, the enemy's bombing ignited large fires in several areas of the city. Even though the entire Petrograd fire department had been mobilized, several factories were still burning fiercely. This was even after the Living Saint players participated in the firefighting efforts, deploying a wave of Wrath of Winter on the areas where the fires were most severe. Otherwise, it would have been considered good if the flames had been extinguished within 5 days. Alas, it seems I still overestimated Petrograd's anti-air capability. I thought the anti-air fire here was already enough to repel the enemy's air raids. Inside the Vorontsov family castle, Andre and General Konstantin were eating breakfast, and General Konstantin suddenly sighed and spoke. It's already quite good. Honestly, at least in my opinion, Petrograd's anti-air level is genuinely impressive. Andre shrugged, saying half jokingly and half seriously, the reason we couldn't stop several waves of the Black Eagle Empire's large-scale bombing is still because their shields are too annoying. We lack effective anti-shield countermeasures. If we get a chance, we could acquire the enemy's laser crystals, or find a way to deploy denser anti-air arrays. I believe their shields would be breached very quickly. Theoretically speaking, breaching a void shield requires relying on sufficiently concentrated artillery fire. In Andre's view, the anti-air fire unleashed in the city yesterday was already very strong, but it was still insufficient to quickly strip away the enemy's void shield. Or rather, viewed from the perspective of the warmer world, even with sufficiently concentrated artillery strikes, eliminating a void shield is a very strenuous task. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been the siege of Vrox or other similar brutal siege battles. Do you have a way to acquire those laser crystals? Hearing Andre say this, General Konstantin's eyes lit up. Haha, I wish. Andre couldn't help but roll his eyes, shaking his head as he said, Old man, you overestimate me. It's not so easy to capture a Black Eagle Empire airship now. Their laser defense capability is too strong. Moreover, to be honest, we still haven't figured out the principle behind the enemy's laser weapons, making replication impossible. So, unless we encounter some turning point or seize a special opportunity, there truly is no way to solve this problem for now. As he said this, Andre's eyes glazed over slightly. He had been pondering in his heart, what exactly could those laser crystals be? In his view, that thing must be some kind of black technology that bordered on magic, it definitely wasn't an ordinary technological product. Because, in his memory, even before he transmigrated, no mature laser weapon capable of large-scale practical use had appeared internationally. At most, there were only devices that had just emerged from labs and were theoretically ready for combat. But honestly, considering the size and massive energy requirements of those laser weapons, and then looking back at the Black Eagle Empire's laser crystals, even laymen could tell that the technological levels of these two things were completely different. It's truly unscientific that such a small laser crystal can release such powerful beams. Who knows what exactly powers it? Andre thought for a long time but couldn't figure out the Black Eagle Empire's power principle. After much deliberation, he could only treat it as some kind of new energy core. He had no idea how the Black Eagle Empire managed to pack such high energy into such a small device. So are you still planning to proceed with this large-scale air raid? Seeing Andre spaced out, General Constantin tapped the table to bring his attention back, then asked, as you saw, the enemy's air power is stronger than we imagined. The Black Eagle Empire's air force is definitely not to be trifled with. If things go wrong, the air force you send out might not return. Furthermore, you lost quite a few planes and pilots in yesterday's battle. If you are willing, I think we can completely cancel this air raid. General Constantin's words made sense, but Andre shook his head, rejecting his proposal. No, this air raid must proceed. We must retaliate against them. Andre said with burning intensity, think about it. The enemy just finished bombing our important city and inflicted such massive losses on us. If we immediately announce the cancellation of this air raid, how bad would that look? What's more, you already hinted at this to Moscow. Since the word is already out, if we don't take action, wouldn't we just be waiting to lose face? I trust the skill of my soldiers, and I trust their resolve even more. They will never yield because of these difficulties. Seeing Andrei's determination, General Constantin stopped trying to persuade him. Thinking back, he felt that his previous attempt to build momentum for Andre in Moscow had been a bit premature. He should have waited until after this air raid achieved victory before acting. Mainly, he had been too excited yesterday. The thought that his side could also bomb the enemy's cities made him too thrilled to sleep. Taking hits passively was unacceptable. Only by striking back could they make the enemy feel pain, but so far, the Cambrian Empire had few visible chances to retaliate. At a time like this, Andrei's air raid was a powerful morale booster. It fully demonstrated to the Black Eagle Empire and the entire world that the Cambrian Empire still had the strength to counterattack the aggressors, rather than just passively endure the attacks. Andre rewrote the mission for the players, then allowed them to begin their operation. Although the enemy's air raid yesterday did disrupt the players' plans, honestly, Andre didn't need to do any extra organizing, he just needed to send the players out. Therefore, even though his side had just suffered a brutal air battle, he could immediately let the players launch a new round of warfare. General Constantin worried about the soldiers, but Andre wasn't concerned about those things at all. Players could revive after death, and if planes were lost, airfields could manufacture new ones. These players weren't afraid of death, they treated themselves as consumables. Therefore, Andre naturally only needed to focus on revenge. It must be said that the intelligence system in Moscow was truly poor, it had practically been infiltrated into a sieve by the enemy. Just this morning, the Black Eagle Empire's intelligence department delivered the latest report to Marshal Schwegen's desk, informing him. The Cambrian Empire was planning a large-scale air raid targeting East Prussia, and a massive fleet of aircraft would depart from Petrograd. After Marshal Schwegen finished reading the details while eating breakfast, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is just false intelligence. Pay no mind to such nonsense. Our intelligence system, honestly. Can't those analysts use their brains a little more? They just suffered a devastating air raid, and the fires in their cities haven't even gone out yet. How could they have the time to bomb us? Furthermore, do they even have the capability to break through our air blockade along the way? Marshal Schwegen had full confidence in his own air defense capabilities. Of course, this confidence likely stemmed more from the fact that they had previously decimated the Cambrian Empire's air force. Relying on the difference in shielding technology, combined with differing war philosophies, they destroyed most of the Cambrian Empire's air force early in the war. Watching the enemy's airship after airship crash down engulfed in flames, the Black Eagle Air Force built confidence while simultaneously growing increasingly contemptuous of the Cambrian Empire's air force. The army and other units felt the same way, they didn't think the Cambrian Empire had any impressive air force, though the planes under Andrei's command performed reasonably well in combat. But now they had successfully reverse-engineered the planes, so what advantage did the enemy still have? Alright, no need to be so nervous. If they want to launch an air raid, let them. I'd like to see how exactly they plan to bomb us. Seeing the other officers still frowning over the intelligence report, the marshal waved his hand and left immediately. After analyzing it, the other officers mostly agreed that this enemy intelligence was sheer nonsense. At least if it were them, if their air force had just suffered devastating losses and had a large number of planes shot down in a chaotic air battle, they certainly wouldn't be in the mood to bomb the enemy. This would be like asking a crippled and demoralized army to launch a deep penetration attack. Where would they find that capability? If they had that capability, how could they have suffered such heavy losses? However, they didn't know that the players' planes had already departed. After some discussion between Andre and the other players, they decided to have their air force take a slight detour during this air raid. Although the air force under Andre currently had an operational range of about 1,000 kilometers, operational range and straight line distance were two different matters. His air force units were restricted to operating within this 1,000 kilometer radius, but within that radius, the player air force could move however they liked, even circling 100 times didn't matter. Precisely for this reason, To confuse the enemy and to avoid interception by large numbers of the Black Eagle Empire's Air Force units, Andrei directly ordered this Air Force to head north first. Next, the primary bombing target for this Air Force unit was Helsinki, the capital of the Ostrania people, because the straight line distance from that city to Petrograd was only 300 kilometers. Later, when the Black Eagle Empire's reconnaissance forces learned of Andrei's Air Force movement, they would be even less likely to imagine that this Air Force would change course at Helsinki and then turn back toward East Prussia. After all, calculating the actual distance, Andrei's Air Force would have to cover an outward journey of at least 1,500 kilometers, and the return trip would require at least another 1,000 kilometers. Most importantly, if the enemy had already dropped all their bombs in Helsinki, how would they have any capacity left to drop brand new bombs on their heads? If they didn't understand the players, the Black Eagle Empire's mistaken judgment was entirely reasonable. Because, based on normal inferences, Andrei's battle plan truly should not be achievable. While the Air Force was operating, Andrei discovered that his pilots had unknowingly unlocked a brand new function. Besides the mini-map, which had a very limited range and was only suitable for use as a tactical map during small-scale combat, the Air Force could also unlock a large map using the maps they held during operations. This large map was crude and simple. When players looked down at the map in their hands would display a small indicator showing their current position and the direction they were moving. This map could neither help them identify the enemy's location nor observe the enemy's movements. The only purpose of this function was to ensure the players wouldn't get lost. But this function was critically important for the current players. These players were here to play a game, not to be professional bomber pilots. Therefore, Andrei naturally couldn't expect every single one of them to be skilled in map orientation and precise compass use. Even the most experienced pilots during World War II frequently got lost while performing long-range bombing missions. A slight deviation from the flight path could result in missing the target by hundreds of kilometers, especially since the scenery along the route was often very similar, making it difficult for them to determine their exact location. Without this function, if these players were truly made to fly thousands of kilometers for a long-range bombing run, Andrei had no doubt that these guys could circle around and potentially fly all the way to Moscow to drop their bombs. In a state of confusion, who knew where they would end up flying? With the guidance of this map, they could at least figure out where their bombing target was and avoid flying in the wrong direction. General Konstantin vaguely sensed that the movement of Andrei's Air Force seemed strange, but after hesitating for a moment, he chose not to ask further. Regardless, Andrei was now a front army commander. Aside from rank, they were equals in status. Moreover, this was a battlefield, and the troops Andrei commanded belonged entirely to his front army. These units were not under General Konstantin's command. Under these circumstances, using their father-son relationship to carelessly question the other party, or outright modify his plan and dictate how he should fight, was highly taboo. Furthermore, he believed that Andrei absolutely had his own ideas. Although the direction of this Air Force's movement seemed questionable, there must be some other reason behind it. High in the sky, the players were very satisfied with this bombing plan. They didn't care whether the planning in this game was reasonable or not. All they knew was that they could bomb two cities belonging to two completely different enemy forces in one go today, and that was enough to make them feel great. Meanwhile, in Ostrania, these guys had no idea that the nightmare in their hearts had actually sent troops to them again. After the previous war, the Austrian people suffered heavy losses at the border, being severely beaten by Andrei, and even lost a major city, which immediately put them in a passive situation. The Austrian people did try to launch several counterattacks against Joensuu, but unfortunately, each of their counterattacks was repelled by the Cambrian army defending the city. The Cambrian army garrisoned in this city didn't use many tricks when fighting, they simply relied on a few axe strokes to hold their ground. When enemy troops began to gather, the BL 9.2-inch siege guns, bought from Andrei and deployed in the city, would begin a fierce bombardment. When enemy troops launched a charge, the armored trains guarding the city's outskirts would spring into action. Although Andrei's armored trains had been redeployed, the Cambrian Empire's own armored trains had been brought in. When the enemy finally managed to push into the city's suburbs, or even deeper, brutal street fighting would erupt. Those Cambrian soldiers fighting Andrei weren't just slacking off, they had learned many useful street fighting techniques from the players. Although they couldn't replicate the players' various outrageous high-difficulty maneuvers, with just the small tricks they had mastered, the Austrian people had already suffered greatly in their attacks. Moreover, when the situation became truly critical, they had a fallback option, calling for reinforcements. While Andrei couldn't come to support them again, when the Karelia front called Petrograd, there were always player Air Force units willing to make a run. Then, when the players' air support arrived, the Austrian people were completely out of options. Because of this, the border war has continued until now, and the Austrian side seems to have made no progress. The original advances were pushed back, and the border between the two sides seemed to have returned to its initial state. Although the Cambrian Empire was unable to launch an offensive due to insufficient numbers, they also constantly encountered various enemy firepower suppressions due to their meager equipment, and ultimately could not advance either. As a result, as the war progressed, conflicts on both sides of the border became quite perfunctory. Everyone knew that neither could do anything to the other, so both sides just symbolically fought a bit, showed their presence, and then it was over. Even within Ostrania, their parliament had already begun discussing whether to unilaterally make peace with the Cambrian Empire. Although the Black Eagle Empire influenced them deeply, they couldn't possibly sacrifice their national destiny for the Black Eagle Empire's hegemony. They also wanted to reclaim their former lands and tear a piece of flesh from the Cambrian Empire, but alas, they lacked the strength. The lords of the parliament had held many meetings during this period, but they had failed to make any real progress on whether to continue participating in this war. There was no other way. The parliament was roughly divided into two factions, and both factions were very strong. One faction was pro-Black Eagle, believing that Austrania must stand behind the Black Eagle Empire and cling to its coattails, only then could they have a future. The other faction was the Peace faction, or rather, the pro-Wu Xiao Empire faction. They believed that the Australian people had no need to get involved in this bloody war, which had already caused them to shed too much blood. Withdrawing from this war quickly and maintaining neutrality like the Kingdom of Svea was the best option. Since both factions had strength and powerful backers, they kept arguing without reaching any conclusion. Both sides accused each other of being traitors, unwilling to yield, constantly engaging in verbal battles, making the current parliament like a noisy market. Of course, this was also because they were all exercising a certain degree of restraint. These parliament members were rational, their disputes were limited to debates in parliament, and they never let this conflict spill outside of it. In their daily lives, they fought when they needed to, conducted business as usual, and lived their lives as they always had. This meant that most citizens of Helsinki didn't really care about the parliamentary squabbles, they were mostly just amused by the parliament's antics. Of course, the citizens were certainly willing to withdraw from the war. However, the citizens were also greedy, they hoped Austrania could withdraw from the war in a more dignified manner, rather than slinking away after suffering losses in troops and equipment, as it was doing now. Just as today's parliament was still busy arguing, and citizens were busy reading the news in the papers, suddenly, they heard the sound of air raid sirens. What's going on? Where's that air raid siren coming from? A parliament member, mid-speech, who was suddenly interrupted by the air raid siren, cursed in dissatisfaction, but in the next moment, he realized, oh my, the air raid siren has gone off. Instantly, the parliament, which was already as lively as a market, became even more chaotic due to the air raid siren. A crowd of parliament members rushed out, almost causing a stampede. They didn't run anywhere else, but quickly rushed to the underground meeting room of the parliament hall. In normal times, that was where they held special meetings, but now, it was the closest civil defense shelter to them. Ordinary citizens, upon hearing the air raid siren, also panicked immediately. Some citizens thought of quickly running to nearby underground shelters, while others were simply terrified and scurried around like headless flies. Many citizens didn't even react at first, they thought the roaring sound was a train whistle from the station. It wasn't until they saw plane after plane soaring overhead, and witnessed the massive formation of at least 100 aircraft, that they truly felt what it meant for war to arrive. I say, there are so many citizens down there. A player looked down with an amazed expression, feeling that from his vantage point, watching the scrambling citizens below was like watching a group of ants. Stay calm, don't just throw bombs randomly. Our mission clearly states that attacking civilians is not part of the task, and attacking civilians will deduct a large amount of merit, and there may even be other penalties. Hearing his teammate's words, Brother Hanan quickly reminded him, afraid that his teammate might lose his mind and drop bombs on the citizens below. Don't worry, I know this game has a strangely high moral standard in some aspects. The player shrugged and said casually. It was strange, they always felt that the game's moral standards were polarized. On one hand, the Black Eagle Empire behaved quite inhumanely in war, not only enjoying massacres but also desecrating graves, and even not sparing the bodies of their own people, constantly engaging in brutal acts. Even the Cambrian Empire was the same, when it was time not to be human, they weren't, and they even had a bunch of bizarre, evil beliefs. But on the other hand, players' actions in the game were highly regulated, for example, they couldn't randomly kill civilians, and they couldn't randomly attack teammates. Many players couldn't help but complain, feeling that this greatly restricted their freedom, but some players also felt that these restrictions weren't necessarily bad. Compared to this crazy world before them, the restrictions they had at least helped them retain a part of their humanity. Of course, they also felt this might be some adjustment from the game company, to prevent players from getting too immersed in the game and then going on a killing spree in the real world. Such highly realistic virtual immersion games always had these kinds of problems. In their memory, there had been many similar news stories before, where players, after finishing a game, couldn't distinguish between game and reality for a while, and ended up treating reality as Grand Theft Auto 2.0. Perhaps to avoid this situation, the game imposed a multitude of rules and restrictions on them. After bypassing large residential areas, the player pulled out a map of Helsinki, checked the pre-marked annotations and his own position on the map, and then quickly dived into the distance. First, their targets were the city's train station, oil refinery, and airship base. In addition to these targets, their secondary targets were the city's steel mill, food processing plants, and military barracks. After bombing these targets, the Australian people's war capabilities would inevitably be greatly affected, and more importantly, the Australian army at the front line would certainly suffer severe logistical blows due to this round of airstrikes. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. On the ground, anti-aircraft guns had already begun firing at the aircraft formations in the sky. However, overall, the city's air defense level could only be described as very mediocre, compared to the air battle that previously broke out in Petrograd. The defenses here were not just a little bit worse. Sparse anti-aircraft fire, not even anti-aircraft balloons in the city's airspace, plus panicked and disorganized crowds and soldiers. All of this indicated that the Australian people were completely unprepared for their capital to suddenly be bombed. Under their desperate gaze, the players skillfully maneuvered their fighter jets, occasionally using dive bombing to take out certain anti-aircraft positions below, quickly neutralizing the ground's anti-aircraft firepower. Immediately after, these planes scattered in different directions, beginning to circle their respective targets and launching fierce bombardments on one important building after another. No, that's my steel mill. Oh, heavens! My oil refinery! The hidden parliament members and other Austrian dignitaries, listening to one bad news after another coming from outside, couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. The factories currently being bombed were all the fruit of their labor, all their important assets. Just thinking that their industries were turning into ashes under the enemy's fierce bombardment, many parliament members, nobles, and capitalists felt like they might faint on the spot. They would rather the city's slums or other residential areas be bombed than have their own industries suffer bombardment. Chapter 330, Diverting to bomb Königsberg. Damn it, where are our airships? Where is our air force? A council member looked at the buildings in the distance that were being bombed and couldn't help but roar in a low voice. Don't say things like it's fine as long as no one died or buildings aren't important, that's because the bombed buildings aren't theirs. The thought of his steel mill, which he had spent a fortune on, being destroyed by the enemy, and the batch of newly imported machines, which hadn't even been put into use, being annihilated in the bombing, made him feel like he was about to pass out. It was also thanks to his usual focus on physical fitness that his body was still quite good, otherwise, he felt his heart wouldn't be able to withstand such a huge shock. Don't even think about it, old friend, our airships haven't even taken off yet. Next to him, another council member, who was hiding with him, pouted and said, if nothing unexpected happens, our airships should all be in the airship base. I estimate that by the time the enemy bombs the airship base to ashes, our airships probably won't be able to take off. At this point, he sighed, feeling that Australia truly wouldn't be able to hold on this time. They didn't have many airships to begin with, or rather, they didn't have much industrial foundation and couldn't build large airships themselves, relying solely on imports. Counting it all up, they usually only had two relatively reliable channels for imports, one was the Wuxiao Empire, far overseas, and the other was the Black Eagle Empire, close at hand. The Wuxiao Empire had now officially entered a state of war with them, so they naturally couldn't import any equipment from them. As for the Black Eagle Empire, it was now fully utilizing its own production capacity, as it also had a large number of equipment shortages. Judging from the current situation, even if they were willing to pay in real gold and silver, the Black Eagle Empire might not be willing to sell them weapons. At such a time, who isn't busy taking care of their own problems first? Damn it, I don't understand, are our airships really that slow to take off? Oh my goodness, old friend, do you really not pay attention to military knowledge normally? Even at the fastest speed, it would take at least 3 or 4 hours for these airships to start up, wouldn't it? Seeing his companion ask such a basic question, the other council member couldn't help but complain, how do you think the Black Eagle Empire's airships deal with attacks? They always have airship formations on aerial patrol during peacetime. Even if they encounter an enemy attack, they won't be without usable airships in the sky. It is said that the reason they do this is because after fighting the Cambrian Empire, their airships suffered similar attacks, which forced them to adopt this strategy. Back then, Andrei had once launched an air raid on the Black Eagle Empire's airship base, causing considerable losses to the other side. Since then, the Black Eagle Empire had learned its lesson. In every war, they would ensure that at least one squadron of their airships was in the air. After all, these behemoths have strong endurance, and they can withstand floating in the sky for quite some time. Although doing so would definitely lead to huge fuel consumption, the cost of this fuel was still much smaller than an airship base being destroyed by the enemy. After listening to his companion's explanation, the council member who had asked the question initially paused, then asked somewhat confusedly, but why don't our airships do that? Don't we know how to learn from the Black Eagle Empire's advanced experience? He didn't understand. Since the Black Eagle Empire was already doing this, why didn't their own country learn quickly? In terms of military affairs, they had learned a lot from the Black Eagle Empire, so why couldn't they learn at such a critical moment? The council member next to him, hearing this, couldn't help but cover his forehead, wondering why he had such a fool as a colleague. Taking 2 deep breaths, and muttering to himself several times not to argue with a fool, he pointed to the oil refinery on the map and said, do you think we don't want to? But where would we get so much fuel? What's more, we only have a few usable airships in total, not even enough to form 3 formations. Do you think we can use these airships to achieve a daily patrol? After hearing this, that council member finally stopped asking questions, only sighing repeatedly. At this moment, both felt extremely frustrated, which ultimately stemmed from poverty. If it weren't for Australia's struggling economy, inability to allocate sufficient military funds, and lack of strong productivity, why would they be in this state? Of course, when they complained about this problem, they didn't consider whether the underdevelopment of Australia's military industry and economy had anything to do with them, a bunch of comprador-style individuals. Players continued to launch fierce bombings against Australia, as Andrei had marked so many bombing zones in Helsinki. For each zone bombed by players, they would receive corresponding merit points. It must be said that the city before them felt somewhat too fragile to the players. The anti-air defenses everywhere seemed extremely weak, and there were no special super weapons. Even if a small number of shapeshifters were deployed, they ultimately could not make much difference. In the past, when players used those World War I-era old planes to circle in the air, shapeshifters might have been able to barely chase the players. But now, when they had already switched to World War II-era fighter jets and bombers, no matter what animal the shapeshifter transformed into, it would be impossible to catch up with them in terms of flight speed. As a result, even if the Australian wanted to deploy their shapeshifter units to harass, they couldn't even make a difference, and the players simply ignored these guys. It wasn't until mages belonging to the Australian suddenly appeared that the player's air force suffered its first wave of losses. As one player's plane flew over a military camp and began strafing the barracks below at low altitude, he suddenly noticed that his fighter jet seemed to be under attack. At first, he didn't understand what the enemy's attack method was, but when he saw his fighter plane rapidly corroding at an astonishing speed, eventually turning into a pile of rotten scrap metal, he realized he had encountered a magical attack. Attention, there's a mage here, quickly find him. That player completed his parachute jump, floating in the air, while reminding his teammates. However, his teammates searched around but didn't find where the mage was. They only saw a large number of enemy soldiers in a state of panic. Clearly, the air raid shelters around this military camp were not very good. Some enemy soldiers, in their panic, chose to run into buildings, not knowing if they could find a basement to hide in those buildings. Others ran around aimlessly under the influence of fear. For them, the bombing the players were currently carrying out was truly terrifying. It was their first time seeing these all-metal monoplane fighter jets, and also their first time hearing the terrifying screeching sound of a bomber diving down. To imitate the Stuka, and also to exert psychological pressure on the enemy, the players installed suitable whistles on their planes. Under the effect of these devices, when the bomber dived down, the huge screeching sound echoing overhead could almost truly drive the soldiers mad. The pilot player who had just landed quickly found a place to hide, fearing that he might accidentally be bombed to death by his aggressive comrades above him. It wouldn't matter if he died here, but he still wanted to kill that mage. There was no respawn point here. If he died in this place, he would only respawn back at the Air Force base. By the time he got another plane and flew such a long distance to catch up with the team ahead, his teammates might have already completed the mission and returned. Wow, I didn't expect the difference in bombing to be so great when viewed from the ground versus the sky. When this player landed on the ground and looked up at the terrifying scene of his teammates relentlessly bombing the military camp, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. When they were bombing from above, the scene they saw wasn't particularly clear. At most, they could only see explosions of black smoke and fire below. But when they landed on the ground and witnessed the bombing scene firsthand, they understood what it meant to have bombs covering the sky and earth. Of course, the players were only marveling at the scale of the bombing and felt no sympathy for the enemies on the ground. To be so sentimental while playing a game, wasn't that just being overly dramatic? After searching for a long time, the landed player was completely overwhelmed by the incredibly chaotic bombing scene. At this rate, let alone finding and hunting down the hidden mage, he felt it would be a miracle of miracles if he didn't die from his teammates' bombing. The surrounding scene was too chaotic for him to find the enemy at all. He finally spotted one or two enemies on the mini-map, but before he could even shoot, he saw those unlucky individuals annihilated by a barrage of bombs. Oh, right, summon a demon to help me search. Suddenly, he remembered that among the newly opened combat pets in the game, there were Tsinch blue horrors. Compared to humans, there was no doubt that Tsinch blue horrors were truly sensitive to magic and also highly effective against psychers. After all, these were the Lord of Change's demons. One of the Lord of Change's powers was magic, so dealing with a bunch of mages would be effortless, wouldn't it? As a blue horror appeared beside him, this player thought for a moment and then simply switched to a brand new profession for himself, Tsinch Chaos Soldier. As he changed his profession, his appearance immediately underwent a startling transformation. His original Cambrian Empire military uniform instantly turned into a somewhat worn and disheveled military uniform. From the gaps in his breastplate, faint tentacle-like things seeped out, and his face wore a mask, but this mask had 9 eyes. It wasn't for decoration, but because, as a soldier of Tsinch, his body had undergone some flesh mutation. If his mask were removed, people would discover that he indeed had 9 eyes on his head. He had just finished changing his outfit and hadn't figured out how to use the strange rifle in his hand when he suddenly saw the little demon beside him point in a hidden direction. No way, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that the toilet over there? Seeing the small, somewhat filthy building standing in a secluded corner in the distance, the player's face instantly darkened. Good heavens, are the enemy mages all so sneaky? However, as he gradually approached, he did feel a strange sensation. Vaguely, it was as if a layer of static electricity suddenly covered his body, making him feel a bit bristly. At the same time, he found a faint blue arrow suddenly appearing in his vision, pointing in the direction of that building. So, Chaos Soldiers of the Tsinch faction also have magic detection capabilities. The player studied his skin for a moment, thinking with a slight daze. Honestly, this effect wasn't entirely useless, but most of the time, this skill didn't seem to find much use. Only in situations like this, searching for a wizard hidden in the shadows, could it perhaps be of some minor use. Meanwhile, as he approached the toilet, the wizard who had been hiding inside the public toilet, carefully concealing himself and casting spells furtively, suddenly sensed a strange source of magic approaching. Who's out there? He didn't think much of it, shouting towards the window, because he couldn't imagine that after he shot down the other party's plane, the pilot on that plane would parachute down and come directly to the ground to trouble him. After all, how much hatred would it take to chase him down by parachuting into this military camp? What's the difference between that and suicide? Just as he was still thinking that it might be some other wizards from the army approaching, suddenly, several blue psychic beams shot out, piercing his arm. Ah! Clutching the bullet hole in his arm, he couldn't help but let out a scream, simultaneously looking at the wall beside him with terrified eyes. Good news, the blue beams just now didn't seem to be very lethal, only drilling a small hole in his arm, not even damaging his bones. But bad news, that kind of blue beam seemed to have the ability to penetrate cover, and it couldn't be directly blocked by obstacles. Does this rifle really have a cover-penetrating effect? But the lethality isn't great. The player held his special rifle, which glowed with psychic energy, watching the tentacles on the rifle wrap around his arm, his face full of surprise. Good news, the damage dealt by this weapon was psychic, so it seemed to possess some unscientific penetrative qualities, like being able to ignore walls in front of it. But bad news, the beams shot from this thing were incredibly thin, and seeing the red dot still present on the mini-map, he knew its lethality couldn't be very good. If quality isn't enough, make up for it with quantity. Since the damage effect of this thing was mediocre, he would fire a few more shots. So the wizard, hiding in the toilet and thinking he could escape this calamity, was in for a stroke of bad luck this time. The continuous psychic beams not only interrupted his spell casting but also forced him to quickly crawl out of the toilet. It was unclear whether this wizard hadn't received systematic training from the Black Eagle Empire or if his magic system was particularly unique. When casting spells, he seemed to have to perform some rather complex rituals, such as lighting incense in front of him and ringing bells. In contrast, while the player's psychic gun wasn't very powerful, it could fire bullets instantly, interrupting his ritual on the spot. If he didn't stop the ritual, he would immediately be riddled with holes by the continuous psychic beams. He was also a bit puzzled, not understanding how the enemy found him, as he had hidden behind walls several times, yet the beams always hit his exact location. However, thinking that the beams seemed to be magical attacks and that the one attacking him must be an enemy wizard, he no longer found any of this strange. With a wizard's mental power, even without using any special detection spells, the opponent should be able to sense subtle movements inside, let alone his magical fluctuations. Forced into a corner, he quickly crawled out of the foul-smelling toilet, and then, to the player's shocked gaze, this wizard, adorned with a pile of tattered metal scraps, suddenly pulled out a submachine pistol from behind him. Die! The wizard shouted wildly while firing his gun. Although he didn't feel that times had changed, he had to admit that compared to the series of messy spells he used, shooting a gun was much simpler. If he could complete the ritual, the spells he used would be quite effective, but when there wasn't enough time to complete the ritual, drawing a gun and shooting was the best option. Caught off guard, the unlucky player was hit twice on the spot, but a psychic shield he had conjured in front of him blocked the first shot. This magic screen, though of ordinary magical power, acted as a passive skill, thus blocking the first sudden bullet for the player. Although he was hit by another bullet, this bullet was nothing to the player, it only caused him to lose a little health, which was harmless overall. The wizard's marksmanship was clearly not good, practically tracing the human body, but the player was also angered by the psychic gun in his hand. This crappy thing had terrible lethality and a very low rate of fire, practically no different from a bolt-action rifle. He fired 3 consecutive shots, each hitting the wizard, but besides making the guy fall to the ground and scream, his 3 shots somehow failed to kill him. If it weren't for the wizard's excessively poor marksmanship, he felt he might have died first in this shootout. Just as he was preparing to clash fiercely with the wizard opposite, intending to fix his bayonet and charge, suddenly, a psychic fireball shot from behind hit the wizard in the back. Accompanied by a miserable howl, blue psychic flames ignited all over the wizard's body. The blue horror summoned by the player had somehow hidden behind the wizard and completed a sneak attack, then let out a malicious laugh. After dealing with this wizard, the player didn't plan to stay in this military camp any longer, nor did he intend to continue using the special profession of Chaos Soldier. This profession felt quite mediocre to him, its firepower was terrible, only possessing a magic shield, the ability to shoot through enemy cover, and to search for enemy magic. In some special situations, this profession might be useful, but in most cases, it was truly quite rubbish. He originally wanted to respond directly and see if he could catch the last flight of this swarm. But after much thought, he felt that Helsinki seemed like a good new map. Turning back, finding a few suitable places in this city as his respawn points, and once he had set up the respawn points, wouldn't he be able to fight guerrilla warfare against the enemy in this new map? Thinking of this, the player quickly ran towards the outskirts of the military camp. He planned to find a suitable hidden stronghold for himself and then begin his hunting journey. After a round of brutal bombing, Helsinki was filled with smoke and fire, and countless factories and buildings were destroyed in this bombing. Even the city's council and administrative buildings were bombed, and if it weren't for the council members hiding in underground air raid shelters, they would certainly not be feeling well at this moment. When those hiding underground heard the sound of airplane engines gradually fading in the sky, they cautiously emerged, only to see the terrifying scene around them. Demons. They are demons. No. Someone let out a desperate cry of anguish. Although this bombing didn't kill too many people or cause too many civilian casualties, seeing the once prosperous city turn into its current state, they couldn't help but feel immense pain. Many Austrian looked terrified, it was only at this moment that they truly felt the taste of war descending upon them. The news that the Austrian capital was bombed by enemy forces was quickly sent to the Black Eagle Empire. How brutal. I wonder what's gotten into the Cambrian Empire that they would launch such a large-scale bombing campaign against the Austrian. Do they want to use this opportunity to force the Austrian out of the war? In the Black Eagle Empire's General Staff headquarters, a group of generals who had just received urgent news and were quickly summoned were discussing heatedly, because they truly couldn't understand the purpose of the Cambrian Empire's large-scale bombing this time. Clearly, for the enemy to suddenly gather a large air force at such a time, and to deploy urgently right after a fierce air battle, there must be some pressing reason. But if they were bombing the Black Eagle frontline or important surrounding locations, those would be understandable. However, their sudden strategic bombing of the Austrian capital made many Black Hawk people find it difficult to comprehend. However, it must be admitted that this bombing indeed caused huge losses to Austrania. Although they haven't been able to calculate the exact losses from this bombing yet, based on the current situation, Austrania's productivity will likely decrease by at least 1/3 due to this bombing. The entire capital's industrial system was almost completely destroyed by this round of bombing. Even the train station and some railways suffered severe damage, with many trains blown up on the tracks. Coupled with the bombed military camp and their airship base also being reduced to ruins, this is enough to make the Austranians struggle to recover for a considerable period. At the same time, the Cambrian Empire's guerrilla front, located on the front line, also used this bombing to launch a large-scale counterattack against the enemy. Although this bombing did not help them dismantle the enemy's front-line defenses, nor did it cause much damage to the surrounding Australian army. However, when they received news that the capital had been bombed, these Australian soldiers were largely in a state of panic, resulting in very weak resistance. Coupled with the chaos in the rear and problems with their logistical supplies, this further provided the Cambrian Empire with an opportunity to attack. Whatever the Cambrian Empire's objective, we must support the Australian. We absolutely cannot allow Austrania to withdraw from the war at this time. Suddenly, a Black Hawk general spoke loudly to everyone. He didn't care about the lives of the Australian, but he cared about the restraining effect these guys, located in the north, had on the Cambrian Empire, and also the boost in international influence these guys brought to the Black Eagle Empire. To put it bluntly, these people, no matter what, were their subordinates, always cheering them on, and at least had a sense of presence. If these people left, their Black Eagle Empire would suddenly appear more isolated, and even their massive iron ore shipments from the Kingdom of Svea would be affected. But no sooner had he finished speaking than another Black Hawk general frowned and said, "What you said makes sense, but have you considered our current situation? The Empire's military industry is already operating at an overloaded capacity. We are already under immense war pressure, so where would we get the troops to support the Australian at a time like this? And with all due respect, these Australian have performed very poorly in the war. I believe that even if the Empire helps them, it will probably only have a limited effect." As soon as the general finished speaking, a group of generals immediately nodded. It wasn't that the general had good connections, it was mainly because many Black Hawk officers in the Black Eagle Empire now had strong opinions about the Australian. According to their original plan, these guys should have tied up a lot of the Cambrian Empire's northern front's energy, and at the same time, they should have advanced all the way, cutting off the railway from Murmansk to Petrograd, helping them completely surround Petrograd. Unfortunately, once the fighting started, these Black Hawk general were greatly surprised by the Australians' performance. Many officers had highly praised the Australian soldier in military exercises and some joint operations, believing that these guys had excellent quality. But in reality, from the very beginning of the war, the Australian had been dragging their feet at the border and had not made much breakthrough progress. Especially when General Vorontsov, who had suddenly risen, marched north and launched a fierce attack on Austrania with his battle group, their performance got even worse, and they even lost a large city they had painstakingly captured. The loss of Joensuu marked the complete collapse of the Australians' frontline situation, and they had no choice but to retreat to the border and begin defensive counterattacks. And now, even their capital had been bombed. In such a situation, even if their Black Eagle Empire supported the Australian, what role could these guys play? At best, they could barely protect themselves from being annihilated by the Cambrian Empire, right? Regarding the question of whether to provide support, the officer discussed it animatedly, and it could only be said that everyone had their own reasons. On one hand, they were unwilling to lose their northern subordinate, but on the other hand, they felt that this ally's investment value was too low. But just as they were still hesitating, a brand new urgent report was sent in. When these Black Hawk officers heard the latest news that had just arrived, they all stood frozen in place, each person unable to believe it. Because they never expected that the massive Cambrian Empire Air Force, after bombing the Australians' capital, did not return. On the contrary, these guys chose to make a big detour, then traveled south from the north, covering at least 1,000 kilometers, and then flew directly into their East Prussia. To be precise, when this news was just reported, this Cambrian Air Force should not have entered East Prussia yet, because this was a situation discovered by their Baltic fleet. But it was useless. According to the speed of this Air Force unit, they should probably have already entered East Prussia by now and started attacking there. Well, no need to discuss it anymore. A group of Black Hawk general were filled with righteous indignation, and no one had the mind to consider whether to support the Australian. Bastards, how dare they? These guys really don't want to live, they actually dared to bomb the Empire's territory. These general were truly shocked, they had never imagined that the Cambrian Empire, despite being beaten to such a state, would still have the spare capacity to bomb their territory. In their opinion, these Cambrians should have been beaten to a pulp by now, barely holding on to their lives was already a blessing. Because their situation on the front lines was basically all victories, they had never imagined that the enemy would launch strategic bombing on their rear, they did not believe the enemy had such courage, nor did they believe the enemy had such capability. And the current situation was simply a slap in their faces. Mobilize our Air Force. Immediately send our fastest Air Force units to support East Prussia. We must not let those guys get away with it. Keep them all here, and let these Cambrian Empire Air Forces be completely buried here. Almost in an instant, these Black Hawk general reached a consensus. Never mind the fate of the Australian, let's solve our own problems first. Just as the general were busy holding meetings and organizing Air Force units to go and provide support, over the city of Königsberg, large numbers of planes bearing the Cambrian Empire's insignia were already flying over, covering the sky. At first, although the sky was very clear, the Black Eagle soldiers who had just observed the distant aircraft formation did not immediately sound the alarm. Because they never thought these were enemy Air Force units, they thought these planes flying towards them were their own. The powerful air power of the Black Eagle Empire gave them full confidence, especially since not long ago, a large batch of newly produced planes from the rear had just been transferred to Königsberg. This made them even more convinced that the aircraft formation currently arriving at Königsberg must be their own planes. Oh, my goodness, look! Those are our planes. These are the Empire's new Air Force. Ha ha ha, I bet our Air Force is definitely much stronger than the Cambrian Empire's junk. 2 sentries standing on the watchtower proudly watched the planes flying overhead, until one sentry, while observing with binoculars, suddenly noticed something was amiss. Wait, why do these planes have the Cambrian Empire's insignia? What the hell? Quick, sound the alarm. These are not our planes, these are Cambrian Empire planes. Those damn northerners are attacking. As the air raid siren sounded, the citizens who were originally moving about on the streets were all startled and froze in place. This was the first time they had encountered a bombing, so these Black Eagle Empire citizens were completely inexperienced in the face of the current situation. It wasn't until patrolling police and military police ran out, shouting loudly and desperately organizing the crowd to quickly take shelter in underground structures, that they came to their senses and realized they were under bombing from the Cambrian Empire. Bang bang bang! The anti-aircraft guns set up around the city opened fire, but almost exactly like the situation with the Austrian, the Black Hawk Army in Königsberg also did not have many anti-aircraft weapons. Because they had never encountered bombing from the Cambrian Empire before, and they had never even considered that such a thing would happen, which left them completely unprepared for the players' sudden bombing. At the airport in Königsberg, a fighter squadron took to the sky, hastily engaging in battle at this awkward moment. Although they saw that the number of enemy fighter jets above them far exceeded their own, how could they choose to retreat at a time like this? Although this Black Eagle Empire fighter squadron had just been transferred, fuel was short, meaning only ammunition was relatively abundant, barely enough to cope with the enemy's attack. But undoubtedly, this fighter squadron had no ability for prolonged combat at all, they would have to make an emergency landing back at the airport not long after taking off. However, these guys probably no longer had a chance to make an emergency landing. Before their fuel ran out, a group of players' fighter jets actively went up and began dogfighting with them in the air. After the previous wars, the players quickly adapted to the rhythm of the Black Eagle pilots and also figured out some patterns of the enemy. More importantly, the Spitfire fighter models chosen by the players this time were all late World War II Spitfires, equipped with 2 20mm cannons. Compared to the previous machine gun firepower, the output of the Spitfire fighter this time was significantly stronger, easily tearing through the opponent's wings and armor. This Black Eagle Empire fighter did not have many technical advantages, although this fighter was a full metal monoplane fighter from the start. To be honest, its performance in all aspects could only be described as very average. There was no other way, after all, this was just a fighter jet that the Black Eagle Empire had just started to develop, and they hadn't specifically researched related engines, so they could only temporarily cram in the engines they had on hand. And in this period, the core performance of something like a fighter jet basically all lay in the engine. For an old fighter like this, if it could have a powerful enough engine, it would naturally wreak havoc in the sky. If the engine wasn't powerful enough, neither the armor nor the weapons could be driven, and its speed simply wouldn't go up. Although some low-speed aircraft could rely on their maneuverability to circle at low altitudes to deal with enemies, and even gain an advantage in the process, that was merely a last resort. If those pilots had any other choice, they would definitely choose to fly faster monoplane fighters, not slow old biplanes. In the desperate eyes of the Black Eagle soldiers, they saw their own planes that had taken off being quickly shot down by the enemy not long after, one new war machine of the Empire after another being destroyed in an instant. And more importantly, the enemy's bomber had already flown towards their factories and ports, but these facilities were basically undefended. A total of more than 10 Mosquito bomber all flew towards the city's largest repair facility. At this moment, at least 100 Black Hawk Army mechs were being repaired in the entire factory. Most of these mechs were already scrapped or close to being scrapped, but that didn't mean they couldn't be repaired. Many times, these seemingly scrapped mechs only needed to have parts replaced to function again. By disassembling and reassembling 100 scrapped mechs, they might be able to get 50 new mechs that could continue fighting. However, at this moment, these mechs had completely lost any chance of returning to the battlefield. As a 4,000-pound bomb instantly pierced the factory dome, one Mosquito bomber after another followed, dropping bombs onto the facility below. As these bombs were dropped one after another into the factory, many Black Eagle soldiers watched in despair. Their factory was almost instantly covered by a series of violent explosions, and then, as if a giant abyss beast had emerged from the ground, their factory buildings collapsed one after another amidst rolling smoke and flames, as if swallowed into the beast's belly. Chapter 331, Sakura Manned Rocket and Magnetic Stormtrooper. Watching the repair facility collapse into ruins, the officer who had just led an anti-aircraft team there almost fainted on the spot. No. He couldn't help but let out a desperate wail, tears streaming down his face. This repair facility didn't just contain a large number of discarded mechs, those discarded mechs weren't that important. For the current Black Eagle Empire, as they further expanded their productivity, their mech production was constantly increasing. In contrast, they actually lacked enough elite armored soldiers, especially as frontline warfare became increasingly brutal, their armored soldier losses grew more severe, which further led to a shortage of technical personnel. What truly pained him was that all the heavy repair equipment in the factory, as well as the skilled technicians inside, were all gone. Necrons couldn't replace every role, while most positions that didn't require skill, only mechanical labor, could be replaced by Necrons, highly technical roles like repairs still had to be handled by living people. In this bombing, they lost so many experienced mechanics at once, which meant that their mech maintenance and upkeep would become a huge problem. Set up our anti-aircraft guns and return fire. Amidst the officers' grief-stricken roar, two 40mm anti-aircraft guns, which had just been towed into position, were quickly set up and began spewing fire into the sky. Under a fierce barrage, one player's fighter jet was hit by a careless move, plummeting down in a plume of thick smoke. But before crashing, the player managed to parachute out of his destroyed fighter. Taking advantage of the game's parachuting mechanics, he didn't immediately open his parachute, but waited until he was about to hit the ground before deploying it at the last moment. Just like that, to the bewildered Black Hawk soldiers, this player landed directly on the ground, holding a light machine gun at his waist, and began strafing the anti-aircraft artillery present. Tat 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 tat. Although the water-cooled light machine gun from Battlefield 1 was incredibly heavy, its firepower was truly fierce, because it was basically no different from a heavy machine gun, weighing over 40 jin. Only players could use such a weapon with such ease. For an ordinary soldier, carrying this thing around to fight would exhaust him in no time. These Black Hawk soldiers never expected that the enemy would parachute down from the sky after their plane was shot down, appearing before them like divine soldiers, and somehow pull out a large machine gun. Until their dying breath, they couldn't figure out how these pilots managed to carry a machine gun while flying a plane. Besides this player, some other players also chose to parachute, directly entering the city to wreak havoc. They weren't planning to massacre civilians or anything, they intended to engage with the scattered Black Hawk soldiers to earn more merit. Under normal circumstances, killing a Black Hawk soldier wasn't easy, the NPCs in this game were quite strong in combat. But at this moment, these Black Hawk soldiers were all in a state of panic, which often made it difficult for them to respond effectively to player raids. At such times, players wielding heavy firepower rushing into the chaotic Black Hawk soldiers was like a harvest. Even if a few Black Hawk soldiers could react, they would find it difficult to return fire under the player's relentless barrage. After all, for a normal person, seeing a madman on the other side sweeping with a light machine gun or submachine gun, constantly throwing grenades, blowing up the battlefield everywhere like a human rocket launcher, and occasionally launching a bayonet charge. Facing such an enemy, expecting them to effectively counterattack was too difficult, especially since players now also had combat pets like servo skulls, which, although often talkative, could provide excellent suppressive fire for players. Under the players' continuous circling and bombing, the entire industrial system of Königsberg suffered severe damage, and even the naval port was not spared. It was also fortunate that the Baltic fleet had already left this port, so not many warships encountered air raids. Otherwise, if these warships had been docked in the port, they wouldn't have had time to return fire, and it would have been a repeat of Pearl Harbor. But then again, one player remembered seeing an enemy destroyer on the sea when he was flying over. Of course, that destroyer certainly wouldn't have survived. With so many player planes, just a few flying over and bombing indiscriminately would have sunk that destroyer. After bombing the targets in this area, the player air force also chose to retreat, not continuing to engage. Of course, this was mainly because there were no more targets to engage with here. If they continued bombing, they would only be bombing residential areas. If they bombed residential areas, they would not only receive no mission rewards but also have a large amount of merit deducted, which was very frustrating. Who knew why this game had such high war ethics? However, not long after retreating, as the player planes had just turned to begin their flight, they suddenly noticed that a group of enemy planes seemed to be flying up behind them. Aha, another one of those oversized twin fuselage bomber. Brother Hunan glanced at the enemy forces behind him, his eyes immediately lighting up. Seeing those massive bombers, and the numerous fighter jets escorting them, his fighting spirit was instantly ignited. He had originally thought their military operation would be over by now, but unexpectedly, the enemy was going to give them a farewell gift. Such a group of planes, it would be a waste not to take them, so a large number of player fighter jets immediately swarmed over, beginning a dogfight with the enemy planes. Of course, to be precise, it was now the enemy planes trying to dogfight with the players, while the players' main strategy was to strike and immediately disengage, then dive back down. Compared to the enemy planes, the Spitfire fighter jets used by the players had stronger engines, faster climb rates, and higher flight speeds, so they didn't need to engage in low-altitude circling with the enemy. The enemy's turning radius was smaller, allowing them to turn more quickly and operate more flexibly. The players' tactics were simple and brutal, relying on their strong climbing ability. They would climb into the sky with all their might, knowing the enemy planes couldn't catch them. Once they reached a suitable altitude, they would immediately maneuver their fighters to dive back down, showering the enemy fighters with a rain of bullets from above. At the same time, a group of fighter jets also approached the large bombers, preparing to use rockets to deal with those guys. Under the players' manipulation, these fighter jets were also equipped with the old-style rockets from World War I aircraft. While these weren't very suitable for use against enemy fighter jets, because their flight speed was too slow and their range wasn't long, they could effectively penetrate the enemy's void shield and inflict significant damage on the bombers. However, using these to attack enemy bombers had the drawback of requiring a relatively close distance. Long-range strikes were impossible. And during this process, the various machine guns on the Black Hawk bombers would return fire against the players. This is ridiculous. I never thought the Third Reich in this world would create flying fortresses even before the Americans. Who knows how the Third Reich in this world developed their tech tree? The Black Eagle Empire has a lot of black technology, so the planes they build are also larger, which is normal, especially since they used to play with airships. The players were complaining in the communication channel, but suddenly one player noticed a blind spot. Wait a minute, have you noticed something strange? They clearly came to deal with our bombers. Logically, they only needed to send some fighter jets. So why did they also send bombers? Hearing this player's question, the other players present were all puzzled. Right, what did the Black Eagle Empire intend to do by sending bombers? Were they planning to dogfight with their fighter jets using bombers? Although these bombers were like flying fortresses, with very strong firepower, all of this was predicated on player planes actively approaching and attacking them. Under normal circumstances, players didn't need to bother with these bombers, they could simply fly their faster fighter jets and swagger away in front of the enemy. If so, why did they bring bombers? Surely the Black Eagle Empire wasn't planning to launch a large-scale bombing campaign on the fly, tailing the players and bombing their side? If that were the case, why wouldn't they wait for the airports in this area to be repaired and then slowly dispatch bombers, instead of rushing at this very moment? But it wasn't until then that a player suddenly noticed something, carefully looking at something on the belly of one of the bombers. At first, he hadn't clearly seen what was hanging from the bomber's belly, he thought it might be a fuel tank or some kind of heavy bomb. It wasn't until he got closer that he finally saw what it was. Damn! Is that the Japanese Sakura rocket? At first glance, the object in front of him was extremely similar to the Japanese Sakura rocket he remembered. That was a manned rocket created by the Japanese Kamikaze Special Attack Unit during World War II to more effectively crash into enemy warships. Legend has it that this thing was originally made by the Third Reich, but the German pilots were unwilling to use such a foolish method to perish with the enemy. With the idea of repurposing waste, they directly sold the technology to the Japanese, who happened to be engaged in kamikaze attacks. They would simply give the pilot a drink, tie a hachimaki around his head, and send him off to charge with this thing. They never expected to see something similar in the Black Eagle Empire instead of with the Japanese. Just as they were surprised, these bombers suddenly activated certain devices, and in an instant, these rockets flew out rapidly, then quickly attacked in the player's direction. When a series of large-caliber machine gun bullets tore through the player's wings, they realized that this was not a rocket, but some kind of jet fighter. Is this not too abnormal? The Black Eagle Empire's air force improved too fast, didn't it? At this moment, the players were truly shocked by the Black Eagle Empire's technological progress. They found it hard to imagine that the Black Eagle Empire in front of them had only just started building planes not long ago. As soon as this thing appeared, the players realized their lives were going to be difficult, because its speed had to be at least over 800 km per hour, and possibly even faster. Even if they tried their best, it would be difficult to shake off the pursuit of this thing. However, after the players tried to circle at low altitude for a while, they found that this thing had a major weakness, its maneuverability was extremely poor. This was normal, as the speed of this type of aircraft was simply too fast, and due to immature technology, the Black Eagle Empire hadn't yet figured out how to make this thing turn flexibly. Even during takeoff, this thing would encounter various problems. Coupled with its extremely exaggerated fuel consumption and very poor endurance, the Black Eagle Empire simply hung this thing under bombers, letting the bombers deploy this special type of fighter. Of course, this thing naturally also had no landing function. From the very beginning of its design, the Black Eagle Empire never intended for it to land. Because according to their research, if a landing gear were installed on this thing, with their current technology, it would most likely be unable to land safely. Since that was the case, they simply didn't install any landing gear on this thing, but instead used the saved space to load more weapons and ammunition. Anyway, all those operating these fighters were ghouls pilots resurrected by their necromancy, not ordinary Black Hawk soldiers at all. These people were all mere consumables, and the resurrected ghouls would not fear death. Although the players had already discovered the weakness of this thing's lack of maneuverability, several player fighter jets were still shot down. If it weren't for the fact that player fighter jets had repair skills, making their survivability much stronger than ordinary fighter jets, perhaps the players would have already suffered heavy losses due to this special type of fighter. But not long after, a Black Eagle Empire jet fighter slowed down because it ran out of fuel. Seeing this, a player fighter immediately gave chase. He had already set his sights on this kill. But to his surprise, even at this point, the opponent still chose to charge fiercely towards him. He, you want to fight me to the death, do you have the capital to do so? Seeing that this guy was actually preparing to head-on collide with him, the player grinned, didn't dodge at all, and immediately opened fire, strafing the opponent. During a head-on collision between two fighter jets, the most taboo thing is to pull up the plane out of fear. At this moment, both sides are constantly pouring firepower onto the opponent's fighter, and they can only fight with the spirit of the brave wins in a narrow encounter. If they pulled up their planes, the pilot would immediately expose the most fragile underbelly of the plane, facing the enemy's firepower with their weak area. At that point, it would truly be over. If it were other pilots, in this situation, they might indeed choose to pull up their planes because they couldn't withstand the pressure, otherwise, they would surely crash and die with the enemy. But players don't care, they can resurrect after dying, and planes can be produced again at the Air Force Base. So for them, this was clearly a very worthwhile deal. They believed that the enemy's special jet fighter was definitely much more expensive than their own planes. If both sides were annihilated, simply taking down this one plane should allow them to break even in terms of merit. Bullets from both sides continuously struck each other's planes, and both cockpits were shot through. However, even so, the player still gritted his teeth and continued forward. Anyway, his plane hadn't been destroyed yet, and he could continue to fight. The same went for the opposing plane, Gulls wouldn't be taken down by such strafing. Their vitality was extremely tenacious. But just as both planes were about to make contact, to the player's exasperation, that jet fighter exploded in midair right before his eyes. Judging by the power of the explosion and the fact that his interface only showed a hit but no kill, the player knew, the opposing plane definitely pressed something and self-destructed. From the very beginning, that plane must have had a self-destruct function, and it was probably already filled with explosives similar to TNT, which are not easily detonated by external forces. Facing this awkward situation, the player couldn't help but vent in the chat area. The reason was simple: if the opponent chose to self-destruct, he wouldn't get the merit for that plane. In the end, it counted as the enemy committing suicide. The other jet fighters ended up in the same situation. Seeing their fuel running out, this batch of Black Eagle Empire ghouls pilots flew towards the player bombers at top speed. Accompanied by a series of loud bangs, one player bomber after another crashed into the sea, becoming large pieces of wreckage floating in the water. Some players were so angry that they wanted to fly back to cause trouble for the enemy bombers again, but they found that when the enemy bombers dropped those peculiar jet fighters, those guys simply withdrew. Clearly, the Black Eagle Empire also knew that their large bombers would not be of much use at this time, merely adding to the chaos. Since that was the case, and this thing had completed its transport mission, it naturally had to leave quickly. After shooting down a few more enemy fighter jets, the players lost interest in playing cat and mouse with these Black Hawk Air Force members. They quickly left this chaotic sea area and flew all the way towards Petrograd. When this Air Force unit returned to the airfield and disembarked from their planes, they instantly received extremely warm applause and cheers. Countless soldiers and citizens of Petrograd eagerly surged forward, shouting various slogans and words of praise, to welcome their combat heroes. Our heroes are back, Yura. Look, our brave lads gave the Black Hawk Devils a good beating, and we bombed their cities with bombs. Although the players' losses on this trip were not light, losing over 40 out of more than 100 planes deployed, neither Andre nor the players, nor these citizens, cared. Andre and the players, needless to say, although the citizens also felt a pang of heartache for such losses, they were all immersed in the joy of victory at this moment. This was also a major characteristic of the Cambrian Empire. Compared to casualties, they generally cared more about victory. Undoubtedly, Andre's Air Force had indeed achieved a great victory. They bombed enemy cities and factories, bombed the capital of Ostrania, and, for the first time since the war began, bombed the territory of the Black Eagle Empire. Almost immediately, the surrounding newspaper reporters began writing articles at an extremely fast pace, or rather, most of them had already written their articles, needing only minor modifications. Things like words of praise, they could write in advance, and regarding the pilot's interview statements, they could also fabricate some similar ones in advance. It was precisely because of this that they were able to produce articles at an astonishing speed, and then rush to the telegraph office as quickly as possible. If they ran even a little slower, the telegraph lines there would be full, and their news would be a step behind everyone else. Andre looked at the reporters, who were all sprinting like short-distance runners, and couldn't help but smile. However, recalling what those players said during their interviews, he suddenly felt that it was indeed a wise choice for these reporters to write their articles in advance, because what these players said was simply too abstract. After all, when these players were asked to share their thoughts, the most frequent comment was Buff Diao-chan. The second most frequent comment was, when will they change the ranked match system? My teammates are too bad. It was precisely because of this that none of the reporters understood what these guys were saying, thinking that these pilots were speaking in some kind of secret code. But it didn't matter, what the pilots said wasn't really important. What was important was, what did the patrons subscribing to their newspaper actually want to read? Since they had long understood this point, these reporters naturally included what people wanted to read when writing their articles, to the extent that these so-called statements were completely unrelated to what the players actually said. Ha ha ha, Andryusha, congratulations, you've really made a splash again this time. When Andre, escorted by the surrounding players and guards, finally managed to squeeze out of the throng of reporters, Katyusha suddenly pushed her way in, patting Andre's shoulder and laughing heartily. Andre nodded with a smile, but honestly, he felt that deep down, he wasn't as excited as he appeared on his face. Firstly, because he had already anticipated this air raid victory. If the Black Eagle Empire could have guessed, under these circumstances, that the players would detour from Helsinki and bomb them again, then it could only mean that the Black Eagle Empire was truly cheating, even having precognition. On the other hand, Andre was also shocked by the speed of the Black Eagle Empire's Air Force development. He never expected these guys to actually bring out the infamous Cherry Blossom rocket. Well, not a Cherry Blossom rocket, to be precise, it was a strange contraption that combined a rocket and an airplane. However, the effects on both sides were quite similar, and after this thing was integrated, its combat power seemed to have become even stronger. This made him a little worried, not about anything else, but mainly about the possibility of enemy bombers using this thing to deliver a heavenly justice and decapitate his command post during a war. If such a precisely guided rocket were to hit him on the head, Andre would be in big trouble. By the way, are there any new products from Moscow recently? Our military industry should make some progress, right? For example, have they developed any new types of aircraft or anything? Suddenly remembering something, Andre asked Yelena, who was following behind him. It must be said that Yelena was a very good secretary, in many aspects, she was much more meticulous than Andre. I'm not sure. Moscow hasn't sent us any news regarding this, but according to information our spies have gathered, Moscow is reportedly also trying to use aircraft. Yelena said, handing Andrei a few blurry photos. It was unclear whether these photos were taken by Vorontsov's spies or obtained by Black Eagle Empire spies and then intercepted by Andrei's players. After seeing the content of these photos, Andrei couldn't help but shake his head. This thing was too different from what he had imagined, wasn't it? He had originally thought that when the Cambrian Empire was developing, they would also be able to achieve a one-step leap, like the Black Eagle Empire, and produce all-metal monoplanes equivalent to World War II levels. But unfortunately, it seemed that Moscow was indeed following the production line Andrei had sent over, simply replicating the players' biplane bombers and fighters one-to-one. Well, I thought they could come up with something fancy, but they really disappointed me. He couldn't help but curl his lips and say, feeling contempt for the researchers in Moscow deep down. However, Moscow seems to be further improving tracked vehicles. They seem to have developed some brand new models of tracked vehicles. Hearing this news, Andrei's expression relaxed slightly. If Moscow could produce some more reliable tracked vehicles, that would be a decent achievement. At the very least, Andrei truly looked down on that massive Mendeleev tracked vehicle. From the perspective of an armored soldier, this Mendeleev tracked vehicle might be considered a decent piece of equipment, as its defense was strong enough, and sitting inside it provided a great sense of security. Armored soldier, you're overthinking it. Say that again when you have to load a 180 caliber shell into the main cannon. But from the perspective of total warfare, this kind of tank couldn't be mass-produced and could only play a role in localized battles, completely failing to reverse the overall war situation. With just a few heavy vehicles alone, the enemy had too many ways to destroy them. In the previous war, if players hadn't constantly accompanied the Special Armored Brigade, performing maintenance behind these vehicles, Colonel Belyak probably wouldn't have even had the chance to launch the final charge. That news is good. So, what new type of vehicle has Moscow come up with? Andrei asked excitedly, and then heard something that left him quite speechless. What the hell? Moscow actually wants to further reinforce the Mendeleev tracked vehicle? Are they seriously out of their minds? Yelena shrugged, then handed a report to Andrei and said, I don't know if they are crazy, but they are indeed busy with this matter. They seem to be preparing to combine magic, blessings, and the original armored vehicle to create something completely new. Hearing this description, Andrei couldn't help but think of the steam tanks and various chaotic shrines from medieval warfare. The thought of the Cambrian Empire's armored forces driving these things into battle made him feel nothing but darkness for the future of the Cambrian Empire's armored soldier. It seemed the Cambrian Empire was becoming increasingly bizarre. Just as Andrei was sighing mournfully, Yelena suddenly smiled brightly and brought Andrei some good news. Alright, Andryusha, forget about what those idiots in Moscow are busy with for now. Those guys are notoriously unreliable, you know that, right? Let's head to the testing ground next. Uncle Konstantin seems to have had a team researching something previously, and they achieved decent results. Oh wow, he didn't expect his nominal old man to have cooked up some new toys. Hearing Yelena's news, Andrei couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although he didn't know how reliable the equipment General Konstantin had tinkered with was, in his opinion, after being influenced by him daily, General Konstantin should at least be more reliable than those people in Moscow, right? He wondered what kind of miraculous equipment he could produce. Could it be another type of battle vehicle? With this thought, Andrei immediately led his people toward the testing ground. As soon as he arrived, he saw General Konstantin standing on the observation deck. Seeing that Andrei had also brought people here, General Konstantin waved from the stand, signaling Andrei to come over to him. As soon as Andrei walked up, General Konstantin's heavy mechanical arm clapped onto his shoulder, making him feel that his shoulder was in danger. Ha ha ha, Andryusha, well done. We should absolutely bomb those Black Hawk devils to death. Awesome, this is truly awesome. We can finally hold our heads high after those Black Hawk devils bombed our cities every day. Recalling the previous fighting, General Konstantin couldn't help but want to curse. The Cambrian Empire's air force suffered extremely heavy losses at the start of the war and never fully recovered afterward. Especially when facing the enemy's shielded airships, their own unshielded airships were simply too fragile. As a result, in air combat, they were constantly losing troops and generals, while the Black Hawk Air Force was busy dominating, bombing their cities and defense lines from time to time. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Now, the cities of the Black Eagle Empire were finally being bombed by them. How about it? When are you planning to launch the next air raid? Should your pilots rest up a bit first, and then immediately launch the next round of air raids? Seeing General Konstantin's excitement, Andrei subtly pushed the heavy mechanical hand off his shoulder, shook his head, and said, an air raid is definitely happening, but not right now. After all, my air force also suffered quite a few casualties. Next, I plan to replan the air force's route and find a suitable target to continue bombing. At least for now, I feel that Warsaw is a good bombing location. Although this is the capital of Warsania has now been swallowed by the Black Eagle Empire, so this area naturally falls under enemy jurisdiction. Warsaw has now become an important industrial base and transportation hub for the enemy in Eastern Europe. Large numbers of Black Hawk Army troops traveling from their homeland to the Cambrian Empire must pass through Warsaw as a transit point. Moreover, Warsania was originally an old rival of the Cambrian Empire, and most Cambrians truly had no good impression of the Warsanians. General Konstantin nodded. He didn't know much about air combat, so he wasn't going to question Andrei's specific operations in this regard. Although he really wanted Andrei to find another opportunity to bomb East Prussia, as that was the Black Eagle Empire's actual territory. But in terms of value, East Prussia had just been bombed and no longer held much bombing value. Warsaw, by contrast, was a more valuable target. Alright, old man, let's not talk about this for now. I heard you guys are busy testing new weapons. What good stuff do you have? Bring it out and let me take a look. Andre steered the conversation back, otherwise, given General Constantine's excitement, he suspected the old man might talk non-stop for a day and a night. He couldn't help it, after all, this time they truly felt vindicated. If, during the War of Resistance, a Chinese Air Force unit had managed to fly all the way to the island nation and bomb their cities, the entire country would surely have erupted in excitement. Alright, this time I'm mainly here to test the power armor soldier. We have made some improvements to the original power armor. Hearing General Constantine say this, Andre finally came back to his senses. He suddenly realized that he had almost forgotten the existence of this badge of power armor previously. Mainly, for players, power armor wasn't particularly special most of the time, aside from being novel. When average players wore the Cavalier power armor, they were essentially no different from a machine gun sentry, except for having a cooler appearance. As for the power armor that could use a jetpack, it also held little significance for players, as they had plenty of ways to break through to the enemy's rear. Furthermore, Andre didn't have many suits of power armor on hand. He had always issued them to players as a kind of Easter egg or limited edition equipment, so most players kept them for collection. The reason he hadn't continued asking General Constantine for more power armor support was precisely because this equipment held little value for players. Given this, it was better for him to let General Constantine allocate the hard-won manufactured power armor to his own soldiers, they were the ones who needed this equipment more. He wondered what General Constantine had managed to research this time. If it was similar to previous power armor, then essentially, it wouldn't be very valuable, lacking any qualitative improvement. Under Andre's curious gaze, two soldiers wearing Cavalier power armor walked onto the firing range and simultaneously aimed their hands forward. He suddenly noticed that these two suits of Cavalier power armor had clearly undergone extensive modifications. Not only did they have a huge backpack added to the rear, but they also had a bunch of extra coils attached to the armor itself. Wait a minute, why did these coils feel somewhat familiar? Could it be? Just as Andre couldn't help but widen his eyes, the backpacks on the backs of the two soldiers suddenly lit up. In the next moment, two massive streams of current suddenly shot forward from their arms. A bolt of lightning struck out at an astonishing speed, hitting the distant target precisely and blasting it into a pile of carbon residue. Very good, accuracy passed. Next target. Following a loud command from an officer, two more soldiers quickly ran over, herding two goats that didn't understand what was happening. After the two soldiers quickly ran away, accompanied by two thick bolts of lightning, the two goats were instantly charred into piles of coal, and a strange smell of roasted meat drifted over from the distance. After zapping the two goats, and confirming that this weapon could deliver a fatal blow to a human body, two mechs were driven over. These two mechs should have been reindeer mechs retired from the battlefield. Although they could still move, their upper halves had sustained varying degrees of damage, and even the main cannon was missing. After driving the mechs over, the armored soldiers operating them quickly evacuated, and then came two more bolts of lightning. This time, the attack duration of the two lightning bolts was noticeably longer, striking the targets for a full 10 seconds. And during those 10 seconds, Andre personally watched as the two damaged mechs went up in sparks and lightning before finally exploding with a roar. Seeing the fate of the two mechs, his eyes lit up, because he realized something. The current attack used by this weapon was extremely powerful, and since mechs were entirely made of metal, they were obviously conductive. If they struck an enemy mech with this, no matter how thick the opponent's armor was, the pilot inside would definitely be electrocuted into charcoal on the spot, unless they were wearing some kind of insulating suit. Furthermore, given the state the mechs were reduced to, they certainly couldn't be used again afterward. In other words, this thing seemed perfectly suited for anti-armor warfare. Just as Andre was still lost in thought, General Constantine's proud voice rang out beside him, "Ha ha ha, how about it? Isn't this magnetron infantry we just researched pretty good? As long as we equip a small number of these specialized power armor soldiers in our units, we can definitely inflict extremely heavy losses when facing the enemy's armored charges. Not a single Black Hawk mech can withstand the attack of this thing." Chapter 332, The Black Eagle Emperor's Resolve. Andre turned his head and saw the triumphant smile on General Constantine's face. He nodded and said, "Indeed, this weapon looks really good, much better than the original power armor soldier. By the way, what are you planning to name this unit?" Regarding this question, General Constantine scratched his head and said, "To be honest, I haven't really thought much about it. Up until now, I've just been calling it the Magnetic Storm Infantry, because it does indeed attack using the principles of electromagnetic fields. Actually, theoretically, if we could generate a strong enough current, it should be possible to create a force field to warp enemy armored units. But as you know, action and reaction are equal." General Constantine shrugged and then handed Andre an experimental report. "When we tested it before, the soldier didn't seem to be able to twist enemy armored units into a ball of scrap metal that way. We still can't create such a powerful magnetic field. In the end, using a magnetic field to attack only resulted in our soldiers accidentally getting sucked onto enemy mechs, and we couldn't even pull them off. So we finally decided that to attack enemy armored units with this thing, we still have to rely mainly on releasing electricity. This lightning spell released through magic runes is already quite good, there's no need to make things more complicated." "Is that so?" Andre still felt a bit of regret. He had thought he would finally see the authentic magnetic storm infantry, to see how these guys could lift enemy mechs and twist them into a ball of scrap metal. But then again, even this current electric shock mode is quite good. Unless the enemy's armored units can get a layer of insulating material, they absolutely won't be able to withstand such an attack. Putting aside the naming issue for now, Andrei pondered for a moment and then asked another question, by the way, what is the production rate of this power armor? Approximately how many sets of armor like this can we produce in a month? The name Magnetic Storm Infantry is good enough. Whether they want to come up with other fancy names later is beside the point, production is the most important thing. The longer the war dragged on, the more Andrei realized one thing. In large-scale warfare, with similar technological levels, the ability to mass-produce weapons is the most crucial factor. If this Magnetic Storm Infantry could be mass-produced, only then could it truly unleash its combat effectiveness. Otherwise, this thing could only be used for special units. About that, the current production is indeed quite problematic. As of now, we can only produce about 10 sets of armor per month. General Konstantin's expression was a bit awkward. He hadn't really paid attention to this issue before, but after hearing Andrei, he suddenly realized that the production rate of this thing seemed a bit too low. 10 sets of armor? Are you kidding me? Andrei couldn't help but roll his eyes. If they could only produce 10 sets of armor a month, what was the point of this thing? By the time the war lasted a whole year, he would only be able to arm one company, and a single company on the battlefield could be wiped out in half a day. If it were according to the intensity of war among players, this one company wouldn't even last half a day. Where exactly is the problem? Why can't the production of this thing go up? Andrei asked. It's mainly in rune engraving and energy cores, we're stuck on both of these fronts. General Konstantin mused, recalling what the engineers had said, and repeated it to Andrei, we need mages to use magic to engrave lightning spell runes on the armor, otherwise, this thing can't release electricity. But the number of mages in the Cambrian Empire is simply too small. I only have 2 mages on hand who can do this. And besides that, although we recently managed to make a breakthrough and can finally produce relatively small energy cores, the scrap rate for these things is simply too high. On average, I have to produce about 20 cores to get one successful one. Oh my goodness, isn't this scrap rate ridiculously high? Andrei blinked, genuinely puzzled. How could this thing have such a high scrap rate? Could it be that the Cambrian Empire hasn't completed industrialization yet, and they're still relying on mages to handcraft energy cores? But that shouldn't be the case. He had previously observed the energy cores equipped on Titan mechs, and those things clearly looked like industrially processed products. Although he couldn't understand the specific principles of those things, they at least had a fairly obvious Cambrian Empire industrial style. Andrei wasn't so clueless as to not be able to tell if something was produced by machine tools. Speaking of which, our family's mages. Andrei's words trailed off midway, as he suddenly didn't quite know what to say. On one hand, he was surprised, not expecting his family to be able to get 2 mages to help engrave runes. He had thought all the mages of the Cambrian Empire had disappeared. On the other hand, he really wanted to complain. The Vorontsov family's power had already grown to such an extent, yet in the end, they only managed to barely bring in 2 mages. Where did all the mages of the Cambrian Empire go? At the mention of these mages, General Konstantin couldn't help but puff out his beard and glare. Damn it, just thinking about those mages makes me angry. I'm really fed up with those guys. Each one is incredibly arrogant, never looking at people properly, and they demand exorbitant prices. I don't know what they have to be so proud of. Do these mages actually think they can ride on the heads of noble lords? If it were 500 years ago, mages would undoubtedly be a very important and valuable resource, a single mage could even sway a local battle. But now, facing all sorts of incredibly absurd war machines on the battlefield, what do these traditional mages have to be proud of? It was precisely because of this that General Konstantin found it somewhat incomprehensible. After barely calming down, he shrugged to Andrei and said, honestly, the 2 mages willing to be hired by our family are already quite good. At least they're willing to stay in the Cambrian Empire and contribute, instead of just running away like the others. I can hardly believe it. According to the statistics from Moscow, when the war broke out, over 90% of all mages in the Cambrian Empire left. These guys have no sense of national identity whatsoever. Regarding this issue, could Andrei say that he actually expected it? He had vaguely had such a premonition before, because in his opinion, even if the Cambrian Empire's mage training model was quite traditional and closed, with everyone hoarding knowledge and being secretive, there shouldn't be so few mages, right? He hadn't seen many mages from the Cambrian Empire on the battlefield at all, most of them had vanished as if into thin air. So where did most of these mages who left go? Andrei asked in a deep voice. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Most of those guys ran off to the Black Eagle Empire. A bunch of damned traitors, shameless bastards. General Konstantin cursed, his heavy mechanical arm instantly smashing down on the table in front of him, shattering the tabletop. The Black Eagle Empire doesn't treat mages particularly well, but they made promises and invitations to these mages from the Cambrian Empire. As long as these people were willing to join the Black Eagle Empire, they could freely use the library of the Black Eagle Empire's Mage Academy. Because of this, many mages chose to join the Black Eagle Empire for the sake of knowledge. Besides the Black Eagle Empire, quite a few mages also joined the United States of the Stars across the Great Sea, perhaps because the society there is more free and open. When speaking of the United States of the Stars, General Konstantin's expression was somewhat indescribable. The current United States of the Stars is simply a chaotic mess. They now advocate for things like entertainmentism, vanguardism basically, whatever brings enjoyment is what they pursue. For those mages, the United States of the Stars can provide them with all sorts of enjoyment and pleasure, and also keep them away from war. Plus, since the other side also extended an olive branch to them, these guys naturally ran off. Heh. Andre truly didn't know what to say. Why did he feel that the actions of these mages at this moment seemed vaguely familiar? But then again, it made sense. For these mages, there was indeed no great need for them to fuss over national borders. Although, according to what Andre understood, mages didn't seem to have any spells that could extend their lifespan, perhaps they only lived a little longer than ordinary people, as most of them weren't poor. But compared to nations, these guys identified more with their own lineage, or rather, with which school of thought they belonged to. And for a school of thought, their primary concern was naturally self-preservation, and their secondary concern was to promote their legacy. Since war had broken out in the Cambrian Empire, making it unsuitable for their survival, they naturally had to leave, especially when other countries were willing to offer them generous treatment. This made the Cambrian Empire seem like purgatory by comparison. Alas, let them run if they want to, we can't keep them. Finally, Andre sighed, only able to helplessly lament, these guys' hearts aren't with the Empire. Each of them has status and position, and the Empire can't forcibly conscript them onto the battlefield like those cannon fodder. It's normal for them to run. If we really stop them from leaving, these guys might even cause greater trouble. But then again, what about the mages who stayed behind? After inquiring, Andre learned that most of the mages who stayed behind came from noble families. They were different from other mages, their families couldn't run away, and nobles couldn't just abandon their titles and fiefs and flee with a pile of magic books. Moreover, compared to their identity as mages, most noble mages identified more with their noble status, which led them to become the last group of patriots among the mages. Alright, I generally understand, but old man, what are the requirements for engraving those magic runes? Does it require extremely precise operations, or can it be engraved as long as there's magic power? General Constantin recalled the operations of his two mage consultants and said with some uncertainty, hard to say, but I think the main focus should be on magic power, right? I don't think the magic runes they engrave are that complicated. At least, I believe with a bit more practice, one could easily draw them in a single stroke, like a somewhat complex form of writing. But the main point is, we only have this many mages on hand. Without magic power, even if we use machine tools to engrave that thing, it's useless. That item must be forged using magic power to be effective. Well, hasn't that problem been solved? Andre clapped his hands and excitedly said, haha, old man, you don't have to worry about that. I'll send a batch of skilled mages over to you later. I have a batch of mages who can barely be considered God-favored. They are all fast-tracked individuals, so it's unrealistic to expect them to have deep magical knowledge, but they all possess magic power, and some of them have pretty good practical spells. In fact, the energy cores currently used by Katayusha's Titan Legion are charged by them. They guarantee they can provide abundant magic power resources. General Constantin's expression also grew excited when he heard this. Very good. Since that's the case, I'll leave it to you. Get me a few more mages later, and while you're at it, help me stir up those two consultants. Those two fellows drag their feet all day long and even want days off. It's outrageous. Does he know we are fighting a war? Send a few reliable mages under your command later to compete with them for a few rounds and boost the work enthusiasm of those two lazy bums. Andre nodded, unable to stop himself from mourning for 3 seconds in his heart for the two mages he had never met. Nevertheless, he was very supportive of stirring up competition at a time like this. Normally, he didn't like workers constantly engaging in internal competition, because in the end, it only benefited the capitalists and damaged the workers' own interests. But during wartime, they didn't have the luxury of thinking about the 8-hour workday or welfare benefits. What they needed now was output. In that case, what is the problem with energy core manufacturing? After solving the shortage of mages, Andre suddenly remembered the issue General Constantin had mentioned regarding energy cores, so he quickly asked. The main issue is that our machine tools lack precision, which results in large deviations in the manufactured cores and extremely poor magic conductivity. Who knows why the Black Eagle Empire's machine tools can achieve such high precision? General Constantin couldn't help but complain at the end of his sentence. He seriously suspected that more than 10 years ago, when the Tsar was busy industrializing, he might have bought a batch of counterfeit goods. After all, in his memory, a significant portion of the machine tools currently used by the Cambrian Empire were imported from the Black Eagle Empire. So how could there be such a huge gap between the machine tools of the Black Eagle Empire and the Cambrian Empire? Unless the Black Eagle Empire's industry had suddenly undergone a revolution in recent years, leading to rapid technological advancements in all aspects, then the only conclusion was that they had received fakes. Insufficient machine tool precision? This seemed like a somewhat troublesome issue. Andre felt that he might have previously overestimated the industrial level of the Cambrian Empire. Overall, the Cambrian Empire could certainly be considered an industrial power. After all, they could manufacture titans, various types of mechs and heavy weaponry, and produce so many rifles to arm a massive army. This was definitely not something an agrarian nation could achieve. Although the Cambrian Empire's current industry was quite fragmented, with numerous local nobles maintaining their own separate industries, preventing the formation of a cohesive system, the sheer volume of this industrial complex was still vast. But when it came to the cutting edge, or rather, precision, the Cambrian Empire was likely lacking. Without mentioning anything else, the Cambrian Empire's equipment generally followed a crude, bulky, and heavy style, which was enough to highlight some issues. If they truly had sufficient precision, who would be willing to use these crude, bulky, and heavy contraptions? Just as Andrei was worrying about this matter, a skull suddenly floated out beside him. General Constantin was not surprised to see this floating skull, which wore a peaked cap and had a red mechanical eye fitted in its socket, as he had heard about its existence before. Although he didn't know when his son's aesthetic sense had become so abstract, this thing seemed to have played a good role in the war and appeared to be quite useful equipment. Andrei's servo skull first nodded toward the general, then spoke in a hoarse mechanical voice, "General, regarding the issue of precision processing, I believe we can solve it to a certain extent. The servo skulls produced by the Empire possess extremely high processing precision. We can guarantee that our welding torch will never have any deviation. If you are willing, we can try processing these energy cores." That's right. Only then did Andrei remember that he still had players and servo skulls. He believed that the servo skull's processing precision was absolutely fine. After all, these were high-quality goods produced by the Mechanicum. Although the Mechanicum was superstitious, had all sorts of chaotic and abstract unique skills, and was dogmatic all day long, this did not negate the fact that the Mechanicum possessed strong industrial capabilities. This industrial strength referred not only to their industrial scale but also to their technology, such as their precision machining capabilities. "Andrei, are you sure these skulls can perform mechanical processing? Honestly, I thought his welding torch was used for burning people." General Constantin hesitated and asked Andrei with some uncertainty, feeling that this contraption didn't seem very reliable. "Trust them. These guys truly possess strong processing capabilities and are the best repairmen on the battlefield." Andrei pointed to the skull beside him and said, "Let them try to manufacture it next. If it doesn't work out, we can just switch back to the original workers and continue slow production. In any case, we must find a way to increase the production of this power armor, and at the same time, the output of other equipment must also be further improved. We must bring our industrial strength to bear. Since that was the case, then let these strange skulls join in." General Constantin was now backed into a corner, so he had to treat a dead horse as if it were still alive. Compared to all the other obviously unreliable proposals, the solution provided by his son seemed slightly more dependable. Following this, Andrei assigned a batch of related production tasks to the players under his command, especially the task of engraving various magic runes, which he directly categorized as a long-term mission. Just like repairing trenches or building bunkers, if some unlucky player lost everything down to his underwear and couldn't afford any equipment, they could simply come and be honest laborers. Andrei didn't need too many workers constantly busy with civil engineering or engraving magic runes, because he knew these people were here to play a game, not to work in one. But it didn't matter. The player base was already so large that someone would always be willing to take on these tasks. As long as 10 or 20 Psyker players were willing to accept these tasks, his rune production output would see a massive increase. The same went for the servo skulls. If players didn't need to use their servo skulls on a daily basis, they could send the servo skulls to the factory to idle. Finally, Andrei would calculate merits based on the production results of these skulls in the factory, which would count as extra income for the players. Before leaving the training ground, Andrei specifically asked General Constantin to send him a few sets of this power armor. These were magnetic storm infantry equivalent to collector's edition weaponry. He didn't believe there wouldn't be players willing to spend money to buy these items, or alternatively, he could use them as rewards for certain events to attract players to participate. After a brief rest, Andrei's air force once again mobilized, flying toward Warsaw. For the players, it was a brief rest, as time had already moved into the next day. But for the Black Eagle Empire, the enemy's air force had seemingly transformed into a perpetual motion machine, becoming relentless. In their view, the opposing air force launched another strategic bombing run after just one night. It was clearly non-stop. Refueling the planes and loading them with bombs alone should take a significant amount of time. And what about the pilots? They flew back and forth for so long, surely they needed some rest? When the general staff of the Black Eagle Empire learned that Warsaw had also been bombed, their first reaction was disbelief. When had the war progressed to the point where the Black Eagle Empire had become the target of repeated enemy bombings? In the general staff headquarters of the Black Eagle Empire, the atmosphere of the meeting was silent. The generals present all had ashen faces, yet they were unsure what to say. "Gentlemen, I believe you have all received news from the front line. The enemy has conducted 2 large-scale long-range bombings against us, destroying many of our critical transportation hubs and factories. This is truly terrible. When did the Empire's airspace become so vulnerable that the enemy's air force can act recklessly above our heads?" Facing the questioning of General Franz, the Empire's chief of staff, a group of Air Force generals all lowered their heads. It must be said that the performance of their Air Force this time was truly awful. They had initially thought that after developing a large number of new gadgets, they should easily crush the Cambrian Air Force before them. But they never expected the enemy's Air Force to be so much stronger than they had imagined. While they were still celebrating their bombing of Petrograd and the massive losses they had inflicted on the enemy's vengeance had already arrived over the Empire. These 2 bombings severely affected the Empire's frontline industry and transportation. A large amount of supplies in various warehouses was destroyed, and multiple divisions stationed at the front would consequently have to halt their offensive. His Imperial Majesty was very dissatisfied with this, believing that the report submitted by the Air Force was terrible, and he even specifically summoned Grand Marshal Hermann to reprimand him. Now, their Air Force truly needed to find a way to redeem themselves, or else they would find it difficult to command respect. "General, could it be that the weaponry and equipment we manufacture are not advanced enough? Perhaps we should consider further accelerating R&D speed to produce more advanced equipment." Hearing an Air Force general make this suggestion, General Franz shook his head and said, "That's impossible. The Empire has already allocated enough resources to the Air Force, but the Empire absolutely cannot rely solely on the Air Force to conquer the world. Furthermore, is this the only standard our Air Force soldiers are capable of, that they must possess equipment that completely overwhelms the enemy just to fight? In fact, in my opinion, our equipment is already quite overwhelming. This clearly shows a failing in the willpower of the Empire's Air Force soldiers. The entire meeting ran from start to finish, and the Air Force ultimately received no additional support. They felt that the meeting was practically organized solely to criticize them. And that was essentially the truth. After all, the Junkers, or rather, the traditional faction of army officers within the Black Eagle Empire, had always been dissatisfied with the Air Force cohort. They believed these fellows received too many benefits but failed to demonstrate their proper role in the war. At the same time, they were unwilling to acknowledge the important future prospects of the Air Force in warfare. Ultimately, the contradiction here is merely a struggle for resources between two parties. Everyone desires more resources, but the Empire only has a limited amount, so if one side occupies more resources, it naturally leads to imbalance in the hearts of the other side. Inside the Imperial Palace of the Black Eagle Empire, His Majesty the Emperor did not seem to be focusing his attention on the Air Force at the moment. For him, severely reprimanding Grand Marshal Hermann was enough. Doing anything more would only be counterproductive, and he believed the Imperial Air Force still had strength. They had just encountered some strange anomalies. What he valued more was, Tobias Wilde, my old friend, do you think we should conduct further sacrifices to acquire more knowledge and technology? Standing before the Emperor, a figure completely wrapped in bandages like a mummy, shrouded in a purple-black robe, gently shook his head. Your Majesty, forgive my bluntness, but the Empire has performed enough sacrifices recently. In recent days, the Empire's technology has advanced by leaps and bounds. We haven't even managed to digest the knowledge we previously obtained. Continuing to sacrifice now would be highly unwarranted. Wilde pointed to his bandaged body and said with a hint of sadness, sacrificing to that terrifying existence to gain knowledge is absolutely not the correct choice. The more we sacrifice, the closer they get to the real universe, and this is definitely not a good thing for us. Your Majesty, you should know why my body ended up like this. I do not wish for you or anyone else in the Empire to follow this path. But the Black Eagle Emperor seemed unappreciative. He merely slapped the throne in slight displeasure and said, enough. I do not need you to remind me of this. Do you think I don't know what those terrifying existences mean, or that I am unaware of their threat to us? No, quite the opposite. I understand them well. I know those things are unspeakable monsters, and there is absolutely no possibility of coexistence between us. But the Empire has now entered the most crucial phase. Regardless of anything else, we must first win this war before considering anything else. Our opponents are constantly improving. Their speed of progress is somewhat beyond my imagination, and at the same time, their baseline is much lower than I had imagined. In order to fight monsters like these, we can only transform into monsters ourselves. This is a necessary evil. Hearing the Emperor say this, Wilde nodded. Generally speaking, he still agreed with the Emperor's theory, only a monster can fight a monster. It was precisely because of this that the Empire had boarded the train heading toward the abyss, and he could only hope that after the Empire used this train to crush all its opponents, there would still be a chance to stop it. If the Empire transformed into a monster but failed to recover its former humanity, then the Empire would truly become a monster forever. After Wilde left, the Black Eagle Emperor, who had previously been like an enraged lion, suddenly sat weakly on the throne. Compared to his previous demeanor, he now inexplicably revealed a hint of age and exhaustion, looking merely like a person confused about the future. Hell, the void and that unknown, eerie space. The enemies before us are simply too numerous. This war is not a simple struggle for hegemony, this war is the hope for unification, and also a gamble on the Empire's destiny. It's either winner takes all, or lose everything. Those other fools haven't realized what we are facing. Only my Empire can save this world, and before that, my mission is to sweep away these fools at all costs. The Emperor muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to recover his original confidence. That's right. For victory, we must spare no expense. Only the winner has the right to redeem all these sacrifices. No one knew who the Emperor had secretly conversed with in the palace, but when many Black Eagle generals saw His Majesty the Emperor again, they all sensed something strange. They couldn't articulate why, but they always felt that their Emperor seemed to have changed, as if he had transformed into some kind of non-human existence, giving off an indescribable sense of dissonance. However, they didn't take this strange sixth sense seriously, believing they were simply afraid of the Emperor deep down because the recent battles had not gone well, and they worried about being reprimanded by His Majesty. On Andrei's side, after conducting 2 large-scale bombings, he returned to Folkhov. He had originally wanted to conduct a 3rd large-scale bombing, but after some thought, he felt there were no particularly suitable strategic bombing targets currently available, so he temporarily abandoned the idea. If he wanted to continue bombing deeper into the Black Eagle Empire's other territories and major cities, he would have to pull the front line closer to the Black Eagle Empire, but the timing was clearly not right yet. Furthermore, he was puzzled. He completely failed to understand why the Black Eagle Empire possessed such an abnormal rate of technological advancement. He felt it was necessary to find a chance to urge Moscow again to quickly develop some powerful new weapons to reinforce the front line. Andrei now felt that all the reinforcements on the front line seemed to rely entirely on himself, the system, and the players. The Cambrian Empire was truly unsupportive. Heaven knows what those research guys were busy with. Andrei arrived back at the Folkhov Field Airport by plane. He had just jumped off the aircraft and hadn't even found a place to sit down and catch his breath when Major General Yuri quickly ran over. Commander, welcome back to your loyal front army. Hearing this, Andrei couldn't help but laugh. Haha, the way you say that this is our shared front army. Everyone here is a patriotic soldier fighting only to resist the invaders, not my loyal front army. We are only loyal to ourselves, there's no need to be loyal to anything inexplicable. Immediately afterward, without waiting for Yuri to continue, he pressed, Vladimir, you came looking for me so urgently, you must have something to report? Has there been any major change on the front line? In his impression, Vladimir Yuri was a steady commander. Although he didn't have any wild, imaginative ideas and was rather rigid in battle, he was at least reliably stable. Therefore, since he had rushed directly to the airport to meet him instead of sending the report to his office, something major must have happened. Andrei couldn't help but silently pray, hoping desperately that it wasn't bad news. Commander, here's the situation, we just received the latest news from the front line. Another enemy infantry division from the surrounded Glim army group has surrendered to us intact. Hearing this news, Andrei blinked and a smile immediately appeared on his face. That's excellent. This is great news. That's marvelous. Following this trend, I believe it won't be long before Glim's army group completely collapses. Haha, it'll be just in time to let him reunite with his army group in the POW camp. That counts as him returning to his loyal army group again. Yuri nodded and also laughed, yes, I am also looking forward to that day. However, Commander, speaking of which, the reason this enemy infantry division was willing to surrender to us intact is actually because of one particular person. Particular? How so? Andrei was very curious. Could someone have used a honey trap to lure away the enemy division commander? A brave soldier from your guard's assault team led his squad to fight alone, deeply infiltrating the enemy's positions and occupied areas. The specific situation is a bit complex, but in short, relying solely on his own efforts, he managed to capture an entire enemy division with just his 5-man squad. Holy crap! What happened? Andrei truly couldn't suppress the shock on his face. Good heavens, did he actually have such a formidable person under his command? He didn't even need to think, he could guess that this must be the work of a player. Otherwise, he truly couldn't imagine how insane a soldier would have to be to achieve the feat of capturing an entire enemy division with just one squad. He checked the operational records within the system. After a quick search, he actually found the player who had performed the astonishing feat. What surprised him, however, was that the 5-man squad was not entirely composed of players, only the squad leader was a player, while everyone else was a regular soldier from the front army. Tell me in detail, what exactly happened with this guy? Andrei immediately became interested and quickly pulled Yuri aside, asking, this is truly incredible. I really want to know how he managed that. Could it be that he was suddenly blessed by some special existence and gained mind control abilities? As he spoke, Andrei glanced at Yuri's somewhat precarious hairline. Speaking of which, based purely on the name, Andrei felt. If anyone were to awaken psychic abilities like mind control, it absolutely had to be him, or else the name wouldn't be justified. Not long after crossing over, Andrei met the current Yuri. However, at that time, Andrei was only a captain, and Yuri was a major. Now, Andrei had achieved an unprecedented promotion as if riding a rocket, officially becoming the current army group commander and general, while Yuri had also become a major general. If one disregarded the anomaly that was Andrei, Yuri's promotion speed could also be considered astonishing. Yuri did not know that Andrei was currently imagining the magnificent scene of him turning into a bald man and building a psychic control device. He vividly described the events that had transpired to Andrei, unable to suppress the pride on his face. The reason was simple, the regular soldiers taken by those players to complete this feat were all from his division. Without a doubt, he, the division commander, would surely gain immense prestige because of this incident. About 2 days ago, or rather, when Andrei left here by plane to head to Petrograd, a player chose the zealot profession and then set off. Chapter 333, our officer seems a bit hardcore. Sergeant Mario, with all due respect, if I remember correctly, our mission is only supposed to be entering this area for reconnaissance and marking enemy hiding spots for our artillery, right? If that's the case, shouldn't we be a little more cautious? We seem a bit too blatant right now, don't we? Watching his immediate superior swaggering down the road ahead, one of the Cambrian soldiers couldn't suppress his confusion and quietly reminded him. This Sergeant Mario was a player, to be precise, he was a new player who had only recently joined the game. Before this, after Andrei was promoted to general, he recruited a large number of additional players, and Mario happened to come across this game and join the army, becoming a soldier under Andrei. Of course, just like other players who had just joined the game, he was starting from scratch when he first entered. Although he had unlocked several skins and extra professions through microtransactions, generally speaking, his current merit points were extremely scarce, he couldn't even afford an elite soldier set. He had wanted to make a quick profit on the battlefield earlier, but he hadn't caught the right time because the massive offensive previously launched by Andrei had already ended. By the time he joined, the fiercest attacks had stopped, and most players were busy engaging in small-scale conflicts with the surrounded army groups, while even more players had gone off to bomb the enemy. If he had the means, he would have liked to join the teams bombing enemy cities, after all, who doesn't like being part of an aristocratic branch of service like the Air Force? Unfortunately, he couldn't afford a plane. He couldn't even afford an elite soldier set, let alone a plane. After several small-scale skirmishes on the front line, he felt that fighting like this was meaningless, mainly because the current battles between the two sides were extremely deadlocked. When they charged the enemy positions, they were immediately met with heavy machine gun fire, and occasionally, enemy battle mages would use magic for fire support. Under these circumstances, even with the player's vitality and combat ability, charging forward resulted in heavy casualties. Furthermore, since no one was organizing large-scale offensives, small squads like theirs charging forward were completely ineffective. A random artillery strike or a few sudden spells could wipe them out, resulting in none of the satisfying thrill of a small-scale gunfight. So, the player whose game name was Mario thought it over and immediately signed up to join the reconnaissance soldier unit, planning to take a few NPCs deep behind enemy lines. The greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. Although fighting this way certainly carried higher risks, on one hand, he could avoid the enemy's heavy frontal firepower, and on the other hand, this lone wolf also had some different ideas. Hearing the NPC's dissuasion behind him, Mario simply waved his hand dismissively and said, "Don't worry about those issues. There are many different ways to conduct reconnaissance, not to mention, we are walking on our own territory. If we are walking on the land of the Cambrian Empire, yet we still fear these Black Hawk devils who are about to be completely defeated, that would be too cowardly." Just as the few of them were talking, suddenly, one of the Cambrian soldiers pointed toward the end of the road and shouted, "Officer, quickly take cover. That's an enemy troop truck. They are coming in our direction." The soldier shouted while quickly diving into the dense grass beside the road, and the other Cambrian soldiers did the same. For them, there was no need to engage the enemy at a time like this, they were only here for reconnaissance. Moreover, it would be fine if the truck was only carrying supplies, but if nothing unexpected happened, a covered truck like that should be packed full of enemy soldiers. Conservatively estimated, that single vehicle must contain at least 2 squads of soldiers. For their small group to take on 2 squads of elite Black Hawk soldiers, wasn't that suicide? All the other soldiers hid, preparing to wait for the truck to pass before assessing the situation. In any case, they weren't planning on showing their faces. As long as they could accurately map the enemy movements and hidden locations in the area and bring that map back, they would have accomplished their mission and earned merit. But when Mario saw the truck, an excited smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, the big fish has arrived. For a player, since an enemy target had already appeared right in front of them, how could they possibly not take action? Especially since this truck seemed to have quite a few enemies aboard, which meant that if he could take out this truck, he could instantly accumulate a huge amount of merit points. By then, he would have almost enough merit points for an elite soldier immediately credited to his account. Although his chosen game profession was also reconnaissance soldier, he had no intention of hiding. Instead, he loaded armor-piercing K rounds into his rifle and immediately aimed at the distant truck window. The approaching Black Hawk soldiers hadn't figured out what was going on when they suddenly saw someone standing by the roadside in the distance. At first, these Black Hawk soldiers didn't think much of it. Because this area was still under their occupation, the probability of encountering Cambrian soldiers wasn't very high. They assumed that someone who saw their truck approaching and was still swaggering around without taking cover must be one of their own, otherwise, what kind of Cambrian soldiers would be so arrogant? Unfortunately, they were too inexperienced. At the very least, they had never seen just how arrogant the players in Andrei's army could be. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp gunshot, the driver slumped onto the steering wheel with a loud thud, a large bloody hole in his chest. Although the front of the truck had been reinforced with thin steel plates, which could normally resist some long-range rifle fire. However, these thin steel plates were completely ineffective against the armor-piercing K rounds. With the driver killed, the truck immediately lost control, veered erratically off the road, and then crashed into a large tree beside the road with a bang. The sudden impact left the CO driver and the dozen or so Black Hawk soldiers in the back completely disoriented, dizzy, and utterly confused about what had just happened. Enemy attack! Get out of the truck quickly! The Black Hawk soldier who had been sitting in the passenger seat clutched his bleeding forehead and yelled loudly at his comrades behind him. Staying in the truck now would only make them sitting ducks for an enemy sharpshooter. Especially since the truck seemed to have malfunctioned due to the violent collision, and smoke was already pouring out of the engine compartment. But just as he jumped out of the truck, a precise bullet instantly ended his life. Another Black Hawk soldier jumped out from the back of the truck, only to meet the same fate. The enemy soldier standing several hundred meters away had unbelievably good marksmanship. This guy was taking them out one shot at a time. Whenever a Black Hawk soldier showed his head, he would instantly take them down with a single bullet. Under these circumstances, the remaining Black Hawk soldiers dared not jump out of the truck. Although they didn't know if their truck would explode, they felt that their lives were more important than the possibility of the truck blowing up. "Officer, your marksmanship is divine. That was truly incredible." The Cambrian soldiers who had been hiding quickly crawled out of the grass, aiming their rifles and submachine guns at the distance. The soldier who had initially been slightly dissatisfied with his officer instantly became Mario's devoted fan. Precisely because he was an experienced soldier, he knew how formidable a shooter the ruthless person in front of him was, being able to simply raise a rifle and drop an opponent with a single shot from a distance of 400 or 500 meters. Frankly speaking, a precise shooter like this would be a treasure in any unit, an existence that ordinary soldiers could only look up to. "Don't just stand there. Follow me and keep moving forward. Let's capture all the soldiers in that truck and then just drive the truck back ourselves." He, if I remember correctly, capturing enemies grants more merit points than simply killing them, right? Mario curved his lips into a smirk. He already viewed the remaining Black Hawk soldiers behind the truck as his prey. If these guys insisted on fighting desperately, he would use his precise marksmanship to eliminate them all, but judging by how timid they looked, he felt his chances of capturing them alive were very high. Mario provided cover with his rifle while the other soldiers walked over and shouted at the distant Black Hawk soldiers, telling them to surrender immediately. In recent days, many players who had unlocked the language pack would teach the NPCs simple Black Hawk language in their spare time. Because NPCs successfully learning the enemy's language could earn them a small amount of merit points, and it was quite entertaining to watch the NPCs struggle to learn the foreign language. As many players taught, they couldn't help but recall their youthful years studying in school. Thanks to the players' unremitting efforts, most of the soldiers under Andre had mastered a few short phrases in the Black Hawk language such as surrender, yes, or no. There was no helping it, these ordinary Cambrian soldiers were not language masters. They had never received any education in this area before. Being able to master a few short phrases in such a short time was already quite good, especially since the players often taught in a very abstract way, always coming up with strange and unconventional methods. Honestly, it was only because these players were taking advantage of the fact that most Cambrian soldiers had low levels of education and had barely attended formal classes that they were able to let loose like this. Otherwise, if they tried to teach university students who had received proper schooling, they would have been reported long ago. Under Mario's suppression fire, several Cambrian soldiers flanked the truck and shouted at the Black Hawk soldiers inside. Drop your weapons. Surrender or die. Hearing this, one Black Hawk soldier looked furious and tried to rush out with his submachine gun to spray the Cambrian soldiers on the flank, but just as he made a move, a sudden bullet instantly pierced his skull. The terrifying marksmanship and the cold corpse on the ground reminded the Black Hawk soldiers in front of them once again. They were still being watched by the sharpshooter in the distance, so don't try anything funny. If you don't comply, showing your head means death. As the first Black Hawk soldier trembled and threw his rifle aside, the other Black Hawk soldiers followed suit, discarding all their weapons. Immediately afterward, these Black Hawk soldiers waved a white flag, raised their hands high, and nervously walked out from behind the truck. Watching the rushing Cambrian soldiers roughly tie them up with hemp ropes, their wrists aching from the crude movements, the captured Black Hawk soldiers couldn't help but wince. Despite this, they didn't feel much dissatisfaction about being captured, instead, they felt a sense of relief. Oh, damn it, this cursed war is finally going to end. One bound Black Hawk soldier actually muttered, his face full of relief. This was because, in the past few days, they had reached the point of running out of ammunition and food, or rather, just running out of food. They still had plenty of bullets, but because their army group had prepared hastily during the breakout, they hadn't managed to move much food from the warehouses, and each soldier had only carried enough rations for a few days. When their breakout failed and they wanted to retreat to their original base, they found that it had already been occupied by Andre's Titan Legion, leaving all of them trapped in this area. Now, a few days later, their food was almost entirely gone. Even if they wanted to hunt, there wasn't much game nearby, let alone enough hunting to supply 1 or 2 divisions to sustain combat operations. This wasn't some anti-Japanese war drama where mountain game respawned like monsters in a game, and the various wild animals in the mountains were like warped demons that could never be eliminated. Therefore, these Black Hawk soldiers had begun suffering drastic reductions in their rations starting the day before yesterday. Eating only 1 meal a day wouldn't starve them to death, but it certainly left them famished, their bellies pressed against their backs, and they no longer had much desire to continue fighting. Compared to that, entering a prisoner of war camp didn't seem so unacceptable. After successfully capturing this group of men, Sergeant Mario suddenly pulled out a large wrench from his backpack and began diligently repairing the front of the truck, all under the curious gaze of the other Cambrian soldiers. They didn't know how this formidable man managed it, they only felt a blur before their eyes, and the previously smoking engine returned to normal. Although the front of the truck still had dents from the collision, the vehicle seemed usable again. Just like that, Sergeant Mario and his reconnaissance soldier squad returned shortly after setting out. When they departed, they only had 5 infantry. Upon their return, they had not only acquired a military map and much intelligence from the enemy but had also captured a truck and over a dozen bewildered enemy soldiers. The reconnaissance soldier squad had only been out for a short time and had already achieved such an astonishing feat on enemy territory. Undoubtedly, this greatly boosted Major General Yuri's prestige. The division commander personally met with these few soldiers, praised them profusely, and specifically awarded Mario a Medal of Valor. At the same time, Mario successfully earned a large amount of merit. Just as Mario's subordinates were preparing to sit down and rest after returning to the camp, he mysteriously called the soldiers over. Gentlemen, opportunity knocks but once. We have successfully gathered various intelligence on the Black Hawk army and know they are currently vulnerable. Our main forces have temporarily halted their offensive, and a large portion of the air force has been relocated. This is precisely our chance to earn merit. If you are interested, we can continue to execute a new reconnaissance mission. When we return, I believe we can achieve even greater results behind enemy lines, and we will all be war heroes. Hearing Mario say this, the other few Cambrian soldiers hesitated. They knew their own capabilities. Compared to a ruthless character like Mario, they were just a bunch of ordinary novices. But Mario immediately launched into his master art of persuasion, painting a grand picture for them, telling them that if they performed well on the battlefield, they might even be granted noble titles and their own fiefdoms. These words instantly stunned the few inexperienced civilian soldiers. The thought of becoming noble lords after the war, marrying beautiful noble ladies, and then keeping mistresses outside made them drool uncontrollably. Let's do it. Let's gamble. Anyway, as ordinary soldiers, even if they didn't take risks now, they might still die in the brutal fighting later. Since that was the case, why not take a massive gamble? Thus, Mario's squad immediately applied for a new reconnaissance mission and set off under the cover of darkness. Sir, there is an enemy-occupied town ahead. What should we do here? You're not planning to charge into this town and launch an attack, are you? Seeing Mario's eager look, the few Cambrian soldiers who had previously been excited now felt deep regret. Brother, you are my actual brother. We shouldn't play like this. They had only been thinking about earning merit alongside their formidable commanding officer, but they had forgotten one thing. This guy never played by the rules. The enemy-occupied village before them was estimated to house at least a battalion of troops. There were over a dozen armored vehicles parked just outside the village, and even 2 pacifier mechs positioned on the side. If nothing else, this should be an armored reconnaissance battalion of the Black Hawk Army, certainly not something 5 men could challenge. However, when Mario looked at the town before him, he couldn't help but chuckle. Relax, everyone, relax. You need to understand one thing, Black Hawk soldiers are nothing special. These guys have already been scared witless by us during the war. What kind of trouble can they cause now? You stay on the perimeter to maintain vigilance and prepare to support me. Watch me handle the rest. As Mario spoke, he slipped silently forward at an extremely fast pace, vaulting over the outer wall in the blink of an eye and sneaking inside under the cover of night. Looking at the mech beside him, a hint of envy appeared on his face. If given the choice, he would definitely operate a mech immediately. Unfortunately, he had no other players to cooperate with, and operating a mech of the Black Eagle Empire required at least 2 players. As for bringing a Cambrian soldier along to rush in and act as a mech pilot? Please, while this thing had a foolproof operating mode for players, it was certainly not a war machine that could be mastered in 3 minutes. Relying on a group of Cambrian soldiers with no foundation to skillfully pilot such a steel monster immediately upon getting inside was severely overestimating the quality of the Cambrian soldiers. However, he thought for a moment and immediately came up with a brand new strategy. He quickly switched his previous reconnaissance soldier class to Zealot, and then, with a rifle in one hand and a military knife in the other, he swiftly rushed toward 2 patrolling Black Hawk soldiers. It seemed the Black Hawk army stationed in this village must have been very exhausted, to the extent that they hadn't deployed many troops for patrol, nor had they even set up many hidden sentries. As a result, Mario easily knocked out the 2 Black Hawk soldiers with 2 quick blows. Tying the 2 Black Hawk soldiers behind a small house, Mario casually grabbed a bucket of water nearby and splashed it onto their faces with a loud splash. The shock of the cold water quickly woke up the 2 stunned Black Hawk soldiers. When they saw the burly man before them bald, tattooed, draped in scriptures, and with an incense burner hanging from his waist, their pupils contracted, and they subconsciously wanted to scream. Oh my god, this is terrifying. Where did this religious lunatic come from? It was rumored that the Cambrian Empire had a bunch of chaotic cultists who worshipped various strange gods. Was this one of them? Why did this guy capture them? He wasn't going to sacrifice them to an evil god, was he? Thinking this, the 2 Black Hawk soldiers grew even more terrified, their mouths already hanging open. But before they could scream, Mario's military knife and the muzzle of his rifle were pressed against the foreheads of the 2 Black Hawk soldiers, respectively. If you don't want to die, don't make a sound. Think about which is more important, your post or your life. Hearing this, the 2 Black Hawk soldiers immediately clamped their mouths shut, their eyes filled with dread, afraid that this man who looked like a religious fanatic would attack them. Listen up, you foolish groundhogs. Now, take me immediately to your command post. I want to see the highest ranking officer of your unit, like the battalion commander. As long as you take me there, your task is complete. If you 2 refuse, I will kill you and find other sentries to take me. Faced with this demand, the 2 Black Hawk soldiers, who had been wondering what kind of perverse conditions this guy would impose, were suddenly stunned. What is going on? Is this guy crazy? They didn't think this guy intended to sneak attack their battalion command post, because they fully believed 2 people couldn't possibly achieve that. Even though their unit had suffered significant losses in the previous fighting, they still had over 400 soldiers stationed in this village, and the command post alone was guarded by more than 50 elite soldiers. He couldn't silently eliminate 50 soldiers in an instant. As soon as gunfire erupted, the over 400 soldiers in the village would swarm over and easily tear him to shreds. So what exactly was this guy trying to do? Was he looking for death? Although they didn't understand the situation, under the threat of the gun muzzle, the 2 Black Hawk soldiers still followed Mario's instructions. They even took a detour, guiding Mario past the locations of other patrols, before entering the village chief's house and arriving in the banquet hall of the large residence. While called the village chief, this person was actually the great landlord of the village, as most of the land belonged to him. Even though serfs had been liberated, tenant farmers still existed, and nearly everyone in the village was a tenant of this village chief. Therefore, his large residence stood out starkly against the seemingly poor village. Although it was late, the officers of this armored reconnaissance battalion were not resting. They were still gathered around a map, discussing intensely. Their battalion commander, Major Khaled, pointed to a red area on the map and announced loudly, "Gentlemen, we don't have much time left. The situation is extremely urgent. The enemy's deployment in these areas is strange. According to our previous reconnaissance results, they seem not to have stationed too many forces in each zone, but once fighting breaks out, a large number of soldiers will immediately reinforce the location with astonishing speed. Therefore, we absolutely cannot charge forward according to the initial plan. That will only turn us into live targets for the enemy and make our unit a sacrifice for the main force." But no sooner had he finished speaking than Deputy Battalion Commander Garrison, who had long been at odds with him, slammed his hand on the table and angrily rebuked, battalion commander, what do you mean by that? Are you preparing to defy the orders issued by the general? If we can ensure the main force successfully breaks out of this desperate situation, then it is glorious even if we all sacrifice ourselves here. Your thinking is clearly that of a coward. However, the deputy battalion commander's words did not seem to win the support of the other officers. Most officers currently favored the battalion commander's strategy, which was to act calmly and avoid rushing forward recklessly. If it were merely about shouting slogans, they naturally wouldn't care, they guaranteed their slogans would be shouted quite loudly. But when it came down to such a critical moment, they felt that preserving themselves was better than sacrificing themselves for the sake of others. Most of these people were not officers from aristocratic backgrounds, and they were not keen on the idea of some junker nobles sacrificing commoner officers to cover the retreat of their aristocratic units. Especially since, in the eyes of many, the reason this battle had gone so poorly was due to the poor decision-making of General Graham, who was now a prisoner of the enemy. If General Graham hadn't lost his mind at the start, failed to hold the defense line, botched the breakout, and had his plan for a tactical base trade fall through, they wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable situation. Just as they started arguing over this, and some officers even wanted to resort to physical violence, suddenly, a soldier outside their door shouted loudly, "Stop, don't move, hands up." Damn it! Cambrian soldiers infiltrated. What were the sentries outside doing? Facing over a dozen submachine guns pointed at him, Mario calmly pushed the two Black Hawk soldiers who had escorted him in front of him, his expression completely unfazed. Since he was a player, he could resurrect after dying, so why should he panic? In contrast, the two Black Hawk soldiers looked a bit panicked. Because if these guard soldiers really raised their submachine guns and opened fire, the two of them absolutely wouldn't escape. At such a close distance, if they could survive a spray of a dozen submachine guns, they would have long become living saints. They had heard that the wretched Cambrian Empire even had a process for canonization. Wait, even a living saint would be brutally killed by a submachine gun if they lacked protection. Looking at the surrounding Black Hawk soldiers, Mario curled his lips into a cold smile and said with great presence, come on, shoot if you dare. Let's see if you have the guts to shoot me. Don't say I didn't warn you, our Titan Legion is only a dozen kilometers away from you right now. If a full-scale battle breaks out, our Titans can flatten this village in less than half an hour. At that time, guess what? If you have just killed one of our reconnaissance soldiers, will we still accept your surrender? Wow, such guts. A Black Hawk soldier's veins bulged on his forehead. Facing the extremely arrogant Cambrian soldier in front of him, who spoke fluent Black Hawk language, he felt severely mocked. But just as Mario said, even though he was being mocked, he didn't dare to actually shoot. Who knew if the Titan Legion this guy mentioned was really just 10 kilometers away? But undoubtedly, if he shot and killed this reconnaissance soldier, even if the Cambrian Empire was willing to accept prisoners later, he would probably be singled out and executed. Not only did he think this way, but all the other Black Hawk soldiers thought the same, so the situation immediately came to a standstill. More and more Black Hawk soldiers gathered, having heard the commotion coming from the command post. Looking around, the entire mansion was surrounded by at least 200 Black Hawk soldiers, completely sealed off. Just as the situation grew increasingly critical, Major Harold, the commander of this armored reconnaissance battalion, walked out, accompanied by the group of officers who had been busy discussing issues with him earlier. Looking at the Cambrian soldier who had penetrated deep into his command post alone, Major Harold showed a hint of surprise and admiration on his face. Well, brave Cambrian soldier, I admire you. I didn't expect you to dare to infiltrate alone and even threaten my subordinates. I don't understand, why exactly have you come here? Is it to seek death? As soon as Major Harold finished speaking, Mario casually pushed the two Black Hawk soldiers he had been holding aside and strode up to the Major, stopping only when he was within a meter of him. He stared directly into the eyes of the Black Eagle Empire Major, his face radiating intense confidence, which Major Harold found almost insane. You are wrong. On the contrary, the reason I came here is to bring you a way out. Major, you now have two choices, either surrender to us and live out your days honestly in a prisoner of war camp, which will at least ensure your safety, or kill me and wait to be flattened by our Titan Legion. You may not believe my words, but our Titan Legion will arrive here in half an hour. At that time, facts will naturally prove that what I say is true. So, what is your choice? The more Mario spoke, the stronger his presence became. In contrast, Major Harold involuntarily took 2 steps back. Mario quickly stepped forward and grabbed Major Harold by the collar, staring intently at the completely flustered Major, spitting saliva. You only have 2 choices now, submission, surrender or death. It is time to decide the fate of these hundreds of soldiers around you. Major Harold froze in place, dumbfounded, held in the player's grasp. At this moment, violent waves churned in his heart. Was this still a Cambrian soldier? Since when had the attitude of the Cambrian soldiers toward them become so brazen? Even when surrounded by hundreds of people, this guy didn't even gasp for air. Someone unaware of the situation might think he was the one leading hundreds of people to surround them. Before Major Harold could say anything, Garrison, the deputy battalion commander who had always been at odds with him, stepped forward, puffed out his chest, pointed at Mario, and said, "Shut up, you maniac. Do you think you can force us to submit with such despicable tricks? No, you are wrong. We are all the most loyal warriors of the Empire, we." Garrison seemed about to say more, but Mario didn't hesitate, raised his gun, and shot him dead. With a thud, Garrison's body fell to the ground, his head having a large hole blown out by the close-range pistol shot. Until now, he couldn't believe that this lunatic dared to draw his gun and forcibly kill him in front of hundreds of Black Hawk soldiers. Seeing that this guy had killed the deputy battalion commander in front of everyone present, a group of Black Hawk soldiers became enraged. Just as they were about to shoot, Mario shouted again, "Titan Legion. Don't forget that I have a Titan Legion behind me. Those who aren't afraid of death, shoot all you want. Let's see if our Titans will flatten all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, another Black Hawk soldier stepped forward. "Stop damn using Titans to threaten me, I." Bang. The player didn't hesitate, fired another shot, and instantly killed the Black Hawk soldier who had spoken up. The hands of the other Black Hawk soldiers trembled. Intense humiliation made them want to shoot, but their rationality desperately stopped them, fearing they would pull the trigger. "Major, what is your choice? Either shoot me dead and be flattened by the Titan Legion, or surrender to us. Of course, you can also take a gamble and see if your army can rely on this crude village to resist our Titan Legion." Major Harold's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had never faced such a difficult decision. If it were just him, or if he only had a few soldiers nearby, he would definitely choose to surrender without hesitation. Wasn't it better to live honestly? Why insist on being crushed into dust by the Titan Legion? The problem was that the number of Black Hawk soldiers present was simply too large. If he led so many soldiers and ended up surrendering to just one swaggering Cambrians, not only would he lose all face, but the entire Black Hawk army would lose face too. If this happened, he felt he could forget about ever returning to the Black Eagle Empire. Otherwise, he would definitely be a disgrace to the Black Hawk army, the kind of person who would be immediately executed upon capture. But after mumbling for a moment, he finally lowered his head and whispered, I am willing to surrender. I will have my soldiers put down their weapons." Immediately afterward, he turned around, waved his hand at the guard soldiers behind him, and said, "Never mind, everyone, put down your weapons. We cannot possibly resist an enemy Titan Legion. Although this is humiliating, remember that we are not surrendering to one Cambrian soldier, we are surrendering to a Titan Legion of the Cambrian Empire. This is force majeure." Since the commanding officer had already said so, what more could they say? The other Black Hawk soldiers sighed in relief, then threw their weapons aside one after another, choosing to surrender. The battle had reached this point. Aside from a few brain-dead fanatics extremely devoted to the Emperor, everyone else was done fighting. Although they disliked surrendering, they were even less willing to be crushed into dust by the enemy's Titan Legion. Especially since they had just experienced betrayal, learning that those aristocratic officers intended to abandon them and use them as cannon fodder to cover the main force's breakout, which chilled them to the bone. The few other Cambrian soldiers hid outside the village, carefully listening to the commotion inside. They looked at the brightly lit manor in the village, saw large numbers of Black Hawk soldiers rushing toward that direction, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Poor officer, he's probably met his end in there. Just as these Cambrian soldiers were discussing whether to wait for their officer or simply evacuate the area and return immediately, suddenly, they saw a Black Eagle Empire convoy driving out of the village. A convoy driving out was nothing unusual, but what astonished them was that the vehicles in this Black Eagle Empire convoy were all flying white flags. Those who couldn't find a proper white flag had simply hung white bedsheets on top to serve as banners. And leading the convoy was none other than their bold officer, whom they had assumed was already dead. They saw their officer riding a tall horse, looking straight ahead, advancing side by side with another Black Hawk officer. The two even looked like they were chatting and laughing. Of course, to them, the Black Hawk officer looked utterly fawning, seemingly constantly showering their own officer with compliments and smiles. Chapter 334 It's dark outside, with gunshots everywhere. Ha ha ha, brothers, come and see, what have we brought back this time? See? This time, we directly captured an enemy armored reconnaissance battalion, a whole battalion. When Mario returned to the camp with his 4 other NPC brothers, the 4 local Cambrian soldiers couldn't help but cheer to those around them. More and more Cambrian soldiers witnessed this astonishing spectacle. A group of 5 people had actually captured an enemy armored reconnaissance battalion. Although this armored reconnaissance battalion had suffered severe losses in terms of overall numbers, with combat casualties approaching nearly half, it was still, by all accounts, a genuine armored force. An elite Black Hawk army unit like this could easily outmaneuver an ordinary Cambrian infantry brigade in other forces. Even in Andre's unit, without a large number of players rushing in to fill the lines, an ordinary battalion would find it very difficult to take them down. As a result, this unit was actually captured by 5 ordinary soldiers, which truly caused all the surrounding Cambrian soldiers to erupt in excitement. Holy crap, awesome! Amazing, absolutely amazing! Hearing the shouts around him, Mario's expression was slightly odd. According to his understanding, this world should have a very high degree of realism, and it was clear that such crude and easily understood adjectives were not native to the Cambrian Empire. Although the Cambrian Empire had other words that could substitute for them, such vivid and descriptive terms could only come from the mouths of players. He never expected that the 4th calamity of this era could not only bring heavy blows to NPCs in the game but also have a profound cultural impact on them. For example, these Cambrian soldiers, unknowingly, had already been corrupted by other players and were no longer pure NPCs. Compared to the other Cambrian soldiers who were still excitedly cheering, Major Harold looked around, his face growing increasingly grim. As far as he could see, although there were indeed quite a few Cambrian soldiers here, he didn't see any Titan Legion activity, or even any armored units. After looking around, he discovered that the largest armored unit in the area was actually the armored reconnaissance battalion he had brought to surrender. It was his convoy of armored vehicles. Mr. Mario, where is the Titan Legion you mentioned earlier? Why haven't I seen the Titan Legion you spoke of? Hearing Major Harold's angry words, the other ordinary Cambrian soldiers, unable to understand the Black Hawk language, all cautiously raised their guns. But Mario, who had already loaded the language pack, naturally understood, so he just waved his hand, signaling his teammates to calm down, then smiled and whispered to Major Harold, I didn't completely lie to you. The Titan Legion is indeed behind us. However, I estimate that the Winter's Fury Titan Legion won't arrive here for at least 2 days. As for the other Titan Legion, pieced together by players using Gargants and named the Great Wadaik, Mario stated that he couldn't say for sure. Even he couldn't predict where players would end up. The fourth Calamity was inherently a chaotic group of people, who knew where this legion would suddenly appear. Major Harold's vision went dark, and he suddenly felt an urge to vomit blood. He had been somewhat suspicious before, if the enemy truly had a Titan Legion, why were there so few reconnaissance soldiers dispatched? However, he didn't think too much about it, or rather, he wasn't willing to gamble with the risk. In his opinion, he and these reconnaissance soldiers were both the vanguards of their respective legions. If the enemy wanted to eliminate the division behind him, using a Titan Legion for a swift sweep was very normal. He was unwilling to become cannon fodder for his entire division, especially since those inhuman fellows had almost openly decided to abandon his unit. Now, he suddenly realized that he had been completely intimidated by these Cambrian soldiers. These guys were clearly bluffing him with the so-called Titan Legion. In fact, although the forces behind them were not few, if it came to a head-on confrontation, their unit would absolutely not be a match for his entire mechanized infantry division behind him. Seeing Colonel Harold's incredibly frustrated expression, Mario put an arm around his shoulder and said with a smile, all right, don't look so gloomy, smile more. Trust me, maybe in another year or two, you'll realize how correct your act of surrender was. Besides, you've already surrendered, what else can you do? Are you planning to resist now? Major Harold rolled his eyes. Although he felt incredibly frustrated, he wasn't so brain-dead as to think of resisting after already surrendering and handing over his weapons. Even if he wanted to resist, he should have done so halfway, not after reaching the enemy's main camp, surrounded by hundreds of Cambrian soldiers with firearms, and then thinking of resisting. Moreover, he didn't have much fuel left. The fuel for his armored vehicles had already been depleted on the road. Even if he wanted to drive his armored vehicles and forcefully break through this crowd, his vehicles would probably break down after another dozen kilometers. After all, without fuel, these things just won't move. Speaking of which, the Black Eagle Empire was currently having a headache over how to transport fuel to the front lines. Their war machine was invincible, but it was constantly plagued by fuel issues. The road conditions in this dilapidated Cambrian Empire were too terrible, making transportation very inconvenient. Coupled with the Cambrian Empire's peculiar railway layout, this also brought considerable transportation difficulties. Because the Cambrian Empire's railway layout was not a more convenient network, but rather radial, this meant that to transport fuel, they first had to go to several larger transportation hubs before they could transfer it in other directions. This meant their trains had to take a very long zigzag route, which would not only greatly consume time but also make them very susceptible to attacks along the way. Many main lines were even in a state of disuse. Because if they wanted to transport things to places via these main lines, they first had to go to Moscow. But the problem was, if they had already captured Moscow, then they wouldn't need to consider how to transport supplies to these places, because these places would have already surrendered by then. Seeing Mario's smug look, Major Harold was originally going to keep quiet, but he still couldn't hold back his anger and couldn't help but ask, what did you mean by what you just said? What do you mean that in another year or two, I'll realize that my surrender was correct? Do you think the Cambrian Empire can turn the tide in a year or two? Don't be ridiculous. You have no idea how powerful the Black Eagle Empire is now. The seemingly powerful empire behind you has long since decayed. This crumbling giant only needs a gentle push from us, and it will automatically shatter into a pile of dust. Mario scoffed, then stopped bothering with Major Harold. He didn't have much interest in arguing with NPCs in the game. After all, in his opinion, whatever these NPCs said was already programmed, and arguing was useless. The setting for these NPCs was to be deeply convinced of the Black Eagle Empire's strength and believe that they would surely achieve victory. So what did he have to say? Was he going to debate in the game why NPCs would be defeated by players? The other Cambrian soldiers, seeing their boss leave, also had no interest in talking to this Black Hawk officer. In fact, they didn't understand what the two had been mumbling about earlier. Only one day later, the 5-person squad was once again received by their division commander. Major General Yuri excitedly looked at the 5 individuals, promoting all of them by 1 rank and awarding them an additional medal. It must be said that this 5-person squad had brought him too much surprise, even making him a little teary-eyed. If he felt jealous of Andrei's rapid promotion speed, that was impossible, because he knew how Andrei's military rank had been elevated and the contributions Andrei had made to the Cambrian Empire. So many victories on the front line were all commanded by Andrei. He had now become a front army commander, backed by powerful great nobles. With all these achievements and halo bonuses, it would be strange if his military rank didn't rise. In fact, in Major General Yuri's view, if it weren't for Andrei's youth and extremely fast promotion speed, he probably should have been promoted to general a month ago. Even he himself had benefited from Andrei's light, which was why he was able to be promoted so quickly. If he hadn't seen that brave and resourceful noble officer who dared to risk so much by leading his small squad in a breakthrough, and had been so moved that he instinctively chose to go with them. He probably wouldn't even be a major general now, he might not even have survived. But while he didn't envy Andrei, it was absolutely impossible for him not to be envious of Andrei's promotion speed. Major General Yuri still wanted to find an opportunity to get himself promoted to Lieutenant General, making himself a corps commander directly. Although being a division commander was pretty good, if he could become a corps commander, wouldn't he be able to contribute better to Vorontsov and His Majesty? As for this 5-person squad, Major General Yuri said he liked them very much. If he could have a few more such squads, he would be overjoyed, wanting as many as possible. With such glorious deeds, once they spread, his infantry division would become famous. And based on his past understanding in the army, he knew that in the Cambrian Empire, a general's talent was one aspect, and popularity was another. As long as one had enough popularity and enough people to praise them, even if they were actually just a pig, they would still receive various promotions and honors until their hands were soft. After some discussion, because Sergeant Mario's performance was too outstanding, he received a 3-level promotion, instantly going from his previous rank of corporal to 2nd lieutenant. Even the other members of his squad were all promoted by 1 military rank. After the promotions, Yuri immediately gave Mario an order, telling him to freely select elite soldiers from his unit to form a special reconnaissance platoon, and go continue reconnaissance and infiltration of the enemy. Such a valuable talent, if thrown onto the battlefield to fill the lines, would definitely be a huge loss. Such a flexible-minded and exceptionally bold fellow should be pulled to execute special missions, such as armed reconnaissance. According to Major General Yuri's understanding, this type of soldier precisely needed enough room for free play, as long as he was given a stage, he could fully showcase his abilities, because he had seen too many similar people in Andrei's ranks. After receiving this authority, Mario didn't hesitate and immediately gathered a team for himself. Although the number of players active on his side wasn't large, he couldn't be bothered to recruit them. Compared to players, he felt that these NPC soldiers were more obedient and willing to endure hardship, all ready to follow his command. That was the most important thing. It was precisely because of this that he preferred fighting as a lone wolf, or simply commanding these NPCs in battle. Alright, everyone, I believe you know why you were chosen for this team, right? After gathering the NPCs under his command, Mario, who had just been promoted to platoon leader, clapped his hands and excitedly told the crowd, you guessed it right. Our next mission is to continue infiltrating, going deep behind enemy lines, and then pulling off another big job. This mission is very dangerous, and you could die at any moment. So, if you don't want to participate, you are free to withdraw now. But once we set off, withdrawing won't be an option. Although Mario said this, the other soldiers showed no intention of backing down after hearing his words. For them, they naturally knew how 2nd Lieutenant Mario had achieved his previous military success. Frankly speaking, 2nd Lieutenant Mario was a daredevil. But he genuinely achieved results. It was precisely because of this that they were willing to join this team. They also wanted to achieve a glorious victory. Seeing that every single NPC expressed their willingness to fight to the end, Mario nodded in satisfaction. He didn't actually think any of these NPCs would quit, as that didn't fit the NPC setting. The reason he felt satisfied was that he had thoroughly enjoyed the thrill of being an officer and thought his speech just now was quite impressive. Following this, he spread out a military map that had just been issued and pointed towards a small town on it. Gentlemen, this is where we need to fight next. According to analysis from the rear, this town is highly likely to be the location of the command post for a key enemy force. Our mission is to raid this location, and if possible, wipe out all the enemy forces here in one go. Regardless of whether they are a command post or something else, as long as they are hiding here, we must launch a surprise attack and drive them out. The moment Mario finished speaking, a soldier immediately asked, but Commander, how many people are actually in this town? I don't know. If we knew everything, would we still need to conduct reconnaissance? Mario shrugged. He hadn't received specific mission details popping up on his end, so who knew exactly how many enemies were in the town? But it doesn't matter. If there are enough enemies gathered here, then we can just call for artillery support from the rear. The cannons behind us aren't just for show. If there are truly that many people gathered here, they will definitely open fire on this area. Mario hadn't forgotten that the reconnaissance order he initially received was actually to find enemy gathering places for the rear artillery. Unfortunately, because his own combat results had been too divine, he hadn't worried about the artillery behind him. But at this critical juncture, he felt that the artillery brothers in the rear were still very important. If necessary, he absolutely wouldn't mind sending a meritorious service record their way. Their platoon departed quickly. All Cambrian soldiers changed into enemy uniforms and took a badge of Black Eagle Empire weapons with them. At other times, it would have been difficult for them to find a suitable batch of clean Black Eagle uniforms, because most of the Black Eagle uniforms Andrei's side had acquired were stripped from the dead. But they had just captured an enemy armored reconnaissance battalion, so they had plenty of uniforms, even dog tags. Therefore, these ordinary Cambrian soldiers didn't need to worry about their disguise. They all changed into a full set of Black Eagle uniforms and drove the enemy's armored vehicles. Of course, because the number of drivers Mario found was limited, they could only drive away 2 of the enemy's armored vehicles in total. Otherwise, he really would have liked to drive the entire convoy out. Mario himself also changed into a Black Eagle skin. Besides serving as the leader, he had another very important task, dealing with the Black Hawk soldiers along the way. This time, he still chose to launch the raid when the sky was relatively dark, only allowing his troops to move out in the evening. Under the cover of night, even if there were slight differences in demeanor and habits between the Cambrian soldiers and the Black Hawk soldiers around him, it would still be difficult for the enemy to notice them in the end. Furthermore, nighttime was when it was easier to cause chaos. If attacked during the day, the enemy might react quickly, but enemies attacked at night found it hard to remain calm. Stop right there, who are you? We are an outsourced reconnaissance squad, returning to report our findings. Hearing the fluent Black Hawk language, seeing that the uniforms they wore seemed to fit well, and noting that even the armored vehicle had no flaws, the few sentries simply checked Mario's ID tag and let them pass. Having passed through without incident, the other Cambrian soldiers couldn't help but take a deep breath, finding it incredibly stimulating. To be honest, when those few sentries asked to see their ID tags, they had already reached for their submachine guns. But they never expected that Commander Mario seemed to know this identity well and was able to answer the other party fluently during the interrogation. This was actually not difficult. As long as the accent was correct, many of the things the other party asked could be easily bluffed through. Especially since the Black Hawk soldiers of this period rarely encountered infiltration warfare, they were extremely lacking in experience in this area. For example, when these sentries questioned Mario, they didn't even think about embedding traps or trick questions in their inquiries. Sometimes, just one unintentional slip-up would be enough for them to instantly realize something was wrong with the enemy. After crossing 3 checkpoints in a row, Mario and his men encountered no resistance. All the Black Hawk sentries were easily fooled by Mario. Because these sentries had been on duty all day and were exhausted, when they saw Mario answering fluently, cursing the Tsar and his superiors naturally, and showing no sign of nervousness, they genuinely believed this guy was one of their own and didn't give it a second thought. Of course, this might also be because they hadn't had time to organize any sort of contact passwords or codes during the recent chaotic fighting. Otherwise, if they had used a code, they would have immediately realized the other party was suspicious. When they reached the edge of the town, one of the 2 armored vehicles Mario brought suddenly revealed a special device, and a dedicated communications soldier immediately began monitoring. This device was specifically used to sense where the enemy was sending telegrams from. Although the accuracy wasn't high, it was sufficient for roughly pinpointing an area. After several rounds of adjustment, they quickly confirmed. Inside the central church of the town, there was definitely a Black Hawk Army command post of considerable size. Otherwise, the enemy could not possibly be generating such dense telegraph traffic. Commander, what should we do? Should we charge straight in? A Cambrian soldier asked excitedly, only to receive a glare from Mario. Idiot, what are you dreaming about? You want to charge in before you even figure out the enemy's numbers. A few of you, form a Black Hawk patrol squad with me. Let's go in and take a stroll first, see exactly how many enemies are hiding in this town, and then cut their telephone lines. Just by walking around, could they really figure out how many enemies were hiding? A Cambrian soldier scratched his head, not quite understanding Mario's maneuver. The main issue was that it was already dark, and they could barely see the road. The town wasn't small at all. If they wanted to hide people, hiding tens of thousands wouldn't be a problem. So he was skeptical and wondered whether Mario's plan of walking around to check the enemy numbers could actually yield an accurate count. He worried that if Mario claimed the town was empty, and they charged in only to fall into an enemy ambush, they would be screwed. Despite this, he dared not casually question a commander's order at a time like this. If the commander's order was flawed, that was the commander's problem, but if he casually questioned the order and contradicted the commander on the battlefield, did he want to be executed? Several Cambrian soldiers nervously followed Mario inside. They had no idea that Mario was constantly monitoring the surroundings via his minimap and carefully counting the number of red dots displayed there. Although the minimap only had a 100-meter radius, that distance was already sufficient. By taking a general walk around the main streets, they would be able to figure out the approximate number of enemies. Holy cow, the number of enemy troops in this town is quite high, at least a battalion's worth. No, maybe even a regiment. This deployment looks like a guard force. It seems there really is a big fish here, otherwise, an ordinary person would never use so many guard forces to protect their headquarters. Mario analyzed carefully in his mind, his eyes growing brighter. This town had at least 1,000 enemy troops, but judging by appearances, he felt that the enemy's vigilance here seemed average. At the very least, judging by the posture of the enemy forces before him, they definitely weren't planning to hold out here. Many units seemed busy relocating. After a general reconnaissance loop, Mario returned to the team and said to the other soldiers, there are quite a few enemy troops in this town. These guys are probably trying to escape now, but a frontal assault is impossible. There might easily be a regiment of men here. The other soldiers exchanged glances. Although they didn't know how Mario had determined the number of enemy personnel here, this kind of matter couldn't be taken lightly. Commander, how do you suggest we fight? Mario gathered the soldiers and whispered in their ears, we must utilize the darkness. Night is our greatest advantage. Your mission is to create chaos on the periphery. Try to create the illusion that there are many people, use your guns to sweep the surroundings frequently, and throw lots of grenades. Don't be stingy with ammunition. We brought quite a bit of ammunition this time. If you find yourselves running low, follow the marks I've placed, those marks will guide you to extra ammunition. The surrounding Cambrian soldiers nodded. Although they didn't understand how the marks could guide them to ammunition, they trusted their commander's arrangements. But commander, what if the enemy launches a counterattack against us directly while we are causing a disturbance outside? Suddenly, a soldier asked with a frown, but the moment he finished speaking, the surrounding soldiers looked at him as if he were an idiot. Please, it's late at night, you can't even see clearly outside, and suddenly there's intense gunfire and deafening explosions. Would you choose to rush out of the camp and defensive perimeter to counterattack the enemy? The soldier scratched his head. Obviously, he wouldn't. He understood that under normal circumstances, when the enemy heard such a loud commotion outside, they would definitely fall into disarray. At such times, it's most important to quickly consolidate defenses. Otherwise, if they rush into the darkness, they wouldn't know where their men died, and if they accidentally ended up shooting each other, that would be even more awkward. However, Mario felt a bit ashamed about this, because according to his judgment, if players encountered such a situation, they would definitely launch an assault outwards immediately. Thanks to the highly realistic NPCs in this game, which not only have morale but can even experience confusion, he adopted this tactic. In fact, the reason he adopted this tactic was inspired by discussions with other players on the forum. When he asked some veterans about certain characteristics of the game, he heard an old player say that, supposedly, enemies in this game might even experience a camp riot when attacked at night. In short, your mission is to create as much chaos as possible on the periphery, but don't go too deep. As for me, I plan to take this opportunity to sneak in and see if I can directly decapitate them. If we can decapitate their headquarters, the enemy will definitely fall into disarray. At this point, Mario's face showed a strong sense of confidence. It was precisely because the NPCs in this game had many non-NPC-like characteristics that he planned his strategy based on a more realistic approach. With the enemy's headquarters decapitated and the town in a state of chaos, their force would be unable to elect a new commander. As long as they remained in chaos, this battle would be fine. If all else failed, he would simply fire a flare to have the artillery cover this area, but that would definitely cost him a lot of merit. Under Mario's command, the Cambrian soldiers sprang into action, and immediately, intense gunfire suddenly erupted from all directions of the town. Tat-tat-tat. Tat-tat-tat. The submachine guns and machine guns in the hands of the Cambrian soldiers began sweeping the surroundings as if ammunition were free, and several Black Eagle sentinels standing at the intersections were killed on the spot. Some Black Eagle sentinels quickly ran towards the machine gun positions, wanting to counterattack the hidden enemies with machine guns, but Mario, having noticed the situation, preemptively used a mortar to take out the machine gun positions hidden in the dark. As soon as they dealt with the sentinels here, the Cambrian soldiers immediately snatched the equipment from the sentinels and the ammunition from the outpost. Although they believed Mario would certainly be able to get them this ammunition, they still preferred to be self-reliant. Because of Mario's command, these Cambrian soldiers were like madmen at this moment, desperately expending bullets on their surroundings, completely disregarding ammunition consumption or the wear and tear this would cause to their guns. As they fought, they occasionally threw grenades around, and some Cambrian soldiers even specifically attached explosives to a building and detonated it. At the same time, they were shouting loudly. These Cambrian soldiers were like schizophrenics, each playing several roles, shouting and screaming as they fought. One might even mistake it for a stand-up comedy routine. Even though the behavior of these Cambrian soldiers at this moment was erratic, to the point where even they themselves felt awkward. But the Black Hawk soldiers in the town were truly terrified by the commotion outside. What's going on? What's that sound? Enemy attack. The Cambrians are attacking. Some soldiers screamed in panic and ran around wildly. After days of war, they were all exhausted and their nerves were frayed. So much so that when they suddenly heard intense gunfire outside at night, many soldiers seemed to lose their minds. Bang! An officer rushed over, slapped the shouting fellow to the ground, and then loudly ordered the other soldiers, "Shut up, all of you, quickly assemble. The enemy is still far from us, no need to worry. Fall in, count off." After barely gathering the soldiers around him, the Black Hawk officer loudly said, "All of you, calm down. There's no sound of heavy artillery outside, which means only a small Cambrian force is attacking. They should just be their reconnaissance soldiers, nothing to worry about." A face-slapping situation occurred. No sooner had he finished saying that the enemy's heavy artillery hadn't arrived than a huge explosion suddenly erupted. The heavy explosion and the whistling sound of shells cutting through the sky couldn't be faked. The other Black Hawk soldiers were certain that this was clearly the enemy's heavy artillery firing towards them. Damn it! This cursed jinx! Both the officer and the other soldiers shared the same thought at this moment. Mario found a spot, set up his 120mm mortar, and began shelling the Black Hawk soldiers on the periphery. It must be said that the 120mm mortar was quite satisfying in terms of both firepower and range. Although it took a long time to set up and dismantle, which was inconvenient for quick combat, as long as they didn't encounter close-range enemy assaults, this thing was really good as suppressive fire. The 120mm mortar roared, not only destroying several machine gun positions set up by the Black Hawk soldiers on the outskirts, but more importantly, the other Black Hawk soldiers all began to tremble after hearing its commotion. Undoubtedly, such a large explosion and shelling could only come from heavy artillery. This Cambrian army attacking them was definitely not a small fry, the enemy might be launching a general offensive against them. After firing several shells and eliminating nearby targets, Mario packed up the cannon. Then, he held a light machine gun and walked into the city, sweeping as he went. At this moment, he had chosen the support soldier class. Once his bullets ran low, he would throw an ammo box on the ground to resupply himself. Because his movement speed was very fast, and the sound of the MG-0818 machine gun was no different from a heavy machine gun, to the Black Hawk army, it sounded as if the enemy had multiple heavy machine guns firing continuously from different locations. No one would have thought that the incredibly explosive machine gun fire at this moment was actually coming from just one Cambrian soldier. As Mario rushed into the city, he immediately scrutinized the minimap. Awaken, hunting hour. Relying on the mini-map display, combined with the darkness before him, he had become the most deadly hunter. Team after team of Black Hawk soldiers rushed to nearby streets, intending to set up defenses, but before they could figure out the situation, they ran into Mario. Because Mario was currently wearing a Black Hawk soldier's skin, the other Black Hawk soldiers didn't immediately recognize him as an enemy, as the Prussian-style spiked steel helmet on his head was too conspicuous. But at such a close distance, the heavy machine gun he held at his waist became a fierce killing machine. Tat 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 tat. Amidst continuous sweeping fire, the other Black Hawk soldiers had no time to react and were instantly cut down. In an instant, a team of Black Hawk soldiers who had just rushed over was completely wiped out. At the same time, he saw another small team quickly approaching, so Mario quickly leaned against the corner of the wall, pretending to be fallen, and lay among the bodies of the other Black Hawk soldiers. Damn it, what's going on? Although it was completely dark, the Black Hawk squad that had just run from the street corner still managed to make out the dark figures lying on the ground. A team of soldiers who had just been setting up defenses here were inexplicably killed by the enemy's machine gunner, but they couldn't find where the enemy was at all. Ugh. Just then, Mario, lying among the corpses, feigned a painful groan, letting out a faint sound. In the silence, Mario's voice instantly attracted their attention, and a Black Hawk soldier immediately dropped his gun and ran over, quickly asking, "Hold on. What's wrong, buddy?" There are enemies, they went that way." After saying this, Mario tilted his head, pretending to be dead, and fell silent. Seeing Mario raise his hand with all his might, tremblingly pointing in the other direction, the group of Black Hawk soldiers didn't think much of it and all rushed that way. But just then, behind them, Mario, who had supposedly fallen, quietly stood up again, and once more raised the light machine gun. The sudden click made the group of Black Hawk soldiers realize something was wrong, but it was already too late. They had just turned their heads when they saw the figure who had been lying in a pool of blood earlier, now holding a water-cooled machine gun, expressionlessly pulling the trigger at them. Accompanied by bright tongues of fire, several Black Hawk soldiers were all hit by bullets, screaming and falling to the ground. Easy peasy. After dealing with these guys, Mario sneered slightly, then continued towards the center of the town. That was the enemy's headquarters. He planned to directly wipe out the enemy's headquarters, and then throw these Black Hawk soldiers into complete disarray. Chaos breeds fear, and fear compels enemies to surrender. This was a rule he had summarized. If the enemy's headquarters remained, these Black Hawk soldiers would continue to have organization and order, leading to unending resistance. Meanwhile, in the headquarters, the division commander, who had just fallen asleep not long ago, groggily opened his eyes, having heard the commotion of gunfire and cannons outside. What exactly is going on? Have we been attacked by the enemy? Hearing the division commander's question, a guard soldier immediately ran over, saluted, and said, "Yes, sir, we have been attacked by the enemy. Currently, we are trying to contact forces in other areas, but our telephone lines may have been destroyed by the enemy, so the phones are not working. It's completely dark outside, and we have no idea how many enemies are attacking, but their firepower is fierce, and they even have heavy artillery." Chapter 335, Your division was captured by my platoon. Damn it. I'm doomed. Although what this soldier said was practically useless, failing to explain the enemy's strength, the battle situation, or any other specific details, the mere fact that the telephone line was cut and the enemy had heavy artillery was enough to make him despair. In previous battles, due to the Great Retreat, their unit didn't have much heavy artillery. General Graham's order to break out was very rushed at the time. To break out quickly, they abandoned a large amount of heavy artillery, bringing only some rapidly deployable Wasp artillery, which were 105mm self-propelled howitzers. Although these weapons had decent firepower, they certainly couldn't match the enemy's true heavy artillery in a direct confrontation. Not to mention, they had been fighting for so long that their brought-over shells were almost depleted, and many of their artillery pieces had been destroyed by the enemy. The remaining cannons basically had to be used sparingly, with every shot counted. Coupled with the severed communications, they had completely lost the possibility of contacting other units, which made things even worse. The town in front of them was only so big. They couldn't station an entire division there, otherwise, nearly 20,000 people crammed into such a small town would be wiped out by just one round of enemy shelling. According to their original defensive strategy, the nearly 20,000 troops of this entire division should have been dispersed and defended across 4 surrounding positions. This would not only allow them to support each other during an enemy attack but also give other units a chance to escape. If the outer units were attacked, their headquarters wouldn't be caught off guard, at least they could still retreat. But now, the outer units hadn't even reported their situation, and the headquarters communication line was cut. This meant that they had no idea whether their outer units were alive or dead, and the only troops they could still mobilize were the more than 1,000 people stationed at the headquarters. Division commander, should we break out immediately? Hearing a Black Hawk officer next to him, the division commander snapped out of his panic. He angrily kicked the man, grumbling, "You idiot, were you slacking off in class at the military academy? Now, the enemy's numbers are unknown, and they're attacking us from all directions. We're in the dark, unable to see anything. Breaking out at a time like this would only lead to a complete rout for the troops. If they broke out during the day, their various units could at least contact each other and also ascertain the enemy's situation. But if they broke out now, the division commander had no doubt that his soldiers would probably scatter to who knows where halfway through the breakout. At that time, his men would only be chased down by the enemy's cavalry and armored units, and it was even possible that in their panic, these soldiers might cause a friendly fire incident in the dark. Thinking of such a scene, he couldn't help but shiver. Immediately gather our troops, have them assemble nearby, and tell them to guard all intersections and key buildings. No matter what, we cannot break out at this time. We must hold out until daybreak. I believe that when day comes, units will come to support us. The division commander's thoughts were quite clear at this moment. He firmly believed that with this sturdy church and some surrounding stone buildings, the enemy shouldn't be able to attack them so easily. Theoretically, Cambrian soldiers also couldn't see clearly in the dark. To avoid confusion and friendly fire during a surprise attack, they shouldn't launch too fierce an assault at this time either. As long as their church wasn't directly bombed by enemy heavy artillery, there was nothing to worry about. If there were still remnants of the surrounding units, they would surely discover the attack here by daybreak and return to support them. As for what to do if the surrounding units had all been annihilated by the enemy? Of course, they'd be done for. If the surrounding units were all annihilated, what breakout would they be thinking of? They might as well wash up, go to sleep, and then surrender. The Black Hawk officer in the headquarters quickly ran out and orally relayed these orders. Fortunately, most Black Hawk officers had already issued similar orders to their teams, so they quickly gathered their troops and entered the buildings to defend. Squad after squad of Black Hawk soldiers quickly entered their respective defensive zones. During their days of stationed, they had already thoroughly familiarized themselves with this small town and marked it on their maps. So, even in the dark, they could roughly understand the situation of this small town. If they found something amiss, they would quickly use machine guns and mortars to provide suppressive fire on a certain area. Of course, they hadn't found anything amiss yet. The enemy didn't seem to have pushed in. Although there was heavy gunfire outside, it was only confined to the outskirts of the town. Speaking of which, they didn't know which units the enemies outside were fighting. The various Black Hawk units themselves weren't entirely sure if all other friendly forces had retreated inside. In this darkness and chaos, maintaining a platoon formation was already quite good, expecting them to figure out where all other friendly units were was almost impossible. Among these Black Hawk soldiers, a hidden viper, Mario, wearing the skin of a Black Hawk soldier, swaggered in. At this moment, he was extremely stealthy and didn't have to worry about being discovered by the enemy. To ensure his stealth, he had even picked up a submachine gun from a dead Black Hawk soldier, making sure his weapon wouldn't give him away. As long as he didn't encounter a password check or a particularly difficult question, it was almost impossible for him to make a mistake. Good heavens, there are so many Black Hawk soldiers here. Mario roughly counted. Within the area covered by his mini-map, he saw over 200 Black Hawk soldiers. Of course, expecting him to count them one by one was impossible, but fortunately, his mini-map had a numbering function that could indicate the quantity of different colored dots. Next, I have to take the church first, and then consider other things. But once the church is attacked, all the nearby Black Hawk soldiers will probably rush over to support it, right? Mario grumbled, a bit of a headache. This was a rather complex problem. If he launched a direct assault, the surrounding Black Hawk soldiers would inevitably all converge. Even if he took this place, the other Black Hawk soldiers could still remain in the church and hold out. Although these Black Hawk soldiers would then be immobile due to a lack of command, this didn't mean they wouldn't know to find a safe place and defend themselves honestly. In comparison, he would prefer these Black Hawk soldiers to rout, or he hoped to capture their officers and force these Black Hawk soldiers to surrender directly. After a moment of thought, he took advantage of the chaotic situation and immediately ran towards the church. At the same time, a katana suddenly appeared at his waist. To get this katana from the guild mall, he had specifically chosen a seemingly small guild to join. Of course, he wasn't particularly interested in guild activities or anything like that. He only cared about completing daily quests and getting those special pieces of equipment. Until he reached the church entrance, the other Black Hawk soldiers didn't notice anything strange about him. Although he had a long-bladed sword hanging at his waist, the other Black Hawk soldiers thought it was a trophy he had acquired. These Black Hawk soldiers had no qualms about looting during wartime. It was natural for soldiers to seize spoils from towns. Some soldiers had bulging pockets of gold coins, while others had snatched several gold watches, wearing them on their wrists like chain mail. There were also soldiers who had grabbed several high-quality leather belts, all worn on their pants, making them look quite bloated. In this situation, it didn't seem strange for a soldier to acquire a military knife. Many Black Hawk soldiers even looked at the katana at Mario's waist with envious eyes. As military men, they naturally liked military knives, especially since this one seemed unusual and quite valuable. Stop, what's going on? As soon as Mario rushed into the church, the two guards at the door were startled and quickly put their hands on their submachine guns, asking. Gunfire was everywhere outside, and the soldiers were like startled birds in the chaos. Occasionally, Black Hawk soldiers in some houses would fire outside, making them think the enemy had broken in. Sirs, I have urgent military intelligence to report, let me in quickly. Mario, feigning anxiety, spoke urgently to the two sentries. No, the headquarters is a critical area and cannot be entered casually. If there's anything, you can tell me immediately, and I'll relay it for you. Sigh, it seems like I can't sneak in. He thought it wouldn't be that difficult to sneak into the headquarters, he could just slip in during the enemy's confusion, or at worst, try to guess some passwords. Unfortunately, these two guards were determined not to let him in. Alright, did you two look over there? An armored unit of the enemy has driven in from that direction. I saw several tanks. Mario casually pointed in a direction. While the two Black Hawk soldiers were busy searching for the legendary tanks, the katana he held in his hand instantly unsheathed. Two flashes of gleaming blade light passed, and the two Black Hawk soldiers clutched their necks in horror, slowly falling down. Humph, this Iaijutsu is really fierce, it's practically invincible within 10 steps. After a casual remark, Mario quickly ran into the church. According to his research, the high-ranking officers in the headquarters should all be hiding in the church's dungeon or basement, as this was the safest place to avoid artillery bombardment. Even if the enemy's heavy artillery completely collapsed the church above, this place wouldn't collapse, unless the enemy brought over giant cannons from titans or railway guns. Just as he reached the main hall of the church, several Black Hawk soldiers immediately ran out. These Black Hawk soldiers hadn't actually noticed anything amiss outside, they were just rushing to quickly relay the division commander's newly issued orders. But as soon as they rushed out, they saw a Black Hawk soldier carrying a military knife, running quickly towards them. What's going on? What are you here for? Urgent military intelligence, I'm here to report. Mario said, quickly approaching. Before these Black Hawk soldiers could react, his katana once again unsheathed. Hasajai. After a flurry of gale force, these Black Hawk soldiers also fell to the ground, unable to fire a shot even in their dying moments. The NPCs in this game are slower to react than I imagined. Mario looked at the fallen enemy corpses and couldn't help but complain. If this were a game like Battlefield V, the enemies would have surely fired the moment he drew his blade. But unfortunately, the reaction speed of real people is naturally no match for computer-controlled NPCs, especially when the opponents are completely unprepared. When a friendly soldier, who was right next to them, suddenly performed a draw and slash on them, instantly cutting down their comrade beside them, these Black Hawk soldiers were all stunned in disbelief, rooted to the spot. Especially at this moment, all their guns were slung on their backs, and they didn't even have time to draw them. They could only watch helplessly as the man with the military saber transformed into a master swordsman, cutting them down one after another. Clang! Crack! Mario rapidly charged forward, casually saying something to distract the enemies, and then instantly drew his blade upon approaching them. Most soldiers were cut down before they even realized the danger, with only a few sensing that something was wrong and raising their guns to shoot. But Mario's movement speed was too fast at this moment, even if they raised their guns, it was too late to fire. Something's wrong, there's fighting outside. The guards in the church basement finally noticed that something was amiss. After all, Mario's blade draws also made noise, and the sound of enemies falling was even more obvious. With their rich combat experience, they immediately deduced that the soldiers guarding the corridor outside were falling one after another. Officers, please don't move. We'll take care of the enemies who rushed in. As soon as he finished speaking, these soldiers ran out. The division commander and a group of other officers who had just been awakened had ashen faces. They never expected that in such a short time since the battle began, the enemy had already infiltrated their headquarters. Although it seemed that only a very small number of enemies had rushed in, they must be troublesome characters. Otherwise, even if the guards outside were caught off guard, it wouldn't have allowed the enemy to break through to this point without anyone even firing a shot. This could only mean that the guards outside were silently eliminated by the enemy even before they had a chance to shoot. Looking at the red dots on the mini-map, Mario frowned slightly. Compared to the previous guards who were practically sent one by one, these soldiers approaching him were all lined up in combat formation. It seems the enemy has realized something is wrong, fighting like before definitely won't work. After checking the surroundings, Mario quickly pulled a corpse over and once again used the play dead technique. He wasn't aiming for perfect concealment, he just needed to get close to the enemy, and once he was close, his katana would naturally teach the enemy a lesson. Otherwise, facing the combined fire of several submachine guns in this corridor, charging forward for about 20 meters would be suicide. He didn't have any heavy armored elite soldiers or similar characters right now. 4 guards rushed out in single file. When they saw the 2 corpses lying in the corridor, they all froze. Hey, what happened to you? One guard, without thinking much, quickly ran over to drag the bodies on the ground, wanting to see if these 2 guys were still alive. But behind him, another guard had vaguely sensed something was wrong and cautiously aimed his gun down the corridor. He believed there must be an enemy here, otherwise, how did these 2 corpses on the ground get there? But the question was, where had the enemy gone now? The guard who went to check the bodies hadn't even touched the corpses on the ground when he suddenly saw one of them leap straight up. At the same time, accompanied by a flash of bright sword light, his head was instantly severed, and the headless body fell heavily. The other Black Hawk soldiers were greatly alarmed, and the one who had been vigilant earlier immediately started firing his submachine gun without hesitation. But Mario had long anticipated this. When he launched his surprise attack, he had already calculated how to fight in his mind. Having just swung his blade, he quickly pressed against the edge of the corridor and rapidly ran towards the foremost Black Hawk soldier. Although he took 3 submachine gun bullets, these 3 bullets weren't enough to kill him instantly. In the next moment, his blade once again cleaved open the body of the soldier in front of him. A major function of the katana was that killing an enemy could instantly restore his HP to full. Therefore, as soon as he had killed the Black Hawk soldier in front of him, the 3 gunshot wounds on his body instantly disappeared. At this range, the remaining 2 Black Hawk soldiers were still desperately firing, but he used a corpse as a shield and swung his blade again. Another Black Hawk soldier fell, and his previous injuries healed again. Then, without hesitation, he performed a draw and slash on the last Black Hawk soldier. Easy peasy. Mario smiled, ready to walk straight down the corridor, but he glanced at the minimap and quickly stopped in his tracks. Because he suddenly discovered that besides these 4 Black Hawk soldiers, there was actually another sneaky guy hiding behind the door. This guy must be listening for his footsteps. If he were to run over now, that guy would probably open fire directly through the door. If he charged in head-on, he felt he could probably cut him down before getting shot, but he had already gotten this far, and Mario wasn't willing to take the risk. He was currently very worried about being killed, mainly because he had finally obtained the rank of second lieutenant. If he were to die like this, when he respawned at the resurrection point, it would be equivalent to changing his identity, and he would no longer have command over his current small squad. Thinking of this, he checked the large amount of merit he had earned from killing enemies and previously capturing them, then, without hesitation, he got himself a servo skull. When he first entered this game, he was incredibly envious of the servo skulls next to other players. If he hadn't lacked merit, he definitely would have exchanged for one of these things. Immediately after exchanging for the servo skull, he quickly issued a command to the hovering skull to eliminate the enemy behind the door as fast as possible and clear the way for him. Damn it, are there new enemies coming up again? The Black Hawk soldier hiding behind the door gripped his submachine gun, his nerves highly strung, his face covered in cold sweat. He had originally planned to rush out, but the fight outside was too brief, only about 3 seconds passed from beginning to end, and all 4 of his comrades who rushed out had been sacrificed. Although he hadn't looked outside, he knew that all 4 comrades must have died. Otherwise, after those 4 had dealt with the enemy, they shouldn't have been silent like this, they would surely have called out to him. So he had been fully focused, carefully listening for the enemy's footsteps. As long as that guy dared to show his head and charge out, he would immediately use the submachine gun in his hand to blast him into pieces through the wooden door. However, when he heard the guy seemingly whispering to something, he became even more nervous. One enemy might be manageable, but how could he fight 2 enemies? Just as he was still hesitating, a peculiar sound suddenly rang out. The next second, he looked at his chest in disbelief, discovering that a crimson laser had shot directly through the wooden door, pierced his chest, and gone straight through him. Thump. Although the Black Hawk soldier was filled with unwillingness, he ultimately fell. Before his consciousness completely dissipated, he saw a skull with glowing red eyes float in, seemingly muttering something. I say, was I summoned just to do this? 4 guys like this hiding behind a door, couldn't you just throw a grenade? Why go through all this trouble? After eliminating this enemy, the servo skull asked Mario with some bewilderment. As soon as it finished speaking, Mario froze in place. Holy crap! You're right, why didn't I think of that? He couldn't help but slap his forehead, realizing he had been a bit foolish. He had tried his best not to make a sound before to sneak in stealthily. But the problem was, the soldiers here were already spraying bullets with submachine guns. What good was stealthy infiltration now? So he quickly put away his katana, picked up his light machine gun again, and strode in. As soon as he rushed to the entrance of the passage leading to the basement, Black Hawk soldiers began to fire upwards. But Mario didn't dodge or evade, and instead swept with his light machine gun. Tat 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 tat. Accompanied by a storm of gunfire, the 2 Black Hawk soldiers standing below instantly dropped dead, and then he strode in. After dealing with these 2 guys, the headquarters in front of him was pretty much defenseless. Aside from a few officers still holding pistols, seemingly wanting to fight to the death, the remaining Black Hawk officers all had ashen faces. Listen, you inside, immediately lay down your weapons and surrender. You're finished. The Cambrian army has already broken in. If you don't surrender now, the troops entering the city will eliminate everyone. Those who resist will only find death. At Mario's command, the servo skull he had just summoned floated in, swaying, and then spoke to the Black Hawk officers present in the Black Hawk language it had learned. Die, you monster. But as soon as the servo skull finished speaking, a Black Hawk officer drew his pistol and fired bang, bang, bang. Then he was pierced through the head by a laser. The servo skull, floating in the air, easily dodged the bullets and couldn't help but express some dissatisfaction. If it weren't for all the low-grade components on him, why would he need to dodge those bullets? If he were still on Mars, his grease monkey would have already equipped him with a force field shield. Even a space marine firing a bolter at him wouldn't be able to penetrate it. I will not repeat myself a 3rd time. Resistors will only face death. If anyone else resists, we will kill everyone present. With the comrade thus eliminated by a laser, his corpse still twitching slightly on the ground, the other Black Hawk officers dared not make any rash moves. These individuals, by prior agreement, all looked at their division commander with eager anticipation, hoping he would quickly make a decision for them. Seeing their gazes, the division commander's mouth twitched, and he felt like cursing. Good heavens, if you want to surrender, then surrender. Why do you have to wait for me to speak? Are you trying to pin all the blame on me? But there was no other way. As the division commander, if he didn't speak at a time like this, who would? So he could only reluctantly express his willingness to surrender and thus laid down his weapon. Upon hearing this, the other Black Hawk officers all breathed a sigh of relief and then threw away their pistols. Although doing so was indeed humiliating, compared to humiliation, they were unwilling to die so senselessly. Where there's life, there's hope. They believed that later, during a prisoner exchange, the Cambrian Empire would trade them back. Seeing that these people had finally surrendered, Mario breathed a slight sigh of relief, but his nerves did not relax. Their surrender was just the beginning, his mission wasn't over yet. He still had to convey the news of the surrender to other Black Hawk soldiers and get all the enemies here to surrender. At the division commander's signal, 2 lucky officers were chosen as messengers and quickly ran out. Immediately after, these two informed the surrounding troops of the division commander's surrender order and had these surrounding troops relay it to other friendly forces. Suddenly learning they had surrendered just like that, many Black Hawk soldiers felt a sense of relief mixed with disbelief. They recalled that just 2 weeks ago, they were in high spirits, believing they would soon step through the gates of Petrograd, perhaps even marching in review down the streets of Moscow. But in such a short period, the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. They were even surrounded in this dreadful place, their military rations nearly exhausted, and many soldiers were now starving. How could they fight on an empty stomach? Especially since their own commanding officers had already issued the order to surrender, naturally no one was willing to continue fighting under these circumstances. These Black Hawk soldiers thought they were being besieged by a large number of Cambrian soldiers, so they readily accepted the surrender order, laid down their weapons, raised their hands, and walked out while shouting. But as they walked out of the street, proceeded outside the town, passed through the town gate, and saw the surrounding Cambrian soldiers, they realized something was very wrong. The number of Cambrian soldiers here was far too small. What was going on? So many of them came out to surrender, yet the Cambrian army only sent 20 or 30 people to receive them. Humiliation. This was blatant humiliation. What is the meaning of this? Where are the rest of your troops? The captured Black Hawk division commander, looking disheveled, questioned Mario. Damn it, even if you want to humiliate me, you shouldn't do it this way. I demand to see your commanding officer. I demand standard prisoner of war treatment. But Mario merely snorted, impatiently picked at his ear, and casually replied, Humph, stop dreaming. What are you thinking? I'll tell you the truth, the total force sent to attack this town was just one reconnaissance platoon that I brought. The soldiers you see before you are everyone I brought. As for our other forces, they don't know when they'll arrive here, since your outer perimeter troops are still resisting. It's not easy for the main force to get through. Pfft. Are you kidding me? Just this few people? Also, what do you mean our outer perimeter troops are still resisting? The division commander felt like spitting up blood. He had previously assumed all his outside forces had been wiped out, which was why he rushed to surrender. If he had known the other forces outside were still busy fighting, how could he have surrendered so easily? Now look what happened, his entire division headquarters, along with over 1,000 defending soldiers surrounding it, ended up being captured by a single enemy platoon. He didn't know if this news would appear in the newspapers of the Black Eagle Empire, but if it did, he felt he shouldn't bother returning to the Black Eagle Empire and should instead find a place to commit suicide. Even the other Black Hawk officers were shaken after hearing this, repeatedly muttering that it was impossible. They felt they had suffered an unprecedented psychological blow, bordering on mental breakdown. Many officers couldn't help but blush, feeling the situation was incredibly embarrassing. They had surrendered to a single platoon. But embarrassment was useless, because Mario had already made the division commander write several handwritten orders, stamped them with his seal, and had other soldiers quickly deliver these commands elsewhere, notifying the surrounding Black Hawk army units to surrender. Those Cambrian soldiers were all riding captured motorcycles, and at their speed, it would likely take less than 2 hours for the handwritten orders to reach the other Black Hawk units. In other words, setting aside whether this group, having already laid down their weapons, had any room left for resistance. Even if they wanted to renege on the spot, they couldn't, because the Black Hawk army units elsewhere, upon receiving these orders, would definitely choose to surrender. The next day, according to the prior agreement Mario had made with him, Major General Yuri ordered his troops to launch a probing attack on the enemy positions. Sure enough, just as his troops rushed forward, they found that the Black Hawk army on that position had already surrendered. Without hesitation, he immediately combined his armored forces and cavalry, forming them into a rapid assault unit, and led this force to advance toward Mario's location at top speed. Along the way, they saw more and more Black Hawk soldiers laying down their weapons, forming queues, and choosing to surrender. Damn it, these Black Hawk soldiers sure have some nerve. They surrendered to me, yet these guys are still putting on airs over there. Sitting in his jeep, Major General Yuri couldn't help but curse when he saw a surrendering Black Hawk army unit marching toward their camp with their chests puffed out and their steps perfectly aligned. However, the adjutant next to him laughed and said, Haha, Division Commander, you don't need to worry. They've already surrendered, so what does their attitude matter? These guys have already laid down their weapons and raised their hands and surrendered to us. Even if they want to salvage their last bit of dignity, it's meaningless. These guys are just putting on a show. If they truly wanted to save face, they should pick up their weapons again and fight back against us. If they actually dared to do that, then I would respect them. After saying this, the adjutant spat disdainfully to the side, completely unimpressed by these guys trying to maintain appearances. Unfortunately, although these Black Hawk soldiers certainly felt reluctant, they had already handed over their weapons. They were currently unarmed, guarded by Cambrian soldiers, and even tank vehicles had driven up, aiming their machine guns at them. These players would not show mercy. If these guys dared to resist, they would instantly turn into red hostile units on the minimap again, and the players' machine guns would immediately unleash a slaughter. If it were other Cambrian soldiers, ordering them to kill all these prisoners of war might cause a slight hesitation. But for players, which player would feel squeamish about killing too many NPCs? In the blink of an eye, time returned to the present, and Major General Yuri finally finished recounting the exploits of that ruthless player to Andrei. In short, Commander, I have a peerless badass under my command. He is truly the fiercest reconnaissance soldier I have ever met. Yuri said excitedly, honestly, I feel that if all the reconnaissance soldiers under me were this skilled, we wouldn't even need the main forces to fight anymore, the reconnaissance soldiers alone could sweep away all the enemies. Andre nodded with a strange expression. Although Mario was just a player, he had to admit that this player was truly ruthless. There was no doubt that after this battle, Mario would become completely famous among the player community. At the same time, he believed that a large number of players would definitely imitate his actions and try to pull off all sorts of messy tricks. After all, players have a herd mentality, especially when they see a guide from a master player. Many players think, I can do it if I follow this guide. It would be a shame not to try out such an amazing guide firsthand after finally finding one, wouldn't it? Thinking of this, Andre couldn't help but observe 3 seconds of silence for the other Black Hawk soldiers. He wondered if the Black Hawk army units elsewhere could withstand this kind of fanatical harassment from players. If they couldn't, they were in for trouble. But it didn't matter, if they couldn't handle it, they could just surrender. Andre was still hoping the enemies would hurry up and surrender, as many enemy forces were currently still resisting and unwilling to give up. Sure enough, just as Andre had anticipated. After this incident, other players saw Mario's actions and imitated them one after another. Unit after unit saw the emergence of Soldier King level reconnaissance soldiers, and all sorts of unbelievable and ridiculous combat achievements appeared. Honestly, when Andre saw the various reports from the frontline officers, if he hadn't been able to view the actual achievements of these players through his system interface, he probably would have suspected his own officers were collectively deceiving him. Without a doubt, if all these combat reports were sent to Moscow, the Tsar would probably rush over to question him immediately. After all, most of the achievements listed were things that a group of newspaper reporters couldn't even invent. If these results were tallied, Andre estimated that the Cambrian Empire would monopolize all the Soldier Kings emerging during this world war. Sure enough, when he sent the ridiculous operations carried out by these soldiers to the newspapers into Moscow, a whole host of people suspected him of exaggerating military intelligence. Call after call came in, each one questioning Andre, which left him utterly exasperated. In fact, he should feel fortunate, as his continuous victories in previous wars had established a golden reputation for him. Precisely because of this, the command headquarters merely suspected him of exaggerating military intelligence, otherwise, if it were any other unit, they would be 100% certain that the reports were false. After fielding more than a dozen consecutive calls, Andre was completely fed up. He glanced at the remaining calls and decided not to answer any that weren't important. Let them question whatever they want, the prisoners are right there. If they want to ask, why don't they just ask the captives? These solid combat achievements are verifiable with evidence. If they are purely questioning for the sake of questioning, they would ignore the evidence even if Andre placed it right in front of them. Approximately half a month later, General Graham's army group, which Andre had surrounded, was completely wiped out by him. Aside from 3 divisions near the outer perimeter that managed to break out in a scattered fashion, with about 20,000 men escaping, the remaining Black Hawk army was completely annihilated by him. Without a doubt, even for the Black Eagle Empire, losing an entire army group like this would severely impact the entire front line. Just as he had predicted, during these days, aside from the Black Hawk army's air raids becoming increasingly frequent, and fighting several messy aerial battles with them. For the rest of the time, the Black Hawk army's offensive on the northern front line clearly slowed down. Because of this, Andre finally had the opportunity to free up his hands to study the issue of the base area, while also allowing players to further intensify guerrilla warfare against the enemy, and dealing with some situations he found unsatisfactory. Chapter 336, There's a traitor in the base area. Guerrilla warfare is great, truly great. It's not only effortless and labor-saving, but it's also perfectly suited for these players to leverage their advantages. Sitting in his office, Andre enthusiastically muttered to himself while crossing his legs. According to his research, if they were on a relatively open, large-scale battlefield, although these players would certainly be much stronger than ordinary soldiers when charging, many of their advantages wouldn't be fully displayed. For example, an ordinary soldier would certainly die if hit by a shell, and a player would also likely not survive being hit by one. In the open ground between 2 trenches, where enemy firepower is everywhere, even if players charged the enemy, they would still suffer heavy losses in that area. More importantly, on this type of battlefield, the player's individual firepower is largely ineffective, as both sides are busy heavily shelling with machine guns and artillery, making individual weapons seem less intimidating. But guerrilla warfare is different. During guerrilla warfare, players are unlikely to encounter heavy enemy weapons, yet many of the weapons players carry can be considered heavy weapons by most infantry standards. Furthermore, players are highly proficient in small squad operations, but their level of large-scale combat effectiveness seems quite unreliable. If it weren't for their ability to resurrect and the overwhelming individual strength of most players, regular armies using their chaotic fighting style would have collapsed long ago. Speaking of this, Andre recalled various rumors he had heard recently. It is said that because his side has achieved continuous victories, many generals of the Cambrian Empire have begun using him as a case study, analyzing why he has been able to win in the war. The analyses of some generals were relatively reliable, but the analyses of others left him baffled. For instance, many generals referred to Andrei's method of letting players charge forward and fight wildly as the Vorontsov-style Great Flood tactic. They believed that Andrei's tactic could maximize the avoidance of the enemy's firepower advantage while quickly segmenting and surrounding the enemy in small areas, thereby achieving localized annihilation. Regarding what they said, Andre could only nod while secretly marveling. When he ordered the players to attack, he genuinely had nothing in his mind but the word attack. How did he not know that the tactic he formulated had so many profound meanings? None of that was a big deal, but what truly made Andrei feel strained was hearing that generals in the Cambrian Empire elsewhere were actually trying to emulate his tactic, ordering their own troops to launch an all-out offensive, a great flood. The outcome, of course, was exactly as expected. Reportedly, that unfortunate general has now committed suicide after defeat. The great flood tactic he implemented merely resulted in his troops fighting blindly, and instead of segmenting and surrounding the enemy, his forces were gradually segmented by the enemy instead. Consequently, a new rumor emerged within military circles in many regions. That Andrei's tactic was indeed brilliant, but only he could pull it off. Anyone with insufficient command ability couldn't grasp the tactic and would instead face a terrible defeat. Andrei could only remain noncommittal about this claim. If he had to say, he felt that compared to individual command ability, the individual quality of these players was the most crucial factor. If the individual quality of Cambrian soldiers elsewhere could be improved 1,000-fold, allowing a single Cambrian soldier to easily deal with several Black Hawk soldiers, then they could also fight using this great flood method. Although the players seemed to be infiltrating everywhere, in reality, they were all able to maintain contact with each other and possessed sufficient breakthrough capability. But if they were replaced by ordinary soldiers, setting aside their firepower and combat skills, just figuring out how so many small squads should maintain contact and ensure they don't become disoriented while fighting would already be a very complex problem. If this problem couldn't be solved, they would only end up like headless flies in the enemy's positions. Shaking his head and casting aside those chaotic thoughts, Andrei began checking the players' operations. He wasn't planning on going to instruct the military thinking of the Cambrian Empire's officers. Setting aside the complex political issues involved, Andrei simply didn't feel his own level was high enough. He had a clear understanding of himself and never believed he was some kind of military genius. If it weren't for the player's overwhelmingly powerful characteristics, with his messy fighting style, he probably would have been beaten senseless by the Black Hawk army long ago. Did they really think the Black Hawk army was made of mud? Located in the players' base areas, Andrei discovered several guilds had successfully established a barely functional industrial system, even setting up some small arsenals. It was unrealistic to build large factories in the enemy's rear base areas. Andrei had previously planned to let the players establish heavy factories in the base areas and directly mass-produce armored units behind enemy lines, but unfortunately, in the end, he hadn't seen any guild actually manage to build one or two heavy factories. There was no way around it. Heavy factories required not only supporting production line equipment but also sufficiently wide terrain, excellent transportation conditions, and a massive supply of raw materials. And none of these requirements could be met by the base areas. Material supply was slightly better now because Andrei had activated the players' mining mode, allowing these guys to grab pickaxes and act as miners to supply the materials themselves. He couldn't say what level the players' mining speed was, but undoubtedly, their mining speed was countless times faster than that of ordinary miners. If it was just small-scale factories, without creating industrial parks, he believed their mining capacity could still meet the demand. But to successfully establish a foothold behind enemy lines without being destroyed by the enemy, none of these base areas could guarantee open space or convenient transportation. After all, if the area were truly open, the enemy's artillery and air force would have started bombing long ago, and if transportation were convenient, the enemy's heavy armored units would have driven in. Therefore, in the end, the industrial conditions the players managed to create were actually similar to the rear base areas during the War of Resistance, perhaps only slightly better than those conditions. For instance, Andrei had previously discovered that he could exchange for ordinary production lines from the system. These production lines couldn't provide any special bonuses but could be used by ordinary people. He also opened this function up to the players, so many players used it to build some small arsenals. Their current arsenals mainly produce things like gunpowder, landmines, and grenades, as well as handle bullet reloading. Of course, compared to a normal enemy rear base area, the players' bullet reloading was certainly much worse, simply because their conditions were too good. If the militiamen in the base area ran out of bullets, a support soldier could throw down an ammo box and replenish their ammunition. If it weren't for the fact that these players occasionally disappear from the base areas to fight elsewhere, causing concern about the insufficient bullet supply for the militiamen, he believed they wouldn't even bother with this small amount of bullet reloading industry. Strangely enough, Andrei discovered that his side's ammo box function seemed to have limitations. When ordinary soldiers lacked ammunition, they could indeed get resupplied from the ammo boxes thrown out by players, and they would receive exactly the type of supply they were missing, which was extremely convenient. However, they could not use this method to store bullets. After testing, the maximum amount of ammunition each militiaman could carry was roughly equivalent to the maximum ammunition capacity a player could carry in the battlefield game. If they had already taken that amount of ammunition from the ammo box, they couldn't take any more unless they consumed their original bullets, otherwise, the ammo box would be empty. Naturally, some players tried to exploit bugs, such as placing their ammunition in a warehouse or hiding it somewhere, using this as a form of consumption. Unfortunately, Andrei's system did not seem to recognize this type of consumption. After some testing, the consumption method recognized by the system was dismantling the bullets and then reloading them. Ammunition reloaded in this manner seemed to count as original bullets from this world and not as ammunition provided by the system. However, even if they were limited to the ammunition quota carried by a soldier in the battlefield game, it was sufficient for most militiamen. Not everyone is like the players, who consume tens of thousands of rounds in a single battle, with magazines flying everywhere, desperate to maintain continuous firepower from start to finish. For most militiamen, carrying several hundred rounds of ammunition was already more than they could use up. The vast majority of militiamen wouldn't even have the chance to fire those few hundred rounds before they were killed by the enemy, or the enemy had already been routed. Of course, besides the ammunition bugs, players could naturally exploit other types of bugs, or perhaps it should be called reasonably utilizing the game mechanics. For these base areas, they definitely couldn't run their small-scale light industry without gunpowder. If operating normally, given their chemical conditions, they would probably only be able to produce traditional black powder if they wanted to manufacture explosives. Although traditional black powder could still kill people, compared to more advanced explosives, it was truly inconvenient to use, producing excessive residue, posing high risks, and lacking sufficient power. However, the players found another way to produce explosives: anti-tank mines. Players could deploy anti-tank mines to deal with enemy armored targets, and the charge inside one of these anti-tank mines was substantial enough that, once dismantled, it could be turned into a pile of small bombs. Therefore, players often threw out batches of anti-tank mines from time to time, then dismantled them and extracted the explosives inside. The explosives produced through this method were not only massive in quantity but also excellent in quality, allowing the base areas to instantly achieve freedom in grenade and landmine supply. The only troublesome aspect was that extracting explosives from mines this way carried the risk of the mine detonating if the operation was improper, making the risk factor relatively high. Of course, compared to having an abundance of explosives, these risks seemed insignificant. They were fighting a war, how could they not take any risks? Having the opportunity to obtain explosives by dismantling mines was better than making makeshift black powder, especially since using traditional methods to make black powder wasn't much safer. It would still explode when it was supposed to. After acquiring enough gunpowder, the players created another major weapon, the Heartless Cannon. This item was considered one of the classic ruthless moves of past guerrillas, half burying a large metal drum in the ground, filling it with black powder and satchel charges, using the black powder to launch the satchel charges, and then letting the charges explode among the enemies, causing large-scale casualties. Although this thing has a short range and its accuracy is often very poor, a bundle of explosives in a tin barrel cannot fit together perfectly, so when fired, these explosive bundles often bounce several times inside the tin barrel, and the angle of each launch will be different. But it must be said that once this thing launches an explosive bundle, its destructive power is simply earth-shattering, with an effect almost indistinguishable from a large-caliber heavy artillery. Moreover, compared to heavy artillery, this kind of tin barrel is very convenient to move. It can be pushed away with a small cart. Unlike those 150mm howitzers, just deploying one takes almost half an hour, and when moving it, they first have to dismantle all the fixing bolts, which is very troublesome. Besides these things, players also came up with a classic weapon, the Molotov cocktail. Molotov cocktails are always useful and are also a guerrilla artifact. Forget about Tiger or other types of heavy tanks, even a modern main battle tank, if hit in a critical spot by a Molotov cocktail, would be scrapped on the spot. Besides burning tanks, this thing is also very effective at burning people, which can bring immense psychological deterrence to the enemy. Relying on these methods, coupled with the strong mobilization from the players, refugees from one base area after another were armed and bravely resisted the Black Hawk army that came to sweep them. Andre didn't know how many Black Eagle Empire troops they had tied down, but he could clearly feel that recently, the Black Eagle Empire's northern army's offensive had decreased significantly. Besides them shifting their focus of attack to the central army, another important reason was that their rear was constantly harassed by guerrillas, making it difficult to concentrate enough troops. The harassment by these guerrillas forced them to expend a large number of troops daily in security battles, and many Black Hawk soldiers even suffered from neurasthenia due to the torment. Still located in the former forest, the enemy-occupied base area that veteran 10,086 had established there had now achieved further development and growth. The base area in front of them was divided into three important zones. The first zone was the living area, the second zone was the production area, and the last zone was the refuge area. The living area goes without saying. The production area is where they usually manufacture various equipment, as well as make soap and salt using traditional methods. And where they process food and weave. They didn't realize it before the war, but once it started, they understood that these seemingly insignificant industries could play a very important role for them. Players living in modern society, or rather, a more technologically advanced future society, had never imagined what it felt like to lack salt. After all, salt is extremely cheap and produced in huge quantities. In their time, there was no issue of anyone being unable to afford salt. However, in the Cambrian Empire, because the country's large salt mines were monopolized by salt merchants and great nobles, their salt prices had always been quite high. Now, the Black Eagle Empire has even imposed a complete blockade and embargo on the base areas, leading to many base areas experiencing salt shortages. At first, players didn't pay much attention to such small details, and ordinary militiamen were also too embarrassed to trouble these players. In the eyes of these militiamen, the players had already done so much for them. If it weren't for the help of these warm-hearted soldiers, they would never have been able to establish these base areas behind enemy lines. Without these people, they would probably either have died under the enemy's butcher's knife or been enslaved by the Black Eagle Empire, subservient to their reign of terror. And looking at the present, although their activities in the base areas are not entirely free, at the very least, they are their own masters. In fact, because they were no longer exploited by landlords and nobles, many militiamen felt that their current lives were actually more comfortable than in the past. Therefore, they were too embarrassed to trouble the players with such matters. But going without salt, many villagers gradually developed weakness, fatigue in their limbs, couldn't do work, and even couldn't stand steadily during training. It was only then that the players realized the importance of salt, and quickly either searched for salt mines or simply stole it from the enemy's ranks, thus timely remedying this important oversight. Textiles were also the same. The weather was getting colder and colder, and without enough clothes, these villagers would simply not be able to survive the cold season. Even if players could snatch clothes from the enemy, it would ultimately be useless, because the enemy might not even have enough winter clothing prepared. So, at such times, they could only rely on themselves. Soap was also the same. At first, neither the players nor the villagers paid much attention to it. After all, these Cambrian old farmers were used to their daily lives, why would they, like those landlords, care about personal hygiene? But neglecting cleanliness led to villagers in the base areas constantly getting sick for various reasons. Initially, the players had medics giving injections all day to solve the problem, but they later found that this was merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. To truly solve this problem, they had to make the villagers pay attention to hygiene. Thus, public toilets were born, and traditional soap making appeared. Although many villagers felt that doing so was a bit too particular, under the players' orders, they eventually began to pay attention to personal hygiene. And once they got used to being clean, they naturally could no longer tolerate their past dirty selves. Having developed good hygiene habits, even without player supervision, they would spontaneously take care of themselves. Veteran 10,086 once again arrived at his loyal base area, but as soon as he arrived, Antonov, the militia captain of this base area, approached him and told him some bad news. What did you say? You said there seems to be a traitor in our base area. Antonov nodded, pulled Veteran 10,086 aside, and whispered, That's right, I can confirm that there's definitely a traitor in our base area. I found someone poisoning the well before. Luckily, I discovered it quickly. After smelling a strange odor in the well, I quickly looked down and saw a strange large jar floating inside, and the water's color had changed. I immediately told everyone else not to drink the water from here, so nothing happened, but I'm sure the person who poisoned the well is definitely an internal spy. As Antonov said this, a look of anger appeared on his face. No matter when, traitors are always more hateful than enemies. Especially when their lives were going so well, yet someone betrayed the village and harmed their compatriots, this was even more unbearable for them. Veteran 10,086, upon hearing the news, frowned and whispered in Antonov's ear, Old friend, how are you sure there's an internal spy in the village? Is it possible that Black Eagle spies infiltrated among the outsiders? As the base areas created by their guild grew larger and larger, naturally, people from other villages also came to join them, and their guild welcomed these outsiders. The more people, the better, the more people, the more successful their base areas would be. At that time, not only would there be strength in numbers, but they would also unlock better rewards in previous competitions. It's impossible for someone to have mixed in, it must be one of our own villagers. Antonov shook his head and said, When I previously accepted other outsiders, I followed your suggestion and adopted a sponsorship system. Everyone who wants to join must have 3 people who can vouch for their identity. If this person has a problem, then the people responsible for vouching for their identity will also be held accountable. Under these circumstances, it's almost impossible for Black Eagle spies to infiltrate, they can only bribe traitors from among us. Yes. After listening to Antonov, Veteran 10,086 suddenly remembered that when they were building the base area earlier, a teammate had indeed suggested this. After all, as the population of the base area grew, there would naturally be a mixed crowd, and to prevent enemies from infiltrating, they certainly needed people to vouch for newcomers. As for those lone refugees who didn't know anyone but wanted to join, they could accept such people. However, these individuals would have restricted movement for the first 3 months after joining, and would have to be accompanied by militiamen wherever they went. Only after ensuring they had no abnormal situations for 3 months could such villagers be officially accepted. While Veteran 10,086 was still racking his brains, thinking about how to play detective and catch this traitor, a teammate next to him suddenly said, I say, do we need to go through so much trouble? Forget about traitors and such. We just open the mini-map, see which guy is an enemy unit, and isn't that settled? That's right. Why make it so complicated? They had a cheat. Veteran 10,086 couldn't help but slap his forehead, he had been confused. Without any hesitation, he immediately went with the other players to patrol the entire base area, looking for where red dots might appear. After walking around, they indeed found 2 red dots in the base area, which meant there were indeed traitors in the entire base area, and there were 2 of them. After discreetly checking the registered identities and sponsors of these 2 people, Veteran 10,086 frowned. The identities of these 2 guys should be fine, because they both moved here together from another village. Everyone in the entire village knew these 2 people, which meant these 2 people were born and raised in the village and were not swapped and infiltrated by others. Haha, this is interesting. What should we do with these 2 guys? Why don't we just take them out for a public trial and then execute them? A player said, touching the submachine gun at his waist. He didn't like to think much when playing games, especially gunfight type games, even more so. Obviously not. Even for a public trial, we must find evidence, otherwise, it will lead to a loss of credibility. Veteran 10,086 shook his head. Their base area had indeed formulated a public trial strategy, whoever committed a crime or became a traitor would be paraded through the streets and then subjected to a public trial. Generally speaking, by the time it reached the public trial stage, under the angry public sentiment, the person brought out for trial would certainly have no chance of survival. However, up until now, they had never held a single public trial. Alright, how troublesome, why does this game have to be so realistic? Just give them a quick trial. Seeing his captain reject his suggestion, the player shrugged and couldn't help but complain. He really wasn't good at things that required thinking. But veteran 10,086 sneered and said, "Heh, but it doesn't matter. Since we've confirmed these two guys are traitors, we can just use an entrapment operation." The teammates' eyes lit up. "You mean we should send people to quietly ambush by the well, and then catch them in the act? Like, perhaps, having someone disguise themselves as Black Hawk soldiers and then giving them orders?" Veteran 10,086 shook his head. "Please, that's obviously unreliable. Since these two guys were bought off, the people they're meeting with should be specialized personnel. They wouldn't just act upon seeing anyone dressed as a Black Hawk soldier. However, we could release false information to see if they pass it on. Then we'll use their plan against them and hit the Black Hawk army hard. Can that really work?" The player from just now blinked, feeling a bit doubtful in his heart. But since he couldn't think of a better strategy, he decided to go with this one. Maybe the NPCs in this game are all easy to fool and deceive? So, a group of players pretended to be on patrol, walking back and forth in the base, each with a serious expression and holding a gun. At the same time, Antonov, following veteran 10,080 suggestion, was beating a broken tin drum, shouting to the villagers, "Fellow villagers, everyone keep your eyes peeled these days. There are bad people mixed into our base. Someone poisoned the well before. After an investigation, we suspect that Black Eagle spies might have secretly snuck in here. If you find any strangers, tell us immediately." Hearing Antonov's words, many villagers were outraged, expressing that they would definitely keep a close eye on their surroundings. Also, the several villagers who were on lookout duty outside these past 2 days were filled with shame. They all self-reflected, stating that they would definitely keep their eyes peeled from now on and never let the enemy sneak in again. Antonov knew that these lookout guys were actually a bit wronged, because the enemy hadn't snuck in at all, rather, traitors had developed directly among them. But to avoid alerting the enemy, he could only go along with this explanation for now. Meanwhile, under a large tree, Podsik and Daleki were casually shelling corn cobs with a device designed by players, while nervously watching the constantly patrolling players and the drumming Antonov. "Hey, Podsik, do you think we've been discovered?" After the player patrol team had gone far, Daleki asked nervously in a low voice. After they were bought off by the Black Hawk Devils, the two of them carefully brought back that small barrel containing biochemical weapons, and then, when no one was around at night, threw it into the well. To be honest, after doing this, both of them felt their consciences being condemned. The torment of fearing discovery had kept them restless. The villagers discovered the item in time, and no one drank the poisoned well water, which made the two of them slightly relieved, but then they became afraid again, as they worried about being exposed because of it. "Daleki, don't talk nonsense. You also heard what Antonov said. They probably think an outsider snuck in to poison it." Podsik said softly, but his forehead was covered in cold sweat, clearly indicating he was nervous. "What do you think we should do next? We pressed our fingerprints on that paper before. The Black Hawk Devils have leverage over us, and we didn't help them accomplish their task. Won't we be in a difficult position both inside and out?" Daleki asked in a low voice, unable to help but feel a bit resentful in his heart. If it weren't for the Black Hawk Devils promising them that if they were willing to do this, they would not only receive a Black Eagle Empire Citizen's certificate but also gold coins as a reward, they wouldn't have been so tempted. These two were usually idlers in the village, not very well liked. And in these days, after they arrived at the base, they had to constantly labor and be subjected to various rules, which made them very uncomfortable. Because of this, they were both very impatient with the base, and coupled with the tempting gold coins from the Black Hawk Devils, they were moved. "I don't know, but we're already on the pirate ship and can't just get off." Podsik frowned slightly. The paper on which they had both pressed their fingerprints was the deepest thorn in their hearts. If the Black Hawk Devils hadn't gotten leverage over them, they could have simply denied everything, but with leverage, they couldn't. It was also their own fault. After capturing a Black Eagle spy who came to scout, they were actually persuaded by the conditions offered by that guy. If they had ignored these conditions and sent the captured spy to the base, they could have even received praise and rewards for it. But there was no helping it, the gleaming gold coins were too tempting, not to mention that the two of them truly didn't want to stay cooped up in this remote, deep mountain forest forever, nor did they want to constantly endure the rules of the militia and those soldiers. Just as the two of them were still anxious and unsure what to do next, they suddenly seemed to hear the passing patrol team discussing something. "You guys, do you think the special envoy can really arrive at our base at 10 AM the day after tomorrow? How could that be fake? How could a special envoy be late for something like this? But there are Black Hawk Devils patrolling everywhere outside. How can this special envoy sneak in? Hehe, you don't understand, do you? He's a high-ranking official from Moscow, said to be a very formidable spy who can easily disguise himself as a Black Hawk Devil and blend into the enemy ranks without being discovered. At Eagle's Beak, we'll be responsible for meeting them. The password is Marmot, and if he can match it with Blueberry Pie, then he's one of us. That way, we'll be able to tell who the special envoy is." Although the patrol team seemed to be deliberately lowering their voices when they spoke, because Daleki and his companion were highly strung, they still heard everything clearly. After the two of them exchanged glances, a glimmer of light appeared in their eyes. They didn't understand what a special envoy was, but they understood what a high-ranking official from Moscow meant. They never expected that at such a time, a lord from Moscow would come to their poor backwater. But none of that was important. What was important was that they seemed to have found something that could prove their worth. Their previous attempt failed, and now they urgently needed an opportunity to atone for their mistakes, and wasn't this opportunity right in front of them? "Daleki, this is a great opportunity. We'll sign up for lookout duty later and try to secretly tell the Black Hawk people this news, so they can set up an ambush. If we can help them catch a high-ranking official from Moscow with this, do we still need to worry about the reward? Pod6 said excitedly, but Deleki felt a strange, indescribable feeling. Such a big incident just happened in the village, and then they immediately heard important intelligence. How did this seem a bit spooky? Seriously, do you think this news might actually be false, just meant to deceive people? Deleki whispered into Pod6's ear, but Pod6 curled his lips and said, you're overthinking it. Where would there be so many deceptions? And we don't need to worry so much. We'll spread this news, let the Black Hawk Devils give us the citizen's certificate and bounty, and then we'll just run away. Even if these idiots manage to find us, can they really run to other places and catch us? Immediately after, Pod6 saw that Deleki still seemed somewhat hesitant, so he simply warned, I advise you not to have any illusions. Those Black Hawk Devils are not good people. As long as they hold leverage over us, we will be in danger every single day. Since we've already done bad things, we need to quickly leave this base. Otherwise, one day the Black Hawk Devils might sell us out, or someone might see us at night, and then things will really get out of hand. As the saying goes, a guilty conscience makes one uneasy. After these two guys did bad things, staying in the base only made them feel uncomfortable all over. They were always worried that the bad things they did might be discovered by others, or uncovered by some means. After all, the two of them also knew that they weren't professional spies, and it would be difficult to guarantee that they wouldn't leave any clues, and those soldiers were very sharp. Because of this, they wanted to complete the task quickly and leave here, and then simply follow the Black Hawk Devils completely. They heard that the Black Hawk Devils seemed to have started some operations in several cities, such as issuing citizens' certificates and granting peace prizes between the two countries. Anyway, they had indeed won over a group of prominent figures in society. When they returned, they would simply go live in those peaceful communities. Receiving this money would be enough for them to buy a house there and live comfortably as city dwellers. These two had already made up their minds and were preparing to run out and inform. In fact, when they signed up for lookout duty, they were paired up, which is why they could be bought off by the Black Eagle spy without anyone else knowing. These sentry posts were all quite far apart. As long as they didn't disappear for too long and didn't miss the shift change, no one would notice them leaving midway. But what they didn't know was that the news they had just heard was a trap set for the Black Hawk Army. In fact, besides telling this news to the two of them, the players didn't tell anyone else about it at all, and the special envoy was completely fictitious. After finishing their patrol, Veteran 10,086 and Antonov walked into the house and sat down. He patted Antonov's shoulder and said, Don't worry, a few of us have already found out who the traitors are, but we can't arrest them directly yet. We're planning to play the long game and catch a big fish. Immediately after, he explained all his previous arrangements and plans. After hearing this, Antonov couldn't help but slap his thigh, his expression a little agitated. Damn it, so it was those two brats. I always thought they were shifty, always messing around and not being honest people. I never thought they'd dare to be traitors. Antonov cursed, but he didn't make his voice too loud, instead trying his best to keep it down and curse in a low voice. Immediately after, he asked the player, My friend, what do I and the other militiamen need to do next? Since we're going to fight the Black Hawk Devils, we must participate. Although we're not as powerful as you, we can still help. Chapter 337, Ambush, Counter-Ambush and Counter-Counter-Ambush. Thinking about this question, the player drew two lines on the map and said, How about this, select two teams, ambush them along these two roads as best as possible. When the enemy passes by, and you see one of us fire a flare, immediately throw grenades down. In addition, find a way to set up two heartless cannons up there. When the enemy arrives, it's the same routine, when you see the flare, blast them hard. Antonov nodded, and recalling the power of the heartless cannon, a malicious smile appeared on his face. Alright, don't worry. We guarantee we'll haul the heartless cannons up there and blast those Black Hawk Devils hard. Writing this, I hope readers remember our domain wkn.cm for reading anytime. Antonov didn't know where these soldiers in front of him got the idea, but the heartless cannon was simply too useful. The metal barrels were easy to acquire, just grab a few oil drums. With the help of the players, their guerrilla force often attacked the Black Hawk Army, they could even steal the enemy's machine guns, let alone just 2 oil drums. After acquiring a few metal barrels, they only needed to bury half of the thing underground, and then they could fire satchel charges like an old-fashioned cannon. It was essentially a heavy artillery piece for the guerrilla force. Although the players actually didn't think much of this thing, because its accuracy was simply too erratic, mystical. For the players, if they had the effort to mess around with this heartless cannon, they might as well use their own 120mm mortars. The 120mm mortars that Andrei had recently updated made the players ecstatic. Andrei had previously thought that the players might use 60mm mortars more often when choosing mortars, because the 120mm mortar was more expensive and less flexible. But only after they started using them did he realize that most players didn't care about the relatively long setup time at all. What if the setup time was long? After all, they weren't carrying these heavy mortars to the front line. No matter how incompetent their comrades were up front, they wouldn't fail to hold the line for such a short deployment time. Once they turned around and deployed the 120mm mortars, the firepower was incredible. Moreover, this thing had a relatively long range, much farther than the ordinary 60mm mortar. It could easily cover distant enemies. As long as they didn't engage in an artillery duel with the enemy's artillery, this thing was invincible. After acquiring this kind of artillery, the players were essentially using large caliber fixed artillery, but this thing was much more flexible than fixed artillery, it could be moved and deployed at any time. Precisely because of this, with a better option available, the players didn't think much of the Heartless Cannon, an artillery piece with extremely poor accuracy, but ordinary guerrilla members still highly valued it. And sure enough, when it came time for guard duty the next day, Daleki and Podsik voluntarily signed up to join the guard duty team. The diligence of the two men made the people in the militia team feel that something was slightly off. Mainly because, in their impression, these two guys were notorious lazybones, loafing around daily, unwilling to work, and dragging their feet on everything. Yet in recent days, they seemed to frequently run off to join the sentry posts, and they were also quicker in their tasks than usual. However, the person in the militia team responsible for arranging sign UPS didn't think much of it. In his view, since the two young men were willing to turn over a new leaf, that was great. Maybe these two had suddenly wised up? After they signed up for guard duty, the person in charge gave each of them a handful of peanuts. There weren't many good things available at the base area, so peanuts were already considered quite good. This counted as a benefit and reward for the sentries. Of course, these peanuts had another use, they could help the sentries stay awake. American soldiers used to especially like chewing gum. One reason they did this was that chewing gum helped relieve tension and prevented them from talking carelessly during battle. On the other hand, chewing gum also helped wake people up, or rather, chewing something made people feel more alert. The players on Andre's side certainly couldn't produce chewing gum, and even if they could, they weren't interested in setting up a specialized chewing gum factory here. In comparison, peanuts could be grown right in the base area. After handing out a handful, they tasted good when chewed and were equally effective at keeping people awake. Most importantly, this thing could also help fill the stomach and prevent rumbling. After receiving the peanuts, Daleki and Podsik nodded and set off for their guard duty. To be honest, if they hadn't initially been greedy for those peanuts, they wouldn't have suddenly signed up for guard duty one day. And precisely because they did, they happened to come into contact with the spies from the Black Hawk Devil's side. When they first caught the spy, they had thought about earning a great merit, but unfortunately, they ultimately couldn't withstand the corruption of the enemy's sugar-coated bullets. The gleaming gold coins were too dazzling, and they were also truly unwilling to spend their days hiding like mice in the base area. For them, feelings of patriotism and national sentiment weren't that important, the immediate benefits in front of them were the most tangible. Good, those two guys have set off. Let's follow them. I want to see what those two bastards are up to. The two men who had left didn't notice that Militia Captain Antonov was currently standing nearby with a few skilled men, observing them. Although Antonov wasn't sure what actual evidence of betrayal these two had, he greatly trusted his comrades the players. These people helped them establish the base area and helped them fight the Black Hawk Devils. They had helped them with countless things along the way, and precisely because of this, Antonov had great faith in the players. Don't be rash. We want to keep these two guys around to catch a bigger fish. If they can't pass the false information to the Black Hawk Devils, then we won't be able to pull off this ambush later. Veteran 10,086 whispered into Antonov's ear, afraid that the guy would get too angry and just shoot the two men later. Although for Veteran 10,086, if they really wanted to kill Black Hawk Devils efficiently, they could just charge into the enemy camp and slaughter them. But compared to that kind of thoughtless brute force approach, he still wanted to mess around with the enemy, mainly to spice things up. Antonov made an OK gesture, indicating that everything was fine. Although the OK gesture wasn't popular in the Cambrian Empire, it was popular in the Wuxiao Empire and the United States of the Stars. But because the players frequently used this gesture, they also picked it up. Daleki and Podsik followed the other sentries and went to the hidden posts they had set up long ago, then found places to conceal themselves. Their current hiding spot was extremely concealed, unless the enemy passed directly above them, it was virtually impossible to see them when looking up from below. Of course, all of this assumed the enemy hadn't conducted a large-scale search and analysis of the area. If they encountered a Black Eagle spy disguised and sneaking up the hillside, then these sentries were still very likely to be discovered. Podsik and Daleki casually ate peanuts, waiting for their contact to arrive. Before long, the Black Eagle spy, disguised as a mountaineer gathering herbs, quietly climbed his way over. I asked, why haven't you two managed to deploy that poison yet? I must warn you, my superior is quite dissatisfied with your work efficiency. If you can't prove your worth soon, don't blame me for throwing you both out later. The Black Eagle spy lay behind them and whispered in a chilling tone, you two better think carefully. If the fingerprints you left with me are exposed, I highly doubt your guerrilla force will tolerate two traitors. Hearing this, both Daleki and Podsik felt a chill run through them. Honestly, if they hadn't left behind leverage and more than one piece of it, they probably wouldn't be subject to this Black Eagle spy's threats now. Poisoning was inherently immoral, and coupled with the immense psychological pressure they endured while committing the crime, both of them were actually starting to regret it. If they didn't have leverage against them, they would definitely kill this Black Eagle spy right now, find the items on his body that proved his identity, and then take the spy's head to collect a reward. But because they had left behind leverage, they could only continue to follow the Black Hawk Devils until the end. They didn't think this spy would carry the leverage used to threaten them around. If this person died, wouldn't the other Black Hawk Devils react? Daleki took a deep breath and said to the Black Eagle spy, brother, forget it. We failed to deploy the poison. That guy Antonov is extremely vigilant. He noticed something was wrong shortly after we finished deploying the poison. As a result, we only ruined one of their wells, but no one died because of it. Following that, the two men recounted their experience of the crime to the spy in detail. After hearing what the two men said, the Black Eagle spy couldn't help but roll his eyes. These two guys were truly stupid to a certain degree. If their procedure had been fine initially, and they had just poured the contents of the can in, the other side shouldn't have discovered the problem so quickly. But when they were pouring it, they accidentally dropped the entire can into the well. As a result, there was a strange colored metal can at the bottom of the well, and the taste of the water changed. Of course, they were discovered. Just as the Black Eagle spy was about to get angry, Podsick quickly added, "Don't worry. Although we failed to poison them, we brought you important news. An special commissioner from Moscow will arrive here tomorrow. A day has already passed now, passing through this area. It is said that this special commissioner disguised himself as one of your soldiers, and the disguise is flawless. I imagine that guy is definitely not a simple character. If you can capture him, it should count as a great merit, right?" Special commissioner? Hearing that word, the Black Eagle spy raised an eyebrow. He didn't really think the two idiots in front of him would try to fool him. On one hand, it was because the two guys genuinely seemed stupid to him. On the other hand, he felt that given their status, they shouldn't be able to invent the word special commissioner unless they had heard it elsewhere. But what he was worried about now was whether these two guys had actually been exposed, and whether this message was false information spread by the enemy. What exactly happened? Where did you two get this information? The Black Eagle spy quickly made the two men repeat the source of the news. When he heard that they had overheard the news from the patrol team, he felt the information seemed even less reliable. TCH, isn't this probably fake news? The Black Eagle spy muttered inwardly. Although he didn't know the situation of the Cambrian Empire, he knew that if the Black Eagle Empire truly intended to send an important special commissioner, the news would certainly not be known by a bunch of irrelevant ordinary soldiers, nor would these guys be allowed to spread it around like blabbermouths. The Cambrians were currently setting up a base behind enemy lines here, causing them quite a bit of trouble, so he didn't believe these Cambrians would be so ignorant as to forego classified security. Despite this, he nodded calmly on the surface and said, "Very good, you two did a splendid job. If your information is true, you have performed a meritorious service for the Empire." Hearing this, the two simple-minded fools immediately nodded repeatedly, and even mimicked the salute of other Cambrian soldiers, giving an awkward military salute as they said, "Not at all, we are just serving the Empire." Following this, Deleki said somewhat anxiously, Officer, since both of us have performed a meritorious service for the Empire, can we get the reward money you promised us earlier? And the good citizen certificate? Officer, we really want to advance. We want to become good citizens of the Black Eagle Empire. Seeing the foolish appearance of these two guys, the Black Eagle spy couldn't help but want to roll his eyes again. Since he had already confirmed this was fake news, he knew without needing to think much that these two guys must have been exposed. So forget about advancing or anything else, since they were exposed, it meant they had completely lost their usefulness. Thinking of something, the spy's eyes shifted slyly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He wrote ES for the two of them separately, then handed them over and said, "Don't rush. As I said before, you only get credit if your information is true, so we need to verify your information first when we go back. You keep these two ES for now. If we confirm the information is true, I will definitely give you your reward money and good citizen certificates later." After speaking, the Black Eagle spy turned around and prepared to leave. Watching the guy gradually walk away, Deleki and Podsick both felt like they had been fooled. After all that effort, all they ended up with was an IOU? "Buddy, do you think we might have been tricked by them?" Deleki couldn't help but ask the question, but Podsick thought for a moment and shook his head. "No way, why would they trick us? Those Black Hawk Devils are big shots, they wouldn't stoop to tricking us. They still need us to run errands for them. This is like inspecting goods, you have to confirm the goods are fine before paying. So, I think this IOU should be considered the deposit, right?" Unfortunately, neither of them had ever done business, they had only heard others use some messy terms when conducting business. They didn't really understand what a deposit meant, but they subconsciously refused to believe they had been fooled. There was no turning back, because if they had truly been fooled, once their status as traitors was revealed, they would have no place to bury their bodies. So, even if they knew it was unreliable, they could only follow these Black Hawk Devils all the way to the end. They didn't think the villagers would forgive them once they learned that they had betrayed everyone and poisoned the well water. As planned, the Black Eagle spy immediately reported the incident to his officer after returning. After finishing his report, he stood respectfully aside, waiting for his officer to offer guidance. He, these idiots. The trap they set up is too clumsy, isn't it? Such a low-level trap. If we had just used our brains a little, we wouldn't have been fooled. After the officer chuckled, he suddenly said to the Black Eagle spy, "But it doesn't matter. Since the enemy wants to use the spies we developed to trick us, we can turn the tables and pretend we fell for it." Hearing this, the Black Eagle spy immediately lowered his head slightly and asked, "Officer, forgive my dullness. Please enlighten me." Whether he was genuinely dull or not, it was better to appear dull at this moment. Otherwise, how could he give his officer room to elaborate? This was like being a straight man in a comedy duo, a reasonable response allows the leader to feel more comfortable speaking. Sure enough, right after he finished speaking, his officer showed a look of smug satisfaction. What do you think the enemy is trying to achieve by deliberately fabricating such a lie? They certainly aren't trying to catch traitors. Judging by their actions, I think they most likely already know who the traitors are, or at least they aren't just trying to catch traitors. Obviously, if their only purpose was to use this information to test who the traitors were, without any other goal, then the two traitors should have been arrested on the spot while meeting the spy, catching them red-handed. Since the enemy transmitted this fake news to their ears, it meant the enemy definitely wanted them to take action. Officer, are you suggesting they want to use this fake news to lure us out and then find an opportunity to ambush our Black Hawk army? The Black Eagle spy immediately asked. Then, he voiced the idea he had prepared initially. No, it's not just to ambush our Black Hawk army. They might be trying to use this method to draw us away, execute a lure the tiger out of the mountains strategy, and then raid our rear supplies or other locations. The officer shook his head and said, that's probably impossible. Even if we wanted to capture their special commissioner, we wouldn't transfer all the guards from the warehouse or other important places. We aren't launching a large-scale encirclement and suppression campaign. In my opinion, they most likely still want to lure a unit of our Black Hawk army over, set up an ambush in advance, and then annihilate that unit while we are busy capturing the so-called special commissioner. If that's the case, we can completely use this opportunity to set up a counter-ambush, send a decoy, and strike them first while they are ambushing us, annihilating them in one fell swoop. As soon as he finished speaking, the officer clenched his fist, a sinister smile appearing on his face, and he said, "Hee, I believe that to fight a successful ambush, their base will definitely send out all their armed forces. We can take this opportunity to completely annihilate them and destroy this damned bandit gang." The players didn't know that the ambush they had meticulously planned had already been seen through by the enemy. Unfortunately, most of these players were the mindless brute type, not the planning and strategy type, and they hadn't expected the NPCs in this game to be so smart. So they still thought that the NPCs in this game would be easy to fool, believing any piece of intelligence they received. Of course, being a mindless brute wasn't entirely bad. After all, relying on powerful personal martial prowess and immortality, players could defeat most enemies even by charging in blindly. Deleki and Podsik had just run back and were preparing to return to their sentry post to continue wasting time. They had already decided to endure another day or two in the base, then find an opportunity to escape as soon as those Black Hawk devils handed over the money they owed and the good citizen certificates. But just as they reached the sentry post, a cold voice suddenly appeared behind them. "You two, explain what you were just doing." If I recall correctly, I clearly emphasized that when two people are on watch, you must never leave the post simultaneously. Even for a restroom break, only one person is allowed to leave, right? The sudden, cold voice nearly scared the souls out of the two guilty men, and their heart rates instantly skyrocketed. They looked back and saw Antonov, his face dark, standing behind them without them noticing. Well Captain, sorry about that. We both suddenly felt the call of nature at the same time, so in our haste, we ran to the restroom together. We promise this won't happen again." Deleki's mind worked quickly, and he hastily fabricated an excuse, but Antonov sneered, felt the call of nature at the same time? You two went to the restroom at the same time and were gone for over half an hour. Isn't that a bit too slow? Whoosh. Hearing this, cold sweat streamed down their heads. If their sweat glands weren't limited, they probably would have been spraying sweat right then. "Well Captain, the main thing is that while we were going to the restroom, Podsik suddenly fell down outside, tumbling down the hillside. I spent extra time dragging him back up." Deleki continued to forcefully make up lies, but Antonov clearly wasn't prepared to listen to these two fools explain themselves. You fell down a hillside, yet you don't have a single scratch on your body. And while falling, you conveniently ran into a Black Eagle spy. That was truly a spectacular tumble. Holy crap! We've been exposed." Hearing this, both their faces instantly turned pale. Deleki felt his head buzzing, his brain seemingly unable to function. Could it be that Antonov saw what they had just done? No, maybe Antonov is just bluffing them. This guy is extremely cunning, they absolutely must not fall into the trap. Spy? Haha, what are you talking about? Where is there a spy? We did see someone selling medicine at the bottom of the hill when we fell, but that wasn't a spy. Just as Deleki was still trying to argue, Antonov quickly reached into his waistband and instantly pulled out a piece of paper. He then handed the paper to the player standing beside him, asking him to help translate what the Black Eagle writing on it was. "Upon confirmation that the intelligence is genuine, Deleki and Podsik shall hereby be granted 1 good citizen certificate and 10 gold eagle coins each." Good. That's incredible. You fall down and manage to run into the Black Eagle Empire, who writes you an IOU, owing you a good citizen certificate and 10 gold coins. What more do you have to say? Before the player could finish, Antonov roared, his eyes blazing, "I must have been blind. I don't care that you two are normally lazy and idle, that's just a personal character issue. But you two actually dared to commit treason, leaking intelligence to the enemy, and even poisoning the well water. You two really thought I wouldn't find out, that I was an easily fooled idiot, didn't you? You have disappointed me too much. It's over, completely over." They had been exposed all along. The two men plopped onto the ground, their faces filled with despair. Suddenly, Podsik's expression turned vicious. He pulled a small knife from his waist and fiercely lunged at Antonov. But before Antonov could react, the player standing next to him instantly struck, swinging a short club fiercely, which slammed onto Podsik's wrist with a crack. Crunch! The player's strike shattered his wrist, causing him to writhe on the ground in pain, while Deleki immediately knelt down, stammering incoherently, Captain, give us another chance, please. We know we were wrong. But Antonov simply waved his large hand and said, take these two bastards away. We're holding a public trial assembly. Damn it. My brothers and I worked so hard to establish this base, giving everyone a safe place to live, and yet someone dared to betray us from within? This is simply unforgivable. The time has come. This is a public trial we're holding, we must make an example. After Antonov convened the public trial and recited the crimes of the two bastards, the more than 2,000 villagers gathered instantly erupted in fury. You scum! Traitors! Kill them! We absolutely cannot allow such traitors and degenerates to live. The villagers shouted repeatedly, and a few even grabbed knives and tried to rush forward to hack the men. They were absolutely enraged by these two scoundrels. That was poisoning. If they hadn't noticed and had actually drunk the water from the well, wouldn't they all have been finished? These two scoundrels were utterly evil. They wanted to wipe out their entire village. As for the guarantors who vouched for these two men to enter the base, they were filled with unbearable regret. They never expected these two fellows would be so utterly obsessed as to do such a thing. Now look what happened. Not only would they, the guarantors, be implicated, but the sheer guilt in their hearts was enough to make them want to hide their faces. Ultimately, the two traitors were sentenced to execution by firing squad, effective immediately. Although both men were still screaming and protesting their innocence as they were dragged away, it made no difference. Following a round of gunshots, the villagers cheered and clapped. Some people felt that simply shooting them was too easy, they should have inflicted severe punishment on the two of them. But unfortunately, the players and Antonov stepped forward and stated, killing should be swift, and the highest level of punishment is the death penalty. All forms of torture are prohibited. While harsh measures might feel satisfying, the players were not here to establish a reign of terror, so they naturally had to pay attention to humanitarian issues. Of course, besides that, they were also worried that these villagers might awaken something they shouldn't and suddenly turn into crazed thugs. If their base were to suddenly turn into a Kern cult or a Dark Eldar conspiracy, that wouldn't do. They didn't want to create anything too outlandish in this place. The next day, the players and the militia from the base set out one after another, preparing to fight a decisive ambush against the enemy. They had already spotted a Black Hawk squad of over 20 people seemingly concealed at the foot of the hill. It seemed this was the force the Black Hawk people had prepared to capture the so-called undercover agents. But just as the players and the militia were preparing to set up their ambush in the previously chosen location, a player responsible for forward reconnaissance and scouting suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, something's not right. My mini-map shows other enemies nearby. Holy cow, enemies have somehow gotten behind us and are trying to launch a counter-ambush. And there are quite a few of them. This player contacted the others using internal communication while silently sweating buckets. Fortunately, when he arrived, he intentionally chose a cat-girl subhuman for himself, so not only did he possess extremely strong climbing abilities, but his mini-map range was also greatly expanded. Consequently, he suddenly noticed a large cluster of red dots appearing behind him on his mini-map. Roughly calculated, there must have been at least several hundred Black Hawk soldiers rushing there to set up an ambush. The other players couldn't help but feel lucky upon hearing this news. Fortunately, they had sent someone to scout instead of foolishly rushing in, otherwise, they might have fallen right into the enemy's trap. How terrible. They thought the fake message they had casually created earlier would fool the NPCs in this game, but they never expected the NPCs in this game to be so smart. Of course, it might also be because, when the players came up with their plan, they subconsciously referenced plots from certain anti-Japanese war dramas, which led them to severely underestimate the enemy's intelligence. If they analyzed it carefully, they would realize that the fake news they had produced earlier was actually quite poor. If it weren't for the fact that the two traitors were desperate to redeem themselves and thus weren't in the mood to scrutinize the details, those two alone probably would have figured out that the message was false. The players halted their movements and relayed the news to Antonov. Hearing that their ambush had been discovered and countered by the enemy setting up a reverse encirclement, a cold sweat instantly broke out on Antonov's forehead. Terrible, truly terrible. I thought these Black Hawk devils would be easy to fool. Damn it, I never expected the enemy to be prepared so early. After muttering a few words, Antonov quickly asked his companions, what should we do next? Is it still possible to retreat now? They hadn't entered the enemy's ambush circle yet. If they retreated now, using their familiarity with the terrain of this area, they should still have a good chance of shaking off the enemy. But for the players, since they had already come all this way, why would they leave without firing a single shot? No, Antonov, I'm going to take my people and make a big move. I plan to use this opportunity to teach the Black Hawk devils a profound lesson and hit them hard. Veteran 10,086 said with a laugh, fiercely brandishing the gun in his hand. Those dogs actually tried to sneak attack me. If I don't make them bleed, I won't be able to swallow this. I'll point out the spot. Their ambush area is roughly in that region. You guys first find a place to hide, then set up the few heartless cannons we brought, and then we'll use these cannons to bombard them mercilessly. As he spoke, Veteran 10,086 looked at the steep hillside, a cold smirk playing on his lips. The enemy's plan was quite clever. Using the higher slope and more concealed terrain, they could get behind the players, ambush them from above, and coordinate with the troops below to form a pincer movement. But they overlooked one problem. Facing such steep terrain, it wouldn't be easy for them to retreat. It would be one thing if the players weren't prepared, but since they are prepared, they should just start shelling them from the mountain. On this damned terrain, it wouldn't be easy for the Black Hawk devils to run away. This rugged mountain path isn't something they can just casually flee across. With the help of the players, Antonov and his men didn't have to exert much effort, nor did they make much noise, to successfully dig several large pits where the heartless cannons could be placed. After setting up these large metal barrels, the players also positioned the 120mm mortar farther away, and then veteran 10,086 fired the signal flare. Upon seeing the signal flare, the players and Antonov began shelling the enemy together, both wearing excited, mischievous smiles. On the hillside, a Black Hawk officer held binoculars, cautiously observing the surroundings while also looking at the group of Black Hawk soldiers below who were pretending to prepare an ambush on the road. These Black Hawk soldiers were bait, specifically used to lure those Cambrian bumpkins into launching a sneak attack. After all, if they never saw the fish, how would they bite the hook? But as time passed, the sun grew hotter, and many Black Hawk soldiers lying in wait for the ambush became irritated. The sun overhead, the mosquitoes, and even things like snakes and rats made them quite uncomfortable. What made them even more anxious was that, theoretically, the arrival time of the undercover agents provided by the Cambrians should have already passed. Although the news was fake, since they intended to ambush their own people, shouldn't they have arrived here on time? If that's the case, where did the other Cambrians go? Could it be that these guys sensed something was wrong, pulled back their troops, and decided not to act? Don't tell me these guys just packed up and left. I've been feeding mosquitoes here all morning. The officer muttered softly, unable to resist scratching the string of mosquito bites on his face. If the enemy had truly stood them up, he would be furious. But just then, he suddenly heard an unusual sound. He quickly looked in that direction and saw a signal flare suddenly ascending into the sky. When he first saw the red signal flare, he was still confused, wondering why someone would suddenly fire a signal flare. But the next moment, his expression changed, because he heard the familiar sound of artillery fire. Boom! 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 The sound of the heartless cannon was deafening. Due to the shape and metal sheeting inside the iron barrel, firing it sounded like it had a giant loudspeaker amplifying the noise. It was practically like thunder. That wretched sound instantly brought back bad memories for the Black Hawk soldiers present. Many of them had previously witnessed the terrible power of the heartless cannon. Even worse, by looking at the muzzle flashes from the heartless cannons in the distance, he could tell that all the shells were aimed directly at their position. Take cover. Get your heads down. The officer shouted anxiously, then ducked his head down hard, covering his skull with both hands. The other Black Hawk soldiers quickly followed suit, but several improvised explosive charges shot their way had already reached their position overhead. Because they had fired the cannons many times, Antonov's artillery had gained experience and could predict when the explosive charges would detonate, adjusting the length of the fuses accordingly. As a result, these explosive charges detonated almost the moment they flew over the heads of the Black Hawk soldiers, some even exploded before they hit the ground. Inside these crude explosive charges, besides the large amount of explosives obtained by dismantling anti-tank mines at the base, they had also stuffed in a pile of things like crushed stones and broken porcelain shards. In a sense, this thing was practically a homemade claymore mine. A massive quantity of miscellaneous shrapnel, along with a huge shockwave generated by the explosion, slammed into the Black Hawk soldiers on the hillside. Countless Black Hawk soldiers were instantly riddled with holes by the fragments, and some unlucky ones were barely recognizable as human. The other Black Hawk soldiers fared no better, even those farther away were left dizzy by the immense power generated when the explosive charges detonated. Blood even seeped from the ears of some Black Hawk soldiers. They screamed frantically as if driven mad by terror, yet they couldn't hear the sounds around them at all. This round of shelling was only the beginning, because immediately after the heartless cannons finished firing, the players' 120mm mortar began its fierce bombardment.